Okay, we have commenced streaming, and I'm not quite sure if anyone can hear me or if I can hear myself, but we're going to establish the call, the call that keeps us going throughout the night. And let's try with Viviana Sanchez. And, okay, you're going to hear me straining to get anything done. It says it's connecting. I'm not quite sure if we're interconnected.
Hello.
Oh, holy. I'm so glad you're here, honey. Oh, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, wonderful. Let's see who else I can bring online. Thank you so much for your suggestions. I'm going to try and follow up on them. Obviously, I have more time towards the weekends than I do in the midweek. And let's see who else I can connect on here. And how do we do that? We add participants. So, of course, you have the Skype on your end, and you could do this as well, but I'm going to do it for tonight. And we're going to bring on the one person that we guaranteed to bring on here. She said she would be with us to participate. This wonderful human being, my manageress, Selena Khan, and I will formally introduce the two of you, young ladies. And that way you can begin to work together. Oh, hello, Selena, darling. Can you hear me? Okay, let's see if she can get off mute. There we are. Honey?
Hi, Douglas.
Hey, darling. So good to hear you. And shout into the transmitter. And this is the...
Hi, Vivian.
Yes.
This is Selena. So nice to meet you and so happy that you're here helping Douglas.
Yeah. It is my pleasure to meet you, Cecilia. Good to meet you. I almost said see you.
Selena. And yes, so Grand Madame Selena Khan, this is the lovely Viviana Sanchez. And Viviana, this is my dear manager, Selena Khan. So both of you lovely mistresses, I would just beseech the twain of you to contact each other more regularly and work together when it comes to these other accounts that Selena brought to my attention are actually extant, meaning I actually have a Twitter account, an Instagram account, various accounts that she will share with...
You have this account since 2020,
okay,
or 2019, so probably you didn't know. So you don't follow up with me, you don't know. So, yes. Now you know we have all of these things ever since you have the website.
Yes,
they're
honey.
all active.
That's right. I believe the majority of them were all established by Lena Shea, and we kind of inherited them. I think that was the case, and then you connected them all to the website, or she did? Was that the case, honey?
No, I did it. I did all the work.
Wonderful. God bless you. And so what we need now is for Viviana Sanchez to basically have the passwords to these accounts, and what will happen is, of course, the two of you can work with that by communicating with each other and exchanging contacts. Since you're both on Skype and you can both see each other, what I'm going to try and do now is give you each other's contacts, and then hopefully the twain of you will use Skype and other mediums, whichever media is the best, so that Viviana Sanchez can... It was Selena Khan's suggestion that Viviana change the passwords and then give Selena the new passwords, so that way everybody's on the same boat. So is that still kind of like the plan, Selena, or do you think that you could just give her the new password you made?
Let's not go into too much detail into these activities. Right. I will definitely follow up with Vivian, and the other thing is that I will definitely create a group between you, me, and Vivian, so we all communicate and see each other messages. So that will simplify everything. Like if I'm missing something or if she has any question, and you will see, what we are doing, kind of like, sort of like involved in it from a distance or whatever. So that would be very helpful for me. So definitely we can go over this thing in great detail, and how we're going to sort of like strategize what we're going to do as to how we can make it better and exciting show for you, whatever works for you. And I'm sure Vivian will be a great help, and I'm so happy that she joined.
Yes. Oh my God. If you're happy, I'm ecstatic. So what I'm doing right now is I'm sharing each other's contacts, and I am going to take Viviana Sanchez's contact right now and send it to, I think, Selena. I'm not quite sure. I'm pressing the send button and it says done, but did I just send her contact to herself? I'm not quite sure. or is that what happened? So that's what it looks like I did.
It's hard to see it because two different pages, like you go back and forth, you're on the phone. So you pay attention to the conversation rather than messaging. That's different. It's definitely whatever way you like. It helps you understand better. But I say that I can add that a little bit later. I'm outside. I just came to have some dinner, and then I'm in my car in a parking lot. But it's okay. It's good. This is my mobile office, so I can talk a little bit. But I'm not gonna be here that long because I have, I work full time, and then everything is like scheduling. And suddenly, I don't know what happened. I started getting calls from clients, and then I have some. I do a lot of sort of like consulting, like real estate one-on-one, and I teach stock market, how to invest, and I do coaching also Bitcoin, so that people don't lose money, so that kind of thing. So therefore, I'm a little bit occupied with outside work, but definitely I can cooperate and make time for you, whatever needed to be done. Do it.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And nothing will make me happier than making your life a little easier through Viviana Sanchez helping us. And Viviana Sanchez, certainly your communications with Selena Khan will be, I think, you won't regret them. I think that they even might help you in the future with her knowledge of real estate and whatnot. After all, that always helps to know someone in that kind of business. And she's so all such being said, the two of you ladies here, I'm hoping that what both of you can do is kind of share some experiences with each other, how your days went.
Yeah, so what I will so Vivian, I let her go with it first.
Kind of
say
lead?
something like where you are. I'm not in person, you don't have to, like, just a general question, like where you are, city and state, whatever, and then how was your day? Like, did you have a good coffee this morning after waking up? I don't know, just some mundane thing.
It's lovely to meet you.
I love your smile. It's so warm and welcoming. People don't smile. So I like that.
Thank you.
It's very good, rhythm in it. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, well, so, Selena, how long have you known Douglas?
I actually, basically, I used to listen to him back in the day. So, but I didn't know him. I used to just listen, and just a random person I would find and listen. So he was one of them. And then I didn't have much knowledge, and I was not really qualified to basically understand his subjects and his information and whatnot. And then, time went by, and then I started, reaching out to him. Like, I used to, like, joke around, send him, like, messages, like, just to be friends with him. So it was kind of nice. And then he, we came to a little bit, like, I met Lena, and we kind of, like, three of us became friends, communicated. So it was good. And then after that, whatever happened, I started, a little bit giving him hints, and that's about it.
Well, I mean, did you know Laura Lee Solomon? I can't remember.
No, I don't know anybody except for Lena.
Okay, that was interesting. Okay, so this was essentially after I had Lena kind of move in and take over for a bit of time, and then what had happened was that Selena Khan was volunteering to help, but then Lena wouldn't let her, and that was part of...
No, Douglas, you got it wrong. I understand what happened between you and Lena, but I would say that that's not the case. I used to communicate with her, during transmission and, share music, conversation, whatever. And then at a point I said, hey, listen, I see you have two children. I know a little bit of, whatever you do. I can give you a hand. So basically, I was talking to her, not quite directly, like, just go join. I had never had that kind of conversation, but whatever happened, happened. So then, she was kind of like at a point, we all know what happened, and you called me. It was like a sort of like an accident. You were talking to someone, and then I don't remember who that is. And what he does is basically publish everything, like 5 minutes of conversation, he will just publish on YouTube. So then somebody, it's funny. And then I had no idea. So, and then, a little bit drama over here. There's always drama everywhere. So, one of my friend goes like, oh, she knows Douglas. She said, "Did you hear that? Douglas was talking about you." With who? Like, I hardly know him, but I know him not, from a distance. But so then, I texted you or something. Hey, why did you say that? Something like, nothing is petty thing. He said, she said, this and that kind of thing. So then, then I kind of like got into it. So it was like sort of like an accident. If I didn't know that, hear that, a few YouTube footage, probably things would have been much different, but it had to happen probably. So me and Doug became very good friends, and we'll remain friends forever. Whether or not I give him a hand, whatever, that's not the thing. It's a good friendship here. So I sort of like guide him, so share like ideas. Like he doesn't need guidance, but kind of, oh, you could do it this way or that way, and so.
I think that I need all the guidance I can get. But in terms of Selena, I understand she's quite the diplomat here. But yeah, basically what had happened was Lena Shea had set up the website, and Selena was volunteering to help with the website, but Lena wouldn't let her. And then all of this could have been avoided. What had happened with the website, which was basically when Lena suddenly withdrew, then of course I was left hanging and Selena was left hanging. And basically we expedited the best that we could, Selena essentially taking over the website. And it's still at the point where Lena Shea is asking her to remove things from the website that, and all of this is kind of like ongoing repercussions that didn't need to happen. It could have all been segued when Lena was claiming that she was planning on severing for months and months ahead of time, all of which is quite false, because it was just days before her severance that honestly her work partner was saying about myself, why don't you go marry him rather than the husband that she had? Not that that's something either one of us would have wanted, but that was just her work partner understanding how intimate we were at the time. And so when Lena suddenly severed after that, she had proudly relayed that to me with no hint there was going to be a severance. And then within like, a single day, somebody flipped a switch. And then when she did sever, there was nothing prepared in terms of anything. The money in the account was still going to her. Everything was just, this could have been avoided had she segued it over to Selena over time. So, there's no need to be diplomatic about that. It was what happened, and it was on record because I was bitching about it the whole time it was going down. So, such being said, I'm so sorry I interrupted you, Viviana. You were actually asking a question before I went down that tangent. So, what question were you going to ask Selena? And by all means, ask her something.
It's your show.
Oh no worries. It's all ours. It's all our show. Believe me, this is teamwork, and I honestly want the twain of you to begin to cooperate, without my being around in terms of working with some of these accounts, because I'm just too retarded at the present. Maybe someday I'll be brought into the loop where I can, work with things if people become incapacitated for whatever reason from helping for, a time period or something. But in the meantime, hopefully the two of you will, basically make this work even better than it has. I see already somebody.
Not to worry, Douglas. Yeah. Me and her, Viviana,
yes,
will be, a good partner. It will be a good work Tim, so you don't have to worry about that. And that's exactly what I was hoping, that, don't you find someone, reach out to people that, from your sphere of influence from the past and all these things. Luckily, Viviana, you came along, and it's really an amazing thing for Douglas, because I am so busy, occupied because of my work schedule, and I'm self-employed. So basically, I'm like always like fishing, that's the only way to go. So I forget things. So we lost money. Basically, I set up an account with Google AdSense, and then I forgot, Douglas, we sort of like, almost $400, because I forgot to follow up, and then he forgot, and time went by, and gradually an entire amount was exhausted, taken away, because you have to pay $20 to have Google AdSense, and then you get the remainder of the money that you get from your listeners. So that kind of thing.
So
but that's okay. I'm
this
sure you'd be able to help him. I like to do that, whenever you have time.
Yes, this is what the two of you will need to talk about privately, because if I were to try and communicate between the two of you this kind of topic as a middleman, I would just fuck everything up. I could not communicate the details.
It's okay, Douglas. Listen, it's all right. What you don't know, it's really not that important. You will always find some good friends. It's just, and the team will be bigger and bigger, and it's a strength. So for now, two of us is fine, but you will just, oversee from a distance or up close, whatever you need to know. So you can leave it up to us, and not to worry about it at all too much.
Oh,
so
right.
Me and her will get used to with each other.
Yes.
What she would do, what she would tell me, what I should do, just to remind me. It will be very helpful for me if she reminds me of a lot of the things. There's so much opportunity. I, planned out something. Maybe three of us do that. It's like a project that I planned out for you. So definitely, all three of us can go over it in a different time and all these things. So that much I can say.
Lovely.
But
okay. Well, Douglas, I wanted to ask you and Selena, are you familiar with the Google Docs, Google Drive, or sending information, Google Photos, like those three things? Because I'm trying to figure that out, and
let's put it this way. Instead of what we know, because we just met. So now, talk about a little bit exciting thing for listeners, because
I don't ever get to talk to Douglas, so I just wanted to ask him.
You call me.
What I mean to say is that we've only just gotten started, Viviana, so believe me, we'll start talking privately more and more as the future proceeds. I assure you, I can guarantee you that. It's just been a very busy few weeks. I mean, what with Mother's Day and all, we only started really talking with Jameson's termination, and I'm still getting congratulatory letters about that. Everybody writing me in saying, "Oh, thank God."
Oh no, I just wanted to know, because I have stuff, and I wanted to know, if that was an avenue that you are understanding. So.
Oh, vaguely. In one sense, intimately and expertly, but in another sense, certain elements of it I've never used very much. But we can go over that.
Douglas, you know everything in a broader sense. You probably don't even know that you already know. So I would say that once we do all the work, and you will see it from the sideline, you will, trust me, you will.
Oh, absolutely. I'm already seeing some wonderful results. It was one of you, and I don't know which one, really started loading up stuff on Instagram or Twitter, because I kept getting notifications in the emails about it.
Yes, what happened was something happened with the website, your website. So it got corrupted a little bit, because it is highly recommended that every 90 days and they're very strict now, because many things that, it's unbelievable, so much that going on. But just for now, get this, that they're, I had to change the password because it got corrupted, and then, it's all good now. And then yesterday I was with the chat room that helped, someone helping. So there are probably some other places in other country, they don't know much. So this girl was just wasted my time. I went to sleep so late because you get caught up in the moment. So I was like, I become really challenging, so I have to finish it. So and then this morning I called them and I said, look, I need help, and this happened. So they, in 5 minutes everything was done because someone from United States was talking to me. So it was all right. So then everything is fine. I published that, republished everything, deleted it. I did some work, let's just put it this way, because there's no point explaining what happened. So therefore everything is coming starting from, I would say, March up to now, like last episode.
Okay.
So I will publish this tonight.
Right. Yeah.
And then thereafter, everything is up to date. So that's why, what happens is that I don't want you to, I told you over and over again that if you see anything that you don't understand, don't just go on live and talk about it, because you don't know. So all your website, all your social media pages, all of these things, they're ongoing. Regardless, you talk to me or give me any information. Sometimes you give me, images like, almost like 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever. It really doesn't matter. I can work things out. That's not a problem. So you don't have to be anxious on everything. I already told you. So so why now that Vivian is another person, it will be very helpful. Like, she will understand and she will explain, because you're not available, I'm not available, I'm in a location, there's time difference, and I work. So yeah, it's gonna be very convenient for me also, work together.
Yes. No, this will be wonderful. Just understand that your 3 hours time difference, I believe Viviana Sanchez is on the same time zone as I am right now. She's on Mountain Time. So she's 1 hour ahead of me half the year, and then half the year, or, for a few months of the year. But right now she's on the same time as myself. So you're 3 hours ahead of us. And so what, by all means, what we will do, aside from now that I found out what you two were kind of doing, then what I will do now is ask both of you to kind of keep talking and introduce each other, and I think we will get more of an equilibrium in terms of understanding. The two of you understanding each other's schedules and each other's time differences is a good, important start. So Selena Khan is in New York. She's actually on the same island, Long Island, I believe, with Peter Moon. So they're actually within almost walking distance of each other, a very short drive. And so they, you might actually tell Our Lady Viviana how you actually met Peter Moon. You actually introduced yourself and kind of treated him to lunch a few times. So the two of them kind of know each other. And aside from that, Selena has been extraordinarily helpful. And so once you get into mind calculating the 3 hour time difference, then the three of you can talk much better and more effectively during the day, so to speak. I think that Our Lady Selena is more available, if at all, towards the evening, but she talks during the day often. When she's working, she multitasks. But the two of you should have each other's phone numbers soon enough. I hope both of you will exchange that. And then that way, this will expedite things more in case there's an emergency and either one of you needs to call the other for some advice. And this way, in case I'm dead asleep, which I
just
often...
message me, Vivian,
right.
Viviana, just message me 24 hours. Right. And then if I have time, I'll respond, I'll check. And that's what I do. There are some of my clients, they will text me like 1:30 in the morning. Really? Oh my God. So things has changed. We just have to adapt with people's habit, because I need people for my business. So I'm always like, comforting them, like, so I can be helpful, and they will refer me to someone. So my business is constantly networking, talking, messaging. Like I found this client 2 years ago, I spoke to them and all this thing, and then I sent her this Mother's Day card, and she was so happy. I was like 67 text messages that I had to send on Mother's Day. So, it's not an easy task. I'm looking at and I use my cell phone. This is like another version of Selena. So I have everything here. rather than like, using large devices and all these things. So yeah, I mean, like I said, you can reach out to me, message me, you can call me. If I'm available, I'll answer. That's what I say to all my friends outside my workplace, that I'm available for. I don't have that many friends, but whatever. So now you know.
Do I have your permission, honey, to give her your phone number?
Yes, absolutely.
Good,
why not?
Good. And Viviana, I have your permission to give Selena your phone number as well, right?
You don't have my phone number? I don't really have a phone number. I do things through Google chat and stuff, so...
Okay. But you're able to make phone calls.
Not a problem. We can communicate through Skype. We don't need too many things. You don't need phone numbers anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So just because I sleep the majority of the day, this way I think the both of you can talk in case I'm dead meat in the water, which I am oftentimes during the sunlit hours. So with your permission, ladies, I'm going to try and... Sammy Romero was asking if he could be brought on. I might bring him on. He might not be able to come on till 10 p.m. But the only reason I would do that is because I'm still tending to some things around here that I was hoping you two ladies could talk, and maybe you don't need a gentleman around to really speak, because I think both of you have so much to share even without that.
Finally, there is some female presence here, because it was like very much of a man-dominated environment. Not that anything wrong, I'm not threatened by that, but I'm happy that if we could bring more women, not like Viviana, but someone will just come for a few minutes, share something, say something, not necessarily like every show basis. So we'll work towards that together, me and Viviana.
Right. Well, what I can do is just bring him on the call, and that way he can jump on anytime he wants. And,
sure.
So let me see if I can actually do that without screwing up everything. And I'll do that with Daniel Arola, just so he can come on later for a few minutes. And hopefully that works. Apparently it does. And let's try Sammy, and then I might try.
A little bit here, Douglas, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I am gonna go home now, and I'll be driving. So just in case, I hope you guys don't get knocked off the show because of me being disconnected and whatnot. So you can I'll be driving and talking if that's okay.
Right.
But I'll just whatever, I will jump in and say something, and she will say something like that. So I'll be driving, just so you know.
Okay. Well, Sammy's definitely on the call. If he wants to speak up, he can speak up and introduce himself. Otherwise,
hi, Sammy. How are you?
He's on the call, but that doesn't mean he's on the call.
Okay, maybe he muted. I just wanted to say hello to him.
Yeah, but definitely the important thing is that I might try some of the other ladies if you're going to be busy on the road, but do keep jumping in because we want
I would expect Curious Girl. I like her stuff.
Yeah.
And I would definitely want Noreen. Okay, how do you say her last name? Helphand, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Apologize. Yeah, so I like her. If you could bring them, if you can bring Crystal River, I would definitely. And who else? I guess that's about it. But I would be happy women join. Then we can sort of like a round table, just share, little thing, whatever they want to share.
Absolutely. And so let me see if I can handle that. And in terms of that, just giving Sammy the advice that he could jump on anytime he wants. And Peggy Wood Amalal is saying she loves the new vibe, and obviously we always wanted the female energy, and certainly a lot of people found the other energy just, of course, very dark and negative. But in the interim, before Selena goes completely, honey, Viviana, is there anything else you can think of to ask her at the moment?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's first time.
It's nice to meet you, though.
I don't know what to ask. Probably we'll catch up first, tomorrow, whenever. Just reach out to me, Viviana, anytime.
Certainly,
right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And, so I'm gonna put myself on mute. Keep talking. If I have to say anything, I'll say it.
Yes. Yes.
And I'll be driving, okay?
Yes, thank you so much, honey. And yes, so what had happened with the Google was, of course, that, I didn't know how to retrieve any of the money, and it ultimately Google took all the money out of the account just to pay for their maintenance of it. It was just, but so if you could talk to her about that, then the two of you might be able to figure out exactly what happened and exactly how such money is retrieved when people put it in that account. If you ask me, the kind of experience I had with it was so negative, it made me, I would say, leery. It made me leery, cautious, very cautious about ever trying it again. But if the two of you talk it over and figure that you might have a handle on it, then that would probably be the primary thing to talk about as kind of like an introductory topic for the both of you.
Okay.
And aside from that, let me see who else. Add participants. Let's see if I can get Curious Girl on here. And aside from that, there's always Sarah Thomas, and there is, of course, Noreen Halpant. And, these calls will just bring them on so they can jump on if they want. But other than that, if it's just you and I, I'm going to try and bring someone else on to help keep you company so that the two of you can talk, and that way I can mess around with basically fixing my environment, which, of course should be done before I do the program, but this isn't a professional program, and half the time, honestly, people, it's a miracle I make it here at all. Love the sound of that tea being poured. That's tea?
Well, I did it in honor of you, and I've been making a pot of tea
to
be ready.
That's adorable. Yeah. That is adorable. What kind of tea?
Because I know you love tea. But I love tea too, but I like coffee too, but I'm like, I need something more chill, so I'm going to make tea. I did a super antioxidant tea and then breathe easy, and I mixed like 3 teas together. That's how I always do it.
Oh, wow.
I like the whole plethora. But I've been into like the loose tea, and I've been doing dandelion and marshmallow for detox. It's really good for your liver.
Oh, that's delightful. Delightful. Now, let me go into the live stream for a second. Okay. And Vicki Johnson is with us, and she says, hello, Douglas, and everyone else is basically what she's saying. Ladies. Hello, Douglas and the ladies. So, love you dearly, Vicki Johnson. I'm at an angle, so it's hard for me to see the screen. Believe it or not, the screen is basically behind me right now because I'm busy trying to fix the sheets. Everybody knows I have a fetish about the sheets. I get them straight. That's probably the only thing I got out of the Marine Corps was making the bed fixed so tight that you can bounce a quarter off of it, or a nickel or a dime. As it is, it's one of those things that I tend to all too late in the show, and it's something that has to be done because I'm going to spend the next 12 hours sitting here. And so
I get it.
Yeah, yes. And so that being said, we can talk about the tea and ongoing. And with all of that being said, before I get back to mundane things, and towards the top of the hour, Peter Moon comes on, then he kind of takes over quite handily. How about your day? How did it go otherwise? And whatever you're willing to share. I understand, of course, there's places we don't need to go, but one thing that Peggy Wood Amalal warned about was the gang stalker effect. She said make sure all the ladies involved are aware of the fact that they may pick up a lot of negative attacks for a period of time, at least, by the gang stalkers testing them, and that is so long as they know to ignore them, and the gang stalkers will wear out because you want to be a blank wall to them. I take it you are aware of that, and as a matter of fact, you kind of had that in the shape of Laura Lee Solomon. Really, she was in effect a kind of gang stalker towards any ladies that she felt were a threat. And attacking them in the astral, as I said, I have no doubt that those were genuine astral attacks that both you and Judith Agard experienced. That being said, you are aware of this, and how would I say, walking into this with open eyes and able to handle it is, I know you're able to handle it, but I mean, is that something you can comfort our listeners about, or is that something that you want to say, no, I can't handle it, or something like that? Whatever you want to say about that.
Oh, well, I'm pretty much a wall. I'm building walls. Yes. I believe in them.
Yes.
I've had to learn that in this community that I am in. And so I just very leery of everybody, basically that is private messaging me or whatever. I don't go there. You won't find me in any type of situations like that. So I've just kind of kept that as a rule. I don't know. And I've been on Facebook and Twitter for a couple years now, so it's just been centralized. So I think I'm okay. I'm not really concerned. I know the ins and outs of how that operation works, and it doesn't bother me at all. I think it's died down as far as personally for me in the last 2 years. So
wonderful. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. And that's
how about yourself? Like how about yourself?
Oh, well, you and I will talk about that privately. It's one of those ongoing chronic issues, of course, but, it's something that I'm public enough about it when it comes to many of the annoyances and things that people will see on the internet where there are attacks and whatnot. Other than that, pretty much everyone knows everything there is to know. But you and I could talk privately about more petty, nuanced annoyances. I would say that,
sure.
Other than that, I think that there's Jameson Reese is attempting to remold himself perhaps in the form of an artist, and I wish him the best with that. And so I do want people to understand that if I do bring him up tonight, just based on how would I say it, with his distance, then it becomes, how would I say it? You begin to realize just how annoying something was when you had built up a callousness to it and a tolerance for a long time, and then then suddenly it's gone, then there's this relief, like a dark cloud lifted, and then you wonder why you tolerated it as long as you did. So I think the best thing that happened was Peter Moon demanding his severance, and he sent me some severance letter or something like that, and I didn't even bother to read it. It's one of these things where, it's kind of like when Lena Shea was sending me all these letters that she was saying, I was planning on severing from you for months during that time that somebody flipped the switch and she just went from one personality to a totally different personality. And I never really read those either. And when I tried to read those, it was like almost impossible. It was like slogging through mud. It didn't make any sense to me. None of it made any sense. It was all just, she may as well have just sent word salads, is what they call them, or non sequiturs, just gobbledygook. And when I gave it to Crystal River to look at, and she felt that it was just, stuff that girls normally complain about. And but the thing that made it so sinister, of course, was that no complaints had ever been lodged, so to speak. Nothing was ever mentioned before. It was just, days before had been exchanging pornography, which we were that intimate where we were doing that comfortably. And then suddenly there's this, kind of flip switch thing. With Jameson Reese, the whole thing is he was obviously someone who, if anyone thinks that this is something that I'll bring up simply because it bears saying to the public should hear this, and the public should, this way we don't get people talking the way the enemy wants them to talk, which is exactly what Jameson was doing when he was in the chat room the other day and basically saying, kill all the people and starve the vampires. I mean, I think that's good because it exposes where he's coming from and why it was good to sever. And then he started saying exactly what the enemy wanted to say on some comments he entered in public that I deleted. And it was just basically the same shit. You use everyone up and you burn them out. And, it's like, whatever. It's not like I asked him to, go around bragging about putting binding spells on Pete Moon and shit. So it's like, between that and then I realized that all this time that he had been on, of course, I had built up a callousness to his constant negativity, but it was also on Facebook because, I have to put the promotional banners up and, and then I'm looking at the Facebook newsfeed. And he would come across constantly on the Facebook newsfeed, and it would be like not every few days. This would be like every few hours, where it's like basically, I want everybody dead. I'm full of hate and pain. And it was just, and you realize I look at that and just move on. But I realize now just how it's like being in a neighborhood that's gang infested and there's a bunch of machine gun fire going on in the background and you just blot it out because you live in a ghetto and you don't have the money to escape this poverty and you're just like inuring yourself to the level of violence around you, the reality is it's still an assault. It's an assault on your psyche. It's an assault that wears you down. It's an assault that has negative long-term health effects. So it's basically an ongoing assault. And when I look back on that, I find myself very resentful. And I think that's healthy. I should be resentful. I mean, this is a person who took advantage of my good nature and everyone else's good nature. And everyone else around him was trying to, whether it was Paco Morales or Sammy Romero, they're all trying to see the good in this individual, all trying to get him laid, all trying to, just make him happy. And it's just like he's just leeching off all of us. And it's disgusting. It's exploitive, and it's so fucking selfish. And it just went on and on, because I remember when I put up a painting that I did for Paco Morales, the time his friend was murdered, effectively. I mean, basically his friend was murdered. And, and then Jameson Reese puts, "Oh man, that's awesome. I wish I could paint like that." And this is on somebody's, like, basically a funerary e-card to somebody, where it's just not what you do. You don't go on somebody's funerary e-card and say, "Oh man, that painting is awesome. I wish I could produce something like that." There's the true psychotic lack of empathy for anyone else's suffering. That's what ultimately makes him so repulsive. It's just me, my suffering. I'm full of hate. I'm full of pain. We're all full of hate. We're all full of pain. But we don't spend all day talking about it. We don't impose ourselves on others. And so it was just disgusting. And in the end, I'm just so glad he's gone, and everybody else is too, and they're all writing me about that. So,
well, here's to better days as we move onward and upward.
Yes, thank you. Had to get that out there.
For sure. Yeah. It sounds like, and just from my perspective, like self-importance can really take over our psyche and in our inner core if we don't, I think, humble ourselves and be more considerate of other, people and things. And sometimes it really takes a work, because we can become so self-important in our own mind. We never look outside of anything else.
Right. Now, by the way, I just fucked up my screens on the computer, so hopefully I can fix that or learn to tolerate that the rest of the night, because I'm not going to bother setting that up again. Or maybe I should. I guess I could just go turn that off and then open up the live stream again. No, I guess I better not screw with that. So I'm working with the screen at an angle. If anyone else can join us, please do so. I see Daniel Arola's in the chat. If you're able to come on, I certainly want to bring you on tonight. At least for a little bit after Peter Moon leaves, because of the election of Marcos, the Marcos dynastic heir. But other than that, he's saying anger is a poisonous acid that corrodes the vessel that it is contained in. Basically, absolutely. And it's something that, by God, don't let that wipe out the rest of your life. I mean, who needs that? Okay, now here's my other option, is building up all the other screens around the live streaming studio screen. And I might do that when I'm more settled down. In the meantime, let's take a look at who else we've got on the private messages. Oh, I can come on as well, brother. Oh, thank God. So this is Paco Morales, and let's bring him on. And so let me answer calling. I will say calling. And then I can introduce you too, and then spend the next 15 minutes attending to some of this. Okay, so let's try making this work. Okay, add participants, pack one. There we are. Oh,
what is for dinner, Daniel?
Yeah, that's his. So you're on pack one, hopefully, or we're calling you at least. And let's see if he's made it on the list. And let's see if he picks up Sammy Romero, the Curious Guru. There we are. I think that's him. Pack one? Or no, he's not on yet. Oh, that's Selena. Oh, that's cute. So let's see if I did call pack one. I think I did. Pack one.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, no worries, honey. You're fine. You're angelic. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
yes, you are. Oh my
God. Stop it.
And
What
was that? What was that?
Nothing.
There he is.
Pack
Yes.
Pack 1 Mireles.
Mireles.
Did I
yes.
say that right?
Yes. Oh, Pack 1 Mireles. Or did I get that right? Yes.
Yeah, you got it right, Doug.
Yes, bless you. So this is Pac 1 Morales, and this is Viviana Sanchez, and both of you have experienced spiritual war up close and dirty and firsthand, and oh my God, the tales you could both share.
Oh,
So,
lovely.
yeah,
We can
so-
talk about that.
Oh,
Hi.
well, he had this woman who was like taking over his life, who was the spitting image of Judith Eggert. She really did physically look a lot like Judith Eggert, but she was a witch. And she basically stole his experiences and was relating them on public radio as if they were hers. It was like she was stealing his very essence. So that's just one example of that. Plus, he has all these evil people in his life who were like basically putting his family under siege with witchcraft and God, his mother's the bitch from hell and everything else. And his dad was on Shark Tank, except, he ate all the other sharks. And it's just one nightmare after another. Yet this poor fellow came out of it okay. Granted, he's basically, I can understand this. A lot of people are angry at all the money going to Ukraine when America's inner cities are suffering. But, I try to put that into perspective as to, well, we got to fight the war over there, or we'll be fighting it over here. But that's for another time. So tell us, Pac 1 Morales, about everything that's been going on with yourself lately. This is Viviana Sanchez, and the two of you should get along fine. I'm going to go mute, and I'm going to tend to fixing my sheets, and the two of you can easily carry this show. Viviana, go ahead and introduce yourself to this young man. Okay.
Welcome, Patrick. How are you today?
It's
Pack 1.
Pack 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
It's all right. It's okay. Good evening, Vivian. No. Good evening. Nice to meet you.
If
I'm
I
doing
forget
good.
your names, please excuse me. It takes me a little time to memorize.
No problem. Yeah, I'm doing good. Actually, I apparently missed a hell of a show a couple weeks ago. I reviewed the episode, and I'm at I don't want to talk ill about anyone, so I'm not really, it's really not, but it was really it's sad, it's sad. As Douglas said, we like to look for good in people, because being an individual who has been through a lot, suffering, and been on the receiving end of occult shit, I just it's sad. It's sad for me, but yeah, other than that, I've been I just recently got over COVID. So a couple weeks ago, I just started feeling real weird. Like I got real tired, and my body was just like just pretty much gave out on me, and I just I didn't. It was all congestion, like head congestion. I had no coughs. The first night I felt hot, but I mean my body temperature. I kept taking my temperature. I was like 99. My son, on the other hand, was 104. My daughter was 102. We took them the following. Yeah. It was scary, but my wife's a nurse, and we know like all the pediatric doctors, So like we instead of rushing into ER, where these days it's about a 48-hour wait in the ER. That's not being in triage. That's not that's to get into ER.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, but that's just, there's no fucking nurses, dude. It is what's even, God, it's just horrible. It's horrible. So we everything. They just said, keep an eye on them, and rotate the Motrin and Tylenol, plenty of fluids, but they were in high spirits. They weren't sick. Like, they had fevers, but these little kids, they were running around playing, they were, had a little runny noses or whatever, no coughs, nothing. So the next morning we took them to, the next day was a Saturday. So we took them to our urgent care and, they didn't test them for COVID. They tested them for strep because their tonsils were swollen. So they tested him for strep. My son came back negative. My daughter came back positive. And then that's the next morning is when I was like I would just like swollen, like my head felt just completely blown up. Just the pressure was crazy. It made me feel like I was floating maybe like 2 feet above my actual body, you know, like the disorientation of the, you know, and they did a rapid. The rapid came back negative, but because it was a weekend, I had to wait, and then it takes 2 days for the lab. And the ticks was me as a leaf trying to get the bowl off of me, but I was like, that was my whole dream the whole night. It was the weirdest fucking dream. I
That's
don't,
interesting.
yeah, I have no fucking idea what it meant. You know, whatever. But so the next day, I was just like, man, I don't feel right. Like I felt like, you know, just it didn't feel real. Like it felt like I was walking through a fucking dream. Like I was just so. I finally said, you know what? And my brother-in-law, he's a optometrist, and he works here in Flint, but he lives like in Lake Orion, so he'll come here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and stay here at our house, you know, because it's easier than driving, you know, hour to and from work every day. Gas is fucking crazy. So so he stays here, and you know, he was getting ready to go to some big thing for optometrists down in San Antonio this week, but this was 2 weeks ago, you know, so he's like, well, I can't get sick, you know, so we're smoking our own separate joints, you know, and he like he had a mask on, we're downstairs, you know, hanging out or whatever, and, you know, he was telling me how his stomach, he had been feeling real nauseous lately, and, you know, he had diarrhea, and, you know, but they're Russian Jewish, you know, and Puerto Rican. So like they're Russian Jews, and then that was their dad, and then their mom was Puerto Rican. So he's like, you know, I just blame it on my Jewish gut. I got a Jewish gut. I can't eat dairy, milk. You know, that's what, you know. So, you know, kind of laughed about it or whatever. And I was just I don't know. I remember I had the rapid test, and I was just like, I'm just gonna take a fucking rapid test. Like, why not? You know. And I took it, and it came back positive. And I was like, what the fuck? I have COVID, man. And then I started getting real upset because I'm like, man, like, how'd I get COVID? Like I have vaccines, I'm boosted, I'm careful with people, and people who come around us are, you know, all people who are vaccinated and boosted. We don't, you know, like I don't tend to be in public places like, you know, where I'm just hanging out around people talking, laughing, coughing and shit like that. So then I started getting down on myself. It was a real horrible process. Like just knowing you had it, and then testing like every couple of days, hoping it was gone. My brother-in-law tested the same day I tested. He was positive, so they took him off work for 5 days. They only give you 5 days off of work now if you have COVID, and if you have to have more time off, you have to use PTO, which is personal time off. And if you don't have personal time off, then you're either going to quit your job or you're just going to fucking go to work with COVID, which is nuts. And they don't test people for COVID at the hospital no more. They don't even give a fuck about COVID anymore. The COVID isn't even to everybody's like, it's mutated down so much, they say, that it doesn't even matter anymore.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they don't care. You don't get tested. You don't go to the hospital because you have COVID. And the people who are in the hospital who have COVID, either, you know, like they're not there for COVID. They're there for other shit, for injuries or whatever. And then they find out they have COVID and they get quarantined. But yeah, after 5 days, they say you're not even contagious if you have COVID and it's only been 5 days.
So do you feel we're being lackadaisical now at this point?
I feel like everybody was, because I was convinced. I mean, you can go back to 2 years ago when we were doing. You listened to me talking about 2 years ago. I was convinced that the masks were the new norm. I was convinced that I mean, and people were trying. I know people were trying, and then the same people who said all lives matter fucking said fuck the vaccine, and they didn't want to wear masks no more, and it was just a chain effect. I don't know. That's just what happened. And now everybody's like, whatever. They say three out of every four people have already had COVID. Either they know it or they don't. You know, it hits everybody different. Everybody gets it different. Yeah, there's common symptoms, the coughing, shit like, but it's always showed itself different in every individual that's infected. My kids, no coughs, nothing. I guarantee my son, he's 4 years old. He has to sleep right next to me every night. I mean, when he was a baby, he used to have acid reflux. So I've always had him. I've always taken care of him. Anytime he's been sick, he'd be running fevers. I'd be holding him in my arm in front of a fan, like up with him all night. That's my little guy, that's my junior. So he's sleeping in my face and, just right there breathing in my breath, and I'm breathing in it. So I guarantee you, we all had COVID. The only one who didn't have COVID in the house was my wife, and she's a fucking nurse.
Interesting.
Who went all
do you know how many strands are they recognizing at this point? Because I haven't been paying attention.
I have no idea. I'm sure there's now, right now, the one they're promoting right now is the Omicron B.1.121. That's the latest one, and that's actually the one I feel that we had, because its symptoms include congestion, nasal pressure, nausea, diarrhea, just all the symptoms we were all exuding. Those are the symptoms of the latest variant. There's no coughing. There's no coughing involved in it. None. And every fucking body was like, oh man, it's allergies. I see everybody. I mean, the whole fucking decongestion aisle and fucking Dayquil, NyQuil, Afra, all that shit, because all that shit sold out at the stores. It's all sold out, because those are all the symptoms everybody's seeing. I seen my cousin at Myers, and she's like, man, these allergies. I said, no, baby. I said, you need to take a COVID test. I was like, because I thought it was allergies. That's what it felt. Sinus felt, whatever. And like, it ain't that. Get a test. And shit, I went, man. The fucking rapid tests are for 4 of them is like $40.
Oh, I thought they were giving them out for free.
You get 2 of them for free, and then if you want more, it's 2 packs. You get 2 packs, and each pack has 4 in it. And we got one. We only ordered one. And then I just kept going. I went to the store. I bought like 2 different packs. So I did probably like 8 tests in a matter of 2 weeks. It took a whole about 13 days for me to get over it. I recently lost my great grandfather back in January from COVID. And
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Well, that kind
of
Viviana. Excuse me, Viviana.
Yeah. Hi.
And Pac-1, I just wanted to share this with you that about the testing, that kit that they have. Don't buy it, because you go to cdc.com and they send it to you for free. I got them. So just wanted to share this.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought they were only doing two kits per household that they were doing.
No, there are no, you can apply your wife.
There's no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 2 household members can have them. So order them. Don't pay for it. It should be free.
Yeah.
Anyway.
For me, it was more or less because I wanted to know right away. I didn't want to wait for it to come in the mail, But thank you for letting me know that.
No, for future reference.
For sure. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah,
You're welcome.
So I looked at it like this too. I said, I know that when they were the booster was the big thing, now they're not recommending anybody under 50 get a booster again. And they're also saying that people who have already, had their first 2 vaccines and, had a booster and still already contracted it, that you have like a super immunity So now our ultra immunity. So now we got the ultra mega and the ultra immune. Yeah. So
Interesting.
that was funny, but no, it was
just like a walking experiment. These whole past 2 years, it's just so crazy.
It's really unsettling. But I mean, what are we gonna do? You know, that's kind of how So I know Douglas was talking about one of the posts I made, and I look back at it, and it's been 8 years. That Flint, Michigan hasn't had good clean water. They're still flushing out pipes. They diverted funds that were supposed to be for the pipes. They diverted them to the mayor and other people of the city. Fucking they made it all PR. They were fucking bringing famous people here and just taking pictures with them and shit. Obama had the nerve to come to fucking Flint and drink a glass of clear water that clearly was not fucking Flint tap water, because at that time, no water in the city of Flint, I don't care if it was downtown, anywhere in Flint, was coming out clear. It was coming out like piss yellow or brown, rust brown, because of all the shit, because they transferred over to the Flint River, which was right downriver from a chemical plant that was taking garbage dumps from all the garbage and shit. They have like a liquid, like this toxic waste basically that forms from all the garbage. Well, they funnel it. If you ever look at like garbage heaps, they have like these pipes and shit that are running through. Some are for ventilation because of the gases that are caused, but also there's a liquid that comes out. So there's a certain way you're supposed to dispose of it. With this company, which was right up the road from, right up the river from the filter plant, they were dumping it right into the river. So it was coming down river into the fucking water treatment center and into the pipes.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
And, yeah. So, and that's just the beginning, it's so upsetting because it was $55 million to fix the pipes, and we got the money, we got the funds, and then not only that, the community came together and did like a fundraiser type deal, and all the funds that was raised and shit was diverted to a private bank account for our mayor at the time.
Oh goodness.
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay. And the money that was given from the government to for the actual pipes, the contract was given to one of her friends, and then equipment and all sorts of shit was found dumped and broken, and pipes were just laying around, and nothing got done.
Wasn't that the mayor that got fired? The girl?
That was
woman?
Snyder. That was Snyder. She got that was Karen Weaver, and before her it was Snyder, or not Snyder. The fuck was his name? Before mayor, before Karen Weaver, he was state appointed. I think it was Dan Walling. I want to say his name was. He was state appointed because the state took over Flint, because we've had a long history of corruption. Before Dan Walling, it was Don Williams, who was actually affiliated with the mob and shit. They were big into laundering money and stuff. And his wife, they funded all the money into his wife. She was like one of the biggest car dealers in Michigan, Patsy Lou. And then before him, it was Woodrow Stanley, and he got in trouble for stealing money from the city and shit like that too. And actually, Woodrow Stanley he's in Lansing. He's in the State House down in Lansing. Yeah, well, I mean, fuck. Look at Jennifer Granholm, who used to be the governor of Michigan. This bitch started something called the driver responsibility fee, where it's if you got pulled over or you got a speeding ticket or whatever and didn't pay it or whatever, they would suspend your license, and you would have to pay a fine of $500 for 2 years. Well, if you only paid one and reinstated your license and didn't pay the second year, they suspended your license again, and you would get another $1,000 put on top of the $500 you already owe. And it went on. People in our state, because people still would drive everything, like me, for instance. My at the end, it was fucking $12,000 I owed, and I had no license. I had so many cars that were repossessed, and I lost, and all sorts of shit, man. And then they came out, and they actually declared it unconstitutional what she did. But I mean, look at her now. She's down in D.C. now, right?
Oh God! Well, I like the one that they put in Lansing. The state puts them in power, and then the state puts them away. You gotta hand it. There's, gotta hand it to the state. There's kind of a cycle going on there that has some modicum of justice to it.
Yeah. Well, Snyder isn't. Snyder said he's not going to testify. He's not going to take the stand, and he's the one who made the decision to ultimately knew the truth that the Flint River was poisoned. It wasn't suitable for fucking anything, and not to mention just the damage done to the children and the senior citizen, people with these crazy skin rashes, like skin like leather and ashy, and kids have it all over their faces and their arms, their backs. I see old people with it's crazy. I mean, that's just the topical shit.
Horrid.
Oh my God! I'm so.
Do you feel like you're being experimented on throughout the whole?
I mean, shit. I mean, look, Flint, Michigan isn't the only Flint, Michigan, or Flint isn't the only Flint in the United States. The Industrial Revolution was a motherfucker. They had lead pipes. So how many cities have this fucking problem? I'm not big into I don't know. I haven't watched it, but the only reason why is because it's pushed so by the super far right. I haven't watched it, but there's a documentary that just came out called "Watch the Water," which is basically, from my understanding, I don't know, because maybe someone out there's watched it. The reason why I haven't watched it though is because I think what they're saying is they put snake venom in the tap water or something, and that's where COVID came from. And I don't know if that's what it's necessarily. That's why I haven't watched it, but it might be more than that. I don't know, but that was my understanding from what I gathered from little fucking TikTok shit I've seen.
It sounds like a good thing to avoid. Definitely. Well, I definitely appreciate what you brought up and sharing all that. That's really eye-opening, and our listeners need to hear that.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course, I'm going to bring you on more regularly. I'm hoping you can spare the time for that with being as busy as you are, but thank God you've gotten over the COVID, which was the worst, and Peter Moon had it too. We're certain he had it, but he got over it fairly quickly, and that's, of course, might have had something to do with that wretched binding spell. Yeah. So Peter,
he probably beat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go on. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was saying he probably beat it so quick because of his qigong.
Yes.
Oh, the breathing and shit, man.
Yeah.
I already know that.
Yeah. Yes. That's it.
All hail oxygen. Hallelujah.
Those are facts.
Yes, it's true.
Absolutely.
It's true. He's the oxygen man. So we've got the oxygen man with us. And so Peter, love you dearly. Share with us your own experience with this sort of thing, and use that as an intro, a segue, while I continue, my lame-ass preparations so that I can last throughout the night, which is just basically fixing my sheets until they're tight-cornered to the point where we bounce the coins off them, and then I feel at ease with myself. So while I'm doing that, sir, carry on. You have the stage now, and say hello to these wonderful people, Paco Morales and Viviana Sanchez.
Well, hello. I heard some of what Pac-1 was talking about, but I can't say I really got it because I was also Facebooking with a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, no worries. We were speaking about COVID, and we were speaking about Flint, Michigan, and the Industrial Revolution, and of course all of the toxins that got into people's bodies. I mean, I don't think there's anything you even could recommend to these kids who have these or horrible rashes that Pac-1 can describe to you because of the crap in the water. I don't know if there's anything you could recommend for people like that.
Well, toxicity, not good. Qigong includes every breath. Exhale is a detoxification, just under normal circumstances. Every exhale is a detoxification. So you want to go to trees. You want to make friends with trees, like breathing the energy from trees and getting oxygen and exhaling into the tree, which it gets the carbon dioxide. This does not mean that you can't do serious body detoxification. Now, I have a book that I have not read. I purchased it from my friend, Dr. Bill Akpenar, the ozone doctor. I think it's called No Sweat, No Sweat. I don't think it's available other than in his office. But he talks about sweating as detoxification. Red sauna, the red sauna, or infrared sauna.
Yeah.
L. Ron Hubbard had a program called what was it called? The Purification Rundown, which involved a lot of vitamins. I did it. And of course, it's been chewed up backwards and sideways, saying it's unscientific and all that sort of thing. But my doctor friend is basically saying the same thing. I don't know the exact protocols that he gives, but infrared to sweat out, because that'll get stuff physiologically to sweat out. And of course, if you take the proper supplements to detoxify, there's also the electrolysis foot baths to detoxify you. I've been doing these when I go to get my colonics, for lack of a better word. They're not strict colonics, but the woman has a machine that you put your feet in and she'll tell you what you're detoxing. She says this is particularly important with all the stuff we're taking in, just living in this world. You can get these foot baths they're not that expensive, online, Amazon. You can get the foot pads that detox you through your feet. They both are through the feet. I don't claim to be somebody's playing with their microphone, or it's a troll.
Yeah, I'm going to go mute. Go on.
Yeah. So, so these are important ways to detox. There's other ways to detox, but the feet, the sweating, and then whatever supplements. I'm not an expert in these things. I just understand basic logic of the subject. And I've been doing the foot bath every season, once a season. I did intend to get one for Paula for her birthday, but I didn't know which one to buy. Some of them might be better than others. And so I would recommend looking in those directions, but definitely take an active role in detoxification. I think Michigan has a long history of toxicity just by reason of the automobile industry being there.
Peter, and I've we've flown to Texas or Florida or California, and every time we've flown back into Michigan, whether it be Detroit or even Bishop Airport in Flint, as soon as you get off that plane and you go into that little walk space into the airport, the air you can smell. The air smells like mold, because it's like a very damp, woody state.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's the worst. It is the worst.
I don't, and I think I have a friend who lives near Flint. I'm hopefully going to Michigan this July, about a week before I go to Romania to Allegan.
Oh, nice.
I hope to go. Mary Hardy asked me to be. This is the result of me being at Shasta. She asked me to speak to her conference, and I said, "Well, yeah, you'll have to fly me into Grand Rapids." And she said, I can't really do that anymore, but she's going to try.
Yeah,
she's going to try.
If you're going to be by Flint, if it's going to be by Flint,
it's not. Allegan's on the other side.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because it's actually cheaper. One of the cheapest places to fly into in Michigan is Flint Bishop. That's the cheapest. I mean, they do flights for like $97.
That's quite a hike to Allegan, though. That's quite a hike.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, but if you're in the area or anything, and you guys want to look for somewhere to eat or anything, let me know.
Well, I'm not going to be in Flint. I'm going to be. If I go, I'm going to be flown into Allegan rather quickly and flown back, because it would be for the weekend. I have to get ready for Romania a week later. But what I was going to say about, my only real serious experience in Michigan has been Allegan, on the western side of Michigan.
Oh yeah.
Of course, the people there like to talk about Upper Peninsula, which is full of all sorts of magical stuff and weird stuff. But what I was going to say is, I grew up in Los Angeles, constant, persistent, chronic smog. You grow up, Pittsburgh had a very bad reputation for pollution. LA, somebody's making noise again. LA is so cleaned up compared to what it used to be. It is, so I mean, things can be done to improve it, but also people survived all of that LA smog for so long. How well they survived, I can't say. So this pollution, and the pollution in New York, in Lake Erie, was far worse in the 60s. I mean, they had dead fish. Hudson River was the pits. You know, so there's been so much improvement of pollution in certain respects. I can't speak for the 5G respects of pollution. Mary Hardy has said she's been working on that energetically with, you know, her work. She works with pyramids energetically. She has a big pyramid on her property, and she built one for her son, that John Hardy. So she works with pyramid energy, and so on and so forth. But I haven't been there in 15 years. It seems like yesterday that I was there. So I hope I will go to your state. But it sounds like if you have any opportunity to get out of Flint, you should take it.
Yeah, for sure. That's we're buckling down right now. We're currently, I'm doing working on the yard and stuff, trying to get it, you know, presentable. The house we bought was on a dead end, and it's like surrounded by woods, and our yard was kind of small, but we had more yard that was ours, but because of the overforestation, there was a lot of little trees and bushes and stuff like that. Ended up having to cut a lot of stuff back, and so now I just want to make it look nice. So that's currently where we're at, but we're over it. We're over Michigan. I don't want to do another winter here. And one of my friends, he's we just met him. I met him last year. His wife works with mine, and he's from Jamaica, and he does like Jamaican jerk and stuff like that. And he's not used to winter or anything like that either. And told me, he goes, well, you'll still bring like your kids back home so they can experience a winter or something, right? I was like, fuck no. I said, next time I'll experience a winter, it's gonna be an exotic winter. I don't know. I'll go somewhere with Mount Everest winter, or like, I don't know, freaking the mountains on Mount Pichu winter. I don't know, snow somewhere that's exotic. I don't want Flint snow. My kids don't need to know anything about Flint snow.
Oh God! I mean, I would think of Flint snow as being like charcoal black, like they receive in those industrialized areas of Siberia anyway. Holy shit!
Maybe you could become a ski instructor.
Yes,
right.
There we are. Yes, yeah. And of course, there's a sense of diversity that comes with black snowmen, of course, but it's just, you got to think of the effect that has on long-term health. It's kind of like integration has its costs. But with that being said, Peter, when you hear all of this, certainly you'll be enjoying winter, I take it. As a matter of fact, you'll be going to Mount Shasta and kind of experiencing it here in California, because as far as I'm concerned, Mount Shasta is always cold. But you'll be there in June, right? And you can speak.
I will not be there in June.
Oh,
I am
which month?
Tentatively slated. Hopefully it will be permanentized or permanentized. I don't made permanent in. It'll be in September.
September. Thank you.
Yeah, and October can be Indian summer there, I'm told. They just had a huge snow in Shasta, which was very much needed. But it will not be winter there. It will be fall, which I'm told is pretty nice. but I'm used to the cold. I live in New York, so the cold is okay. It's fine as long as you have a warm, cozy place to retreat to.
Yes.
And it's okay. It's okay. It's I don't mind the cold. Where the cold really gets to you is in about March, when it's almost over, and then it's kind of wears on you because you think it should be over and it's not over. Or if it lasts into late March or early April, then you get kind of crazy, even though, because it should be over and it's not over. It's been a very cool May, exceptionally cool May so far, although today was the most beautiful day of the year so far, I think.
Wow.
And the two best months of New York are May and or October.
That's incredible. And go on. Yeah.
Well, it was, as they say, so maybe we'll get some good weather here for the next few weeks. But as for myself, I don't have much to say tonight. I'll have to be prompted or prodded. I was working with cement, trying to level an area to put in a shed, replace a shed. So I was playing with cement today.
Oh, wow.
Which is interesting in itself, but not that interesting. So,
how about cement work on your part, Pac-1? Certainly you've worked with
Actually, actually used to own a construction company. We used to specialize in retaining walls, footings. Used to do buildings, used to do stamped concrete, driveways, heated driveways. I've used regular cement. They have a greener cement where they use, it's called fly ash, and it's basically old cement grounded down. I've done like fire stations.
Well, I think you would be very employable in the construction industry if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm not. It's funny because my stepfather, his name was Manuel, and our whole crew was just Mexicans from Mexico, and us. Well, he's a Mexican from Mexico, and we called it manual labor because we've
got some real noise pollution going on. Is that you, Douglas?
It's not me this time because I was totally mute on all sides.
Oh no, it's real bad noise pollution.
I wonder what it is. I mean, probably we've got a troll, but hopefully they wear out. I mean, oftentimes they start at the beginning and then they go to bed or something. Really, I swear to God. So hopefully it wears out. Honestly, I was mute on all sides while I was flipping the sheet, so it wasn't me.
Okay, it's fine.
Anyway. I like the Emmanuel. I like the Emmanuel labor.
the manual labor. Yeah. And we had next. It was just like all basic tools. I mean, and we had some insane jobs. I mean, I've done plazas.
There it is. Do you hear that?
No, I'm not hearing anything.
It sounded like somebody was pouring cement or pouring sand.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So we did a lot of concrete jobs. I used to finish cement, and I don't miss it. I can make just as much money doing simpler things. It's still legal at that. But I did want to bring something up to you, Peter, because you said you had to be brought in. So I don't know how true it is. I looked it up because I seen it, but so they said apparently that Prince Charles is a descendant of the original Dracula, and that he claims to be.
He claims to be, and
then they said that he bought the castle.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and then they said they bought his castle, that he bought Dracula's castle and lives in it or something. I was like, the only person who debunked that. Exactly.
I can tell you is that he has claimed descent, but see, all the royal people are more or less related on some level. And the thing is, Prince Charles has owned property in Transylvania for a long time. ever since I started going there, I heard about it. And there were rumors floated in the press that when King Michael died, King Michael was 90 at the time, he's passed away now, that he would, that Prince Charles would then become the king of Romania. But this was all kind of stupid and weird because King Michael had abdicated around World War II. So he wasn't really, he was a titular king. And he wasn't a real king. I don't even think he lived in Romania anymore. But Prince Charles was supposedly going to abdicate from being the successor to Queen Elizabeth and become the king of Romania. But it was all bullshit. So, you know, he claims to have some ancestry. Maybe he does. But it's kind of like, he also will go to Transylvania and dress like a peasant. In Transylvania, Romania in general, peasants are considered very, what's the word, important.
Yeah,
because
they're kind of like an intrinsic nobility of the earth. Go on.
Well, yes. So that's why he will dress as a peasant. Now, at the same time, while that's true, you will also hear, you know, Romanians could be funny. They don't like the word peasant necessarily. I heard Paula today talking about something. She goes, peasants, peasants. Whereas, you know, she appreciates peasants, but it's still. So I don't know. But Prince Charles, by the way, is gets all his money from the western. What's the western part of Cornwall? He's the Duchess of the Duke of Cornwall, and it's all misappropriated. I know somebody who was a politician there, and she was just outraged at how egregious, how he funnels all this money from Cornwall. And it's quite a scandal, but it's a scandal that will never be, you know, it's much harder than trying to prosecute Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, it's so fixed because it's fixed for hundreds of years at this point. But in terms of their dynasty, when it comes to his dressing like a peasant, that's so decadent. I mean, that's like what the French nobility used to do, is they would dress like peasants so they could have the one thing they never had in their lives, which was a sense of simplicity. That was their fantasy about it. His is a bit more sinister. He's trying to, you know, he also, as I'm certain you've already mentioned, tries to claim that he's related to Vladislav Sepish ultimately through some blood lineage, or maybe certainly people have said that he claims that. But
no, yeah, he does. I've listened to him talk about it. But so what? You know, the thing is, you can find that a lot of people are related to Vlad in Romania.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's just like a lot of people were related to Genghis Khan.
Yes.
Because he had so many
wives. Yes.
Big family. I don't know how many wives Vlad had. I really don't know.
Well, quite a bit of mistresses. I don't think you'll ever get an accurate number, but, you know, he was obviously all over the place. Guys like that, the nobility, they spread their seed everywhere. So it's...
Well, yeah. And the other thing is, in Romania, there are certain people that look a lot alike. I mean, Romanians, if you're around them enough, they look similar.
Yeah.
Not all of them,
yeah.
Or they look, you know, you can kind of tell. And you could say the same about Germans or other people, because there's a breeding that takes place.
Great. Yeah.
And speaking of...
By the way, just so people understand this, when you go to the more eastern areas of Europe, the more notable that homogeneity becomes, because you have ethnic enclaving, where when you go to Armenia, for instance, many Armenians really do look alike. And the same with, as Peter says, Eastern Europe and Romania. It's a bit more of a cosmopolitan, but certainly it's there, and depending on which areas you go to as well. But Peter was just going to say something. It was like he found something on the net or something like that he wanted to bring to our attention.
Yes, it's very interesting, and it's very interesting how YouTube will pop things up. into your consciousness. It's not a bad thing, just because, it'll, if you start watching stuff on football, it'll start showing you football videos.
The algorithms.
You watch stuff on Republicans, it'll show you stuff on Republicans. Now, I ran across a character, and I'm trying to get the okay, on eugenics. It was an author, and I was watching his video. His name is Edwin Black. Have you ever heard of him, Douglas? Does he ring a bell?
Had to get off mute there. No, never heard of this guy.
Okay, here's an article, April 25th of this year. Mm-hmm. The horrifying American roots of Nazi eugenics. Edwin Black exposes how American oligarchs promoted and financed genocide. Now, this is a guy, I think he was talking on one of the C-SPAN channels, and that's what the video, in fact, it says, Eugenics and America's Campaign to Create a Master Race, War Against the Weak. It's 2003 lecture, but it's on Book TV, C-SPAN 2. They've never had me on Book TV, C-SPAN, but they've had this guy on. And he talks about, he talks about a lot of things. And he said, he's got a huge amount of research, and he's giving a short hour lecture or something. But he goes into the, and Douglas, you've probably covered so much of this before, but he was saying that, the whole eugenics movement in America, was all founded by Carnegie, Harriman, Rockefeller, and scientists from,
they're universities basically that
Stanford, Yale, Harvard, and Princeton.
Yeah.
And they wanted people. They thought if people should look like them, and if they didn't look like them, and that there was a lot of racial perplexity. This is in the late 1800s, with millions of Mexicans, million of Asians, a million of Italians, and people of other persuasion, black people. And the problem was they thought that these people were inferior because they weren't like them.
Yeah.
And that they were impoverished.
Yeah.
Well, many of them were impoverished, and so they thought poverty was genetic.
Yes.
And boy, we have some noise going on. The Carnegie Institution established a laboratory complex at Cold Spring Harbor on Long Island. Now, it's credited to the Carnegie Institution, but Otto Kahn was a big financer of that, and he has a big property right next to not far from Cold Spring Harbor. Cold Spring Harbor is on the north shore of Long Island, next to Huntington. It's sort of a quaint, and then I went over there with Paula one time, actually went onto the property because we had to meet somebody that was going to give her money from her father. She was a Romanian scientist there, and so I guess he gave her some money, and then Paula was going to go meet this woman and pick it up hand to hand. And we drove over on the campus, and it was so weird. It was like all these houses. It could have been a very beautiful place, except it's like all these houses on property. And it wasn't like they were right next to each other, but it wasn't like suburban house after house. It was cute, but it was weird. It was so weird. And all these places were laboratory stuff. And we finally got to where we drove all over the campus. It was quite huge. And of course, this was the beginning of eugenics. And at that time,
was there kind of a Stepford Wives feel about the homes? That's the weird vibe you got?
Definitely.
Okay. Midwich
and
cuckoo
Paula,
stuff. Go on.
yeah, Paula noticed it, but I knew the history of the place to a certain extent. She knew nothing about the history, but it was a vibe. And he goes into the mentor of Joseph Mengele, which was interesting, who was also studying twins. And I'm trying to find his name here because I was actually reading the article this morning, and I really didn't have, okay.
Yeah, and just so people understand, the difference between the American ideology and the German ideology was that the American ideology was very much based on capitalism, in the sense that if you were impoverished, it was because you were genetically lazy. So this really issued from the Calvinist Protestant sense of work ethic, where it was the opposite of the Roman Catholic Church, where there is a sense of charity. And obviously there's controversies about the Roman Catholic Church, but do understand that they maintained a sense of charity. And the Protestants had that, but it was balanced by a real vicious sense of you brought it on yourself, that God helps those who help themselves, and taken to a pathological extreme. So they felt that entire families, and they brought in a number of people from the Appalachians and the Adirondack, various mountain communities like coal mines that gradually got mined out, and the communities didn't move. They just stayed there and languished. These people then became morbidly inbred, and they brought this as an example of what was going on in the inner cities. They simply extended that as a parallel, saying, well, in the inner cities, they're also impoverished into a kind of inner city ghetto similar to what's going on in the Appalachian Mountains. These are simply mountains of concrete and construction, and the people in their shadows of our office buildings, our monuments to capitalism, they're not participating, and they're not participating because they're lazy. So if we can breed them out of existence. So there was a very different ideal behind this, but just so people understand, the one man that I knew who was a product of the American breeding program, because they passed out medals, gold medallions of, yea, I am of goodly heritage, when two Americans of hard-working backbone got together and bred a child, then they were considered helping to produce a true American race. One of the products of that was Boyd Rice. His parents got that medal for breeding him. So there you go. It was either him or his father, or it was one of his direct ancestors, because he was a bit too young to be a direct product of that. But he came from that line that was kind of still carrying that out even after it formally died and they formally stopped giving out the medals. But he definitely had that in his background, because I saw the medal in his hand, and he was talking about how the certificate, and he had the certificate that was presented to his parents. So he was very proud of that. And so there we go with that. Back to Peter, and Peter can give us
okay. Well, at the time of Rockefeller's endowment of all of this genetics research, was a man named Ottmar Freiherr von Verschuer, a hero in American eugenics circles, functioning as the head of the Institute for Anthropology, Human Heredity, and Eugenics. Rockefeller funding of that institute continued both directly and through other research conduits during Verschuer's early tenure. In 1935, Verschuer left the institute to form a rival eugenics facility in Frankfurt that was much heralded in the American eugenic press. Research on twins in the Third Reich exploded, backed up by government decrees. Verschuer wrote in Der Ehrbarts, a eugenic doctor's journal he edited, that Germany's war would yield a total solution to the Jewish problem. Now, really going deep into the twins research, this was so much a part of what Preston used to talk about with Montauk. And of course, Verschuer, I don't know how the hell you say this, Verschuer, Verschuer, had a longtime assistant. His name was Joseph Mengele. On May 30th, 1943, Mengele arrived at Auschwitz. Verschuer notified the German Research Society, Quote, my assistant, Dr. Joseph Mengele, joined me in this branch of research. He is presently employed at as Hauptsturmführer, captain, and camp physician in the Auschwitz concentration camp. Anthropological testing of the most diverse racial groups in this concentration camp is being carried out with permission of the SS Reichsfuhrer Himmler. Mengele began searching the boxcar rivals for twins. When he found them, he performed beastly experiments, scrupulously wrote up the reports, and sent the paperwork back to Verschwör's Institute for evaluation. Often cadavers, eyes, and other body parts were also dispatched to Berlin's eugenic institutes. Rockefeller executives never knew of Mengele. With few exceptions, the foundation had ceased all eugenic studies in Nazi-occupied Europe before the war erupted in 1939. But by that time, the die had been cast. The talented men Rockefeller and Carnegie financed, the institutions they helped found, and the science they helped create took on a scientific momentum of their own. After the war, eugenics was declared a crime against humanity, an act of genocide. Germans were tried and they cited the California statutes in their defense, but to no avail, they were found guilty. But Mengele's boss, Verschwör, escaped prosecution, reestablishing his connections with California eugenicists who had gone underground and renamed their crusade Human Genetics. Typical was an exchange, so he goes on and he's happening. He just, he wasn't Mengele, and he became a hardworking geneticist. I found this very interesting.
Oh yeah, and just so
because
I'm sorry. Go on, finish up.
Mengele is, we point the finger at Mengele. Scientology's Guardian's office had done research, and it did some press articles about psychiatrists being behind the eugenics. They're blaming psychiatry, whereas this article is not blaming psychiatry. It's blaming the people and foundations which finance psychiatry and financed eugenics.
Right.
It did say Edwin Black said at one point back in the 1800s, or was it early 1900s, that they were looking at exterminating people who were feeble.
Yes.
They were sterilizing them, but they looked at gassing people.
Yes.
Totally went into gas chambers, but they didn't pursue it because it was considered to be too inefficient.
I like that. Yeah, this is the Americans talking, by the way. I think the Germans proved them wrong.
Well, I don't think the gas chambers were efficient. I think there was a lot of problems in terms of, I don't think they worked that well in terms of volume.
We can discuss that. It's one of those things that would be one of those morbid topics as to, in a way that would be almost unethical simply to argue the merits and demerits of that process. That being said, however, honestly, I could understand what you're saying.
I think they had a lot of deaths from disease.
Let's put it this way. That becomes a topic that becomes, shall we say, pretty ugly, because the problem is that when a lot of the Holocaust deniers will take the disease argument. They'll say that basically,
I've seen that in Himmler's own writing. Himmler complained of the death rates of the death rates at the concentration camps. I think not the death camps.
Right.
The death rates were too high.
Right, because he's trying to use slave labor. And then the death is caused by tuberculosis waves and various other kinds of diseases from the concentration, because it is a concentration camp, right? People are concentrated, they're crowded, and then the disease begins to spread. So yeah, it's an issue. And then it's definitely is what it is. Mirthling brings up some links. Eugenics and America's Campaign to Create a Master Race from YouTube. She put that up there along with War Against the Weak, the Amazon.com book. So all of this is obviously a topic that bears discussion. And we do have an individual who's speaking in German, who is not really talking to the topic at hand. Instead, he tells me, "Hello, darling, how are you? Your beautiful smile." Okay, I'll go on without that. Goes on for a while, just like another guy telling me, "I want to cover you in kisses." Okay, so this thread's going in a different direction. I don't understand. I'm not dressed in drag. I guess, I guess they still think I'm a girl. Moving right along. When it comes to Mengele, of course, Peter said that this other individual, whose name you pronounced quite admirably, it was not Mengele. In a sense, Mengele wasn't Mengele either. I saw this stupid YouTube video the other day about how Mengele was caught or something like that, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it was like, when I went through there, of course, he wasn't caught. He died a free man. Understand this, anybody who's listening. Josef Mengele came from a high-powered family, a dynastic family. If you go to Germany, there is a city named after him. It's not named after him personally, but after his family. So you go to that city and there's entire trains and trucks that have the name stenciled right across them. Mengele! It says that right on the trucks and the trains. It's like, his family runs the city. Always had for hundreds of years. So when he basically escaped the Allies, as so many of the Third Reich did, those who didn't go to Unterland often went to Argentina in particular, and so he was basically more or less in Paraguay, and he was all over South America, but Paraguay was really his operating base. So understand that what was going on in Paraguay was he was given carte blanche, and he was continuing to experiment on the indigenous population, and was under the Stroessner government, and they were basically continuing the same work that he had done in Germany. The Stroessner government was trying to basically annihilate or exterminate the indigenous population in Paraguay, but it was, I must insist, Josef Mengele who ultimately saved that population, because by constantly telling Stroessner, well, I need this population for experiments, and the more I experiment, the more I find that you're all related to the indigenous people, so we would just have to kill you all, including yourself. He really talked Stroessner out of genocide. So understand that he felt a tremendous kinship with indigenous people, as Adolf Hitler did, who very much admired the American Indians. So this needs to be discerned and understand.
Well, Mengele was, I think, to be fair, was a very split personality.
Yeah. There is that. You could say that. I'm not going to argue with it.
He was known as a meticulous scientist. He had a very complex relationship with the dwarves, the Transylvanian dwarves, where he would play the music and bond with them emotionally, and then he would commit gruesome experiments on them. He's kind of like a sadist, who has mixed feelings about his victims.
Well, he loves his victims in a very real sense. This is very psychotic. I'm not going to argue otherwise, but he was able to bond particularly with the dwarves. By the way, one thing that had confused me was one time when Peter Moon was reading about Adolf Hitler, of course, had loved many of Hollywood productions, and he was really enamored with the Disney animation. And so Adolf Hitler was very enwrapped, just amazed, as many people were, by the animation of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So when Peter Moon was bringing that up at one time, I conflated that in my mind, this was all my fault, with what Mengele was doing with his dwarves. And somehow I got it in my head, this was not true at all, but somehow I got the impression that Mengele at one point had brought the dwarves to Adolf Hitler to entertain him. Actually,
that would have been great.
That may have happened.
That'd be a great movie scene.
Yeah. That I think that may have happened, because it may not be that I converged that because of what Peter was saying, and I just happened to be doing something and not paying attention. That may have been records that I saw but never had the time to steal or destroy. I was not assigned to destroy them.
Well, these were entertaining dwarves. That's what they were meant to do.
Yes.
So if they had an act, I'm sure it would have been a good one, and it would have tickled the Fuhrer.
Yes, and that's, I'm certain that happened, to tell you the truth. And it's one of those things I can't guarantee, but I could swear I saw documents to that effect. And so this had nothing to do directly with Aquino. At the same time, he was often looking for tidbits like that. So maybe I got that through bringing something to him.
Well, Snow White was a very occult movie.
Yes.
A very occult story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, everything Disney did was an occult, like Fantasia.
In fact,
yeah.
when I went, I took my Bulgarian friends. We went to see Snow White. I think it was called one of the later movies. What was it called? It's The Huntsman. I think it was called.
Yes, Snow White and the Huntsman. Yes.
And my friend Eva, she couldn't take it.
Oh, yeah, it's too intense. I totally relate it to the Evil Queen. I mean, she's the most sympathetic character in the film. So, go on. So, was that what disturbed her?
I don't even remember it. I remember, but I remember Eva getting grossed out.
Okay.
I think my daughter was with me too, but it was too heavy. It was too heavy.
It was very heavy. It's a profound film, and I would have done it differently, but it's definitely has its merits, and but that being said, I think you're starting off quite well with this topic. I certainly understand the importance of twinning, because twins are clones, and this is what Mengele and all of the eugenicists were really onto, was cloning. So twins are natural born clones. They are identical, and therefore it's very important that Mengele did what he did from a purely pragmatic sense. Morally, of course, we're talking about a totally different spectrum, but at the same time, it cannot be argued that the Jews who did survive his ministrations, the Jews who did survive his ministrations, led extraordinarily long lives. Many of them are still alive today, and there's almost not a single World War II veteran alive today, yet many Holocaust survivors are. This is because of Mengele and other geneticists working on life extension, which they were finding the keys to through the twins. So all of this is very important to bring up, and this is why when the twins were asked, would you prosecute Mengele if he were brought to trial, and they said no, they would not stand against him. Not because of fear, but because they had a perverse love for him. And so there is something that was reflected in terms of his own resonance in his victim. In a sense, he recreated the victims in his own image, or they reflected the kind of love that he showed towards them, however twisted it was. They reciprocated. And this is, of course, the incredible personality of Joseph Mengele. And again, what he did in Paraguay was he saved an entire indigenous people, albeit many of them suffered under his hand. So there's a horrible balance to be struck here. And but nevertheless, again, do remember that Hitler and Mengele and the Nazis in general, and you could say the Germans in a very generalized way, had an enormous sympathy for Native Americans. This is something that most Americans don't know about, is that the Germans produced many Westerns. And this was like all the way through World War II and all the way into the Cold War. The East Germans produced a lot of Westerns. You can look this up. And the Germans always had a tremendous sympathy for the Native Americans. And so the Native Americans were viewed as a people in tune with nature, as the Germans felt themselves to be, as the Nazis looked on the Aryan ideal as being in tune with nature. So they looked at the Native Americans as a culture to learn from. And so the Native Americans were then inspirational to them. And these were throughout the Western Hemisphere. So when Joseph Mengele was employed in Paraguay initially to exterminate the indigenous peoples, he took it upon himself to study them anthropologically, and then argue for the preservation, almost in a specimen kind of argument. But it was one that ultimately convinced Stroessner and the dictatorship of Paraguay So his power is not to be diminished or looked at askance. He used it in life and death scenarios to play God, and he played God to take lives or to save them. It was just how he got off. But a remarkable man, and certainly there's almost no one like that kind of personality in history that happened outside of the Reich itself. That's what made the Reich so unique, was these kinds of personalities and the kinds of what they manifested on the world. The average Westerners could never understand them. So the Westerners instead reject them and vilify them. And we still have that going on today with the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, how both sides hurl the accusations at each other of Nazism. It's ad nauseum. And we hear that constantly bandied about. So the Victory Day parade passed in Russia, and I'll do a deeper analysis of that later tonight, but it was on the same day as the Philippines holding their election, in which Marcos's son, I believe, either his son or his grandson, won the election. Hopefully Daniel Arola can join us for a few minutes later, like after midnight Eastern time, to speak a little bit about that. I certainly will. But it's, I guess better than another Aquino running the Philippines. And I brought up the other day, I don't think Peter was here at the time I brought it up. Michael Aquino, of course, had his relation who was running the underworld in Spain, and people can look up the Aquino in Spain who was assassinated.
I heard a bit about it.
Okay, so you did. And
a bit. I do remember you talking about Spain, but go ahead.
Yeah, and of course he had the other relation in the Aquino who was president of the Philippines. And of course Spain had conquered the Philippines, and that's how you wound up with Filipinos named Aquino after the Spaniards, and they had heavy Spaniard blood in them. So he had a worldwide family dynastic mafia, sometimes running entire countries. And the Philippines is no small place. It's not just a third world place. It's also a place that's an enormous source of gold, almost bottomless amounts. So you've got that going down that Aquino was attempting advantage of. Certainly his relation, who was president there, ran off with an enormous amount of gold to Thailand after he served his presidency. And now with Marcos back, we're going to have more problems. And I'll go a bit more into that later. But certainly there we have that. Aside from that, I'm getting some questions about my hair color, and yes, that is my natural hair color.
This is just bullshit.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't answer that shit.
Don't answer that. Okay.
It's just bullshit.
All right.
It's like it's just okay. It's ridiculous. It's like if Barbara Walters was interviewing you, yeah, but.
Okay. Yes. Well, that's why you serve as the adult. So go on.
So anyway, it says in this article that I think it's 3,000 twins were taken off of the, out of the concentration or camp. The twins were VIPs.
Wow. Yeah.
They were treated well. Many of 3,000 twins were pulled from the masses off the ramp, most of them children, and Mengele picked a lot of these himself.
Yes.
Twins were considered very valuable.
Absolutely.
The exact nature of the experiments was not revealed. Some of them were brutal. Some of the experiments were brutal. Some of them were taking blood, were rather routine. Preston said that all of this, the most secret aspect was investigating the psychic energy of twins.
Yes, their ability to bond with each other, no matter how far away they are, and if they're raised in different families. There is the case of the one twin who was raised as a Nazi in the Third Reich, and another, his twin brother was raised as an American. And when they found them years later and reunited them, it turned out they married wives who looked exactly alike. They drove the exact same car. They were living fairly identical lives. And
well, yes, this has been known to happen. It doesn't happen with all twins, but it does happen with some. And this is, see, this here we're getting into quantum correspondence, resonant rapport, quantum synchronicity. This is exactly, you can call it whatever you want. That's what they're trying to track down.
Yes.
They're trying to hone in on this, like, what is this magic, for lack of a better word?
Yes. This morphogenic resonance.
Yes, or what Marjorie Cameron, she said, magic, synchronicity is the language of magic. This is what she said to me. She says, synchronicity is the language of magic, and your life is laced with it. But the important part there is that, synchronicity is the language of magic. So when you start seeing all these coincidences, oh, wow, these psychics, they make things happen. Now, also, what all of this was, in all of this fascination with the Aryan race, or super race, which the Americans were doing before the Germans, was basically making your super soldier, your superhuman. And it doesn't work very well. Edwin Black was even kind of commenting on that. But if you, as I'd say, one of the great observations is that the great baseball player Willie Mays, I've mentioned this before, his father I had read once, said was better than he was. I don't know if that's true, but to even be said like that, he must have been a hell of a good athlete. He married a track star, and that gave birth to Willie, who was just like, one of the best of all time. And the point is, if you breed one athlete with another athlete, the odds are you're going to have a really good athlete. It doesn't mean it has to be that way, but it's interesting. So breeding, of course, it's obvious.
Well, obviously, it works with animals, so it works with people. So what you have is people like this black guy. That's his name is Black. He's white, just so people understand that. That is in these videos that Peter ran across. These are liars. He's basically lying because they don't want people to do this. So since they don't want people to do this, they'll say, "Oh, this is all a failure, and this is all a dreadful failure, and it's all bullshit." It's a successful program that, when applied in the manner that you would apply it to animals, of course it works. Human beings are just another form of animal. They're a primate. So it's something that do take this into account. Obviously, there are things that the Allies don't want you to do that they themselves reserve for themselves. And the difference between the Allies and the Nazis were that the Nazis were truly socialist, meaning that they were trying to uplift the entire body politic. This is the greatest threat in the world to the Allies, because the Allies are elitists and they want only themselves to have privileges of an extended lifespan, of a healthier life. Everyone else, they want to suffer and just live at the lower levels of subsistence, if they allow them to live at all. They couldn't get away with ultimately exterminating their own population, but understand that they tried. And at the time that the Nazis started World War II and saved all of you, and I'll explain that in just a few sentences. At that time, Joseph Stalin, at his end in Eurasia, who felt himself, born of the Caucasus Mountains, a Georgian, born in Tbilisi, up amidst the mountains that the ancients had held up the sky, that hid the ancient titans that had stolen from the gods. It was those that he was trying to commune with, and he felt that as a Caucasian, a product of the very area where the term Caucasian came from, the Caucasus Mountains, he was a true white man, and that he was running an empire of Asiatic Slavs, who he considered not worth being spit upon. And he expended them as you would any resource that you considered worthless. And he ultimately intended to breed them out of existence with chimerical primatoids that he would create by breeding men with the lower primates, and create a stronger Runic, a warrior race of primatoid apes. And this individual had every intention of exterminating the Russians and replacing them. He almost carried out the extermination part. And the Russians are still suffering from that today with their declining demographic, which is going to be made even worse by the war in Ukraine. Now, when it comes to here, this side of the Atlantic, you had all of the men who were hired to work with the breeding of women into creating the perfect laborers. Half primatoid people that would literally work for peanuts. And I spoke of this in the latter half of The Red Undead, the part that didn't get published, that we'll probably do later when we expand the book. But understand, purchase that book now the way it is so that we can afford to expand it in the future. But the doctor who had worked with breeding, in this case, Cuban woman, that this was one of the reasons why they ultimately had a revolution on Cuba, and their hatred for Americans is so profound. You had American doctors there abducting Cuban women and forcing them to interbreed with apes. The American intention was to create a labor force that they could ultimately replace human labor with. And this
Cuban. You said Cuban woman.
Yeah, it was Cuban, I believe, and there might have been Puerto Rican woman as well.
What year was this?
Oh God, let me see if I can find the guy's name again when it comes to. I'm sorry.
Approximately.
Oh God. Well, it was throughout World. It was before World War II. It was definitely.
This was American.
Oh yeah, this was American, and the individual that had was founding it. Let me see if I can find the man's name, because this is one of those things where I work with so many different historical, shall we say, things. It's hard to retain everything in my memory, of course. So let me see if I can find this. Okay, might be on it. Okay, and here we are. Now, the wageless labor force. These are my own notes, but I'm sure people can look this up themselves and find out about Rob Yerkes. The man's name was Robert Yerkes. His surname is spelled Yerkes. And Yerkes was sponsored by America's industry to breed Cuban women with apes. And he produced many that ultimately escaped from these Cuban broodmares, an assembly line of wombs that he was paid to maintain, hundreds of them. The children were known as Bobby Boy skunk monkeys. So they were basically ergonomically measured to see that they could replace the workforce, working literally for food. And so in terms of, while he was doing this, it was Ivanov who was working with Stalin to create their own race of apes. Now, both of these people intended to exterminate their populations, both the Americans and the Soviets, to replace them all with apes that would work for free, work for food, and would never question any orders. So what saved you, all of you, was the Nazis, because ultimately this is what they were fighting against. And had they not waged the Second World War, their idea was to uplift their entire population into a noble Aryan ideal, whereas your leaders were attempting to breed you down into literal monstrosities and animals. This is why breeding was so important to the Nazis, and why the Allies keep telling you it's so bad. So understand which side you're on. And if you're stupid enough, self-loathing enough, where you believe the Allies were the good guys, this is what they were fighting for. They were fighting for breeding you out of existence so people would work for peanuts, half people, mockeries of humanity. And the end result of this by people in the know was the production of The Planet of the Apes. That was, of course, because the French spy who wrote the novel knew all about this. He was a spy. He had spied on the Americans, and he had spied on the Soviets. And ultimately, this is why he collaborated with the Japanese and wrote about it later on. That's how they made the movie Bridge on the River Kwai. He wrote that book. And he was a prisoner of the Japanese and collaborated with them because he knew what the Allies had in mind for all of humanity. Hence, he wrote the book Planet of the Apes. By the time it got written into movie form, they took out parts that, I swear to God, I've got, a DVD collection that's supposed to be the full uncut collection of the Planet of the Apes, and it's bullshit. There's parts that are cut out of it that I distinctly remember seeing on television when I was young. One part was a evolving ape, hybrid, a young boy who was half ape, half human. And in other words, the apes were breeding back with humans again and producing more human apes. They try to show this through the main character, I believe Zola, who is the female who's sympathetic to the astronaut because she has blue eyes. Unlike
Nova.
Nova. Thank you. Oh, wasn't that the human girl, the mute girl, who the astronaut liked? I thought that was Nova.
Oh, wait, yeah, she was, but she wasn't. Yeah, that was Nova. Who are you talking about?
Zola. Zola was the ape scientist. She was the woman who said, cooperate with me.
I think it was Zara.
Zara, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. I think, yeah.
Okay, the female ape. The female ape.
Yeah, female ape who was sympathetic and, cooperate with me. I'll give you over to the general. His idea of brainwashing is to take your brain out and wash it with cool water. And that's what they say in the film. It's quite funny, really. But she has blue eyes. And she also likes chocolate, which none of the other apes can taste and stand. In other words, she's drinking hot chocolate and she offers it to the other apes who spit it out. Tell her she's crazy and always look at her funny, and because she's got blue eyes, she's not like them. So the point is they're trying to insinuate that she's hybrid and that she's, then they showed a boy who was truly more hybrid, and then that was too much and they cut that out. So it's kind of like, for those of you who don't know, a bit of ugly trivia here for you. The original Frankenstein film where he throws the girl in the river after they're counting flowers together. And it was too much for the audience to take to see Frankenstein's monster throwing this poor little girl into the river. So they don't show that. They show him reaching towards her because they cut off the scene where he threw her in the river like he did the flowers. So when they show him reaching towards her, the audience concluded the worst because, it's a criminal's brain that Igor stole. So the next time they show her, she's dead and all her legs are all muddied like he fucked her into the ground. So the horror that everybody experienced with Frankenstein's monster when it was first released was they all thought he was a child rapist. It was this horrible, this is what made it so horrible. So there you go. Bit of ugly trivia there for you. Planet of the Apes is like that. They do worse by taking these parts out than they would have if they had just left them in. But people miss the message of the Planet of the Apes, that these were hybrids, because nobody really explains why the apes are simply evolving. It's just like, everybody accepts in the film, well, the apes evolved, right? But nobody explained they were the result of Soviet and capitalist breeding programs. And so there you go. Now you know. And so hopefully people look up Bob Yerkins and Bobby's Skunk Monkeys. And many of these ultimately escaped and are running loose in the South. These are products of the American program. People have spotted them. And also there's signs that they're morbidly inbreeding because their population is so small. So that being said, Peter, take
well, it's Pierre Bouillet,
yes,
who's the French guy who did the Planet of the Apes and the Bridge over the River Kwai and that book.
Garden on the Moon.
Yeah, The Garden on the Moon, which I bought, but I haven't had time to read. This character is very interesting. The Planet of the Apes movie, which was the first one, was really spectacular. It was such a human story.
Yes.
And I had no idea that it was based on the events that you talked about. It was certainly grabbed everybody's attention.
Yes. They took it as an allegory for race relations. That's why.
That was the 60s, and it was, yes, and it was had so much of the original movie. It had the generation gap in it. It had, the racial relations, the prejudice, and the religious, orthodoxy, attitude stuck up their ass. Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, yeah.
Dr. Zaius, he was the orangutan. The orangutans, the caste system, just so people understand, was reflected in that the orangutans had been bred from Asians. The chimps had been bred from whites, and the apes had been bred from blacks. And so the apes were the military caste, the chimps were the labor caste, the Asians were the scientists. It all had a very North Korea, very collectivist, communist kind of Mao Zedong uniform kind of mystique to it, in the sense that the apes were pretty much in caste uniforms that were, when you look at them, that's very similar to a kind of, you get this collectivist vibe, like they're working on a collectivized farm or labor gulag or camp. The apes themselves, not just the humans, that they've all been strictly denominated in this caste system as a kind of socialized labor in the most collectivist sense. But when it came to the Japanese making their own version of it, as always, they took what the Americans produced and Japanized it, just as the Americans stole everything they could from the Japanese. That includes the Lion King, which came from the Japanese Kimba, the white lion, and of course the Americans stole the Seven Samurai and made the Magnificent Seven, etc. And it's, George Lucas stole everything from the Japanese, but so the Japanese would steal American stuff too. So they produced, instead of the Planet of the Apes, they produced a series of films that was called The Time of the Apes. So if you ever see that on YouTube and you get like a single film that's an amalgam of clips from like 200 hours, so it's not going to make any sense if you watch it. You're just going to frustrate yourself. You'll have to track down the entire series, and I'm sure you could probably find it on YouTube with subtitles, or maybe not. But in Time of the Apes, the Japanese were much more realistic because they portrayed the chimps as much more violent, which is the way it is in real life, whereas the apes were much more passive. So the Americans, of course, being racist and saying, well, the French guy really, a bouillet, and then the Americans taking it and running with it. Actually, if you read Pierre Boulle's book, it's not as racist as the American films, but they made the blacks the apes, and they're much more violent. It's just,
well, it was very much a symptom of the times to do the script. Yeah. Rod Serling is credited with the script.
That's right. Real son of a bitch. Go on.
But he didn't write the whole thing. I read about it. See, Pierre Boullet, he was credited and got the Academy Award for the screenplay for Bridge Over the River Kwai, but he wrote the novel, but he did not write it. The reason they gave him the Oscar was because the two screenwriters who wrote it were blacklisted.
Interesting. Because of communism?
Communist stuff. They were blacklisted, so they wouldn't dare give them the Academy Award, so they gave it to Pierre by default.
Interesting.
And when I saw the movie Planet of the Apes, I went out and read the book, it's been so long. I read it in high school. I enjoyed it. The ending was a bit different. Instead of Charlton Heston coming to the Statue of Liberty and beating the sand and saying, "Damn you! God damn you all to hell!"
You finally did it! You finally did it!
Yeah. They had a guy driving up to some army. He landed back on Earth. He actually took the spaceship back to Earth. And when he got to Earth, he saw generals in Jeep, and he comes up and the generals are apes. So the apes had taken over the Earth. Or whether he'd gone back in time or went to another planet, I don't remember. But the interesting thing about this Planet of the Apes, and especially when you get into the truth of what it was based upon, this is people's fascination with the missing link. This is the missing link. Where did the ape turn into a human? When did the human become a human? And of course, this has given rise to theories that the Bigfoot is related to the missing link, or anything could be a missing link that links the human with the ape. But here you have an actual breeding program that is mixing them, and it's very much like the Time Machine novel by H.G. Wells, where you have the Morlocks, who are the servant people to the Eloi, who are the elite people. But then eventually the Morlocks start eating them.
Yes.
It's as it was portrayed in the Time Machine.
That's true.
And
yeah, go on.
Well, this is like you have a caste system whereby you're creating something lower, and it's inferior to you, and it's very symbolic of the cyclic nature of the universe, just like the scarab beetle in Egypt. The dung beetle, it has dung, and then the dung is what fertilizes the eggs. So it's like the lower caste will replace the higher caste. In the Time Machine, the Morlocks will eventually consume the Eloi, because they're just the Morlocks are doing all the work. It's sort of like a mobster who's doing all the shooting for the boss, and then realizes he's more powerful than the boss because he can shoot and the boss can't. He just gives the orders.
Yes.
Or the tough guy who goes out and breaks knuckles for the boss. Realizes he can break the boss's knuckles.
Yes.
So this is inevitably what happens in the great circle of karma.
Yes.
And so we have the apes as the lower caste eventually superseding and overcoming, because they're, the top of the food chain is using and abusing the lower part of the food chain. And this is why complete slavery has never seemed to work, because the slaves revolt. And it's interesting if you consider the story of Spartacus, the slave who revolted against Rome and almost overcame Rome, but he couldn't, because he had, I think, he was kind of trapped. I think they starved him out, if I recall. But the point is when they finally were he did a lot of damage, but the Roman army was still big enough and strong enough to subdue Spartacus. And then they, crucified, they filled the whole Appian Way with crucified bodies.
Yes.
To say, do not revolt against Rome. This is something the Democrats cannot do with the January 6th rioters. Can't do it. They can try. They punished them. Can't do it. They're not that powerful. But the Roman Empire was powerful enough to crucify their enemies and say, you cannot revolt against Rome. And it was shortly after that the crucifixion of Christ became a huge symbol for the Rome, the Roman Empire, and then the Roman Empire itself, you can argue whether it really fell, because it did fall as we know it, but then it was reinvented as a new Roman Empire with the Catholic Church. So it's interesting how the you revolt against authority, but you still have an authority, and I think the Catholic Church was a darker authority than the Roman authority.
In many ways, yes.
Yeah, the Roman authority had a certain reasonableness and humanity aspect. I mean, it had slaves and all that, but it had it was less dark. It was more open, and But I'm just saying is trying to buck authority can really, which is symbolized by Saturn, can really screw up a life or a whole series of lives. And it's just interesting. And then and so we're talking about slavery and revolt, with the apes revolting.
Yes. And all of that was in San Francisco. That when I was young, that was one of the most incredible things that I ever saw, was the riot police trying to hold down the apes in San Francisco. It was, you might remember, to me that was that never escaped me. That scarred me for life.
The movie?
The movie, yeah, the movie. Oh. It was.
It sounded like it really happened.
Oh God! When I was young, it felt like it did. Don't forget, when I grew up in the Tenderloin, obviously, many people, of course, were making the parallels between the apes and the blacks who were critics of the film, in terms of not critics like in a negative sense, but people reviewing the film would often make the analogy with race relations. And I grew up at a time when in the Tenderloin district, it was a sea of blacks, and it was still such a time when police would come around with bullhorns and they would shout out from their patrol cars, "Do not congregate! Do not congregate," whenever blacks would gather, because they were afraid of another Watts riot. So they would just break them up when they saw them beginning to crowd. And so when it came to the film, having seen that in real life, just this going on around me, and then in seeing the film where the apes are basically taking over the city and the riot police are lined up to mow them down, it was I could only call it traumatic. It was intense, very intense.
Well, it is traumatic. And if we go back to the 60s and the Watts riots, you can't even call Watts anymore. Yeah. It's South Central Los Angeles. Right. You're not allowed to call it Watts. It's a bad word. But everybody knew it as Watts. It's like, must not call it Watts. However, you had that incident. You had many other incidents across the country you can call it blacks blowing off steam. Well, of course they're blowing off steam because they're protesting outrageous injustices. Yes. Now, things are improved, light years improved. Even so, there are still issues, there are still problems. Nevertheless, as they say, the improvement is significant. But you can look back and say, "Oh, why are these people blowing off steam?" Well, they got to do something. And then we had the issue with George Floyd. Yes. And that's completely took over the reality of everybody. Even the National Football League, which was frowning on people kneeling down during the anthem. Now, the National Football League had to change its whole moral compass with regards to violence against blacks. Had to change its entire attitude and moral compass, which it did. And we don't have that same, I guess what you'd say, element of protest going on right now.
Right.
It's not a topical thing. Whereas a couple of years ago, it was the hottest thing on everybody's mind. A few months ago, it was Putin. Now it's inflation. It's interesting to watch how the planets revolve, and now everybody's. I think inflation is the hottest button right now.
Well, I mean, I can understand why you would say that. The gas prices are through the roof. Certainly here in California they are, but don't forget the abortion.
But it's not anywhere as near as the inflation. The abortion stuff is really inflated by the media. And I heard you talking about it. And of course, the one thing is, in my life, this is just from my own perspective, I barely know anybody who's had an abortion. I found out one of my cousins, she used to be my favorite cousin. I heard she had an abortion, perhaps two. I heard that.
Used to. Was that why she's no longer your favorite? Or?
I haven't seen her since I was 9 or something, 8. I just hit it off with her. I was 8 years old, and but I think I did see her once again at my sister's wedding. When I was 26. But so anyway. But I just heard last summer that she had a baby out of wedlock, and that, her father arranged for it to be adopted. I never knew that. But I just don't remember anybody in my family having abortions. If they did, I didn't hear about it. I've had a couple of friends, female friends, who had abortions, and they felt so guilty about it.
Oh, that's so sad.
I didn't put any judgment on them.
I know you wouldn't.
But I'm saying, I didn't say this to them, but my attitude is, okay, so you had an abortion. Okay, it's bad, so I'm sorry. But they felt horrible about it, like it lowered their self-esteem. They felt guilty about it. And it's just the way they felt.
It's actually, it's kind of like, how would I say it? We don't have in Western culture what the Japanese cultivated, which is the women who have had abortions for thousands of years in Japan. They are able to get a kind of miniature child, kind of tombstone, a little Buddha baby that they put in the cemetery. And so they can still visit that at times and pray that it incarnates in a more opportune life where a woman can afford to have the child. So they are able to process that. The West doesn't have any of that. But go on.
Well, yes, and there are stories of the Cameron clan, and it wasn't just the Cameron clan, but the Scottish clans that were, renowned for their thriftiness or cheapness back in the day, and is that if a girl was born, was considered horrible because they needed a man to work the field.
That's so assholeish.
They would even eat the food was so hard up for food they'd even eat the babies.
Right, that's right. Oh my God! How did you even know of that? There's so few people that know about that. How did you?
Well, I will tell you how I know of it. I was having drinks. I wasn't drinking. With David Icke, and we were in Toronto.
I never even knew you met him.
Yeah, I did.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I was put on a bill with him, and flown to Toronto, and I spoke with him, and got along with him quite nice, and he's very friendly. And we, after the event, we had a driver. The driver was Scottish, and I was talking about the Cameron clan, and the driver was with us, and he said, "Yeah, he was just a regular guy, He just happened to be driving me and David." and it was quite an experience because
I think what it was for the driver, he has Peter Moon and David Icke in the back of the cab. Yeah, cool.
He kind of knew David, or I mean, he was a fan of David's. He was, but first off, just to give some scope to this, I was told that David's, oh yeah, you can go up to his room and say hi. He's in 668, which I thought was cute because 668 is the prefix to the Montauk phone numbers. I went and knocked on his door and said hello, and he said, oh, come on in. And, we talked, and he just, he talked about all he was doing. He was working, up, at his computer, had a lot of information. And then we got in the limo, this guy, I think the guy's name was Ron, and very Scottish, very Canadian. But we go to this, we're going to this place where we're going to speak. And they'd say, okay, you can't go because Bernie Farber, the head of the Canadian Jewish Congress, has killed the event. He didn't want David Icke speak. This guy who was the head of the Jewish Congress in Canada was torpedoing the event.
Interesting.
It was, I think, at a Polish Legion something or other.
Well,
and then it was, and we went someplace else.
Yeah.
And so we're going around in a limo trying to have an event, and all the people, they have to station somebody at the event site and saying, no, it's not going to be here. You got to go there. So finally, the person who was running the event got smart. She went to a restaurant and rented the restaurant and said, can we do it here? They said, sure. You can order food too. So the restaurant, she killed, and he couldn't stop. The Jewish Congress could not stop David Icke from speaking at a restaurant. It's not possible. So we ended up speaking at a big restaurant. And I spoke before him, and he spoke after me. I was just on the same bill with him. So anyway, that was, we're constantly going around in this limo. It's like, we feel like we're in some movie or something, And I'm not the target. He's the target. I'm just along for the ride. Anyway, and what was interesting about that is I wrote about it in my newsletter. And at that time, my newsletter used to be mailed out by my printer. And my printer was Jewish. And that newsletter disappeared. Wow. It never got to anybody.
Wow.
It was weird. And did he lose it because he was Jewish? Did the post office lose it? Well, I don't think he lost it because I didn't think he read it. But I called him up, told him what happened, and he redid the whole thing. And it did go out. And I mean, I was just mentioning what happened.
Yeah.
I wasn't targeting Jews. I just, there was all this stuff, and I think it all traced back to Edgar Bronfman. Edgar Bronfman was the guy with Seagram's. His nieces were involved with this scandal with this Keith Rausch guy up this sex cult up in upstate New York. And they were also involved in Scientology. Edgar Bronfman also had some involvement with Scientology. I don't know what it was. But, so anyway, to get back to this driver who said that when I was talking about the Cameron clan, he says, oh, the Cameron clan, he says, and he spoke very derogatory. And he told me about them eating the babies.
Right.
They were eating the babies.
Scottish cannibals. Yes, it's the infamous Scottish cannibal clan. Go on.
And then when I remember seeing the Celtic shaman, who I've never named, I'm not going to name her, but I called her Lady Cameron in my book, The Black Sun. She made a joke about cannibals, and I could see, it wasn't very funny to me. She made a joke about cannibals, because she was part of the Cameron clan. She was a Cameron.
Interesting.
And I could just see kind of the joke. Okay, she thought it was a joke, but I didn't think it was funny. So I didn't say anything to her. But then again, I hadn't, been in the limo with David Icke then either. So I still didn't think it was funny. I still didn't think it was funny. But anyway, so that's how I knew about that. And he just says that Cameron's a bastard. It's a bastard. And he mentioned the story. But we were talking about the human strife, human survival. People, like right now, people will sometimes have babies because they can get money for welfare for the baby. We live in different times. Our economic times, is struggling as they are now, have been much more severe in the past. Whereas a mouth to feed was considered a far greater burden than it is today. Not to make light of today, but so people have been through really traumatic situations as life dictates. I remember reading, I think it was the book was The Way of the Warrior. Mm-hmm. And this was Robert de Ropp, a man who, inspired me to go further. He wrote the book, The Master Game. And Robert de Ropp, in his book, talks about when he was young, he grew up, his father was in Intel during the war. And I guess the parents divorced, and he sent his son to live with a bunch of peasants in Lithuania or Latvia, one of the two. And they were relatives. That's how he could do it. So he grew up for a part of his life with peasants. After a few years, his father came and got him and sent him down to Adelaide, Australia. And he was living in Adelaide, Australia, and the person he was living with was a farmer, and he was working for his keep. And the farmer said, "I can't afford you anymore." And then I think he offered to work for nothing, and the farmer still couldn't take him. And he felt so depressed, he jumped off of a pier in Adelaide, Jesus, Southern Australia, which has got to be pretty cold, and tried to kill himself, commit suicide. Right. It didn't work. Somebody saved him, and he built his life back up. But I'm saying is the desperateness of people at different times. Desperate. And we forget. I had a friend who was on very hard times. I think he finally did catch up his mortgage, but he would go to the local church every Saturday to get, a loaf of bread and peanut butter. They would, give you a loaf of bread and peanut butter and maybe something else, just to feed his family. That's how desperate he was. Right. And on Long Island, it's amazing that he was able to survive. Wow. To the degree he did, as far as I know. So, as bad as things are, things have been a lot worse in the history of mankind. Oh, yeah. And you're mentioning, so we're getting back to the subject of abortion. Right. I said I just haven't known that many people who had abortions. I've certainly met women who are very opinionated on it. It's, to execute a life is a heavy duty thing. It's and sometimes people are a little cavalier about it. I've heard ministers talk about how each abortion is a sacrifice to Satan and all this sort of thing. When we get into the politics of people jumping up and down about whether it's pro-life or pro-choice, people have an awful lot of animated passion about it. I'm curious as to where the passion comes from. It's certainly, I can understand somebody who was raped. I can understand that. Doesn't want to have the the baby with the criminal who impregnated them. That's a real dilemma. That's a real problem. And then what is all this legislation doing? Because you can legislate against abortion, and which they definitely have legislated against abortion. And of course, constitutionally says anything that's not in here is up to the states' rights. We don't even have a statute against murder. So it's like, that's up to the states. As far as I'm constitutionally, this is what I'd say, let the states work it out. And then you'll have some states where you can get an abortion, somewhere you can't. So you go to a so-called blue state to get an abortion if you're in a red state and you want one. It's like, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? Are we going to legislate life? It's the states can pick. Obviously, different people are going to have different opinions. And I don't advocate getting abortions, but you can't stop people, because if you can't get it legally, you will get it illegally. You go to some country where it is legal. So it's like, it doesn't mean it's right. What is all this legislative pontificating about? And why the passion for the legislation? Your comment, Douglas. Why the passion? That's my question. Why the passion about the legislation? Because the law is the law karmically and all this sort of stuff. And I say, you're not going to stop people. There'll always be somebody who's a quote unquote criminal willing to do an abortion.
Well, I think that certainly I will, I'll get into it when I get into the headspace, where I get into that kind of, groove where I fall into and I start talking nonstop. But I can tell you briefly that I think the passion for the legislation is definitely, it's mainly men. There are some women who are in the pro-life kind of camp, but mostly I don't think that most men who are adamant about the abortion really understand what women have to go through in carrying a baby to term and delivering it. And it's basically a power play, because they definitely want control over a woman's body. This would be the equivalent in America of what the Taliban is doing by making women wear burqas in Afghanistan. It's just imposing upon the woman a lack of control over her own body. So it's definitely. I used to talk a lot about the fact that abortions. I looked at it from a strictly economic perspective. And I brought up the fact that simply we lose taxpayers, and therefore we lose a lot of money that could otherwise be brought towards a lot of social programs. So in that sense, it's kind of self-defeating. And as a result, one of the arguments I made was that if we hadn't aborted so many millions of people since Roe versus Wade, we could have easily paid off the national debt. Of course, I've since come to conclude the national debt is pretty much like a right-wing obsession, and you really don't need to pay off any national debt. Most nations operate in deep debt throughout eternity. I mean, so long as you can, it's like having credit, which you just keep adding to. It's one of those things where I no longer think of that as really an important issue, the national debt issue. But I do understand that. Well, it looks like I think that this is a lot bigger than you've kind of given it credit for. Maybe it's just because I'm in San Francisco, but I do know a lot more people who have had abortions. And Pac-1 Morales, he has something to say about this. So Pac-1, by all means, tell us a little bit about this. What comes to you?
So, well, first, I think that if someone's gonna have an abortion, as Peter said, that's something that they have to, go through and decide on their own. I don't think it should be something that should be outlawed. I don't necessarily think it's a way out of a situation. But as far as I know, people who have had abortions, and I've seen the after effects of someone coming out of the abortion room. I know people who've had abortions as early as, where they were able to take pills, and have an abortion. And I know people who've done it at, 6 weeks where it's been done in town. And then I know people who've done it at 5-6 months where they would drive down to Detroit and pay $1,800 to have it done, where they literally suck, fucking 6-month developed fetus out of them, and those are things that, I think that's probably one of the most traumatizing post stories I've heard from someone who's had an abortion. I also know I've been in multiple situations, multiple places, where I've heard, females, it's going to sound really disturbing, but almost bragging about their abortions and, about how they weren't going to be stuck with a baby, mind you, they're probably, getting drunk and all, high off of something, but they're, I know females who weren't able to get abortions and have talked to other females about how to do home abortions, what to drink, what to do and how to get rid of it, So I think that, excuse me, as far as it goes, if someone's going to get an abortion because of rape or, something like that, I think it should absolutely be afforded to them. And I really don't see, even if you made it illegal, there's going to always be a way for a woman to abort a child if they want to, I don't think that's anybody.
Well, there are natural ways, and there are natural ways. There are dietary things.
Yeah.
There's also manipulation.
There's actually a plant. Yeah. There's a plant that they make into a tea, and
it's like all this energy gets into this fighting and rage. It's a horrible thing to.
I never understood that either. Why
it's a horrible thing to have to, a baby should be a blessing. And of course, people shouldn't be going out and getting drunk and having sex indiscriminately. But it's like, it's a form of madness. It's a form of madness and crazy.
There's a lot of women who make a living off of pro-choice. Telling people that they're pregnant now, that they need money for an abortion, and they'll do that to 3-4 guys, in the same week. Because that's yeah. But I'm saying, there's people who do think, there's people who abuse, things like that, and so there's all sorts of arguments. But like as you're saying, and it's completely into that individual who has to deal with it, in all ways, not just having an abortion, but everything that comes with it in that decision. Nobody else, so everybody else shouldn't really have anything to say about it.
Yeah, well, definitely what I can say is that I can tell people the worst of these cases is both communist China and, of course, Russia for different reasons. And in terms of communist China, it was, of course, everyone's desire to have a boy. And we saw the catastrophe that was resultant of that when they were instituted a one-child policy, and therefore they aborted all of the girls effectively. A true mass insanity that will lead to the extinction of Chinese culture, indeed the very ethnos as we know it. It doesn't matter that they've reversed that now. It's too late. With the Russians, of course, one thing the state provided was legal, accessible abortion. And then what happened was they aborted themselves out of existence because, understandably, there's no Russian woman who wanted to bring a child into an environment where the child had effectively no future. So there's no opportunities for them. And of course, their biggest problem with Russian kids today is their sheer sense of hopelessness because there is no future and no opportunities for them. It's a situation where you can see that at its worst. And in America, of course, hasn't gotten to that point. It's not what abortion has led to here. But certainly when it comes to how would I say it, the situation in Russia, because the men are too drunk, are too abusive to want to use contraceptives, simply because they feel the contraceptives are like in between them and the full sexual experience. And they'll beat the woman if she asks them to use it. Then basically the woman has no other choice but abortion. And so your average Russian woman has averaged about between 3 to 6 abortions, or between 4 to 8 abortions in her lifetime. So it's just a nightmare. And but
let me take this back to, I don't know, it's not totally fair, but let's take this back to indigenous, say, America, where you had a tribe. And in an environment like that, everybody kind of knows everybody. And I think you're going to have problems between people, but it's harder to get away with rape in an environment like that, I would think. There's going to be games played with people, but I'm sure they had a protocol for an abortion, which was done naturally, the wise women of the tribe or whatnot.
Right.
But that culture is predicated on living with nature. So yeah, they're going to have their fights and their stuff going on, but it's like nature has got such a strong element, and you're not going to have a whole bunch of natives arguing pro-choice and non-pro-choice. It's just not going to happen in that sort of environment of that culture. But in our culture, it's more of a symptom of this just utter neurosis around the idea of sex, but that's only a part of the neurosis. It's just horribly neurotic circumstances that we live under, and that people have to cope with. And okay, this beautiful lady that I met in Shasta, Jamie or Jamu, she's offering her services. She comes out of Silicon Valley. She deals with a lot of Silicon Valley people that are making good money, but they hate their lives. They feel bad about their lives. And she's trying to, because they're engaging in activities that really aren't really what they want to do. It's like somebody who becomes a doctor so they can make a lot of money, and they don't have their heart in doctoring.
Wow.
And they might not be a very good doctor. In fact, this goes back to the 1980s. One of my colleagues did software for medical, and he knew a lot about the medical world. And he said the biggest problem in the medical industry was a bunch of people becoming doctors, not because they're interested in medicine, so they could make a lot of money. And that was a big problem in the biggest problem in the medical industry, he said. They weren't really interested in doctoring. They're just dispensing prescriptions because they make a lot of money. It was all about money. And, so anyway, you have people that are in industries where they're not functioning. They're not functioning as humans because they're living somebody else's life. And it really wears on people. So how well do they perform on their job? This can become a big problem. JoJo is a social worker.
Right.
She works with real people and real things and real problems. You're serving a real function. So you're really close to being human when you do that. This whole idea that I was talking about in previous weeks about Jose Arguelles and the dream, putting people together and working on your dream per your astrological sign. What are your dreams? This is very important. working on their dreams. So if somebody's making 6 figures and not living their dream, it's going to blow up sooner or later. It's going to get messed up. And so, as I say, we can talk about abortion and all of this shit and all of this crap that people fight over and argue and legislate over. It's a mess. It all comes down to, in the end, is people not being allowed to pursue their dreams, not finding out how to pursue their dreams. I remember, and this is an interesting Scientology story. I was asked to do an interview, and they asked me, what do I want to do? And I told them. So they said, okay, we're going to post you as a supervisor of teaching people. Because I kept stressing how important it was that they learned, that people studied and learned. So they took what I said and say, we're going to, now it didn't work out because it's really, I wanted to do something else. I wanted to work directly for Hubbard. Didn't ask me about that. But yeah, there was an intention to take what a person said and put them in a, okay, I want to do this. Good. Now, that doesn't mean you can always get what you want, but yeah, it's very important. People learn, like Pac 1, he doesn't want to do construction, where he could make a lot of money doing construction. So, okay, you shouldn't do construction. It's okay. But whatever the dream is. So when we get into people, and then one of the problems is we have a culture that's so overridden by drugs and all sorts of, the drug culture kind of sidelines people from their dreams. It doesn't help them for the most part. Yeah. So if we can get people back to their dreams, and then there's a whole bunch of people that say, well, that's ridiculous. I can't do that. Okay, case in point, our friend Aaron, who
Tice.
you've met.
Yes.
We visited them probably because I was getting a car, But in any case, we spent a night with them, and I talked to his wife, who I knew. And she had a big issue. She couldn't get pregnant. She hadn't been able to get pregnant for years. And so I told her, I was just walking with her, and Paula and Aaron were walking ahead, and I started talking to her. And basically it came down to, she really wanted to be a surgeon.
Wow.
She really had an aptitude for it. She was a nurse. That's what her job was. And then we talked about this, and I basically got her, and she basically figured out that she could become, I don't know, it's this assistant where you're kind of doing all the work, but you're not technically a surgeon, or that she could go back to school. Anyway, she figured this out.
Wow.
And she did what she wanted to do, and then she was able to she got pregnant. I don't know if that's why it was. Certainly seemed like it was. And now she's doing the job down in Carolina, South Carolina. I haven't really talked to her too much since. I think.
Well, she's too busy, yeah.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, it's like, I just put her, I said, what do you really want to do? And she had a lot of, she was adopted when she was young. She had issues, but whatever. She's a much happier person.
Yeah.
Because she's doing what she wants to do, and because she's just very good at it.
Well, you've changed a life.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. This is the goal. What's the goal? What is a person's goal? What do they really want to do? It's like, that's the whole thing. And as they say in Scientology, retrospectively, it's fascinating. In the early 60s, he had everybody doing their goals. What do you want to be? And you not just take your goals of what you want to do in this lifetime, be a pianist, be an artist, be a mechanic, a ball player, well, all the different things that somebody might change in a lifetime, but doing it on what they call the whole track, on all of your existences. Oh, yeah, I want to be a warrior. Yeah, I want to be a bear killer. Yeah, I want to be a tribal leader. And you can have all of these goals that people wanted to be. And they would go into the person would go into their own mind and try and look at all the oppositions to all these goals. And the whole idea was to clear yourself and what is your real goal? What is your real goal? Because people, you're not here to be a bear hunter, a tribal leader. People get stuck in all their goals. To me, it was a kaleidoscope of insanity to be wrestling with all these goals, because there's all these oppositions to the goals and all this sort of stuff. And I don't know. It's just like my primary goal was to be a writer. I did that. It's wonderful. Wow. It worked out. It worked out. Didn't have to work out. But what is it? And all of that is such complexity. Do I wanted to be, I didn't have any goals to be this big, rich executive or something like that. It was not my goal. Mm-hmm. So, some people want to be certain things like that. Some people want to be musicians. Some people want to be rock stars. I remember this guy when I was 10 in bar, his item was to be a rock star. It was like he thought that was the ultimate in existence, to be, a rock star and having everybody's attention on you.
Oh, that's so pathetic.
He was a heroin addict.
Oh, of course.
So they said. He didn't tell me. He made about 70 grand a year, which was a lot more then than it is now. I think he was at a union job. But he said, to be a rock star, like that was the ultimate. And it just didn't appeal to me, but, so be it. But people, what are somebody's goals? It's interesting. And you can, and this goes back again to the Jose Arguelles formula. What are your dreams? These people created Earth Week, whole Earth Week.
Well, it certainly, many women feel that their dreams are hindered by being burdened by a child, and therefore they cannot really raise a child in an environment where they have not established their own dreams or objectives in life.
Well, I would also ask, how in the hell did they get in a situation where they got pregnant, and what the hell happened there? That's and without judging them for it, like, how did you get in that situation in the first place? You got to address that. And what is there predisposed them to getting in a position where they had sex and, it's kind of like, well, nobody told me this would happen. It's like, where is the stupidity factor?
Well, of course, it's easy to jump to that, but certainly I myself, who have fallen into fits of lust and just have to have it at the moment without thought for, say, for instance, prophylactic.
What about the women? Any woman I've ever had sex with was keenly aware of their biological circumstance, and it's like keenly aware of it. Much more aware of it than I was, because I could, it's not even a matter of lust. It's a matter of like, I'm not thinking too clearly, but they are. They were responsible.
Well, by the way, Viviana Sanchez is very much shall we say, pro-life. So, Viviana, can you articulate your position for us? Honey?
Oh, sure. As long as I'm not going to be judged or dragged through the mud.
No, I would never do that, honey. Come on. I mean, if anything, I want you.
Not you, but people,
Oh, no one would do that. No one would do that.
Well, of course, people have. So, let's take, for instance, the coronavirus issue we just experienced as a human experiment, in my opinion. We faced a lot of opposition with people who were pro having the government tell us what to do and how to survive this pandemic versus people who wanted to have the ability to choose or gain knowledge or have practiced their self-responsibility while keeping their liberty. In my opinion, these types of matters also require that mentality of, I guess, self-responsibility and education, so that you have an understanding of, I don't know, I guess if you could put the negative and the positive within that education, you could say that children are beneficial for the production and the of our nation or our tribes or in the continuance of our culture. And then have to also teach the self-responsibility of your actions. So therefore, you understand and then you make choices. Now, is that going to be, that's probably a radical thing just to be self-responsible because we are driven by lust, correct?
Yeah.
And we make mistakes and we're prone to all those things. But so I can only speak for myself, and that's always been as a biblical standpoint, which I believe like the children are your armament in a man's quiver. So it is a blessing unto you, and children are a blessing, and life finds a way, and that's my perspective. Is it for everyone else? I'm not going to say for them. It's not my place. I think a nation is blessed too. I think a nation is very blessed when we exalt life and also protect it. So it's a dichotomy, isn't it?
Well, life is blessed. Life is sacred. That's the whole idea.
Yeah,
and that's great. There's also the other side of life. There's also, that's great. It's good. It's like the old, what do you call it? During the Catholic days, the priests and the what do they call them? The rectories and the nunneries. They'd find underneath them skeletons of babies.
Yes. Yeah, that especially in Ireland. I forgot they called them like the Madeleine. Almost I had a word for them that was similar to laundromats. The Madeleine, where this is where a lot of young Irish girls who got raped by their dads or by important men in the social hierarchy got sent there because they were forced to carry the babies to term. And oftentimes the babies were unhealthy and tuberculotic because the girls were kept in such horrible conditions. And then the nuns were just flushing them down the fucking toilet. They found hundreds of bones of thousands of babies in the septic tanks of many of these Madeleine nurseries, but they were called something weird. I forget what they called them. I'd have to look it up. But a nightmare throughout Ireland. Well,
yeah, when we go back to history like that, as I've already been alluding to, very horrible situations. Yeah. It's like, nowadays you can go to an ER. You might have to wait in line. You can go to a hospital bed.
Oh God, our man Pack One was saying you had to wait 48 hours in an ER. That's outrageous. I mean,
it is. It's gotten worse, but I mean, I say, 20 years ago you had better, access at an ER, or now they have urgent care as well. But it's like the history. past history has been very brutal, very brutal. It's not to say that there aren't brutal situations today, but
yeah, well, we need men to lead this cause as well. And if you have a lack of the fortitude of men or righteousness of men or even the denial of God or the existence of God, and you have a generation of people who are just fallen away so far, you're going to run into all types of different matters, and we're going to go to the government and say, save us, tell us what to do, you know?
well, I don't know that it's people are going to the government to tell us what to do. The government's pretty
Does that
good
for
at-
us, yes.
Yeah,
Well, they're happy to do it and tax you.
yeah.
Oh my God. So
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
going to just grab myself some more tea. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. But both of you are doing so well. Go ahead and hold this. And Pack One, do join in if you have some response to this. Tell us,
Okay.
a little bit as well about that emergency room experience of yours to Peter. He didn't hear that. Just shared it in extreme brief. I thought it was just
Oh,
outrageous.
yeah, no, we didn't go. We didn't go to the emergency room because of the wait. There, I know one of my cousins was just in there last night. She passed out. Her grandma, my aunt, found her passed out in her bathroom. She had been complaining she was dizzy, and she set the baby. She had just had a baby probably like 6 months ago. She set the baby down in her little bouncer and went to the bathroom. I guess passed out. No one could get a hold of her for hours, so they rushed her to the ambulance. She said that she couldn't breathe. That she was on her way to the bathroom and she stopped. She had like a anxiety or who knows. And so they took her to the ER, and there was the guy. The wait was 48. They said it could be up to 48 hours before they get her back into the room or whatever. And there was a guy there who was brought an ambulance, who was in a car accident. He was in a car accident. He had a big old contusion in his head. He's leaking. He's like gashed open. He had been there almost 48 hours waiting to get back into the ER. Just dry blood everywhere. Yeah, it's insane right now at the hospitals.
Let me give you a tip, Pack One. If somebody is fainted like that, unconscious, take your finger and put it right under their nose. Touch that, that little part about the lip, above the lip.
Yeah.
And they should wake up.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't find her. I didn't find out.
I'm just saying this. Know this for the future.
Yeah.
A doctor taught me this. A doctor taught me this. He's actually also an acupuncturist. It's like it'll tend to wake somebody up. So if the person's fainted, it might have helped a lot, the whole situation. And then they would have been they should still go to urgent care or something to find out what's going on. But yeah, I don't know I know where I live, there's one hospital you should never go to. And there's another hospital I went to, and I went to the one I should go to. I went there in the middle of the night. Nobody there. In fact, it tends to be pretty quiet. Yeah, of course, I live in a metropolitan area. If you live in a metropolitan area, you should go, everybody who lives in a metropolitan area, unless you're out in some little town in Montana or Nebraska where you don't have any choice. But find out about the different hospitals. Find out what they're good for and what they're not good for. So know that if you have to drive and you have the time, an extra 10 miles to another hospital, know ahead of time where you can get a square deal, a better deal. Whereas there's some places like, I'm not going to tell horror stories. It's not going to do it, but it behooves everybody. And it would behoove me, I know where to go, but I should find out if it's still good to go there under a certain situation. So
may I interrupt?
It's not an interruption. You go ahead.
Oh, well, Pack One, you said that you're seeing a shortage of nurses. Is that like across the board or? Is that because you
So,
think?
oh no, I know it for a fact. So a lot of nurses left because they were mandating the vaccine. So a lot of them quit. A lot of nurses quit because COVID was just so overwhelming. I mean, we had COVID. There were floors on the hospital that were turned into partial COVID floors as well. So you had nurses who were gowning up and down, sometimes juggling 3 COVID patients plus a whole 5 regular patients, or, having 6 COVID patients and just being stuck on the COVID side all day long. And it broke a lot of nurses. I mean, there was during the whole COVID thing, they ended up doing extra they pushed it up to $100 an hour for overtime. They were offering incentives for nurses. I mean, even right now, a lot of these hospitals are their nursing staff is agency nurses, basically travel nurses that are sent to hospitals as floats, basically. It's crazy. Yeah, there's not a lot of nurses right now, especially here. And in Flint, there's 2 hospitals you can go to, and well, there's 3. Well, the third one isn't technically in Flint; it's in Grand Blanc, which is more of a suburban area. But and you would think that that's a better hospital. But if anything really serious happens to you there and you need surgery or whatever, they're sending you back to Flint to Hurley. Hurley is one of the nation's top children hospitals. They have a pretty good cardiovascular surgeon team and stuff like that too. But there's Hurley where basically people will die at, and then there's McLaren, and McLaren is just as bad as Hurley because like the Hurley nurses just barely got a contract again, probably like 2 years ago after like 5-6 years of fighting for a new contract. So the hospital was getting all their profits, wasn't, giving the nurses raises, doing anything. And then now, so McLaren has dealt with that. And then McLaren is also right now under a bunch of lawsuits because that specific hospital has been linked to multiple listeria deaths. A lot of people have contracted listeria drinking the water in that hospital, and it's led to a lot of deaths and issues for people. So that's like the last hospital you want to go to because you're going to get sick. You're going to possibly, contract listeria there. And Hurley, it's not always all that good out there. So yeah, but go ahead.
It's a shame. It's a shame what's happening in Michigan. It really is. It's a shame on our entire country that we're allowing this in this day and age. And we're basically not even talking about it, or because I actually haven't even heard about it for years. Not, it's not even on my mind because I don't think about it. That's my problem.
Well, what they did was they started turning it into jokes. The like the Flint water situation. They turned it into a bunch of jokes. And Family Guy made their jokes. Simpsons did their thing. Everybody. Everybody did their thing with it. So it just kind of like laughed it off as that you don't hear about it, out of sight, out of mind. But it's not just here. It's not just Michigan. This is nationwide. This is not just the water thing, but the situation with nurses and just everything. People don't want to work, and it's not just the hospitals. It's plenty places I go that are completely understaffed, and you see 1, 2, 3 people working. People don't want to work no more. People haven't been working.
Wow, I mean, yeah, that's I guess the pandemic did a lot to discourage people from working. They finally, when they stop working, it's hard to get started again. That's for sure. But surely all of you must have had at least some point in your life where maybe you were scared by a potential pregnancy and considered an abortion or something like that. Maybe we need to hear some anecdotes of that sort. Or did you all just, obviously our lovely lady Viviana Sanchez had around 4 kids by now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think it's one of the first things that crossed my mind for each pregnancy. And so in my first pregnancy, I actually sought counseling at the Planned Parenthood,
Oh,
and
wow.
they told me, I'm sorry, we don't offer that type of, we don't offer that, here, that, like, we're not here for that. So then I sought a pregnancy center, and there, they schooled me on what I was going to expect, how large the baby was. They didn't have a bias, though, of whether I should keep it or not. They just educated me, which I appreciated, and then set me forth, like, with these options. Of course, they weren't pro-abortion, but they were just, again, educating. So there, I contemplated those matters, and it just could, for me, I couldn't carry through with any of those. But it is something on the forefront, and I guess I always knew I had the choice.
Right. And but if that choice disappears, I take it at this point in your life, obviously it's not going to bother you, but or does it?
Well, everything about life and death is a personal decision, and it weighs in the balance of your own soul. And are you going to be, because I remember I would be like on the bus, and I would have my children, and I would look at a girl, and I could see the tears well up in her eyes. And this doesn't only affect girls, it affects men too. And I think they suffer from traumatic matters, whether they speak on it or not, when it comes to the thought of, I wonder what my child would be today. And those are the unspoken parts I think we don't recognize or understand, but I think it affects us internally. And so, but I can't speak for anyone else. That's why it's like, it's just important to at least educate yourself and know the direction you may want to take. And then if somebody has a situation, I just always feel life is going to find a way, even if the situation is tragic. You know what I mean? In my opinion, but our system is not set up to embrace life or support life either, which is another shame on us. So these are the variables, but at the end of the day, it weighs upon the personal choice.
Well, it certainly does, and it's a very good viewpoint. But I've met people who are, or heard of people from the children where the parents are so disconnected from the child. I mean, and this is routine in society, where the kids don't like the father because the father was never around, or the father might be trying to do the wrong thing, and the mother's doing everything she can to screw the father, or vice versa. All sorts of situations where people are not honoring or respecting each other.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes people are divorced, but they do honor and respect each other, particularly with reference to the child. And I remember sitting, I think it was at the homecoming high school game for my daughter, and I was sitting by one of her, with her friend, or one of her friend's dad, and I kind of commented that, yeah, I kind of, do things with his daughter. I take her, she's kind of like my second daughter. He kind of like, he felt bad because he said, well, yeah, I live far away from here. I don't have time. Yeah. He didn't, they had several children, and he just didn't have enough time to be with his daughter because he lived far away. It's kind of like disconnect. People are disconnected with their children. I'm not talking about blaming. Sure, certainly it would be good if people could raise their children together and love and respect each other for the benefit of the child. It would be really good. Some people aren't able to do that. It's almost and it's not about wealth. Wealth helps. It's just, I don't know. Some people are just disconnected.
It's like Bukowski said, we're not good to each other.
No,
We are just not good to each other.
You seem to have an affinity for Charles Bukowski.
I do.
Why? Why?
One of my good friends turned me on to him, who passed away during the COVID era, and I think I just picked him back up, and have been getting more into poetry and trying to. So yeah, I like him.
Okay.
As an artist.
And Peter Moon's pretty familiar with Charles Bukowski too, right?
I don't know who Charles Bukowski is.
You're kidding!
No.
He was like a beatnik, heathen type. For his era, he kind of brought forth that beatnik, but he was very passionate to the point where he sacrificed even, working a 9 to 5 so that he could
wasn't he hopping the rails? Wasn't he one of those rail hoppers that Peter Moon's always talking about?
He became quite successful, though, around 50.
No.
He did work at the post office.
Post office?
Retired.
Who's the guy that Peter was always talking about, who was hopping all the rails?
Jack Kerouac.
Oh, Kerouac and Bukowski. Jesus, I keep mixing those two up. They're like the same person to me. I don't know why. Yeah.
Douglas, I already know you would think he was an intellectual try-hard. I couldn't quite make it, but I think he
Douglas,
was brilliant.
I would not even have known what beatniks really were, except for the television show Dobie Gillis and Bob Denver, the guy who was more famous as Gilligan, played his beatnik buddy Maynard, and that was a beatnik. My mom said, he's a beatnik. What's a beatnik? That's how many of us knew what a beatnik was.
Wow. Holy shit.
I think it was an interesting era. A lot of art came out of that. And he had a very hard life of abuse. And through that, in his journey and through writing, you get the sense of this man who's searching to find healing through all that, but infatuated with the art of writing and expressing his life, and in its simplicity and in a dynamic that was complicated, which was trying to understand his mind.
Well, without focusing on just him, the whole beatnik movement was an expression. It's like, it's a lens of consciousness, and it's also not, it's an artistic stream of consciousness. It's not looking at the lens of ordinary society, the bourgeoisie. It's outside of that. So it's like you're already in the mode of a creative artist, and that's what that is. And there's a certain beauty / tragedy to it, because you're sort of writing to your heart and what do you feel, and of course often these things, in the case of beatniks and hippies who both embrace that, get admixed with drugs and all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. So but it's like, because you're opening up to the consciousness, and then some people take it to extreme situations. So but I mean, I never heard of this guy. It's okay.
Well, it's breaking societal norms, and coming from like the 50s and that societal norm, everything was cut and dry. You were going to get married, have children, buy a house, work. And the structure of the parents or the abuse in families never spoken of. So it was kind of like a rebellion.
Yeah, there was a lot of rebellion.
Yeah.
And even now, what we have now is we have my generation, the baby boomer generation, which has kind of grown up in its own way, kind of ignorant and innocent, despite being not as ignorant and not as innocent as previous generation. And it's the next generation is completely different. And now it's all being amalgamated with tech. People are tech this and tech that. And I was talking with somebody about deep thinking. There's no deep thinkers anymore because deep thinkers is not a commodity that is serviceable. What are you going to do with a deep thinker? Of course, Douglas Dietrich is a deep thinker.
There you go.
And it's like, what is, in other words, everything is like a soundbite. And if you take the Democrats and the Republicans, it's who can get the most influence. Back to this word influence. Who can get the most influence and direct the narrative? Who can direct the narrative? Okay, well, we got abortions. Now we've got this storming the houses of the Supreme Court. The question becomes not who's right and who's wrong, but is it more outrageous to storm the Supreme Court? Is that going to win, or is it more outrageous that the Supreme Court has done the wrong thing and they have to be taken to task? This is like what politics becomes. It's not about who's right.
Right.
What is right, it's who can get the most bang for their buck on the narrative that they're pushing, and who can control the narrative. That's what politics is anyway, but it's become flagrantly that way. Like, wow. Like say with that George Floyd incident, the Black lives didn't have a chance, at least with the National Football League. And then with all the stuff that happened, boy, it changed everything. It changed the whole attitude, at least in terms of political correctness. So people would have to be accountable in a way that they weren't before. So it's, this is what we're living in right now. It's always this way. Who controls the narrative? Mm-hmm. And for a while there was a narrative. Well, you won't get arrested as long as you don't steal more than $1,000. And even
very
then,
interesting points. And
even then, would people still be arrested? I was just, Sean David Morton. He's out of jail. He ripped off people. He had a judgment against for $13 million. Yeah. If you could cheat people out of $13 million and get fined the way he did, be in jail for that long, a lot of people would do that. You couldn't earn that much. You couldn't earn that much in 2 years if you're a typical person.
No, it's
like, is this justice? And then really, does the state want to support him being in jail?
And that's what it came down to. They just didn't want to pay the price with all the food he was fucking eating. It was like feeding a manatee. He claimed he was a breatharian, but he sucks like a vacuum cleaner. He was hoovering so much he became like a dirigible. I was surprised he didn't float to the ceiling. Then all the prisoners would have mistaken him for a piñata. He would have been...
You sound like you had that rehearsed, man. That was pretty good.
Well, the guy still writes me, and Noreen Helphand, of course, has been actually hanging out with him to a degree. Both he and his wife are doing fine from what she described, and the fact that they were in prison and got off because of health issues. His cancer miraculously disappeared after he got out of prison. I think it's appalling. How did this guy convince everybody he had a cancerous tumor?
Maybe that was just to collect money, but is she hanging? Why is she hanging out with him?
Oh, God, because, they're both living in Los Angeles, and they used to be part of the Revolution Radio crowd. I wouldn't say she's hanging out with them regularly, but she certainly met them and was kind of like, seeing them once in a while for tea, so to speak, and crumpets. So it's kind of like I guess just because they're kind of charismatic in their own way. I mean, I couldn't explain what to me is inexplicable, but there you go. I think it's like I do think, of course, he's a criminal, and obviously I'm kind of a criminal myself. But you know, he's let's just put it this way: he's so sleazy. He is what he is. He doesn't seem to hold anything against me, but then that's the kind of glad hand criminal he is, right? You know, come slap everybody on the back and let's get together again sometime, and maybe he's hoping I can help him find some new victims. It's because that's the kind of sleazy he is. It's amazing how people are.
He's very good at what he does.
Yeah. It's
what he does is not necessarily a good thing.
No, it's definitely what he does is he preys on people by getting on their good side. He ingratiates himself. So just don't let that happen. In terms of, you know, he's definitely, it's definitely a work of art, a piece of work. So when it comes
this all takes us back to, the subject of justice.
Yeah.
It's, we live in different times.
Yeah.
And people are ultimately judged one way or another. Yeah. It doesn't always happen the way one thinks it will happen.
Right.
Putin was on top of the world in his own reference frame.
Yeah.
And he's been brought down several notches.
Yeah.
Probably ready to expire if my forecast was right around 21st of June.
Holy shit. It's so interesting that you say that. So you've heard about how bad he's looking, and he was at the parade with that big green blanket.
With like a blanket.
Yeah. Like grandpa's shawl and shit. Yes.
Yeah, I don't expect too much from him.
Oh my God. By the way, I want to let Peter know that I've received nothing but congratulations, particularly from women, about basically getting rid of Jameson Rees. He was definitely, it was the best thing that ever happened for a long while. Sarah J is inside of the chat room. She says, Mr. Dietrich, I am so glad that Jameson is no longer a part of the show. I always felt as though he was overly negative and clearly had a lot of mental issues. Douglas, you make my week better. And nice big blue heart. Thank you, Sarah J. As well, Holly Caditis Kiefer wrote me a letter saying that his hubris was very much a liability. And as well, I was told by the lovely ladies in Facebook Messenger. I don't know if I should necessarily name them all, but definitely a good example that comes to mind is one lady who wrote that she just felt that the show is so much more positive now. Peggy Wood Amalal was certainly saying that, as well as Diane Hillis Buchberger. All of these lovely ladies are saying that the feminine energy in particular. So I do want to thank you, Peter, for making that happen. I was saying earlier before you came on, you may have caught some of it. I was talking to our lovely Viviana Sanchez, just needed to vent, but I was telling people about, I realize now just how resentful I feel about feeling just that he was using us all, because constantly, you had especially all the guys like Paco Morales and Mr. Samuel Romero and Miguel Andujar. Everybody has been doing their best to try and always cheer him up, get him laid. I mean, it was just this big self-centered me fest about I'm in pain, I'm angry. It's just disgusting self-indulgence. And he's just, I realize now just how spoiled rotten the son of a bitch really is. I mean,
when you're not supporting yourself and you're an adult and you're living with your parents, this is not, a healthy thing for him. And that's the most obvious malfunction. And until that's corrected, he doesn't really have a chance. And it's just, it is what it is. He's not healthy. So, and yeah, you talk about spoiled. Yeah, it's like you're not having to earn your keep. So that's not how life is supposed to work. It's not how life works. So he's basically being a parasite off of his parents.
Yeah.
First and foremost. And he's allowed to get away with it by circumstance. So it's like when you put somebody in their place, you do them a great favor. And I'm not going to mention his name, but I once pulled the rug out from somebody. I called him on being an alcoholic.
Yeah.
And boy, did I get a lot of crap. Not from him, but from other people.
Why?
Well, I think two main ones had alcohol issues themselves.
I see.
And one of his friends said I was the only one to stand up to him. Now, not that it took any great act of courage. In other words, just say, this has got to stop. And I called him on it because I don't think I went to his face. I just said, this has got to stop. I don't think I said it to him, but it got back that I was the one who instigated. I told this, he was at this friend of mine's house and he was, raiding the icebox for wine.
Jeez.
You can't do that. He can't do this anymore. It's got to stop. I put the foot down. I told her to put the foot down. I called him an alcoholic behind his back. I don't think I said it to him. He might have called me and said, what's this about? And I said, well, this is what it is. You got to stop. And, people don't like that. It's like you're ruffling feathers. You're being antisocial. This poor guy ended up drunk and getting a DWI, going all over the road in another state.
Yeah.
The police pulled him over, put him down on the ground and read him the riot act. He tried to tell him that he was a former policeman, which he was. They said, "To hell with you. Who cares?"
Thank you. That is so sleazy.
and he died before he could go back and face the music of the court. He died of a heart attack. Okay, people. No, we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. You're killing yourself. We don't want to hurt your feelings, though. And they continued to enable him. I don't know that he quit drinking. No, obviously he didn't quit drinking, or he wouldn't have had the incident. So they said that I was trying to undermine his research.
What kind of research was he doing? How much he could inebriate himself?
I don't talk about that. It was quite extensive. But this is the point. In other words, I wasn't trying to hurt him at all. I was more concerned about him than anybody else was. It's just that what I said was not nice.
Right. But it's almost like the product of a different time. I mean, in this day and age, somebody being called an alcoholic, I wonder if people would take so much umbrage with it. It's more like, how would I say it? I think certainly, as you know, the world was so different. Take a look for all of you younger people out there who just don't have an idea of what the world was like that Peter Moon grew up in, and that I effectively grew up in because I had much older parents. My parents were the age of most people's grandparents. So for me, World War II was like yesterday, and that's one factor aside from their own personal connections with that monumental conflict that we're still fighting today, as evidenced by Russia and Ukraine using, as well as all the other allies, using all these World War II analogies for everything that goes on with that conflict. But in those days, drinking in America and in Europe, it's just mandatory. It wasn't even an option. It's just you drank. That's the way it was. People, and if you ever take a look at the movies, are television series. If you take a look at the old TV series, you can look up episodes on YouTube, find Topper. Topper was like, you know,
I
or
remember that was one of my favorite shows as a kid because it had ghosts in it.
yeah, yeah. And everybody's drinking. I mean, every scene. And they're not just drinking like...
Yeah, but I think the whole premise of that story was Leo G. Carroll, who played the character known as Topper, was a drunk, and that's probably why he saw ghosts.
Interesting. That might be one factor, but many of the television series would demonstrate that same kind of, shall we say, kind of everybody's drinking all the time attitude. And
well, there was that too. I think my mother explained that to me, even though she had an alcohol problem herself or would develop one. Oh, wow. You know, it was like that. It made him, because he could see the ghosts.
Right.
I don't know that anybody else could see the ghosts.
Interesting. I mean, that was pretty brilliant on your mother's part. But in terms of just what people can see in a lot of these old television series or movies is everybody's drinking all the time, and they're drinking hard alcohol. It's and you'll see scenes where like people, you almost never see anyone do that these days, but you'll see people pick up bottles and they will drink the alcohol straight from the bottle, like tip the bottle up like you would a Coke or a soft drink, or, you know, these days Mountain Dew, basically. You know, the way you slam your Mountain Dew, this is the way you see people slamming alcohol. Your average person these days would try to do that, they would choke. It's just people learn to tolerate enormous amounts of alcohol. I'm one of the few people who can do that these days. Certainly when I go to the Estates, this is why people just kind of stare at me in awe. I mean, they stare at me in awe when I'm drinking straight from the bottle these hard alcohol brews, or these straight alcohol like vodka and the rest. They stare at me with the same kind of fascination doing that as they do when I'm drinking blood. It's just something that in either case they cannot do. Physically, they would just sputter in both cases. So it's what people were conditioned to do from a very young age, and you were just considered more of an adult when you were doing that. So I guess in those days, if someone were called an alcoholic, it was kind of like, if you were in that extreme an environment, then you must be really bad. But of course, people would get that bad. They'd get that bad.
Well, this is what my father would. I mean, my father was not an alcoholic, but he certainly did his share of social drinking. And I remember I said, "Dad, that guy was drunk." And he goes, "No, tipsy, not drunk, tipsy."
Well, it goes to show you the power of advertisements. Yeah. Because we even remember, like in movies, people were smoking in the restaurants and the hospitals.
Hospitals, everywhere. Yes, it was legal to smoke in hospitals. Go on, yes.
Well, that was a huge revolution change, was the don't smoke inside. I mean, that's been a drastic change in my life. Smoke was everywhere.
Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard was smoked himself to death in a sense, right?
Well, he definitely smoked. It couldn't have helped his health.
Right. But everybody did that, especially writers. Especially writers smoked.
Yeah, he would smoke and drink coffee and just, get wired and would just write nonstop when he was younger. One of my friends said, who watched him write, when he was writing Scientology, she'd come up to get corrections from him, and she'd say, I need to know about this word. It's, you know what? And he just writes so fast, she said. It was amazing. Like, he couldn't have been thinking too much. He was just writing. It was like inspired writing. But when his younger days as a science fiction writer, he'd go out to his shed or wherever he was writing and get up the black coffee and just boom, 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 write it away and send it to the publisher. He drank so much coffee. He used to get it imported, I think, from Colombia, someplace in South America. Very strong coffee. and he was. They brought a doctor aboard. I was told this by his steward, and I think it was in Greece, and the doctor said, you got to stop drinking this coffee. You're getting an ulcer. It's burning a hole in your stomach.
Right.
So he stopped. I was told he stopped drinking coffee at that point.
Wow.
Well, may I ask Douglas, sir?
Yeah.
Why do you drink blood?
Oh, honey.
That's an excellent question. And
I didn't know this. I didn't know this.
Did you know? Excuse me. Did you know that he is part vampire?
Well, I've heard him talk about it, but I guess I never considered the understanding of why.
Yeah, I think Douglas, you're going to have to. It's time for me to depart, but I think it's time for you to give her at least a summary of your history as a blood consumer and vampire.
Yes, honey.
And at least the primer.
Right. Yes, Peter. I'll do that. And when I said yes, honey, I meant it towards Viviana. But yes, Peter. And so shall I start on that, or wait till you kind of check out in a few minutes?
Well, I'll check out now, and you can inform her.
Sure.
If she has any questions, she can ask you, not me, because it's your story.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting story. It's a sincere story. So it's part of the occult history of the world we don't know.
Yes.
And he does have a book Vampirology, which doesn't explain all of it or his, but he can rattle this off for you in a half hour or less.
It's up to you, Douglas. I just wanted to know.
You should be informed.
Okay.
If you're going to do this endeavor, you should be informed. And he could rattle off on it for hours and hours, but I think, you should try and give her the 15 or 20-minute version if it bridges off a little longer, because it's worth knowing.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole, Magi.
Yes.
He has a whole, nothing about his, what he's talked about, the Magi, the kings and and
she knows some of
it.
Yeah.
Some of it,
so
yes.
It's okay to talk about this, to educate her, because she's new to the show, so on and so forth. If you feel so inclined.
Sure. I'll give her
it's worth
some.
knowing. I would mind hearing it again, but I'm going to check out. And it's been nice to be with you. It's been a low-key, interesting night. Different.
Well, definitely, Peter, I want you to know you did magnificently for saying that you didn't really have something to talk about, that
I had nothing to talk about. I just went
great.
with what I had, I can carry a conversation. So anyway, so it was great. I'll see you on Sunday.
Yes, absolutely. Look forward to that. Bless you. And you and I may speak before then, but definitely if we don't get a chance to, Sunday will be fine.
Okay, that's okay. Okay.
Right. Love you dearly, Cheryl. Love you,
Thank
Paula.
you, Mr. Moon.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Have a nice evening.
Yeah. And so Viviana, basically, my mother descended from, she was half Japanese and half Chinese. And from the Chinese side, she inherited vampirism. And so it's a genuine, it's not like a condition. People often will use that term. And certain people will have like a fantasy or a romance of vampirism, and so they try to present themselves as having a condition. There are many people who want to present themselves as vampires, but no, there's a real genetic subspeciation, and this subspecies has been with humanity for a long time, and that's what's explained in the book Vampirology, which is available on Amazon.com. So people just look up Douglas Dietrich, Vampirology, spelled Vamphyr, Vampirology, Ology, Vampirology, and you'll find the book, purchase that, and you'll find out more about the physiology of the subspeciation. And this is just part of the evolution of primates in the same sense of any other animal. What happens with many other animals in the various kingdoms or phyla is that when there's overpopulation or some other kind of environmental stressor then the stressor will trigger a response that calls the population from within. A great example of this is axolotls. Axolotls are, of course, a salamander-type creature, amphibious, from Mexico. They would almost certainly be extinct if it were not for the pet trade, which actually keeps them alive as a species. And when my parents were alive, I used to raise axolotls because they loved them, among many other pets, for my parents, to keep them company and give them a sense of community. And the axolotls, what will happen is if they're put in a tank where they're overcrowded, at one point a gene will be triggered in one of them, only one at any given time. If there's a balance, or an imbalance rather, of like more than a certain number in a tank where they're just too close, one of them gets the gene triggered and it begins to cannibalize and devour the rest. It mutates somehow where it can do this, whereas otherwise it would, of course, never do that in nature. So that's like nature's safety mechanism for condensed, crowding, overpopulated species. And other types of animals without this kind of stressor, nature itself is enough of a stressor, they have members of their species who feed upon them. Now, when you think of something as lowly as cadaver maggots or lice, it's been identified by forensics analysts that within a cadaver that is being fed upon by many of these cadaver bugs that come to basically compost the cadaver or the carcass, there will be a certain one among them, or a certain very small percentage, that feeds only on the other bugs that are devouring the cadaver. With Darwin, he on the Galapagos Islands and other areas, he was observing what became known as Darwin's finches, and he identified birds that feed only on the blood of other birds. There are birds that do this. So people, of course, acknowledge all of this within zoology, and yet consider human beings that do this to other human beings some sort of fantasy or some kind of psychiatric disorder. Now, there's a big difference, and the difference is, of course, that when it comes to true vampirism, somebody is actually a subspecies. They can drink blood without vomiting. They have not only a tolerance for it, but a need for it. So my mother had that. Her father was more of a full vampire. She was half. I'm only a fourth. These hybridized products of vampires are called dampfires, and you can actually look this term up. It's a genuine term. DHAM. PIRES when it's vulgarized in the English, but the original spelling was DHAMPHYR. Damphyr, just like vampire is actually with a PHYR. That's more true to the original Slavonic term. But when it comes to vampire, it's nothing romantic like what people imagine. They keep trying to impose upon it some kind of clan or family, dynastic kind of element. Certainly not in the Western or European vampirism. That's not the case. With the Chinese, there was something that was more towards that, because many of them went into a kind of monastic lifestyle, and the communities would bring them the people whose blood they would drink. Communities would bring them that as kind of a tithe. These would be criminals, which were always easy to find, are people that were ostracized, or even just people that they felt they did not need. Like in ancient China, where did all the developmentally disabled people go? Many of them were offered to the vampires. This is the kind of thing that kept society functioning without too much of a need to take care of many people who would otherwise be a burden on society. But in that sense, the vampires were a bit more socialized. But the reality is, vampires, real true-born vampires, full-blooded, what They found, in the only state-sponsored research that was ever done in this regard that we have remaining documents of from the Soviet Union, which is mostly what's published in that book, Vampirology, that I wrote, which is basically taking many medical notes from the Soviet Union and putting them together in what was supposed to be a contextual narrative. Only half the book was published because we had to get it out right away. There was a man named David J. West who was threatening to plagiarize it. And it was a question of whoever gets there first kind of trademarks it. Because I made the mistake of keeping his name on the original book that was published that never made it to the shelves. So long story behind that. We don't need to go into that right now. But in the book Vampirology, comprised of many Soviet medical notes on the study of this subspecies, which they, among other cultures, drove almost to extinction. They're almost exclusively male, essentially all male, except for hybrids. Sometimes a girl will be born if the vampire is mating with a human female, which is what they do every once in a while when they just, for whatever reason, suddenly feel as if they need to reproduce. They'll rape some female, and then a child will be produced that, if is kept and raised by the mother, then will become a dampfire, which in Eastern Europe, traditionally, they felt were the best vampire hunters. That's a fact. And so when it comes to the dampfire, they were recognized in European society to the point where dampfire performed a vampire slaying that was state-sponsored. The government paid for it in Yugoslavia as late as the 1950s. So these were some of the documents I was working with the Department of Defense when they were smuggled out of Eastern Europe and brought to the United States. The United States refused to take it seriously. They dismissed most of this as some kind of Soviet attempt at feeding them disinformation. So for that reason, they ordered the documents destroyed, and I took copious notes on them because of my own mother's history. And that's why I was able to find out more about myself, aside from what I learned from her. But with vampires, most of them are not socialized. Most people would identify them at some autistic end of the spectrum. They're basically almost like street people, but they're so healthy and physically much more resilient that they don't look like street people. They don't look worn or weathered. Therefore, they maintain their charisma so they can seduce people and drink their blood, oftentimes draining them completely, which they're capable of doing because, like a camel with a hump, they can retain that amount of liquid and therefore retain it and therefore not need to feed again for a longer period of time. So in the case of my mother, she could do that. I myself can drink blood, and it's what helped me immensely when I started doing it again. I didn't do it for almost around 10 or 11 years when I was taking care of my parents in the last years of their lives. I was just involved with them, and but once my son got married, and then he got married to a man who was wealthy enough and part of the Silicon Valley circuit, then the Silicon Valley circuit, they're very much into blood transfusions. And this is because it's been proven, though the medical industrial complex will deny this. The medical industrial complex will say, oh, blood from young people transfused into older people is not efficacious and doesn't help you. This is because they don't want people doing this for obvious reasons. It might create all kinds of social problems if people start saying, well, we've got to make some way to make this available for everyone. Obviously, it's something that can't be catered to with our current economy or ethics system. So they'll just tell you it doesn't work. But to put the lie to that, anyone will tell you in sports medicine that when someone's in peak physical shape as an athlete, all they need to do is during that period of time when they're at their best, they take their blood out, have a few pints put away in the freezer. And then right before any event, they can, right in front of the judges, just look the judges in the eye and laugh at them while they take their own blood out of the freezer and pump it back into themselves. Because That's what gives them an edge. And it's not dope. It's not drugs. It's not something that the judges can disallow. The judges have to tolerate that because it's their own blood. So they found that gives them an edge that makes them winners. That alone proves how efficacious blood taken from yourself at your best, then transferred back into yourself just before an event, can give you enough of an amplification of yourself to help give you that winning edge. So what they do, many of the people in Silicon Valley, is they get a lot of blood from young people from blood drives, usually high schoolers. And so long as it's the same blood type, transferring that blood into themselves, they find really has enormous benefits in helping to stave off the aging process or retard it, etc. Thanks to this, many of the people in this kind of higher spectrum of existence economically in California, certainly Silicon Valley area, have taken to adopting many young people to become transfusion associates. They pay for their schooling and then help to kind of release them back into society when they're of legal age so that they can go on with their lives. But from the younger people, they take their blood, and then it helps them maintain their health. So this enabled me to, when my son got married to an individual who, like many people in California and Silicon Valley involved with the high technology industry, was involved in this. It gave me access to many of the young people he was working with, and they allow me to drink their blood. And then in exchange, of course, I provide him advice for security services and other things that I was providing professionally for years in terms of security advice and the like. So it's kind of an exchange, a barter system that we have going. And so once that started, my life and my health improved enormously. Back when I was working with Laurie and Ann Fenton, and of course, my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, had to justify that I couldn't tolerate antidepressants, so she could make the state pay for an unusual or unorthodox treatment of hypnosis, because psychiatry does not recognize hypnosis. Whatever people see in the films, hypnosis is not recognized by conventional psychiatry. But in order to rationalize the fact that that was necessary in my case, we had to prove, which was easy enough, that I couldn't take the normal psychiatric treatments of chemical prescriptions, such as antidepressants. And when I took them, they almost destroyed me. In my case, I bloated up, retained water, and ultimately we were able to get the sponsorship for the hypnotic treatments that helped me enormously in terms of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder, as administered by my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran. Now, when it came to the antidepressants and how bloated and how awful I was looking right after my parents' death and the time I was working with Laurie and Ann Fenton, these days people don't even recognize me physically. And that's because I've actually, in a very real sense, got younger. And that was thanks to my drinking blood. Again, this is because I really can't process solid food very well. I can eat a lot of it. And really, it just, my body's not really taking much nourishment from it. So by indulging in at least more hematophagy, the drinking of blood, the eating of blood, then I was able to basically give my body what it needed. And so thanks to that, my body's been much healthier and I've been feeling a lot better, looking a lot better. But of course, this is not recommended for anybody else. Now, the other people, these Silicon Valley moguls who are taking transfusions, they're taking the blood in completely different. They're taking it by transfusions. And in my case, drinking it directly from some of these young volunteers, it's something that helps me, but it wouldn't help anyone else. So don't anyone ever emulate this. And of course, you got people out there who are simply wannabes. I was contacted by a guy last night. Probably some people saw this come up on my Facebook page. Not going to name him. He just said, "Oh, I need to talk right now." And he was a fan and a follower for a long time. So I needed to stay awake anyway and get something done. So I, called him. And first thing he went into was, oh yeah, when I was drunk, young and partying with all these, satanic rocker types, I was drinking blood. That's all just fetish shit. So when they say they're drinking blood, by the way, whatever they're doing, they're not drinking blood like, a pint of blood. The average human body, any human body can't take that. Any human being taking more than a few swigs of blood, you're going to vomit. You can't even process it. So the body just rejects it. I'm obviously, in a very real sense, a little less than human, or a little more, depending on how you... it's just different. But my physiology is different, and there's several other factors behind that I've pointed out as well. So hopefully that puts it into some perspective. That's just a little short summary of the situation. I hope that clarifies some things. And was that coherent?
Oh, it's intriguing and very interesting. I did not know that about you.
Okay. Yeah.
Specifically of your parents or your lineage. So does a vampire, it's a genetic thing then?
Yeah, it's genetic. It's congenital, but not like a congenital defect. Understand, most vampires are what we would consider feral. These aren't like... The way it became confused with nobility was during the Black Plague, because what happened was the nobility in Europe, they just basically would use a lot of colloidal silver. Now, very different then from what we have today. Just so people understand this, colloidal silver today is completely different. They have done all kinds of things to make sure it doesn't turn you blue. But back in the old days, there weren't these processes. They just took like silver coins and would put them in the water so you could drink that, and it would act as a disinfectant, just basically kill the germs. The silver would be an antibiotic. And so because of that, overexposure to the metal would turn people blue. Now, people who truly abuse colloidal silver, an old man named Papa Smurf, you can look up this colloidal silver, Papa Smurf, old man turns blue. You can find that on anywhere, probably just by looking those hashtag words up. And this was a guy who used too much of it, but he turned blue. So this is what happened to the nobility back in the Middle Ages. And as millions of people were dying from the Black Plague, and all the peasants saw the nobility survived, and they weren't dying, except they were all turning blue, then they began to think of the nobility as vampires. This is how vampirism became identified with nobility. Then by the time of Bram Stoker writing Dracula, he's writing half a propaganda book against nobility. He was Irish, and he lived in Britain, so he was kind of like an Irish house nigger for the British. And he had very ambiguous thoughts about his own place in life. And so he was subversively writing an anti-nobility propaganda novel by portraying Dracula as the nobility, and everyone has to unite to kill him because he's imposing himself on the populace. So this is like how that was hammered home and became cemented, so that everybody thinks of vampires as counts and barons, and this isn't the reality. Vampires are essentially like feral children who are forever immature.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah. So just so people know, it's kind of like being an axolotl. Axolotls never mature, and when they do, You okay, honey? Yeah.
Oh, my back. No, I'm muted. Am I not? Oh, I'm sorry. No. I'm having a back spasm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm. Yeah. So there you go. Hopefully that clarifies that as well. And sorry about your back spasms. Do you have any special chairs for that? Or are you in a comfortable enough position? Or anything we can do? Oh, she went mute. That way no one can hear you scream. So if Sammy Romero wants to come back on for right now, any... Yeah, honey? That you?
Oh, well, I had one more question.
Sure, of course.
So do you know, do you know when you're a vampire? Or do you have like extrasensory type of abilities? Like, what's it like for you?
Oh, by the way, Elizabeth Beam in chat says, I met Papa Smurf, Tompkins Square Park in Manhattan, laugh out loud. Holy shit. So, honey, what you're asking is, do people like find out they're vampires somehow? Just like at certain points in their life, like, or recognize it?
I don't know. It's like, sometimes witches will know each other just because of the essence or aura or whatever power. But so I'm just wondering, like, do you walk around and you are, I don't know, like, is there an extrasensory type of knowledge or understanding that you are, I don't know how to explain it, but like, because obviously you had your parents to train you or teach you or help you in understanding.
My mother, very definitely. And obviously someone who's full-blooded vampire, they know it from when they're born, but let's put it this way. They don't think or process like a human being. It's I describe it in the book, and the best way to describe it is that it's not like anyone thinks, where you suddenly become aware at some point in your life, or you like, oh gosh, there's one too. Vampires recognize each other, of course. But if one is also trained or reads the book, then one would be more prone to seeing one or recognizing one if they saw one. But in terms of the vampires, the reality is, just as an axolotl never matures, it is always in a fetal state. And then if it does mature, it turns into what they call a water dog or something like that, and its life is very short. But most people just keep them in water so they never mature, and their lives are much longer, but they're forever in a fetal state. Vampires kind of like that in a sense, not that they're fetal, but try and imagine it this way. That time in your childhood, between childhood and adolescence, where you're always in the present moment. And there's a moment when we mature into adulthood is when we become much more conscious of time. A vampire is never in that time conscious kind of processing. This is why people would use the analogy of autistic processing. They are forever a kind of immature, childlike experience of the world that is timeless. Basically, they live as homeless people, usually in warehouses or crypts, or they prefer it cold. I'm very, very different in that regard, only a fourth vampire. And in my sense, I'm very sensitive to the cold, quite unlike my mother. But in terms of the average vampire, your real ones, full-blooded, they prefer the cold far more than any human can tolerate. And so they maintain themselves in a homeless state, kind of like our man Daniel Arola when he was homeless for a long period of time and was sleeping in a warehouse. It would be that kind of lifestyle. And then raid or basically attack people, drain them of their blood in whatever city they're living in. All anyone has to do is look at the numbers. Thousands of people in every major city die mysteriously every year. They disappear. Many of them are victim of this. So Sammy Romero is with us, and happy to bring him on. Both of you have been introduced, but certainly before he even starts to talk, does that kind of like put things into some perspective for you? Or, okay?
Oh yeah, it's very interesting. So I have one more question.
Sure.
So what is the lifespan, and is there like a war between the vampire? Because I read like the Carpathian series.
Carpathian series.
Well, it was like a book on vampires I read once, and it was more like a history with pictures, but it was more like mythology.
Oh God, if you could provide me some links, I'd like to look at that. I think I vaguely heard of it, and it might even be, was it like novels? Or was this more like a...
It was more like a public or an illustration that was in a...
You mean like graphic
in
novels? Like comic?
A book form?
You mean like graphic novels? What they call
No, it
comic books,
wasn't.
but I hate that term. Or what?
No, it wasn't a novel or a
Novel.
series even. It was just like a book on vampires, but then it told a story, and it was like the Carpathians were at war with the Pythro-Thingians or something like that, and they were just from different regions, and so some had a force for good and some had a force for evil.
Okay, no, this
Kind of
is.
story.
I mean, I'd certainly like to look at that. But the one thing I'm looking up when I write Carpathian Vampire series, it says Dark Series, Christine Feehan, 36 books. Holy shit! Is that what you were talking about? The immortal Carpathians must find their life mate or become the vampires they are honor bound to destroy. I mean, these things are always fascinating. They're fun, but the one thing I'd like to say is that there is an element of territoriality, but it's more like wolves. It's more like vampires have kind of a range they try to establish. And then obviously other vampires who try to muscle in on their range, then that can result in violence with each other. But it's not at the tribal level. That's probably the closest identity they ever came to is when they were forced to by the Soviet Union, collecting them and forcing them to work in units, which is completely unnatural, or during the time of the Third Reich, where they voluntarily worked as such because they knew communism was their greatest enemy because of the Great Slaughter of 1919, the year my father was born. So I can go a bit into that in the near future, but
Okay.
hopefully that puts that into some perspective. They're very territorial and just don't like each other's company. So very much lone wolves. And in nature, so to speak, or left unalone or unmolested, they would never buddy up or hang out. They simply exist. And the lifespan would be about twice that of a human life. So about approximately 200 years, some longer.
Do you think that they're dwelling within our government?
Oh God, no.
No.
No, you're talking about people who. The best kind of analogy I can present is that the reason I try to represent them or present as sympathetic a picture as possible of them is because, for one thing, I do feel they're a necessary part of culling humanity, and that hating them is like hating a hurricane or any act of God. They are Christian, the majority of them. A cross, a crucifix, was always considered a pass. It's not a ward. It's simply they wouldn't attack people wearing one. The Soviets concluded this was just childlike, some kind of childlike belief system, like a belief in Santa Claus. But that's really not the case. It's simply they're doing God's work by culling humanity because that's what God created them to do. They're not guilty based on what they do. By the way, Sammy Romero says, reminds me of Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer. Oh, God, please. I never saw that film, but I'm reluctant to see it. Is that how they were portraying them? I doubt it. Oh, God, if they're making Lincoln the hero, they probably portray them as negatively as possible. But these aren't good or evil. They're simply a force of nature in a very real sense, like a wolf that's culling the sheep. So when it comes to the way I try to present a parallel, because I can speak, and most of them can't, not coherently in some eloquent fashion, then basically they can't speak for themselves. And in that sense, it's almost like the film, though in a sense nothing like, and yet somewhat parallel, to the Wrong Turn franchise, which ended up with, an eloquent man speaking with a European accent who's speaking on behalf of a bunch of mutated cannibals. It would be something like that. I'm speaking on behalf of people who can't speak for themselves, and most people wouldn't find them sympathetic, but they would definitely be more charismatic than, say, mutated, disfigured people. They have physique that most people would envy. And they have that without working out. They just are naturally possessed of not an ounce of fat, naturally possessed of musculature, whereas most people would have to work towards that. And they, of course, they don't appreciate what they have because they never had to work for it. So it's for this reason they can't really relate to human suffering. And Halicarditis Kiefer reminds me my vampirism is not predatory. Thank you, honey. Well, certainly not in my case. But in the case of many of these other vampires, trying to imagine if you're like a young child and you're in good health, I mean, really young, before you mature and develop a sense of empathy for other people's suffering, you look at cartoons where stupid human-like animals are basically walking into planks and things fall on top of them from buildings, and you laugh. It's like, ha, yeah, look at this, you know, and you see the stupid animals, and they're all like getting clobbered by falling pianos and walking into rakes that bash them up against the nose and running into walls and leaving shapes of themselves as they break through bricks. All of this is funny to a child. This is pretty much how a vampire feels about human suffering. It would just be like they can't relate. They don't suffer like that. They don't have that level of frailty or fragility. So it's something to bear in mind. But they're very immature like that. They have no reason to mature. They don't need to hold a job. They sustain themselves off other people's blood, and that's really all that they're living for. They don't need to work for that. It's so there was no real point in evolving a sense of maturity or socialization. It's so they would appear very autistic in behavior. So this is how people need to understand them, not as some kind of sophisticated clan that has concepts of historical context. So that being said, yeah, you can exist for 200 years like that. It's all that lack of stress, all that lack of. So bringing Sammy on now. So Sammy, please don't tell me anything about Abraham Lincoln. What was it you were trying to say in text? That he was saying something about blacks or something? Or
he took the black ones to Liberia. That's what I meant. The black vampires. That was a joke.
Okay, got it.
That was.
Yeah. Okay.
How are you guys doing?
Oh,
how are you guys doing?
Hi, Sammy.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
much,
okay.
yeah. Much the better for you being here. So, do share with us what's been going on with you the past few days. Oh, thank you so much for your $50 United States dollars. And yeah, and Holly Carditis Kiefer can hear me now, so I want to kiss her for her $100. I'm dedicating this tonight's show to Holly Carditis Kiefer and a wonderful man from Canada who also contributed $100 United States dollars. So the show will be dedicated to both of them tonight. I'll look up the man's name and I will give him a shout out later. Yeah.
Donation too? Did you get my twins on? Oh, okay, that's good.
Not from Isaac. No, Todd Sayuski in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. But Isaac he's contributed already, and I thanked him for it. But you provided another $50, and that's Oh, bless you. And so, but go on with how your day was, and then we'll kind of take it from there. I'll start monologuing earlier tonight, but go on.
Yes. Well, I mean, life is going. Right now, what I'm dealing with with my job, this is why you don't hear the gates of hell, because I'm in my car.
Oh, thank God.
We are attempting to go paperless.
Good fucking luck.
Enough,
all he's talking about is the fact they took all the toilet paper out of the men's rooms. Yeah, go on.
Yes, I think some of the destinations that we ship to, I work in the logistics, if anybody knows, aviation. Some of the destinations, particularly interestingly, Taiwan, of all locations, it was pushing paperless, which got me thinking about the Arctic, but that's just in a different.
Yeah.
I don't want to ramble on.
No, I love your rambling, but go on.
A lot of some of the coworkers, a lot of them are part of the 20th century, like you, Doug, and it's a little intimidating because we're working with tablets and stuff, but I try to be as helpful as possible. In other words, it's just all it is paper, but digital form. And it's coming along, but it's we're still doing paper as of right now. It's just a slow transition, and it's one of those things where I try not to make some of my coworkers feel inadequate, because it's not about that. It's just I think people are encouraged to use technology when they don't feel like they're the morons. At least not on purpose. I think we all, especially Americans, we have our dump switch at times. But I was very interested in what you guys were talking about, contraception and Roe versus Wade.
Oh yes, there must be something you have to say about that. Please share with us whatever, because when I go off tonight and I go into the zone, obviously I'll cover it in depth. But please, by all means.
One of the things that you mentioned last transmission, I believe on Sunday, was if this country is very pro-life, we don't show it. Yeah. What I mean is, we don't show the human beings that walk around this country. We sure don't treat them like we're pro-life.
Yes, thank you. When these babies are born, it's not like we offer them, hey, how about free education? Or
exactly. And like this morning, while I was doing my rounds and trying to get a little walk in, because I'm trying to get into shape, at least some type of shape.
I love that.
I'm not trying to have big watermelon. I try not to. I mean, my twin is pushing me to go fishing. So that's already I'm already becoming an old man as it is. I haven't got my fishing license, but anyways, I digress.
By the way, he's making a joke about his brother who goes fishing.
Yes. He just did a 180. Like he's a total square right now.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so what getting married does that to you? It's like death. Yes, go
on. Well, he hears the transmission, so I don't want to roast him too bad. That's my kind of knowledge. So
we love him.
You need to love the fishermen. Embrace them.
Yes.
No, absolutely. Doug's dad, by the way, was a man of the sea. I don't know if you know that, but anyways, yes, I was hearing you talk about equality as far as law. Where something you said interesting enough, that the testosterone in men, it's astronomical how much we produce, and it explains why we're so violent.
Yes.
When it comes to men, and if it's not violence, then it's sexual dominance.
Yes.
When I think of these things,
I mean, that's violent too, right? But go on.
Obviously, yes, but obviously, they go hand in hand. And you think of Genghis Khan, how much he just not dominated with violence; he dominated with his genes. Pretty much majority of China, excluding the Japanese, are pretty much part of his lineage. What I mean by that is, this Roe versus Wade, you can't have it one way. I think that what I've always remembered what you said, and I've agreed with it, is there has to be a middle ground. It's just what it is. I think the power of choice it is a controversial one, but it is the power of choice. And being an adult is one of the luxuries of being an adult. Is doing things your way. As many consequences as that is, I think the choice needs to be there. And one of the reasons why is our infrastructure as well. Doug changed, the daycare center in the military, if anybody knows that, for what he did. And it's the top of the line. I think this country needs to invest in universal daycare. I think there needs to be a whole entire industry devoted to, almost like, kind of like another branch of the army, not necessarily part of the military, but, this has to be implemented, especially for professionals. This country wants to produce professionals that want to have children and want to reproduce, generations of and obviously I'm talking like, this is actually true, which is probably not. Americans really don't care, but in a pipe dream type of thing. And really, what it makes me think of is is the immigrants that come here. Most immigrants are family oriented. Me being from Chicano, Latino background, family is a big part of our lives. And my dad fathered 13 children that we know of, and he loved them all.
I like that. Yeah.
He loved them all. Life happens. Adult relationship happens. We don't always agree, but I have 7 sisters, and I have a twin and a brother, and I have other siblings that I don't know about, but I've met a couple. But what I'm trying to say is, this universal daycare should benefit people of color the most, because family is really what we got. I think that families a lot of the time is our wealth. And what I mean by that is, it's all we got. I'm not saying, people of color, people that are quote unquote white don't like family. That's not what I mean. It's just the majority of immigrants, that's all they have. And having the ability to know that your child's safe and it's in an environment that is a learning environment, that is welcome, is to me more valuable than gold, because it allows you to actually do what you want to do. And this infrastructure does not exist in the United States. In fact, it's the opposite. Yeah. And this is one of the reasons why I think it struck a chord with me, because I have friends that make good money, but they've had to make sacrifices to quit jobs because they rather spend time with their children. Yes. And they rather take that job that, they may have to be on, CalFresh or food stamps, but they're with their family. And, sometimes the American dream, it's not just, the 3-bedroom house with the white picket fence. It's not necessarily that. I mean, that's great, but, at the same time too, people want to be with their family. And it's unfortunate, because the American dream, it's as far as in the present time, it's really what you make of it. That whole concept of, getting what you want here. There is a such thing as the sky is the ceiling. And not the way around. I'm not sure I'm making sense, but in other words, there's a ceiling. In other words, we're limited. That's just, part of life. But what I really mean is that power of choice is needed right now, because unfortunately, I think anybody can attest to this as far as an adult, that we have things we regret what we've done, but at the same time too, it's just part of adulthood of pain. And I'm not saying advocate abortion, but there are cases, especially the environment we live in. Yeah, there's a lot of rape happens every day, and really, to me, it's not the women's fault. It's the man's fault.
Yes,
I think men, we still have that gene of Neanderthals. We think we can, stick our organ into something and not be responsible. Yeah. And that's the opposite. Men have power, and if we can raise war and we can create bloodshed, then we also have the ability to create life. And I think a woman, is going to give herself to you, willingly or unwillingly. And that's the one thing about nature, is that women are really at our mercy to a certain extent. As far as society, we haven't progressed. And because we are the dominant gender, it's our fault. Because, as much as we try to be civilized, we're not. We're not. We're just, the thing with America is it's very good at hiding their American society, really, hiding their discretions in plain sight. It's not a secret. It's just what world society we live in, that option needs to be open to women, because that's just something they need to have, because of our dominance as men, and men don't want to take responsibility. I'll give you an example. Mitch McConnell has kids, and he had a divorce, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but at the same time too, he had a divorce, and he portrays himself as a conservative when he's not. You're not a Christian man if you get in divorce, but like I said, that's the pipe dream that even in religion is that many people get divorces. I had a family friend who was a pastor. He got a divorce. His wife actually was killing him.
Wow.
They had a family doctor, and she was in cahoots with her doctor to prescribe him the wrong medicine because she did not want him to be healthy enough to be active in his ministry. She was killing him, and he found out, and he pretty much divorced her and, left her. And, this is the thing about religion.
He didn't press charges?
No, it's almost like, what's the point? I just want to get away from you.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's one of those things where if the man can do that, then I think a woman's body is really her last
sanctuary.
Sanctuary, in other words, because women's bodies are very special and divine, but at the same time too, it's really not a man's choice, because we don't want to be responsible. We don't even want to. I mean, that's one of the things that really frustrates me about, sometimes people that don't realize that, we pay for these welfare systems, we pay our taxes. And as soon as you open your CalFresh card, people look at you side-eyed, but wait a minute. We give all this money to Ukraine. We give all this money to the military. We have all these taxes that go to certain departments that get literally burned. And, people are looking you side-eyed because you're taking welfare and all this. It's just, it's not logical. But what I'm really trying to say is this choice of to do with this choice that women have with their body, it's really necessary, because at the same time too, these judges that are doing this can also go to the 14th Amendment and really make a lot of things a lot worse. And this is where it gets interesting, because unfortunately, a handful of people can really turn the tide and can really cause a lot of damage. I think it's a very scary time we live in, but at the same time too, it's a very interesting time, because it's all spells out civil war.
Yes.
Interesting.
At the end of the day, things have not changed. Race is a big issue. People don't want to talk about race. And it's what it is. I don't agree with everything that I would say everything that Doug says. Some things I don't agree, but I think a lot of times why I don't agree, because I don't understand sometimes Doug's paradigm, and I think eventually it comes out, and I get settled in, and I can understand certain views. But at the end of the day, we are headed there, and race is going to play a big part, as far as it's going to be the uniform of that.
Skin color will be the uniform. Yes, go.
It's interesting that I'm not sure if you guys mentioned that they want to storm the Supreme Court.
Right.
Yeah, to me that's silly.
I think our man Peter Moon was alluding to that. He was just beginning to bring that up. But go on, yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't flip off LAPD or LA County Sheriff. I wouldn't be that stupid to do that. Let alone try to do that. I think that's there's just some. I always tell people you have to know your struggle. I don't mess with law enforcement. Not that I'm a criminal. But the city that I live in, they're their own gang in themselves. And it is what it is. And I'm a Christian, but at the same time too, there's just a lot of stuff that it doesn't make sense. And just because you say you're pro-life, this country is not pro-life. It's more of, I want to push my agenda because it makes me feel good at night, but I'm still, raping my daughter. I'm still, doing these things, but I'm pro-life. And, it's just, I even have family in my circle that's anti-vax, and it is what it is. But at the same time too, that's okay. I can be around them. I don't try to impose my beliefs on them. But at the same time too, I can understand their plight with it.
Oh, by the way, that's Daniel Arola coughing for us. Go on.
Is Daniel here?
Yes, he's here.
Yep.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Mama. Hey, Mama.
Yes. Yes.
But it's
you could tell he was here because of the stench from his bong. I mean, I began to smell the smoke, and
the bubbler.
Yeah.
The bubbler.
I'm sorry. Go on, Sabby.
You better pass it.
Yes. Yes.
I can't smoke, so unfortunately, I don't smoke. But hey, take an extra toke for me. But all this subject really, it's just that it's inevitable. But to me, it's just a revolving. It's one of the things where we just need to find a middle ground. And unfortunately, we this country is passionate for the wrong things, but at the same time, too, America, it's the land of bullshit, unfortunately. And once these things happen and they start going on, it's just going to be, things are going to fall where they fall. And, shit's going to hit the fan, but it's going to be one of those things where I think you're going to see the sides already divide. And it's not really going to be a surprise. It's just going to drop. I had a very, very weird dream the other day. I dreamt that, I don't know if there was a massive tornado or a bomb, and it was very real. I had to wake up, but I don't know what that means. It was almost like very warlike, and it's one of those things where I had to kind of like pause. You're half asleep, and just go back to bed. But it was one of those dreams where I'm kind of like in the middle of it, and it was like too real. And it's one of those things where like, well, I'm not surprised. I'm just gonna go back to bed. It's just to me, it's just an inkling to me of what's gonna happen. But I have to go back and to my job. But any thoughts before I leave?
Interesting. Yeah, I sort of have a thought. I really loved how you explained that. It made a lot of sense. And I just wanted to pose the idea that it seems like we are in a very interesting time, but the dynamics could go either way of the extreme. You could have one side that's so extreme that they want to be able to sacrifice a child after it's born, to having no
I'd
choice
like to
at
add
all.
in a take.
I'm not following.
What do we do? What do we do when our very own government is willing to go too extreme, and we need to protect, stand in the gap and protect life?
No, that's true. But my thing is, what are we doing for the adults? Because I look at how they treat the adults as far as and what I say about people of color, because that's what I identify with. If this country cares about children, which I'm not saying it doesn't, it's just we're bringing in children into this world, and look what we're doing. And I'm not saying kill children. No, what I mean by pro-choice is obviously rape and special circumstances. But and this is what sucks about being an adult, is you go through those painful decisions, and it is painful. And this is something adults have to go through, whether it was rape or not. It's still gonna haunt you. but it's still your choice. And as far as this country sacrificing, well, it also starts with parenting. And what I mean by it, at the end of the day, it's the man's fault, because the men are the pillars of this quote unquote country, and they don't care.
I get that, but I'm looking on a policy level. When your government is going to perhaps even press through the right for people to murder their children even after they're born, and then doesn't that become society's problem as well?
What Viviana Sanchez is referring to is that in response to the leak of the Supreme Court document, the Democrats just put forth legislation that would make Roe v. Wade, or rather the right of abortion, constitutional. And it was far more sweeping in what it provided for options than the original rights we have on the books. So what she's saying is that to her is like a violation of life, and also to many other people who share the pro-life philosophy. But you don't need to, when you bring that up, honey, understand that this was simply done as a symbolic act. It was never going to pass through because we have a Republican-dominated House and Senate in so many ways, in the sense that it requires far more of government unanimity than obviously was even possible. They're simply doing this as a symbolic act. It's just...
Well, if it's their intent to actually write it out, and it is literally an assault on life, then we the people should be able to, even by a riot, like sort of a riot or a righteous kind of sentiment, to say to our leaders that's way too far.
Oh, well, I'd like to jump in.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to jump in right now.
Sure.
See, this thing going on, this Roe v. Wade and pro-life, it's not even about the baby. They don't give a fuck about the baby. Their target is the woman. Their target is the woman that's eligible to vote. And see, knowing how states are lobbying to make abortion and even miscarriage, like illegal on the federal level, they're making them into felons, and felons cannot vote.
Right. That's right. So I'll put all of this into perspective when I go into the zone, which will be very soon. But I do want you to know, honey, that probably Sammy Romero would be unequipped to respond to you about that. Right, Sammy? You're basically...
Basically his point is there needs to be a balance, because we have two extremes on both sides. They're both fighting for an extremist ideology that is not beneficial to anyone.
Yes. Well, on both sides, I would agree with that. Both of them have taken it to an extreme in terms of response to each other. Both feels that one side is so extreme that the only way they can respond to it is with an extremist response. So both sides are going to extremes. So yes, this is what will bring us inevitably towards a civil war. But certainly you certainly appreciate your expressing your stance, and your stance is shared by many people, but I'll put into perspective, it's still a minority stance when I go into it. By the way, that doesn't mean that the majority stance is right simply by being a majority. But what I will say is that, as I said before, I can work with it either way. When I brought up what I did towards the close of our conversation with our latest transmission, when I was speaking to Viviana Sanchez deep into the morning, I brought up the fact that, say they outlaw abortion, then what I said is that at that point, if women are forced to carry to term, then by God, we better give the woman everything they need to carry that baby to term. They should be given housing. They should be given certainly food and access to basic income. This is why, if we were really pro-life, there would be universal health care, there would be universal basic income, and there would be free education, and there would be everything you needed to make that life a quality life. We offer none of that. Far from it. We make life as difficult as possible, and we tell people that they're at fault when they fail. So this is why...
And they'll call that shit socialism, too.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Make it a bad word.
That's true.
Yeah. And so the reality is that we need to give these women the ability to, in comfort and security, carry these babies to term in good health with all the medical care they need. And then when the babies are born, if they do not want that baby, rape baby, incest baby, or simply baby they can't afford to raise, etc., then by God, that baby goes to the state, and then the state becomes the baby's family. This is far different, my vision of this, than the vision of, what we're dealing with today, which is kids going into an adoption kind of machine that gives them to different families that oftentimes are basically fucking them or abusing them in different ways. So,
may I pose one more thing?
Of course.
Do you think this could be a manufactured thing on both sides to be extreme to finally allow this to go to the people?
Hell no.
Yeah.
Well, because that's what they're saying. They want to take it to the vote. They want to take it to vote to make it a constitutional. So that's kind of like order out of their own chaos.
We're going to have to wait until after the results of the midterms to see how motivated people are.
Right. Well, I feel that they're going to be very motivated. I think that this is...
very.
Yeah. And
it'll be interesting. That's for sure.
Yes. And so when it comes to, by the way, Noreen Helpan, first off, our man Sammy had to leave us. He had to go back to work. So thank you, Sammy. We love you, Sammy.
Bye, Sammy.
You did great. Noreen Helpan, her friend's name was Salina, who we were praying for on transmission, the latest transmission. Her friend, of course, was, she called the paramedics because she had shallow breathing. So now she's telling me Selena's birthday is exactly your birthday and year, October 15th, 1966, right? She got pretty close, October 20th. She says that's hers too. She was born in Long Beach and you in San Francisco. How ironic, right? And I'll just tell her October 20th. So that it's October 20th in my case. At any rate, so Daniel, speak with Viviana for a few minutes while I refresh myself. And both of you, I'm sure, can kind of go to town with this. Was there ever any case you were presented with, Daniel, where your girlfriend or somebody was considering abortion, or was it just you never knew because you just fucked her and left her? which I can easily imagine with Daniel Arola. By the way, I was making a comparison. I was making a comparison with you and vampires about your homeless lifestyle, and you could also tell her a bit about that.
You're so hard on him. You're hard on him.
Oh, he can take it. Oh my God, you should see how he was on Facebook, honey. Oh my God, this guy, he had people crying.
I know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I knew poor guys, these white guys. He was like tormenting them and shit, and he'd be going, "Yeah, that's your problem, not mine." That you get so upset.
The indigos, yeah, those poor people.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Okay. And don't forget, okay, when I do come back in a few minutes, I do want to hear you talk about Marcos and how you feel about this. But by all means, Daniel, I'm sorry. The stage is yours. Okay.
All right. Now, while Peter Moon was talking, I was practicing Qi Kung while he was speaking. So he is a pretty good inspiration for that practice.
Inspiration for that, maybe, but he was pretty male chauvinist in his bit about, how are these women wound up pregnant in the first place? Yeah, maybe you should just close your legs, honey. Yeah, anyhow.
He was not that extreme.
Me practicing Qi Kung grounds my sense of tolerance.
Yeah, there you go. I like how Lady Viviana says he wasn't that extreme, Douglas.
You're embellishing that quite a bit.
Well, yeah, I'd say he's kind of leaning towards that. He was kind of.
He's not really that not. I grew up around conservative family. Peter reminds me of the moderate uncle.
Yeah.
Who I'd like to go visit and read his books.
There we are. Yeah.
Oh, and the other guys, I don't like listening to them, but I'll listen to him.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's a good point. It's a good point.
Well, someone has to stick up for him a little.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he is earnest. And
I do the same for you, Douglas.
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you. Yeah. Matter of fact, what I would say about Peter is that he's almost childlike. He lacks a sense of guile, which is almost like necessary for adult interaction. It's kind of like, the way my late and sainted sire, the guy who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, would say it. If you had somebody come up to you who's some guy who, as my dad would say it, has got a face that would stop an 8-day clock, meaning he's really fucking ugly, he'd say, yeah, some guy comes up to you like that and says, how do I look for tonight's date? And you just think, oh, fuck, I hope that you wear that, ski mask or that, Jason mask, the hockey mask and shit, because otherwise she'd be scared. But of course you don't say that. You say, oh, you look great. Peter lacks that ability. He'd be the kind of guy who, the guy comes up, how do I look? Oh, you look like shit, man. Yeah.
It's always good to have that one friend, though, that's going to be completely honest.
I don't know about that.
It actually is, because then maybe you can
especially if someone like John Merrick walks up to him and asks him that question.
John Merrick, where do I remember? Who's John?
Elephant Man.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, oh my God. Okay. Love you both dearly. I'm going to go mute. By the way, all that noise that was going on in the beginning, the overwhelming majority of it had to be me. I was fixing the sheets and I kept, turning the mic on to check in with people. But, that's why Peter kept saying, what's all that noise?
Oh, yeah. He was a little perturbed. Yeah. He doesn't like noise.
Yeah. Yes, he doesn't. But, when you're talking, he'll keyboard. It's,
Are you being a keyboard warrior?
Yes. Okay. So let me leave you to talk for a few minutes. I know both of you have got this, and so Daniel, by all means, start. I mean, I gave you a lot to work with: homelessness, abortions, all those women you left pregnant and ran away from, homeless Joe in his wanderings. We don't even know how many kids this guy's had.
No, I'm still trying to locate one in particular.
I bet
she's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's. I'm not going to read into that.
Oh no! She was definitely an adorable child.
Okay.
I really miss this one.
Wow.
And she's like 18 now.
Wow.
So hopefully she'll surface.
Good. I mean, yeah. I mean, I hope so. There you are.
Yeah,
I
mean,
that's obviously private. We're not going to go too deep into it. I was going to ask her ethnicity, but this guy's like fucking Skittles. He tastes the rainbow, right? I mean, he doesn't know.
All of my offspring, their mothers are white.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure we needed to hear that either.
he has a preference.
Or a fetish. This is
maybe a fetish.
Yes,
I know what I like.
There we are. That's okay. Okay. Before we get all the angry letters, I'm going to go mute. And I'll be back soon enough. Okay. Love you both. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, so how are you?
I'm good. I got this CBD oil, or it's this balm.
Mm-hmm.
And it works tremendously within seconds.
Cool.
Yeah. And so how are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I've just been doing a lot of chores around the house that needed to be done. And, not that I had to do it. I felt like it for the most part because, it's where I live. So, I got to keep the chi going.
Nice. So you were really practicing chi, or was that just an offshoot to be funny?
No, I really do. I do it every day. I meditate. I do a lot of deep breathing exercises. I do some standing qigong exercises. I don't know that much qigong, only like 2 or 3 positions that I've learned from the 1990s. And I have books on it, but I hadn't really pursued to go any further into it. So I just kept it very basic. Which
Oh,
is still
okay.
good. Yeah.
I appreciate someone who came in my life that taught me that and talked to me about that, because I never understood about your core or breath work, or how important it was to visualize like positivity coming in and negativity coming out. But it really does a huge benefit to your life just to be oxygenated.
Well, yeah, when you're doing it deliberately, it's a way where you can turn imagination into reality, because you're manifesting a reality beginning from within yourself, in with your imagination, and it's deliberate. Yeah, plus you're also aware of other levels of reality as you're working on yourself.
Interesting. So also you're building strength, right? Like your muscles.
Oh, you're good. You're gonna build muscle strength by weightlifting.
Well, I found that breathing can also strengthen your core, which helps my back. I was doing it for a couple weeks straight, and it really worked.
Yeah, but, when you can integrate breathing with exercise, it will definitely do that.
Interesting.
Yes, because in exercise movements, there's always that execution part where you really watch the way you exhale and how you squeeze, let's say, from the bottom of your belly on up into your chest, and then you start to feel how much oxygen you don't have left before you breathe it all in again.
So definitely, yeah, it works. So I can get Peter Moon's vibe on that for sure.
Another useful way to practice it is to visualize your breath as a light. Like, let's say, pretend that you can actually see see the air that you're breathing inside of your body as flights of light, and then let it go back out, and you could see the difference of what the light looks like, when you exhale, to see how much cleaner you'll feel afterwards.
Yeah, I really liked Peter Moon's point tonight when he was talking about how people aren't deep thinkers. And I was just thinking about that today when I was on TikTok. And, have you ever done TikTok?
I have been avoiding it so far. I don't know. I don't know. There might be a matter of time if I actually, bother to.
It's a really strange matrix of today. I mean, and the use form of social media, I think, which portrays exactly what he said, because so much of what I see on there is so flippant, and it's people talking about this, or they think they sound deep, but to me they just sound like I could have lived without knowing that or hearing that. It's just, but people aren't thinking deeply. They don't really look into things or deeply introspectly, in my opinion. That made a lot of sense.
Okay, here's my take on social media endings. I'm never in a hurry to join them once they're open. I wait a while. I take my time. When it feels right, then okay, cool. I'll go ahead and get on it. Like, it took me a while to get on MySpace way back when. It took me a while to get on Transliterated way back when, Facebook, and even Twitter. And just like, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't in any hurry too, because the information that we receive on social media, we will find ourselves overwhelmed with it before we know it. Before we know it, we're already allowing ourselves to be gaslit by information from this side, information from that side. Who the hell do we believe, or how do we question our own discernment on the information that we receive, and share? So there's all kinds of things that we got to be careful about. See, the internet is a huge battlefield of lies. Not just lies that we're being told, but even lies that we're even feeding ourselves and telling ourselves, and we don't even know it. So we have to watch out for that shit.
Yeah, it's like just the vanity, though, that we're living in, that people, I don't know, maybe it's just because this generation isn't actually tasting or feeling or experiencing rather they're going to social media to get that need filled, and it's
Well,
becoming
I'm
less meaningful.
I do find myself feeling very tickled at this rise in social media influencers of a very young age crowd and talking about life hacks and all this and that as if it never existed before. You know, I'm thinking, okay, who the hell are you? It's like, what kind of magic do you think you know?
What do you mean life hacks? What does that mean?
Life hacks.
Oh, life hacks. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, tax? They don't know about tax yet? No.
You know, and I'm like, okay, this generation thinks this never happened before. You know, and it's like, okay, some kids need to learn some history here. You know.
Well, I'll admit, I didn't know a lot of life hacks, but I go to YouTube for everything to learn everything.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok
Yeah.
is like the 30-second, it's like the 30-second story on everything emotional, like just the basis of emotion and going off feelings rather than going any deeper, just the surface of something.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah, I can only take like 5 minutes of it and then I'm out. But I hope that Douglas kind of ventures in there because I think he could do well there and just do like snippets of historical pieces because, you know, our attention span nowadays is only like a minute.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the information that Douglas Dietrich shares is the kind of input that a person with just enough discernible intelligence ends up looking for and finding. You know, it's another thing to have to advertise and tell people, you know, I mean, you know, and give plugs about Douglas Dietrich, you know, and then having to explain all this stuff and know what goes on here and there. And, you know, it's you know, I mean, he definitely has a lot of unique information to offer that will tear up many belief systems going on out there, you know. While at the same time, there's other people that speak that know him, but act like he doesn't exist because they weren't the first to come up with the information that he shares, you know. So there's all kinds of madness going on there. But yeah, I think Douglas is somebody that just people just end up looking for. You know,
I think you're
the
right.
right people.
Yeah. Like I think that's true because he's an interesting person and he has. It's like for me when just listening to him is going through a. It's like a linguistical. I can't even explain it, but it's amazing. But you retain the understanding, but it takes kind of practice to hear him out.
Yeah. I mean,
Kinda
well,
like reading him.
It does take, it takes a vast and higher level of intelligence to be, you know, to even have to put up with him, you know, for even a half an hour, you know.
Yeah, but
And
I think just even hearing him expands that knowledge.
Yeah.
Because I remember just trying to read him, I could only do it for maybe like 2 minutes at a time, and then finally when I could get through the entire spectrum of what he was reading, and then I'm depicting it, and then I'm taking in the language and the spelling, and it was like a entire new function that you're latching onto and your brain is adapting to.
Well,
same with hearing him talk.
There is one thing that we can count on when we do listen to Douglas Dietrich speak is his consistency in repeating old facts, you know, that you know reminds him of whatever he's talking about, and it's like, oh yeah, no, this makes sense now, you know. I mean, something he talks about in the past that he reminds us of, you know, and which makes us, you know, which makes us even have a wider perspective on the whole thing because, you know, this is a geopolitical approach, a perspective, you know, being able to see the bigger picture and things.
Yeah, and explaining the ins and outs of it, like how we got here, where it started from, and even the middle of it all. Yeah.
And the thing about learning from history, when you learn from history, you're able to predict the future even easier without being psychic.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because you have to count consistencies. You have to count the qualities and characters of a leader of any given time. The way they think. And then you take reference from other past leaders. That you might match a characteristic with this guy and that guy. And while everybody that's stupid is I don't want to say stupid, but the ones that are reflexively ignorant just end up having to compare everyone they don't like to Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, and I appreciate how Douglas has like a soft contextual thing, like he was explaining vampires. It kind of makes you understand that we've been trained to think of things on on black and white levels, never in a centrist kind of way where there might be different perspectives or ways to look at it.
I actually, speaking of blood, I one of my favorite dishes, one of my favorite Filipino foods is involves blood. It's actually cooked.
What's it called?
It's called dinuguan. Now that's a big word for a short word called dugo, which means blood.
Oh, so explain that. Dig. Wait, say it again.
Okay, what that is? What dinuguan?
Dinuguan.
Yeah, and what that is? They're pork innards mostly, like the intestines, all the other organs, and of course meat, and it's all boiled in the blood with all these bay leaves and all these spices, and it looks gross. It sounds gross. I mean, it looks nasty, but goddamn, when I put that shit on rice, oh man, it's good.
Do you at least thicken it like a gravy?
Yeah, I mean it does get thick in the pot as it boils. I mean, so it's like a blood gravy sort of thing.
Oh, interesting. So what is that culture dish from?
It's Filipino.
Oh, Filipino. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I can't do blood.
Well, yeah, it's.
I don't care how much you made it sound cool. I couldn't do blood, but you do your thing, you guys.
When I grew up in the province, it's. I mean, I'm no stranger to it. I mean, I've seen animals being slaughtered. I've even assisted in some of them, like whether it's yard fowl or pork or any other animal, and it's still no matter how many times I see blood, I'd still experience that chill, when you see it. It still irks me, and it still annoys me that I still react that way, when I saw it. But I was a kid then, but I was aware of that, thinking, wow, there has to be some kind of chemical reaction in our bodies that is definitely consistent every time we witness blood, in real life. So sometimes that might even happen when you see it in movies. Who knows?
I think I've become desensitized to it, honestly, with movies.
Oh, we're desensitized to what? I just returned. I'm just curious. Desensitized to what?
Oh, just witnessing blood.
Oh my goodness.
Either in real life or on screen.
Okay. And so both of you were talking about vampirism again.
Well, actually, we started talking off from about a blood dish. It's a Filipino blood dish that I enjoy eating quite often.
Oh, okay. And so did you talk a little bit about Marcos? Now that I'm back, you can tell us, how do you feel about what's going on? And
I have not bothered to keep up. For some reason, my family in the Philippines are avoiding me or my opinions about it. And I don't know. I just
well, they know you see right through them. That's why.
Yeah. I am relieved and I'm happy that I'm not living in the Philippines right now. I'll just say that.
Thank you. I mean, that's probably the best thing to say, and it's such a tragedy. I'll obviously go into this in a bit, but just so people know, the overwhelming majority of young people, and this includes people, unfortunately, actually catastrophically, who were too young to vote, they supported the woman who was running against Bong Bong, which, for those of you who don't know, if anybody thinks I'm making that name up just the way I used to say Bojo the Clown about Boris Johnson, no, Bong Bong is this fucker's actual name that he goes by.
That's actually his nickname, and Bong Bong is it's actually a pretty common name throughout the country, but he's actually Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Right, but. Now they associate Bong Bong with him now.
That's right. It was kind of like his childhood name, and it's by the way. Vivian was writing back to Sammy there. That was nice, and so you know that, of course, and you know, of course, about this woman who was running against him, of course, and she was the one go on.
Lenny Robredo.
Yes. And she was the one all the kids were supporting. And as I said, unfortunately, so this gives us hope in the sense that obviously the younger people of the Philippines, including the extremely young people, are far more mature than their voting elders.
Yeah, she seemed to be a very sensible candidate. I mean, she definitely said the right things, did all the nice and right things, for that the people liked. But I truly did not see it happening, because I mean that country is so goddamn corrupt.
Yeah.
Okay. See, all this corruption and shit going on here in America. Yeah. These are episodes that I've seen before in the Philippines. This is like going to Six Flags.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm glad I'm living here, not there.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And when you say it's like going to Six Flags, could you elucidate a bit on that?
Six Flags is the name of an amusement park.
Right.
Six Flags is actually the name of a corporation of amusement parks, and there's been a few of them around Texas.
Right. Just so people understand, the Six Flags that the company used to have were included the Confederate States flag. This wasn't viewed as anything racist. It was like Six Flags of culture that was represented. They ultimately had to disavow themselves of the Confederate States flag. In a sense, that was a bit unnecessary, I thought, because it was a part of their history. And so it was a part of Texas history. But in terms of Six Flags, they had the weirdest mascot. He was like a old man with glasses. It was bizarre, and I have no idea why they chose that. But yeah, so what I wanted to have Daniel kind of elucidate on that, because I wanted to make sure I understood where he was coming from. So now I get it. He's basically saying that it's like basically you're not in reality anymore.
Yeah. Speaking of Six Flags, the Six Flags amusement park in Houston that used to be around, it was named Astroworld. That's what that concert was named after. Because it was the parking lot where all that disaster during that Travis Scott movie. I mean, during that Travis Scott concert of this crowd surge in the concert.
Yes. Go on.
It was okay. That parking lot was right across the freeway from where the amusement park Astroworld used to be at.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so that's why they called it that.
Interesting. And but by the way, you know what we're talking about, right, Viviana? When we're talking about that surge of people who died at that, you must have a feeling about that, honey.
No, yeah, that was very.
That was so ignorant. I've seen videos of that shit.
And so
it was occultic, in my opinion. It was so symbolic.
In other words, it was basically a mass sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so many of us.
They were walking into the mouth of
Yes!
Abaddon or something.
Yes, you saw that. They were all walking into the mouth that was shaped like his head and shit. It was
Yeah.
it was disgusting.
Or whatever deity that was. I don't know.
Yeah.
The deity and that guy, whoever that artist was.
Yeah. What was the fucker's name, Daniel?
Travis Scott.
Travis Scott was the black rapper's name, was that? That sounds almost like it sounds almost, how would I say it? Innocuous.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a rapper's name, but it was like what's happened to his career since that point?
I don't know. I haven't bothered looking him up anymore. I didn't even know who he was before that. I mean, but I did. But I just knew that he was a fellow Houstonian, and Houston's a huge city. So, I mean, there could be. Well, hell, that loser Ted Cruz lives in this city too, and I've never seen him around. So I'm glad.
Yes, that's right. Oh shit, that son of a bitch. So by all means, so both of you were talking about the blood dish that you enjoyed in the Philippines. Does anyone even make that here?
Yeah, there are some restaurants that do make it.
Holy shit! Yeah.
Well, usually when it's any authentic Filipino restaurant, they will have that.
Interesting.
It's like a main staple of of what Peter Moon saw on the sign, Filipino cuisine.
Yes.
Which is bullshit.
Right. Yes. Oh my God. Viviana, before you came aboard, Peter Moon was saying that he was like, again, his naivete here. It's charming, really. He has this almost what would you call it? Almost provincial. It was almost provincial, which is surprising considering he was sailing on a boat all over the world, or many places on the Apollo. But he was like, he saw a Filipino restaurant. And he was like, whoa, that's the first time I saw a Filipino restaurant. And he was like, what do they serve in there? I was tempted to tell him people, but, I just, just said we got to talk to Daniel about that. I really, had nothing to say. I said, when he said he'd never tasted Filipino food, I just told him you are missing shit. And, most of it, I just think, like I tried to tell him about balutes. When I try to tell most white people about Filipino balutes, they just don't believe me. But if you don't know what they are, honey, let me know.
Yeah, I always giggle when someone asks me about Filipino food. I'm not sure if you want that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an acquired taste. It's like, have you eaten balutes, Daniel?
Oh yeah, I love it.
You're kidding! Oh my God!
Man, I'm Filipino. I'm nasty like that.
Oh my God! So just so you know, honey, okay, balutes are when the Filipinos. This is how I understand it, because this is what I learned from my dad. This is what I've learned from Filipinos around me. So I think I got a pretty good crack on it. And I've seen some of these fuckers before, these balutes. I'm talking about the items that they eat. And they're like, somebody could point a gun to my head. And so they could tell me that, eat this or die. And that'd be a hard choice. It's like balutes. So they take these they're basically not sterilized eggs. These are like real chicken eggs. It's not like, the eggs you get in the grocery, right? I'm sorry?
Duck eggs. Duck.
Ew. Okay, duck. So they're not sterilized. They're not, they're fertile. In other words, these are eggs that actually can hatch. These are eggs that, haven't been put under the UV rays, right?
With the embryo. The embryo.
Yeah. Well, the embryo develops. I mean, they just basically take the eggs, and you will dig a hole about 3 to 6 inches in the backyard, and they'll, put the egg in there, and then they'll cover that. Go on.
You're talking about 1,000-year egg. That's Korean.
Okay. But this is how I understood it, because this is what I was told by some of the people who brought this, who were basically it stinks already before they open it. Once they open it, it's like, to give you a kind of idea about this honey, my dad was in the Navy, and then, the sailors are going, let's go eat some balloons, and he was like, finally, at one point, this is when he was young, and, he said, well, get me drunk enough, and so they bought him all the booze, got him drunk, and then when, they brought him over to where they were serving the balloons. It was pretty late at night at that point, but they were still selling them. Place is still open. And he was like within, I don't know, maybe half 100 feet, something like that, maybe more. We did the smell of the balloons hit him, even though he was pig-faced drunk. And he dug his toes into the ground to the point where the sailors could not drag him to where they could, get him to eat those balloons. It was like, this is how repulsive the smell was. But there's a reason for that. And our man, Daniel is probably right, and I probably got this wrong. But there's another thing to take into account is that the Philippines archipelago is enormous. And there may be different ways certain people prepare them in different parts of the islands, just an out for myself. But this was my understanding, was that they take those non-sterilized eggs, and I thought of them as chickens, and I might be wrong, and maybe some balloons are chickens. Is that possible, Daniel? Your understandings are all ducks.
They're few and far between. They actually pick duck eggs, because the embryo is bigger. Oh. Okay. And now because the chicken eggs, they're way smaller. They're not like the white eggs that we get at the supermarket. Okay. Because those white eggs are bred from white leghorn chickens that breed all the big shit. Okay. So yeah, and these are like regular farm hens. So those eggs are smaller, but duck eggs are larger.
Got it.
And they have more meat on them.
So they bigger embryos, bigger meat. Yeah. So my understanding, and again, he'll probably tell me I'm all wrong about this, and he's probably right, but this was my understanding as it was told to me, and it might have been, maybe it's bullshit, but certainly it seemed like it from what I saw and smelled of these balloons. But I was told they dig a hole about 3 to 6 inches, and then they would put the egg in there, and then cover it in shit, either human shit or some other animal shit. But they'd cover it in shit, and then under the sun it would bake and fertilize. Not fertilize, but, basically come to maturity because it's like in the mother's womb. So it would be kind of like just but at the same time simultaneously cook. So it's almost like the embryo within was maturing while dying. Kind of like a frog that's being boiled and doesn't know it's being boiled. It stays in the water because, it dies slowly. Okay. Like that. Right?
I think you have two cultures mixed up, mistaken for each other.
Okay.
You've actually described a Korean quote delicacy called the 1,000-year egg, where they bury that shit in the yard. Yeah. And when you dig it up and cook it, that shit stinks up the whole house that it makes you teary-eyed. Yeah. And now with the Filipino bolo, those eggs, they're either boiled or steamed. Okay. And they don't smell it. They don't smell like the Korean egg.
Yeah. That's interesting because I've studied cockatrice.
Yeah.
The cockatrice, and it's a mythical creature, but it's like a bird dragon that's in an egg, and it lives under a dung heap for 7 years before it is birthed.
Ah. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. So my understanding was then they would dig it up after a certain amount of time when they felt it had matured. And then they would use like this little kind of like hammer type affair to crack it open. And then they would actually claw off all the shit first with this little like wooden fork, this 3-tined wooden fork. So there'd be all this little streaks of the shit left on the eggshell. And then when they would crack it open with that hammer, then the stench would be overwhelming to anybody who wasn't acclimated to this. And then, but they'd take out the embryo, then they would eat it, but they preferred it to have matured enough to where it had claws so they could pick their teeth with the claws. Now, is any of that going on with what we're talking about with your ballots?
Okay, now here's how we eat balut in the Philippines.
Okay.
We take it, we crack the top of the egg, we open it up, and then we just go ahead and down it like a shot. Well, actually, before that, we salt it. and then we down it, and then after that we drink it down with some beer.
So I'm presuming it didn't mature enough to the point where it had claws.
No. This is like before it got bones and beak and shit.
Okay.
But the body was there.
Okay.
But so you don't boil it then?
Oh, no, it's either boiled or steamed, either one.
Oh, okay. That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Well, at least it's cooked. That's okay.
Yes, it's cooked.
Well, by the way,
Yeah,
what
so
I
that-
described. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Go on. Go on.
No, so I would say that would be a more cleaner procedure than what Douglas described. I think he mistaken that for the Korean egg.
That 1,000-year egg. By the way, the Chinese also have 1,000-year eggs, but it doesn't seem to be anything like what we're describing. It's more like they're covered in like black dirt, and you would sell them, like you'd see hundreds of them inside big barrels in Chinatown back in the old days. But it's like maybe something similar, but something different. These cultures are very different in how they prepare these things. But in terms of, from what I understood, that's kind of cooking when you've got it underneath that baking kind of earth thing. Like I said, it's kind of like cooking it.
I think it's more fermentation, which is actually extremely healthy for you.
Thank you. Fermentation is considered extremely healthy, but of course the stench it can be
miso.
Yeah.
I love miso.
Right. Yeah.
Balut in the Filipino male culture is testosterone food. So they eat it around each other while they're drinking beer and hanging out.
Yeah, they're trying to prove how macho they are. That's the point. That's part of half of it. Half of it is proving how macho they are. Look at me. I eat babies. This kind of shit. Yes, disgusting. So I guess we're getting a better understanding of what we're talking about. Viviana's absolutely right. It's fermentation is the process I was trying to remember. So and aside from that, so
interesting.
What kind
cultures?
Of balutes? You must have some balut stories, Daniel. There must be like some stories you have about balutes, like how when you were young there was a home invasion, but you threw balutes at them and they ran away or died. You killed them.
Nothing nasty. I was friends with the guy's family. Ran the balut stand every evening. I mean, I had no bad experience with it. I loved it every time.
It's like he was living next door to heaven, honey. This is like, oh, gee, if only the girl had a dad who owned the brewery and her mom ran the Pizza Hut, I'd be set for life, right? If I just hang out with her, he's
hell no.
I'd be in balut heaven.
Yes.
Those guys out there were trying to, get me to be arranged in a marriage with their daughters. And like, hell no, I'm going back to America and marry a white girl.
There we are. Yes. Yeah. And,
so you don't think balutes would be attractive or very profitable here in the U.S.?
It's actually being sold here in the U.S. at some certain stores where Asian people shop at.
It sounds like a very you'd have to have a patient process with it, which would make it more of a delicacy.
I have no idea in making of it. I don't have that experience.
Well, you'd have to wait till the chickens fertilize it, and then it has to come to a certain fruition, and then you would go pick it.
Once again, I wouldn't use a chicken, egg, duck.
Okay.
A duck.
Yeah.
A duck. And holy shit. So there, we're all educating each other, and everybody can experiment with this now. Get yourself some duck or chicken eggs, see which one you prefer. How would they prepare these balloons again in your culture? How are they preparing these things?
Oh, when I go get them, I mean, they're always hot and fresh from the booth. I just eat them right there on the spot at the booth.
Yeah, but what does that mean? It's like hot and fresh out of some duck's ass, or what? I mean,
it's in the basket, being sold, where it's being sold from. It's all still
they're steamed or boiled.
Yeah, steamed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're steaming in a basket.
Wow. Okay.
I bet the protein is off the charts on one of those though, because you're getting kind of like the beginning of the bone, or the fertilized.
This is before the bone.
Before the bone, yeah. Well, I mean,
would you at least have the marrow, maybe?
There's no bone.
Yeah, whatever's developing there. I mean, I guess you could get, a lot of protein from sucking cocks too, but I wouldn't do that, voluntarily. So it's, it is what it is. It's like he says, everybody's drinking while they're doing this anyway. They all got something to prove to each other. It's.
I don't know. If you paid me enough, I might eat one.
Yeah, there we are. And swallow it like a shot, as he said. It is what it is. There we have it. And now everybody's got more of a training in cuisine. Let's see what amount of time we have left on the screen here. We have remarkable numbers. We're holding at about almost 6 hours have passed, so I better get started. This is one of those nights. I want to thank everyone who's been in the chat room. I haven't paid any of you enough attention. Hope all of you are still listening. I want to thank all of you. Michael Miller, who I believe was a contributor earlier. Chris Collins was talking about mixing tea bags when not using loose, throat coat, peppermint, licorice, etc. because we started off with Vivian drinking tea on my account. Sarah Thomas gave us 3 pink pulsating hearts. Hi, honey. And of course, Michael Miller said, do you think there's any relationship of the Nazi twin studies? Oh, I should have brought this up while our man Peter was still here, but Sunday maybe. I'll copy down. What I'm going to do is cut and paste what you said, and I will bring this up with Peter on Sunday, because that way he and I can bounce back and forth, and we can often get more out of each other that way. He was asking about Gurdjieff's attempt to find the ancient giants in the Caucasus, and about the relationship between the Nazi twin studies, and they were running twin studies at the University of Minnesota, and that's how, who was the governor of Minnesota again? Jesse Ventura. That's how he was born. Yeah. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And of course, let's see. There's Daniel is saying, we love JMO by letting him go. Yes, I like that. Yes. He made himself understood for as long as he was on the show. Yes, and it taught us all a little bit about who we are. Taught us all patience, for one thing, to a fault. And then Whiskey OG says Bukowski was a genius. Yes, and
yeah, that's my genius friend, Whiskey.
Cool. Wonderful. And Elizabeth Beam. I don't know if she's related to Jim Beam, but there she is. Hey, DDD, need your help finding info about Patton's secret ghost core. Okay, cool. I'll do a bit on that. People would drink horse or camel blood, part of survival. And then Greifa, the Greifanus, who may be Jameson Reese in disguise, just based on what they say. Probably not, but who knows? Said, I'm Blackcraft too. Love Blackcrafts, goths, emos, metalheads, bikers, and punks. No, that's not Jameson. So much waste. And then, of course, Elizabeth Beam was saying, I'm from Transylvanian descent. Romanians in Chicago consider Vlad the Impaler a hero. Yes. Green Eyes says, good evening, Douglas and Vivian. Dang, missed a lot. Love vampires. Douglas,
Yeah.
sorry, spell check. Yes, so cute. She's adorable. Love to her. Love to Elizabeth Beam.
She's from our group.
Oh, wonderful. Green Eyes.
Yeah.
Love you. And Elizabeth Beam, of course, love you too. And so she says, I love hearing about men and testosterone. I'm a pheromone junkie. Love the smell of men. Oh my God, what a masochist. Oh my God. There we are. She's from a large whitey-white family. Took just one poison brother, pitted us against each other. Found solace in my Puerto Rican peeps, and they are my true family. There we are. And so then she was asking about access to birth control. This is the lady you were speaking of, right, honey? About wanting to speak about access to birth control. I mean, I don't use it myself, so I'm not the last person to ask. I know a bit about, what's out there, but there we are. Woodgrain Lorenzo, amped up yo, says, I'll stick to soft-boiled eggs. Thank you. Yes, same here. And then Elizabeth.
I remember the time when nothing made me smile so fast, and the girl tells me she's on birth control.
Yes. Yes. Well, that's usually an invitation. Yes. And so Elizabeth Beam was talking about her father and 3 uncles were involved with Patton's Ghost Corps. Okay, yes, Sunday maybe. We'll go maybe a little bit into that. So other than that, Underfell Girl Science, that's Sarah Shields, was saying, thank you, Vivian. A great addition to the show. Yes, most certainly. Oh, thank God. We're so lucky to have her. Oh, life is so much better, so much easier. I mean, oh my God, rather than trying to placate some psychotic. It's
oozing machismo.
Yes. Well, he wasn't too much on the macho trip, but he was certainly on every other trip imaginable. In terms of what we've discussed tonight, it's been wonderful. I thank you both, and what I'm going to do now is hunt for my solicitation. That's what I gotta get, solicitation, and drag that up here, see if I can stomach reading that. Sometimes, of course, people find that hilarious because I just the way I mouth it, but okay, let's see if I can dredge that up. In the meantime, both of you, please, for a few minutes, hold me up here. I'm gonna go back to talking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In between a bubble session.
Bubble session.
Uh-huh.
Bubble session. I'm not quite sure. You're in the bathtub? That's a nice suggestive image. She's in a bubble bath. Yes.
Daniel's our bubble enthusiast.
Daniel's our bubble boy.
No, I don't have a bong. I'm smoking a joint right now.
Oh,
there we are.
No.
There we are. I mean, bongs are fucking gross. I mean, they really are. They're disgusting, and
they take maintenance too.
Yeah, they do. You've got to clean them because the stuff that collects on it is filthy. I mean, it's toxic. That shit. You spill it on a rug. I mean, that'll stain it forever. You can imagine what that does to your insides and shit. Ugh, disgusting.
Yep.
That's
why I practice Qigong.
Yes, that's right. So are you much into bongs at all, or pipes, or any of that, or is just mostly joints?
No, I like to smoke. I usually like to smoke from a pipe because that way I can just pinch each hit. When I'm smoking a joint, for the most part, it's I'm really wasting it if I'm really just going to take a whole hit. If I'm just going to take a hit or two, I might as well just go ahead and finish the whole thing like I'm doing right now.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the logic there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just finish the whole thing because once you get started, why not? Yes, that's.
I'm getting myself ready to to go to bed here in a little while.
Cool. And does that help you sleep better? Or I mean, you're.
Oh yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't mean this to be offensive at all. I mean, my impression was you were kind of smoking throughout the day. I mean, so is that the case?
Not all the time. Not all day.
Okay.
No, I give myself time for chores and exercise and all kinds of other shit.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's a relief. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And so let me see. So I've isolated that. Now might be a few more news items that I wanted to kind of check on. Let's see if anything's happened. Anything that either of you are aware of that's been happening in our world that comes to mind? We've had, of course, I'm going to have to bring up Musk to a degree, and
well, I did. I got a whole litany, but I was mostly intrigued today by a genocidal watch in Ethiopia.
Okay, about the Tigrayans?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Right.
We don't hear enough about these things. But how saddening it is. Because
what do you know
this
about
happened
it?
during the.
Yeah.
Well, it happened. It said Ethiopian were evidence of mass killing being burned and with witnesses, and so, apparently this had been happening in 2021, and they were trying to use German forms of ridding the body, but these it's in Ethiopia's Tigray region, right. And there's allegations of multiple reports of the targeting of Tigrayan population during the Civil War. And what they were doing is just finding mass graves occurring apparently during the pandemic.
Okay.
Going unnoticed.
So by the way, you were probably better off with using the term Nazi to disambiguate it from German, because that's usually what they would say. Politically. The dispose of the bodies would mean, like, you mean they were trying to incinerate them, or something, is I think what whoever was reporting was trying to convey, right? That they were trying, but then they just use mass graves. I mean, that's, maybe what they meant was they put them all into like an open pit before killing them or something, right? Something like that, I guess. Or is that kind of the impression you're getting from what you're reading?
It was alleged in this article that they had sought the education of a certain...
Eradication, right? Or education.
Yeah, from the techniques of the Germans on how to get rid of the bodies.
Oh, could I have a link? Do you have a link? I'd like to see what they wrote.
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah, thank you. No rush. By the way, did both of you hear about this? There was this New Mexico man who convinced the FBI he was no threat, and then carried out a school shooting. I mean, he put on an online post threatening a mass shooting, which prompted the FBI to interview him. This was a guy named William Atchison. And this was a year before he walked into Aztec High School and fatally shot 2 people. So, I mean, this is like they just not assessing and responding to violent domestic extremists very effectively. We can deduce that. So, okay. And then... you had Lake Mead shoreline in Nevada, basically because of all the drought with all the climate change. That exposed a bunch of human bodies left by the mafia, which used to run Las Vegas. Climate change.
Oh, I did hear about that.
Not too far from Lake Mead is a bridge named after Patrick Tillman.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
How'd you even know about that? How'd you know?
I saw that on the way home from Vegas on a road trip a few years ago.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. A neat bit of news there, and
it was somewhere on the way home past Hoover Dam. Then I saw it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And aside from all of that, when it comes to Tigray, of course, this is there are many tribes in Ethiopia, and if Ethiopia winds up losing a lot of its national ground, hopefully it will expand more down south. I think that it's obviously an ancient culture, and there are ancient enmities, meaning ancient hostilities, that have been going on for quite some time, and they're exploding now. And this was just as Ethiopia was going to build a great dam to basically improve its economy, and that, of course, would have triggered potential war with Egypt. All of this is like just a lot going on in the world. And so aside from all of that, both of you are, I think, doing so well. Anything else that comes to your mind, honey, that in the news that you think might be worth potentially letting our listeners know about?
Well, mostly, I like Elon Musk, but I wasn't going to talk about him.
Oh, you can talk about him a little bit. I mean, like what I mean, obviously you said he was your favorite troll, but is there anything else that you like about him? I mean, the more I find out about him, the more I find him a thoroughly unlikable character myself. But, I mean, you seem to find him fun. So, I mean, at least if he provides at least amusement, I guess that's something. I mean, so, yeah.
Well, he has provided internet service throughout the Ukraine war, which their first tactic was to destroy the internet at the beginning of the war.
Yeah, the Russians. No, I appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, I'll put that into perspective. I feel that that's just Yeah, go on.
You know, the one big the first red flag that I caught from Elon Musk wasn't no big deal. It was him in an interview smoking a joint, and I'm thinking, man, what a poser! He's just trying to appeal to the stoners. He ain't even smoking shit.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, that's what a yeah. That's what he is. Yeah,
he's not even. He wasn't even smoking it like a stoner.
Yeah,
he just puffing.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. That's about the size of it. It's you know, but honey,
well, Alex Jones did that same shit in a video interview with Joe Rogan a couple of years ago.
Was he really?
Yeah. He was seen smoking weed with Joe Rogan. You know, trying to act all cool too. And
it was more like a cigar, like a huge fat blunt.
Well, actually, that was actually real marijuana they were smoking, but I still thought it was dumb as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right about this. They are all like posiers, and you know, just
yeah, they're appealing to the pothead crowd.
And why? What is their point of that? I mean, what do they think they can get from the pothead crowd?
Well, there's a good share of reactionaries in the pothead crowd too.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, dope isn't good for everyone. I'll tell you that. It's honestly, plenty of people, it doesn't do anything for them other than turn them into fucking zombies. You know, Daniel handles it well, but it's like drinking. There are some people who can handle drinking well, and you know, others who can't. And you know, our man Daniel, he's good with it, but you know, there's plenty of people out there, and it's just shit. You know, they get on pot and they're totally demotivated to do anything in life. Everything is like they're swimming up river. That's what it was like with Lena Shea when her work partner got her on pot. She became like a hophead. Like she may as well have been on heroin. I mean, did you get that impression of her? I mean, Daniel, I mean.
I don't know. I maintain a detachment from her. I mean, just kept it on the subject.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, she has talked. She has said things about me, you know, and I mean, well, not about me, you know, about her work, you know, that go on there, and I'm like, okay, cool, you know, it's like nothing else I haven't really heard before from someone else, you know.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I shouldn't be asking Daniel about that, but it was, you know, definitely one of those things where Daniel has always been really good about this. I remember Judith Agert was really hurt by, she felt that Daniel didn't like her anymore because of me.
No, she was actually accusing me of being in on something with you, over something that she's not being told. Thinking, huh? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, really.
Well, I never knew that. No, wow, Jesus, I didn't.
You know, I just brushed it off, you know, and just like, okay, whatever, maybe you'll get over whatever that is, you know.
Okay, so she thought I had poisoned you against her. That you know that I was telling everybody that she was treating me lousy, and therefore they were like giving her the cold shoulder. But I guess she thought that you were in on something with me to manipulate her or something, right? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know. So I don't.
I mean,
know.
I believe you. I believe you.
I was sure it had to do with something that she was posting that day. That's always a result of her overthinking of the worst things that could happen to her. You know.
Oh wow. Yeah. Jesus.
So I guess she involved me in that part, you know, to add more to her reality there.
Okay. No, definitely. I appreciate what you're saying. And and by the way, darling, Viviana, did you, so when you, like you said the other day, you were watching Putin and he was like walking towards the podium while I was talking, and that kind of blew your mind the way that went down. Did you see any more of the speech after that?
I usually have to wait till someone, do you know Russian, Douglas?
Yes.
I normally have to wait till somebody,
translates it.
Translates it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm always interested to know, like, what, especially with the Russian patriarch Kirill's talking about, and it just sucks because I don't know Russian.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ever get the aspect of what they're saying, and then by the time it gets to us in the news, it's convoluted.
Uh-huh. So I'll do what I can about that tonight. Obviously, of course, I have my own bias. So even when I translate, of course, I put it in a certain context or tone that obviously the present day Russians wouldn't appreciate in general, other than those that would be kind of like quote unquote resistance. But when it comes to obviously what went down, I'll you know obviously go into some detail. What about yourself, Daniel? Is there anything that you saw lately that comes to mind? How about in Texas? There must be a lot going on in Texas, right? I mean, it was kind of like the forefront for this this kind of attack on abortion and transgender and everything else. So
well, underlyingly, I see a clearer picture. I have a strong feeling that even Republican voting women are actually in support of for abortion.
Yeah,
and I sincerely see Texas going blue.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly a lot of women will be voting, you know, for their bodies, so to speak, so that's definitely something we've all kind of foreseen in the political analysis department. But you know, Our Lady Viviana has kind of felt that there should be more of a sense of responsibility towards life, and you know, I appreciate that. I'll try and put that into what perspective I can. These are, of course, the hot button topics that everybody is well aware of. But in terms of some other weird things that have been going on, anything come to mind? Let's take a look in the chat room if anybody else has anything to bring up.
I've been following some Ukrainian YouTube channels where they're showing like drone video footage of drone bombings, you know, of bombings on Russian tanks, on their hideout sites, and man, it's some pretty intense stuff. I mean, this is like a display of big tech showing us what's happening out in the battlefield, or at least the little that we're allowed to see.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's actually a lot of these are drone hobbyists who are just in Ukraine, who are kind of like taking the war into their own hands, and more power to them.
There's a lot of those guys. They share information on how to make all this shit, so they can do it too.
Yeah, definitely. And when also. You've been kind of when you see the Ukrainian footage, what else pops up there? What else are you learning from that? Because I know you're very good at picking up certain things.
Well, it's clear as day that the blanket of morale among the Russian military is definitely beyond fragmented. You know, I mean,
yes.
It's like a bag of sand that has a rip in it. You know, and all you have to do is kick it. You know, and of course, you know, on the Ukrainian side, I mean, yeah, sure, there's a lot of Ukrainians that hate each other, and there's a lot of them that are pro-Russian, but the pro-Russian ones are vastly outnumbered. You know, and those people are they're actually displaying some pragmatic sides of the art of war.
Yes.
You know, especially with their leader that they're following. You know, I mean, Zelensky was a actor, a comic, comedian. You know, the people already loved him, you know, even before he was president, which, you know, definitely added cool points to his office as president now. So his influence is definitely heavy among the people, and they still follow them. And these people are following him, you know, to hell and back, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're it for Ukraine, and they're showing it. I mean, they're showing us what patriotism is.
Yes,
you know?
yes, or healthy
And
nationalism. Go on. Yeah.
And I hope that the U.S. never gets involved physically in this war, because they're going to try to take credit and act like they're the heroes of it.
Interesting perspective. I don't know if America still has the capacity for that level of arrogance, but yeah, I hear you.
Actually, Ukraine is actually turning away people wanting to volunteer.
Why?
I mean, it's not like they're short. It's not like they run short of them.
Okay.
I mean, it's like they got several people, and there are some that they just turned away. For some reason. I mean, they have the manpower. They just want the weapons.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So I had no idea they were turning away volunteers. But
yeah.
Could it be that some of these volunteers are simply so psychotic and disturbed that they would be turning them away for that reason?
Yes, that's true. Yes, I have heard and read about that too, about those kinds of people being turned away. Now, I have heard about a far right guy that went and volunteered, and then he escaped after he found out that he had to fight Russians.
That's wow. That's yeah. There you go. I mean, that says it all.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, honey, Viviana, I just wanted you to know that Our Lady Selena Khan wants you to friend her on Facebook so she can send you communique through the Facebook Messenger. Just accept her friendship. I gave you her link to her Facebook page so you'll recognize it, okay?
Thank you. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you. And the two of you, talking, this excites me. I'm so glad. Yeah, go on.
This the recent Russia V-Day parade.
Yeah.
In Ukraine, so some of the Ukraine military, they made their own version of mock parade with trophy Russian tanks.
Interesting.
And even local farmers are using their tractors and making their own parade, dragging tanks behind them.
That's incredible. I know, and it's just what the Russians deserve. Okay, I normally, I'm going to start a little earlier tonight, and there's a lot to cover. I want to make sure to get the most out of these two wonderful people who are with us right now before I go into everything. I've got the added difficulty tonight in that I've kind of knocked out the main frame fucking studio, and I don't know how to put that back on the same kind of page with the rest of the windows, but, I'll manage. So we've got 6 hours left. It's 6 hours and 9 minutes so far, and I'm going to do my best to cover quite a bit during that time. Both of you have a blessed evening. Viviana Sanchez, I'm going to beseech you to, if you can stay awake throughout the night, stay in the background, and that way, in case I need to take a break, then you're there. If, of course, you have to leave at any time, just say, oh, gotta go, and then, oh, I'm back, like you've been doing. And then also monitor, of course, the chat room throughout the night and hit any of the sex bots. They've been remarkably quiet tonight. Before I start, I will grab some water bottles. I forgot to do that. Make certain I have the water bottles around me, which means I'll be counting on both of you to take the stage for a few more minutes. And then when I come back, I'll start the solicitation. And, of course, if anytime tonight you happen to fall asleep, don't even worry about it. Don't feel guilty about it. But if you're able to realize you have to go to sleep, just let me know. Say, I got to go to sleep. And, that's fine too.
Usually I'm listening and then, you just kind of doze off.
Right. That's right. I can imagine. Yes. That's how a lot of people do that. And so aside from that, I'll read what Elizabeth Abeam has to say later. So she had a goddaughter that got the estradiol pellet, 5 years worth of birth control that they can also inject into you, and she loved it. And now she started her family 3 kids later. I'm not quite sure whether that's ironic or what. I guess she didn't have the kids during that time, I presume. And then when she wanted to have kids, then she had had them like later or something, I think.
It's called family planning.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I had a question just real quick. So would eradicating Roe v. Wade affect birth control
accessibility?
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to try and touch on tonight.
Okay.
The Republicans want to, if they can at all possible, eliminate contraceptives. They want to ultimately make the Roe v. Wade outlawing the national. In other words, it's going to be left state to state for immediately. Immediately, it will be state to state, and then they want to make it national. This is something that, of course, like I said, I can adapt either way with how I feel we can handle this as a society. But Elizabeth Beam says when she was ready to start her family, she had it removed. Got it. Okay. From her upper arm. And now she is a happy mama. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. Elizabeth also said she doesn't trust PayPal, but she will be sending you a money order.
Oh, bless you,
mail.
honey. Love you dearly. And of course, what I can do is enter my address later if she doesn't have it already. Let me enter that now before I go get the water bottles. And that way.
I got you, Douglas.
Got it. Love you. Okay, I'm going to go mute.
All right.
I'll be back.
Okay. Daniel?
Yeah.
You still here?
Yeah.
All right. He's going to help man the ship.
Well, I was talking to one of my black friends about this whole Roe versus Wade thing, and I brought up the story about some Republican lobbying to make condoms illegal, and he laughed about that, and I go, so I bet that makes you feel like using rubbers now, huh? He's like, no, you wild.
You know it does, because we always want what we can't have. You know, I worked for Little America, which is a Mormon company, and on their health plan, I was seeking to have birth control, and they would not allow me to have birth control, but the men could get Viagra. I thought that was ironic.
Yeah. Oh, why were you not permitted?
That was their specific. They came up with their own health plan, and because of their Mormon belief, they believed it was okay for men to have an erection, but a woman could not have birth control.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I the Mormon part went over my head at the moment. Did not remember. Okay, now I get it now. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. So I'm just dropping these links to support. Please do support Douglas Dietrich. He is a wealth of information and is very vital out here, especially in the time we're living in today. So thank you for all your support as well, whoever has supported. I'll be dropping the PayPal here and his address. There you go. Also, his website, I'm really impressed with it. I hadn't seen it in quite a few years, but it's been revamped and it's easy to read. I'm going to go read that vampirology paper, actually. So check out Douglas Dietrich's website here as I drop it in the chat. There you go. So what are your plans for the rest of the week, Daniel?
The rest of the week? A lot of that has to do with nice things that happen here at home that I never talked about on the internet.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And are you on Facebook? Because I haven't found you yet.
No, not anymore. I've been permanently banned. And
that's right.
So I'm taking liberty of a long vacation for as long as I want to from it.
So when they
who knows
ban
where
you,
that come at? Huh?
When they ban you, is it like they ban your IP address?
Yes.
Well, yeah, by the IP address and by the number, by the phone number.
Phone number. That's right. Phone number and IP address. So there you go with that.
Okay.
And So, okay, my love to you both.
All right. Thank you so much, Douglas. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Daniel. Thanks for chatting.
All right.
Yes,
Bye.
good night.
Bye,
Daniel.
everyone.
Hugs. Okay, and with that, we
Alright.
will... That was cute. Okay. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Teschering case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shook the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell Tucson the way you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520 323 3406. And shout-outs to Sammy Romero, who contributed $50 United States dollars. He was on with us earlier this evening. Wonderful human being. Brother Isaac has contributed in the past. Out fishing, as he says, marriage does that to you, turns a man into something he never was before. And as Viviana Sanchez says, very biblical pursuit. The fishermen should always be honored in terms of what they have to offer in their wisdom. Halicoditis Kiefer, wonderful human being who basically congratulated us on our riddance of Jameson Reese with his hubris being a liability. By that, she's talking about his desire to kill God, which he often spoke of, his open allegiance to the anti-gods. Obviously, that's what he was here for, to discredit us all with his constant harping on behalf of the anti-gods, our nemesis in this universe, in every universe, and all the cosms from which they source, the empty cosms from which they wish to turn this cosm into a replicate of their own empty vistas, the kind of vistas that Jameson Reese seeks. So Halicoditis Kiefer, she contributed $100 United States dollars. Tonight's episode is dedicated to her, as well as Todd Zayuski. Todd Zayuski, a Canadian, contributed $100 United States dollars. Now, he had to calculate that because the Canadian dollars have to translate into American dollars while PayPal takes their cut, their blood money. So he had to calculate that pretty, intensively to make certain that not only did he get me $100 United States dollars, round it to that number, he had to calculate what would be taken out as well as the transfer in, the change in currencies, the denominations. And so that's two things he had to calculate. That's a lot of calculation to take into account towards a contribution. So the fact that he did that, profoundly appreciate it beyond my ability to express. Beyond measure, this man certainly put his work into it. So Todd Zayuski, tonight's episode is dedicated to yourself and the lady Halicoditis Kiefer. Goddess bless you both. Hugs and to the lady. Now, some 36 years after the People Power Revolution restored democracy to the Philippines, a member of perhaps the most brutal and corrupt political dynasties in the nation's memory, is set to return to the Philippine presidency. The apparent landslide victory in the Philippine presidential election of Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the namesake son of longtime dictator Ferdinand Marcos himself, who goes by his childhood nickname Bongbong, is raising immediate concerns about a further erosion of democracy in Asia and could most certainly complicate American efforts to blunt growing communist Chinese influence and power in the Pacific. Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., the son of the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr., has won the presidential election. According to preliminary results, as I understood them, it will return him to the Malacañang Palace, where he lived as a child and from which his parents fled, circa 1986. His running mate, Sara Duterte, daughter of the current dictator of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, is also set to win the vice presidency by a landslide. Both candidates hail from political dynasties with long histories of abuses of power. The human rights offenses of the first Marcos regime from 1965 to 1986 are well documented, involving an estimated 3,257 deaths and over 50,000 victims who were tortured and detained during the martial law period alone. Also well documented is the estimated 10 billion United States dollars Marcos plundered. Marcos Sr. was ousted in 1986 after millions of people took to the streets, forcing an end to his corrupt dictatorship and a return to democracy. But the election of Duterte as president in 2016 brought a return to a strongman-type dictator, which voters have now doubled down on with Marcos Jr. Domestically, Marcos is widely expected to pick up where Duterte left off, stifling a free press and cracking down on dissent with less of the outgoing leader's crude and brash style, whilst ending attempts to recover some of the billions of dollars his father pilfered from the state coffers. According to the unofficial results I myself reviewed, Bongbong Marcos captured more than double the votes of his closest challenger in Monday's election. This, despite one of the biggest surprises in the Philippines' presidential election being the groundswell of Generation Z and millennial support for Leni Robredo, the widowess of the government minister who died in a 2012 plane crash, whom herself has been serving as incumbent vice presidentress, as an outspoken critic of the president she's been serving under, no less, Rodrigo Duterte. Many of those supporters are first-time voters or were, catastrophically, too young to vote. The Madame Robredo drew comparisons to Corazon Aquino, the country's former presidentress, who was swept into office after the assassination of her husband, Benigno Aquino, and the huge people power revolt that ousted the Marcos regime in 1986. But Madame Robredo, who has served as a congresswoman and worked as an attorney and an economist, is more politically experienced than Le Grand Madame Aquino ever was. In 2016, she beat Mr. Marcos himself narrowly to win the vice presidency. Madame Robredo has since vowed to stop the extrajudicial killings in the violent drug war overseen by dictator Duterte. Tricia Robredo, one of Ms. Robredo's daughters, said in an interview that her mother had been reluctant to run because she had told her family that she would not run for office again. To quote Tricia, it was a promise to her daughters and the bigger goal, which was is to prevent a Marcos from ever being president again. I think those were the things that were going through her head. But when no one emerged as a unifying opposition candidate to take on Mr. Marcos, she threw her name in the ring late last year. Yet, if the results stand, Bong Bong will take office at the end of June for a 6-year term, with Sara Duterte, daughter of the outgoing dictator Rodrigo Duterte, who leaves office with a 67% approval rating, as is Vice Presidentress. Duterte nurtured closer ties with the Sino-Slavic synaxis of the Communist Chinese and revanchist, revisionist Russian empires, while at times railing against these United States, only later walking back on many of his threats against Washington, including a move to abrogate a defense pact and the luster of Red China's promise of infrastructure investment has dulled, with much failing to materialize. Whether the recent trend in relations with these United States will continue has a lot to do with how President Joe Biden's administration responds to the return of a Marcos to power in the Philippines. To quote us, the Manila-based political scientist Andrea Chloe Wong, a former researcher in the Philippine Department of Veteran Affairs, and importantly, an ethnic Chinese in the Philippines. Now that's like a Jewish individual living in Eastern Europe at the time of the Holocaust. Ethnic Chinese are prime targets for terrorism and murder among the Filipinos, who view them as an occupying enemy. Everyone in Asia, in general, as a rule of thumb, hates the Japanese as a nation, but they hate the Chinese as a race. And they are viewed, as one British diplomat once observed, as the Jews of Asia. They are overwhelmingly Christian in the overseas Chinese diaspora of the Pacific Rim, and normally targeted by Muslims in Indonesia for exterminatory campaigns of mass genocide, in which hundreds of thousands have died. Now, Andrea Chloe Wong risks her life by maintaining herself in the Philippines. And she says, on the one hand, you have Biden regarding the geostrategic interests in the Philippines, and on the other hand, he has to balance promoting American democratic ideals and human rights. If he chooses to do that, he might have to isolate the Marcos administration. So this will definitely be a delicate balancing act for the Philippines. And Marcos's approach to the United States will highly depend on how Biden will engage with him. Now, the Marcos man's election cometh at a time when the United States has been increasingly focused on the Asia-Pacific region, embarking on a strategy unveiled in February to considerably broaden U.S. engagement by strengthening a web of security alliances and partnerships, with an emphasis on addressing Red China's growing influence and ambitions. Thousands of American and Filipino forces have only recently wrapped up one of their largest combat exercises in years, which showcased American firepower in the northern Philippines near its maritime border with mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Marcos himself has been short on specifics about foreign policy, but in interviews, he said he wanted to pursue closer ties with the Communist Chinese, including possibly setting aside a 2016 ruling by a tribunal in The Hague that invalidated almost all of Red China's historical claims to the South China Sea. In an interview with the DZRH radio in January, Marcos said that allowing the United States to play a role in trying to settle territorial spats with the Communist Chinese Empire will be a recipe for disaster. He said Duterte's policy of diplomatic engagement with Red China is really our only option. Yes, a previous Philippines administration brought the case to the tribunal, but Red China has refused to recognize the ruling, and Marcos said it won't help settle disputes with Beijing, so that option is not available to us. Young Filipinos embraced Leni Robredo, the sole woman in their presidential race, due to her highly assertive position on how to deal with their new invader, Communist China. China has abused its military might to dismember a huge part of territory where the Philippines has sovereign rights. Red China has illegitimately annexed 500,000, 500,000 square kilometers of maritime waters, over which international law grants their country exclusive rights to fish, to exploit marine resources, and to explore gas, oil, and minerals. Marcos Jr. has declared that he will sit down with Red China in one-on-one bilateral talks. He agrees to the condition that when they talk to China, they will not invoke nor involve their three following aces. 1. Their international arbitration victory. 2. Their mutual defense treaty with these United States. And 3. Their natural allies among the other countries similarly affected by Red China's greedy claim over the South China Sea. In contrast, Leni Robredo, the only woman seeking the presidency, received a groundswell of support from the young because she would have used the Philippines' aces and engaged Red China in multilateral negotiations. Critics argue that if they don't agree to bilateral talks with the Red Chinese, the only other option is to go to war. They be gravely mistaken. Multilateral campaigns can take as the form of economic, political, public relations, and a variety of other non-military crusades. If the Red Chinese do not agree to multilateral negotiations, they can still go on multilateral campaigns without it, just as they did in the arbitration case. Going back to bilateral talks with a deceitful invader will not achieve anything, as I shall explain. Marcos Jr. should know that before they resorted to arbitration, they repeatedly engaged in bilateral talks with Red China for 20 long years. The Communist Chinese Empire played along, and it even agreed to abide by international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. But while its mouth was uttering peaceful diplomacy during bilateral talks, its hands and feet were engaged in unilateral, undiplomatic, and hostile actions. 1. It built multiple military installations in their reefs, atolls, and shoals. By the second finger on my hand. 2. It forcibly expelled their fishermen from the Scarborough shores. 3. My fuck you finger counts that Red China engages in hostile actions against the Filipino military, and fourth finger on thy left hand, it has prevented the Philippines from carrying out long-standing oil and gas development projects that could help their economy modernize to a higher standard of living. The CHICOM, or Chinese Communist diplomats, have been nothing more than fronts for their People's Liberation Army Navy. And the Filipino diplomats on the other side of the table describe their invaders' two-faced behavior as follows. Red China's salami slicing strategy. That is, taking little steps over time, none of which, individually, is enough to provoke a crisis. Red Chinese military officials themselves have referred to this as their cabbage strategy, peeling off one layer off at a time. When these small steps are taken together, however, they reflect Red China's efforts to slowly consolidate de facto control throughout the South China Sea. With bilateral talks proving futile, their empire is on the move. It's on the march, and it's afloat upon the sea. Whereas the Philippines was forced to resort to arbitration, and which they won. Yet Marcos Jr. wants them all to go back to the same strategy of talking over Xiao Pao, Xiao Mai, and Buchi, but which has proven disastrous for the country of Catagalugan, the real name of the Philippines, which is named after a Spanish king, still retaining that colonial stench. Now, everything Marcos aspires towards is beneficial only to the Filipinos' scheming laureate host. Marcos Jr. virtually wants his country to go on bended knees, beg Red China to have mercy on their poor and weakened nation, and agree to negotiate again under conditions that guarantee utter failure for his people. Marcos Jr.'s weak stance does not remind the Filipinos of the nationalistic foreign policy championed by his father during his strongman rule. Marcos Jr. instead reminds them of earlier periods in their history when their country was invaded by Spain, the United States, and the Empire of Japan, and they had leaders who submissively collaborated with the invaders in every case. Marcos Jr. does not remind the Filipinos of his father. Marcos the father wanted to expand Filipino territory by asserting their claim over Sabah in the Indonesian archipelago on the Isle of Borneo. In total contrast, Marcos the son's submissiveness to Red China would lead to a huge reduction of Filipino maritime territory that's internationally recognized by the rest of the world, and lend legitimacy instead to Red China's annexation of resource-rich Filipino waters. Filipino countrymen who are hoping that Marcos Jr. would be his father's son are in for a heartbreaking disappointment. Older voters riding on nostalgia. As proven by his servile stance towards Red China, Marcos Jr. is not his father's son. Marcos's approach at home could have a spillover effect in other countries in the region of the Asia-Pacific Rim, where democratic freedoms are being increasingly eroded in many places, and the Philippines had been such, well, seen as a positive influence. Meanwhile, the outgoing Duterte administration is notorious for its so-called war on drugs, during which his infamous death squads killed more than 6,200 victims as of 2022. This election has been mired in tax scandals, bureaucratic corruption, and voter suppression, But despite these scandals, both past and present, dynastic families remain in full force in the Southeast Asian archipelago. As a scholar of history myself, I know this Filipino rule by dynasty dates from the days of American colonial rule, but it has been enhanced by a more modern curse: mass media manipulation and disinformation from the Sino-Slavic synexes. This is compounding the political economy of dynasties. The tenacity of political dynasties of all political orientations to outlast the Philippines' halted revolutions, both in 1986 and a later uprising in 2001, proves that popular mobilization did not lead to a more democratic government. The late political scientist Benedict Anderson famously called the Philippines a cacique democracy, a fusion of popular electoral power and feudal dynastic rule. By the way, just responding to Our Lady Viviana Sanchez in the private messenger of Facebook here. All right. Now, I'm going to ask Daniel Arola to later on correct me, but there's a certain term I'm going to be using here. To establish loyal allies among the local population, the United States expropriated 400,000 acres owned by the Roman Catholic Church between 1898 and 1941 and auctioned it to landowners and economic elites. These same leaders, bolstered by their consolidated agricultural economic base, formed a new political class in Manila as they participated in the new legislature of the colony. With their wealth and political influence strengthened under American occupation, these ruling families held disproportionate sway over the development of the fledgling nation following independence circa 1946. These caciques, or native feudal lords, went on to become the ruling class of the Philippines today. The Marcos Mafia is descended from regional landowners in Ilocos Norte, in the north of Luzon, the Philippines' most populous island. But unlike his forebears, Ferdinand Marcos Sr. rose from regional leader to national prominence, first as the president of the Philippine Senate in 1959, then as national president, circa 1965. Through his own charisma and the popularity of his wife, Imelda Romualdez Marcos, the family consolidated their political base. At the opposite end of the political spectrum are the Aquino family, hailing from a mafia clan of elite landowners in central Luzon, whose patriarch was one of the original members of the Republican government formed after the 1896 Philippine Revolution. Benigno Ninoy Aquino Jr., a senator and outspoken Marcos critic, was assassinated circa 1983. His wife, Corazon Aquino, was elected on the back of the mass fervor of the 1986 revolution, and later their son reached the presidency. Dynasties have long dominated Philippines politics, but the fact that the Marcos name not only survived to overthrow of its patriarch, but managed to become rehabilitated in the following decades, hints at the tenacity of dynastic politics in the Philippines. Compounded by mass media manipulation and Sino-Slavic disinformation. Despotic power cannot be shored up by birthright claims alone. So it be no coincidence that the return of the Marcos Mafia family has coincided with large-scale attacks against journalism, waged by the national executive and its allies. In 2022, the Philippines was ranked by Reporters Without Borders 147th out of 180 countries for press freedom. This is a stark contrast to the period before the election of Ferdinand Marcos Sr. in 1965, when the country's press was considered the most free in all of Asia. During the 6 years of Duterte's despotic tyranny since 2016, El Presidente developed a reputation as someone who abused social media disinformation, especially via Facebook, to cultivate support for his brutal war on drugs. At the same time, he frequently attacked the work of journalists and all critics of his regime. Duterte made a deliberate attempt to undermine the free press. In December 2020, after months of systematic targeting by President Duterte, the Philippine Congress voted to shut down ABS-CBN, their own country's largest broadcasting network. The Philippines remains one of the most dangerous places on earth for reporters. As recently as December of 2021, journalist Jesus Malabanian was shot by gunmen in his own home. Now, Malabanian, a well-respected reporter who worked on Reuters' coverage of the Philippine drug war, was the 22nd journalist murdered by the Duterte regime. The weakening and intimidation of independent journalism and media paved the way for disinformation to flourish. And it came in, pumped by the enemy, the Communist Chinese. Now, Bongbong Marcos' presidential run has been widely criticized for mass media manipulation. And Chinese-sponsored disinformation has been central to the shift in public opinion towards his family. In 2019, Rappler, the independent news website founded by Nobel Peace Prize recipient Mario Reza, ran a 3-part investigation which revealed the extent to which Marcos deployed digital propaganda to propel himself into public favor through the abuse of disinformation spread on other social media platforms and through various fan pages and other viral content. The first Marcos regime was recast in misleading propaganda that portrayed the era as a time of progress while denying its human rights abuses. And in 2020, Cambridge Analytica whistleblower Barbara Kaiser alleged that Marcos had reached out to her firm, known for its harvesting of Facebook users' data for political campaigns, in an effort to further bolster his mafia family's image. The Marcos Mafia campaign succeeded, by all accounts. So, how can we even take into account, hey, gunshots I'm hearing outside my window. How can we even take into account all those people tortured to point of near death under the Marcos dictatorship who shouted, "Never again"? Think of how they feel with Marcos and Marcos Mafiosa back in power. The election of Bongbong Marcos come as close to half 100 years after his father declared martial law on September 23rd of 1972. That original Marcos era, with its own extrajudicial killings and rampant corruption, has been subjected to revisionism, with many Filipinos looking back at the Marcos years as a time of stability and growth while ignoring the abuses. The $10 billion plundered by the Marcoses, which once dominated headlines, gets talked about less and less. Imelda Marcos, herself a notorious shoe fetishist kleptocrat, a government by theft tyrannist, has been transformed into an object of fascination. Meanwhile, the voices of survivors of the martial law era and the activists who oppose authoritarian rule have grown ever less effective in the face of dictator Duterte's popularity. Their message of never again has failed to disrupt the Marcos family's return to power. In 2018, on the 35th anniversary of the assassination of Ninoy Aquino, Ime Marcos, Bongbong's sister, stated that the millennials have moved on from Ferdinand Marcos's history, and I think people at my age should move on as well. The electoral victory of her brother, by all evidence, has proven Ime Marcos correct. This, while the communist Chinese maneuver into the Solomon Islands, bordering Australia, certainly in its front yard. China is racing to consolidate its strategic victory in the Pacific. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison said but 48 hours ago, Monday opening this work week, that we're very aware of what the Chinese government's ambitions are in the Pacific, whether it be in relation to facilities such as that or naval bases or the presence of their military in the Pacific. I am very concerned, as many other Pacific leaders are, about the interference and intrusion of the Communist Chinese government into these types of arrangements. Now, this new security deal has touched off a furor in the islands around the region, despite Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manesa Sogavare's insistence that the embrace of Red China is prudent and benign as a step towards communization of the Pacific. Today, Sogavare's office, in an appointment confirmation of their subservience to Red China, and a confession, in essence, of the leak, Sogavare's office stated, "There is nothing sinister nor trivial about the Blue Economy Memorandum of Understanding. The MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU is the acronym MAO, is still in its draft form, kind of like the Supreme Court draft about abortion. However, its underlying objective is to tap on potential economic investment opportunities relating to ocean resources." Now, a senior member of the National Parliament of the Solomon Islands has denounced this initiative, predicting that communist Chinese officials will initiate a lot of movement very soon in these islands in order to entrench themselves in region. So, the communist Chinese are invading the Pacific Isles. Your world is changing by the minute. Foreign Relations Chairman Peter Kenny-Lorea, an opposition leader of the Solomon Islands, has argued in a parliamentary address, Yester Septimania, just last week, that be they so-called investments, interest from mining companies from China, fisheries, telecommunications, as well as aviation. So, it's a cycle that will continue to keep us entrapped and dependent. The dependency factor is something I'm very, very concerned about in terms of what we've gotten ourselves into. Now, the Solomon Islands figured most dramatically in American history during World War II, when the American victory in the Battle of Guadalcanal turned the tide of the conflict in the Pacific theater operationally, having nothing to do with strategics, mind you. The Japanese strategically won the war in ways we outline in the Roswell Deception, available at Amazon.com or at SkyBooksUSA.com. Buy yourself a copy and gift it to someone else. Buy yourself a copy for yourself as well. Now, the significance of the Battle of Guadalcanal reflected geographic factors that remain relevant today. As in that fight, American forces scrambled to prevent Imperial Japan from gaining a base that would allow them to choke off the entire continent of Australia and threaten American access to the region of Australasia. Of course, the CHICOM, Chinese Communist Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian, said today that the rumor that China will build a military base in Solomon Islands is pure disinformation fabricated by a few individuals with ulterior motives. Like that Lin Yiping motherfucker. That's my Chinese name. We've got an eye on him. Now, it's time to turn to that long-awaited Putin speech. One more check on some incoming notifications. Maria Sprem responded to my message. God bless her. I let her know I speak Croatian. Kervatski. It's really the same as Srpski or Serbian. Now, this is all about Putin's delusions. Stop falling for Russia's delusions of perpetual victory. Putin is offering watered-down nostalgia. God is not on Russia's side in this invasion. Homophobia is at the heart of Patriarch Kirill's endorsement of this war. Russia's Ukraine propaganda has turned fully genocidal. Putin has now made his fourth calamitous error. And this time, the Kremlin miscalculated how Europa would react to its oil and gas blackmail threats. On the ground, a Ukrainian counteroffensive near Kharkiv appears to have contributed to sharply reduced Russian shelling in the eastern city, but Moscow's forces are making advances along other parts of the front line. In terms of American aid, the House voted 368 to 57 in favor of a $39.8 billion United States dollar aid package for Ukraine, which would bring the total U.S. financial commitment to roughly $53 billion United States dollars over 12 months. The Senate still needs to vote on the proposal. By way of the Russian oil embargo, European Union ambassadors again failed to reach an agreement to ban Russian oil because Hungary, the traitor state, has resisted the adoption of this embargo. That Soviet satellite state is preventing the bloc, the Euro bloc, from presenting a united front against Moscow. Ban the bomb, but nuke Magyarország first. Hungary. Now, let's take a look at cardboard nostalgia at its greasiest. Vladimir Putin. Well, he knows that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not, to say the least, going to plan. In the nearly 3 months since the early morning siege with which it jump-started this war, the Russian Empire has failed to oust Volodymyr Zelensky or take its hold of Kiev, forcing Vladimir Putin to narrow his objectives and then narrow them again. On top of that, a wave of economic sanctions from the West is sending the Russian Empire's economy into a recession. In Ukraine, meanwhile, millions have been forced to flee the country, entire cities have been reduced to rubble, and Russia has made gains in the East. Much of the world celebrated Victory in Europe Day Sunday, but the Russian Empire celebrated its Victory Day on May 9th. And expectations were high regarding what President Vladimir Putin might do on this commemoration of Russia's purported victory over the Nazis in 1945. Would Putin formally declare war on Ukraine, thus unlocking vast reserves of former conscripts to prop up his faltering campaign? Would he declare victory, perhaps based on Russia holding much of Ukraine's eastern Donbas region? Or would the dictator take his nuclear threats to the next level? As it turned out, no, and no. Putin's speech played like a greatest hits of his now standard rhetoric. Kiev is run by neo-Nazis and was trying to go nuclear, despite the fact that they turned all of their nuclear weapons over to the Russians decades ago. NATO was weaponizing territories on Russia's border, and the invasion was a preemptive strike at the aggression. The West has abandoned traditional values, but Russia will never do so, at least at the time of transmission. Today has not proved to be the turning point in Russia's war that many feared or hoped it might be. In terms of some Twitter input, there was Dr. John Chipman of the IISS at ChipmanJ, who on May 9th tweeted, "Putin does not announce a war, nor claim any victory. Instead says that Russia is forced to defend itself in the Donbass against Nazis, and that Ukraine had plans to acquire nukes," with an exclamation mark in parentheses there, because it's obviously so absurd. "A commitment to persist in attack. The West must show similar resolve in Ukraine's defense." That fits with what we've been seeing in the last couple of weeks. After a pretty escalatory few days in late April, where both Russia and the West heated up their rhetoric, the conflict seems to be in a kind of holding pattern, in which Russia occasionally raises the specter of nuclear conflict, but the West nevertheless refuses to back down, and in which the Russian Empire keeps bombarding Ukraine's east with decreasing precision. That decreased precision, that imprecision, is down to the depletion of Russia's high-end weaponry. And don't take my word for it, the British Defense Ministry confirms that. And there's a rub. Russia's army is getting worn down, and it can't keep going forever. Even if Putin is, as theorized by CIA Director William Burns in a Financial Times interview, convinced that his gamble might still pay off. Understand that when it comes to that high-tech weaponry, Russian hypersonic missiles in Ukraine have not been any game changer. I mean, this is what they were bragging about in their biggest dickus campaign. Russia has deployed roughly a dozen hypersonic weapons in Ukraine since invading, but they haven't been any game changer on the battlefield. So it was yesterday that a senior U.S. defense official informed reporters that the Russian military had used roughly about a dozen hypersonic weapons, while Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, discussed the use of these weapons in front of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense on, well, this morning. So, Milley explained that, obviously, the distinguishing factor of hypersonic missiles is the speed at which it travels, and we have analyzed each of these shots that they've taken. But other than the speed of the weapon, in terms of its effect on a given target, we are not seeing really significant or game-changing effects to date with the delivery of the small number of hypersonics that the Russians have used. You know, it's the first time hypersonic weapons have been used in a combat situation. Russia fired 3 hypersonic missiles that destroyed 5 buildings in southern Ukraine on Monday night. And that's according to Ukrainian authorities. Though a Pentagon official couldn't confirm they were hypersonics, one hit tourist infrastructure in the city of Odessa, according to city government officials, while another hit a hotel, and 7 missiles hit a shopping mall in a separate attack. This is all according to Ukraine's Armed Forces Southern Operation Command. Russia claimed in late March that it had used a Kinzhal aviation missile system with hypersonic aeroballistic missiles. And a senior U.S. defense official said in response that its use does not demonstrate a whole lot of practicality, and that it is a bit of a head-scratcher, to be honest. They're basically trying to show off, oh, see, we got this. But it ain't shit. That's why in the days that followed the strike, President Joe Biden, as executive commander-in-chief of all armed forces, basically said, it doesn't make that much difference, except that it's almost impossible to stop it. There's a reason they're using it. But then it's pretty hard to stop almost any missile, unless you got the Iron Dome, which, of course, was what Laura Lee Solomon was for me when Viviana Sanchez was trying to contact me. At any rate, back to the parade. You know, how do we describe this? When it comes to Phillips P. O'Brien, here's another tweet for us. At Phillips P. O'Brien on May 9th. Said, what rhetoric Putin used in his speech is immaterial. If he didn't declare war or a general mobilization, that's what's important. Without concrete steps to build a new force, Russia can't fight a long war, and the clock starts ticking on the failure of their army in Ukraine. Sometimes something not happening is an event in itself. And, by the way, it's comforting to see Burns say in that Financial Times piece that the intelligence community sees no practical evidence at this point of Russian planning, deployment, or even potential use of tactical nuclear weapons. You know, that's because World War II is all that Putin has left. The regime offers Russians little more than selective memories of Soviet-era military triumph. In Soviet films, on Soviet posters, in Soviet poetry and songs, the typical Red Army soldier was hale and hearty, simple and straightforward, untroubled by trauma or fear. He cheerfully marched all day, slept on the ground at night, never complained, and never even used swear words. When the British historian Catherine Merridale was collecting the lyrics of Red Army songs for her 2005 book, Ivan's War, she ran into a wall. Even decades later, ethnographers and veterans could not or would not share with her any satirical, obscene, or subversive lyrics because no one dared to repeat disrespectful versions of the sainted Red Soldiers' songs. In the official accounts, The Red Army soldier never brutalized civilians, raped women, or looted property either. Famously, a staged photograph of soldiers waving a Soviet flag on top of the Reichstag in May of 1945 had to be doctored because one of them was wearing 2 wristwatches. They were stolen from Germans, of course. Soviet soldiers typically did not own several wristwatches, as you might imagine. Many years later, when another British historian, Anthony Beevor, published archival evidence of looting, children as young as 12 traveled to Berlin for that purpose, and the mass rape of 2 million German women, the Russian ambassador to the United Kingdom accused him of lies, slander, and blasphemy. Blasphemy! Blasphemy? Meaning he's a religious heretic? Really? Really? That's because World War II is a religion to the Allies. Understand that. But plenty of Russians already knew the truth. Stories of the horrors of the war, experienced by veterans as well as those who stayed at home, were passed down within families. Ambivalent memories persisted. Not long after the war had ended, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, himself a former member of the Red Army battalions that had rampaged, crossed the German region of Ostprussia, composed a poem describing what he had witnessed. The little daughters on the mattress, bleeding between their legs, and dead, shot in the brain, but fucked after death, so we didn't need to hear the screams. How many were on that mattress before the last little corpse? A platoon of young girls? A company, really. A girl's been turned into a woman by the rape of 200 men. And that woman was turned into a corpse with a single bullet in her brain. Now, neither Solzhenitsyn nor Beevor nor Mediæval described these things in order to minimize the heroism of the Soviet soldiers who fought Hitler's armies from the depths of Russia all the way to the center of Berlin in some kind of conspiracy to make the Soviets look bad. The historical record of the damage the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics did to Central Europe in the post-war era negates all the horrors they claim German soldiers inflicted upon their citizens of the territories the Reich occupied earlier on. And that record of the Soviet atrocities forms the real story of this war. A story far more nuanced than the cartoon version of the Great Fatherland War that the Russians are now presented with every year during the May 9th victory parade that the Allies so cherish and promote this side of the Atlantic. Yet that cartoon was on display once again this week, just like it is every day on YouTube. When you look for World War II and all you find is propaganda about the great Russian sacrifices and their military triumphs that had you all believing they were the master race, the Great White Hope. This year's war commemoration even had a rote, empty quality, as if the Russian state is no longer capable of offering its citizens anything more than cardboard nostalgia, but also as if it assumes that those citizens need little else than shrill patriotism to subsist. President Vladimir Putin made a short, dishonest speech about his invasion of Ukraine, just barely alluding to the costs and casualties. Soldiers waved Soviet flags. Spectators saw less military equipment than last year, and no air show at all. But tanks, trucks, and intercontinental ballistic missiles still paraded across Red Square. Many celebrations unfolded around the country, at least one featuring Russian children singing, "Uncle Vova, we are with you!" Uncle Vova being Putin, followed by one-armed salutes. And they get pissed off every time you see a Westerner do the Sieg Heil. Even as Russia carries out a brutal war of aggression, one in which Russian soldiers are once again committing terrible crimes against a civilian population, as they always do, the whole occasion was permeated with a sense of grievance, as if Russia were the only real victim of every conflict. Certainly the two conflicts of World War II and Ukraine. This particular World War II cult was not inevitable. It is the result of a set of decisions, a deliberate effort to change the course of what had been an open conversation, starting in the late 1980s. In 1992, President Boris Yeltsin even informed Russians that the conflict did not begin as their textbooks had long told them on June 22, 1941, when my biological sire, Adolf Hitler's Germany, invaded the Soviet Union. In fact, it began earlier, in September of 1939, when Hitler's Germany and the Soviet Union simultaneously invaded Poland. Yeltsin published the secret clauses of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, signed in August of 1939, in which the two regimes divided Central Europe between them. He also handed the Polish government copies of the documents ordering the massacre of thousands of Polish officers near the Katyn forest. Gestures like that are now unimaginable in Putin's Russia, where any discussion of the 22-month Nazi-Soviet alliance is not only difficult, but entirely illegal. In 2016, the Russian Supreme Court upheld the conviction of a blogger who reposted an article mentioning the alliance. In 2019, Putin himself launched a strange campaign to blame Poland, not the USSR and Germany, for the start of the war, as if Poland had invaded itself. Myths about the war are now backed up by politicians, by judges, by the force of law. No nuance is allowed to creep into the official account of a war that was complicated, bloody, and often confusing for those who fought in it. But this simplification is necessary because there just isn't anything else to legitimize Putin's regime, let alone its brand new war. In practice, Putinism is a powerful but ultimately empty ideology. Its propaganda divides people from one another, creates suspicion, and promotes apathy. State media put forth multiple nonsensical explanations for reality, including multiple nonsensical reasons for the invasion of Ukraine. In different tellings, Ukraine, a democratic state led by a Jewish president, is a Nazi, is Russian, is a Western puppet. All this while it's purportedly non-existent. Alongside these stories, Russians are spoon-fed cynicism, mockery, and nihilism. They are told endless tales about the glorious past, but given nothing to hope for in the terrifying future. They have no idea who or what could follow the Putin regime, or what that would mean for them. They support him because nothing else is on offer. But support does not translate into enthusiasm. Neither he nor his war stories seem able to generate excitement for another great fatherland war. Perhaps that was why Putin chose to mark May 9th perfunctorily. He did not, as some expected, declare victory in Ukraine, nor did he call for an all-out mobilization. He did not issue a call to arms or speak at length about a glorious invasion either. Instead, he repeated, again, that the Russians had no choice but to launch their special military operation in Ukraine, as if some law of history had ordered it. He implied, again, that Russia is the real victim. He left out all the true stories, the emotion, the evocative details that would actually inspire people to feel something about either the old war or the new one. If he wants to expand the current conflict, if he wants to persuade millions of people to sacrifice their very lives and all their fortunes to fight across Europa once again, he will need to provide a far more powerful motivation, a far deeper reason to fight, something other than this war's alleged resemblance to a past tragedy. But he doesn't have that kind of motivation to offer, or at least not yet. You know, it's usually a mistake to call a winner midway through a war. Fortune can be a cruel taskmaster. Yet it is already clear that Vladimir Putin has made at least 4 catastrophic miscalculations in his mass murderous assault on Ukraine. First, he hugely underestimated the resolve and strength of the Ukrainian resistance. Secondly, he was seemingly unaware of the incompetence and ill-disciplined thuggishness of his own mafiaized military. Their war crimes have so offended Western sensitivities that even Russland Versteher, Germany, the Russ-fucking Germans, have now swung fully behind the Democratic Alliance. Thirdly, he thought the war would divide a declining and morally bankrupt West. Instead, it has united and breathed a new life into us. And lastly, he overestimated the leverage of his hold over oil and gas supplies. In the event, Europa is adapting with previously unimaginable speed to the prospect of a world without Russian hydrocarbons to pollute our air. Last week or last month, Berlin said it could end its dependence on Russian oil, if not yet gas, within days, threatening to ruinously deprive the Russian Empire of the mainstay of its economy. Putin's miscalculations might be put down to failures in Russian intelligence, but there is also a more pervasive explanation. Autocracies are very bad at understanding their own limitations. Regimes that punish dissent fast invariably fall victim to delusional self-belief and therefore error. This is it's not to argue that ultimately they pose little threat to the liberal order. As we are now seeing, they can inflict enormous damage and suffering. Desperate autocracies, armed with nukes, moreover, are particularly dangerous, for they might actually use them, as Russia's Foreign Affairs Minister Sergei Lavrov threatened every week. Yet Russia's nuclear saber-rattling is more a sign of weakness than of strength. The latest miscalculation is the decision to cut off gas supplies to Poland and Bulgaria. This is presumably meant as a warning shot to much larger buyers of Russian hydrocarbons, such as United Germany and Italy, as in, you'll be next. But in threatening as much, Putin only further shoots himself in the foot. As every business executive knows, if a supplier lets you down, particularly in circumstances that amount to breach of contract, immediate steps need be taken to end the relationship and find alternatives. That's precisely the response that Putin has provoked. The immediate source of complaint is Russian insistence that Europa pays for gas in rubles rather than euros or dollars, as stipulated in contracts. For Putin, this seemingly serves the purpose both of forcing European buyers to effectively breach sanctions and of helping to prop up the ruble, decimated as it initially was by the West's response to Russia's aggression. A somewhat curious and unforeseen consequence of pariah status, however, is that with Western companies boycotting Russian markets and imports collapsing accordingly, the ruble has actually strengthened of late, so much so that Moscow has been able to lift some of the capital controls designed to protect the currency. The only purpose of continuing to insist on ruble payment, therefore, becomes that of using it as a pretext for cutting off supplies. Some European buyers have found workarounds. Russian banks have, well, the ones that haven't not been sanctioned, are paid in euros or dollars and then using back-to-back accounts in the payee's name, convert them into rubles. Apparently approved by the European Commission, this is just a ruse that breaches the spirit, if not the letter, of the sanctions. Putin might therefore count it as some sort of victory. Yet the Kremlin has also been completely wrong-footed by the speed at which even the Germans are moving to escape Russia's thick embrace. In cutting off supplies, there is a sense in which Putin is using his main economic weapon while he still can. Soon it will be obsolete. As it happens, the big foreign exchange earner for Russia is not gas, but oil. This can easily be exported and will always find alternative takers, even after Europa and America stop buying it. But gas is a different matter. It can only be transported via pipeline or in liquid form, both of which require complex infrastructure. As it is, the pipelines needed to switch from Europa to Red China do not yet exist. Putin gambled on Europa not being willing to take the economic pain of cutting itself off from his gas. But the blackmail isn't working. Russia needs Europa's markets far more than Europa needs their energy. Putin hoped to capitalize on weakness, division, and growing self-doubt in Western affairs, pitching his invasion as a battle between resurgent autocracy and degenerate liberal democracy. Yet far from further undermining the democratic order, he has succeeded only in highlighting its underlying strengths and attractions. Heaven knows our system of governance is hardly beyond criticism. It too is prone to catastrophic error. Witness the mess in Iraq and Afghanistan. But at least the leaders responsible can be ousted, allowing our system to reboot. That's not possible in Putin's Russia or Xi Jinping's Red China. Whatever the drawbacks of liberal democracy, looking at the alternative now is all, well, it's all too visible and ugly in its display. Our world doesn't seem so bad after all. Indeed, we could even learn to love it. Now, the Kremlin's annihilationist propaganda is giving Russian troops a clear conscience for killing Ukrainian civilians, and, egged on by the language of annihilation and extermination, Russian soldiers have become willing executioners. On February 26th, only 48 hours, 2 days into the war, Russian state news agency RIA Novosti published an op-ed, an opinion editorial column titled, "The Coming of Russia and of the New World." Its author, without a trace of irony, praises Russian dictator Vladimir Putin for the timely solution of the Ukrainian question. A few hours later, the article was removed and is now only available in web archives. It's unclear why it was removed, whether because of its uncomfortable proximity to the lexicon of systematic mass murder of my biological father, or because it described a plan for dismantling Ukrainian statehood after a successful invasion presented itself as an accomplished fact, when in reality, Russian forces were being routed like the cowards they are, despite the West always conveying them as the heroes of World War II who saved us from Hitler. But this op-ed wasn't a fluke or an editor's oversight. Putin's hatred of Ukraine's existence. He reportedly complained that Ukraine is not even a real country to then U.S. President George W. Bush back in 2008. The same conviction is evident in his later treatises, and finally, his bizarre televised speech 3 days before he launched the war. Since 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and invaded Ukraine's eastern regions, televisual rhetoric has followed Putin's cues and been extremely derogatory toward Ukraine and its leadership, but not so much ordinary Ukrainians as a people. That has dramatically changed since the failure of Putin's apparent plan to rush into Kiev, decapitate the Ukrainian government, and install a puppet regime became as self-evident, and it became as clear even to him that ordinary Ukrainians weren't waiting to be liberated by Mother Russia. The language on Ukraine and Ukrainians has turned much more radicalized and toxic. The meeting between the heads of the two churches, Roman and Russian Orthodox, in Cuba on Friday, as dated the 11th day in February, wasn't just about religion. It was about politics. The Roman Catholic and Slavic Orthodox traditions split almost 1,000 years ago, before anyone in Cuba knew about Christianity, before anyone in Europa knew about Cuba, and before Russia, let alone a distinct Russian Orthodox Church, even fucking existed. But on that Friday afternoon, in the second month of this year, an unlikely scene unfolded at Jose Marti International Airport in Habana. Pope Francis and Patriarch Kirill, respective heads of the Roman Catholic and Russian Orthodox churches, embraced and kissed and met for 2 hours before issuing a 30-point joint statement focused on Christianity's future in Europe, the plight of Christians in the Middle East, and the Trois Churches' divisive history in Ukraine. Why Cuba? In part because the Caribbean island serves as a neutral ground for the Trois Churches, owing to both its strong Catholic ties and the tight bond it forged with Moscow during the Soviet era. But the country, which recently renewed relations with the United States, also serves as an example of the expanded role Pope Francis has assumed in matters of international diplomacy. Pope Francis played a crucial role in the Cuba-American rapprochement, hosting secret talks between the Trois countries at the Vatican itself. So it's a fitting location for another potential rapprochement, one that has as much to do with geopolitics as it does with religious doctrine, and with two places in particular: Southwest Asia, or the Middle East as Americans know it, and Ukraine. But then, it all fell apart in a positive sense, because we just can't have this kind of peace when there's nothing but pieces to pick up. So Pope Francis, he wound up calling the Patriarch Putin's altar boy. And this is because the Russian Orthodox Church and its head, Patriarch Kirill, have appallingly defended President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine and are urging Russians to support the war as well. In fact, in every way, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has become as a holy war for Russia, one that's backed by the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, whose sermons mirror the Russian president's rhetoric around the war. Last month in Russia, Kirill, a powerful bishop who has been the Patriarch of Moscow and Primate of the Russian Orthodox Church since 2009, came out once again in support of Russian President Vladimir Putin's killing machine in Ukraine. Kirill's view is that God is on Russia's side, even as Putin's forces bomb maternity wards, hospitals, and the bodies of mutilated men, women, and children are discovered in Ukrainian towns, all recently occupied by Russian troops such as Bucha. In many ways, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has become an unholy war for satanic Russia. His geopolitical ambitions are closely entwined with faith. Like former President Donald Trump, Putin has woven nationalism, faith, conservative values, and the restoration of the Ruski Mir, Russian world. Make Russia great again! And he has enlisted Kirill as his wingman, who shares his homophobic views. Freedom House, a democracy watchdog, calls Putin's anti-LGBTQIA+ rants state-sponsored homophobia used to control Russia, and concludes, regulating gender and sexuality remains at the forefront of Russia's domestic and international political agendas. A war based on anti-faggotry. How could God resist? Kirill's latest warmongering came at a holy time in the Julian calendar, Orthodox Easter. Indeed, last Sunday of Yestermancies was Ukrainian Easter, known as Velik Den, Great Day in Ukraine, an important holiday that celebrates Jesus Christ's resurrection. For many, it is a day that commemorates rebirth. Around 70% of Ukrainians are Orthodox Christian. Of course, now there's schism in the church. Kirill has actively promoted Russian warmongering, bizarrely describing his empire's mandatory military service as an active manifestation of evangelical love for our neighbors. He also seems to have fully bought into the Russian government's propaganda about a genocidal Ukrainian campaign to wipe out separatists in the country's Donbas region. Indeed, Kirill is completely in agreement with Putin's stated rationale for the invasion, that Ukraine is part of Greater Russia. He has asserted that Russians and Ukrainians comest from one Kievan baptismal font and share common historical fate. Unsurprisingly, he has blessed the war in the most purple of prose, proclaiming, "We have entered into a struggle that has not a physical, but a metaphysical significance. A war that involves eternal salvation." Kirill has also helped spread conspiracy theories, declaring that pro-Russian factions in Donbas, Ukraine, are being persecuted due to a fundamental rejection of the so-called values that are offered today by those who claim worldly power. He claims this worldly power is posing a test for the loyalty of other countries by demanding that they hold gay pride parades. Oh my God, I don't like seeing guys in leather with their butt cheeks hanging out either, but I don't find that an existential threat to my nation. Putin, for his part, has also turned to religion to fire up the Russian people. He excitedly informed a crowd gathered for a pro-war rally in Moscow Stadium that the Ukraine invasion was launched on the birth anniversary of the Russian saint Theodor Yushchikov. He also quoted the Bible, saying, There is no greater love than if someone gives his soul for his friends. The alliance between Putin and the Russian Orthodox Church stretches back many years. In 2009, Kirill blessed Russia's nuclear arsenal, handing out religious images to the crew of a nuclear submarine and the commander of Russia's strategic missile forces. These weapons, he said, could only be given to people with a clear mind, an ardent love of the motherland, responsible for their work before God and the people. Yeah, nothing like nuking other civilizations and giving other races their fair share of Rontgens to make that man up in the sky so proud and smile. Kirill then completely supported Putin during protests in 2011, the year my late sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi. 12. Against electoral fraud, those protests. 12 protests in which 12,000 people ultimately were arrested, each receiving 20 years in jail. He even called Putin's reign a miracle of God. That and backed up by the Gulag. The 2012 sentencing of the feminist punk rock group Pussy Riot for holding a protest inside a Moscow cathedral to express opposition to both Kirill and Putin cemented their union even further. These were the benefits the Putinista regime offered. At least the church took them as such. Not long after, Putin passed a law, fervently backed by the church, outlawing distribution of LGBTQIA plus materials to minors, as if anybody were passing them out in the first. Now, this is the way they try and portray all gays as pedophiles. This is why I brought up my own golden California's pursuit and ultimately enforcement, our establishment of a new bill to prevent such equation of young gays with sexual predation. That's what was going on for all too long before we introduced a bill so that we had a Romeo law, a Juliet law, all to basically counter the fact that, hey, heterosexuals have been doing this since World War II, where young guys and young girls can throw each other on each other bodily and not get in any trouble. Because, straight guys heading off to war want some pussy before he goes. Girls willing to give it to him out of patriotic support for her country, and they're both doing their nation a service because in the end, right, they are basically providing more kids. That's more meat for the grinder, right? So, can't have that if you keep putting him in jail and calling the guy some kind of sexual predator. So in that sense, the straights have been getting away with it for years. Well, half a hundred years to be specific. And with that being said, obviously the logical question was, well, why can't gays have equality? For that reason, well, we pursued SB 145, Senate Bill 145. And that way, those who have an alternative lifestyle can express themselves sexually at a young age without being called predators the rest of their lives. But based on the fact that this option didn't exist for them for half a hundred years, they were the only ones who got busted as sex predators. Now, SB 145 prevents that. This is what Putin had in mind when he and Kirill said, oh, we're making it illegal for people to pass out LGBTQIA plus materials to minors. Because, you know, all those gays are sex predators. Of course, what they're talking about is sex education materials. You can't educate anybody about sex without bringing up the fact that some people go for the same side, right? Because if you don't know about that, well, then you don't know about sex. It doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means, you know, there's people out there who like people who are built like they are. That's just reality. That's just the way some of us are wired. So if you don't teach people about that, how are they ever going to learn? That doesn't mean you're asking them to switch to that side. But that's predation in Putin's eyes. Following his invasion of Crimea, Putin built a gargantuan monument called the Victory Church in Moscow's Patriot Square at a cost of 50 million United States dollars. There are weapons displayed at the entrance. Well, the entrance of the church. Actual weapons. And paintings inside touting the achievements of Russian militarism. Around the same time, Putin installed a statue of Vladimir the Great, the person who is said to have made Russia Christian, near the Kremlin. This tight bond between Putin's government and the Russian Orthodox Church has manifested itself all the way from the Kremlin to Ukraine, with horrible results. It is a connection that should be repudiated by all people of faith, and those without it, all over the world. Yet instead, much of the West's commentary on Russia's war against Ukraine has fallen victim to critical blind spots or inherent biases, an approach often claimed as realism, but which has little to do with academic international relations theories. As Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's invasion continues, it's time to consider what a better approach to punditry on Russia's war against Ukraine would look like. To be sure, I myself am no neutral observer. In fact, I couldn't possibly be more pro-Ukraine. Pro-Ukraine. Russia is close to triggering a famine that will kill millions, after all. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has brought the world to the brink of a mass international famine that will kill millions of people. Now, this is according to the lead U.S. official for global food security. You might say they're biased. No. No. I'll put this into some perspective for you. And it's not going to be pretty. Yesterday, in the latest war crimes evidence from an American official, Ambassadress Cindy McCain, the widow of the late Arizona Senator John McCain, who heads the U.S. mission to the United Nations food agencies in Rome, told reporters that Ukrainian officials have proven Russia has looted their grain silos. She confirmed that the United States believes Russia has decided to use food as a weapon. To quote a she, "We are extraordinarily close. This could move into the kinds of things with regards to famine and others that will really not just disrupt the world, but it will kill millions of people. That's what we're faced with right now. The critically cruel thing that they have done is they've put landmines in most of the agricultural fields, and the equipment they left behind, they mined that too. Any ability to harvest what is coming into season right now is almost shot. And of course, with the dilapidation now and the bombing of the rail lines and the ports being blocked off, this crop looks like it may not, we will not be able to get any of it out." Now, the ramifications of this war have already been felt in global food markets, sending the price of food commodities away from the reach of the world's poorest countries. those price increases portend real shortages, as this war takes the world's third largest supply of grain off the market. The United Nations World Food Program Executive Director, Jut Clammert, said last month, "We fear that we don't have sufficient resources for the many troubled areas around the world. At the moment, we already have to cut them in half in 7 countries. For example, in Kenya, the Central African Republic, and Yemen. In some cases, these are food restrictions of up to half the previous rations for each family per month." Now, eastern Ukraine's vast farmlands have emerged as the main theater of war in the weeks since the Russian defeat around the capital of Kiev. And although Ukraine has enjoyed some high-profile successes against naval targets, especially the sinking of the Russian Black Sea Fleet's flagship guided missile cruiser, the Moskva, Russia's naval superiority has enabled Moscow to blockade the Black Sea while providing logistical support to the troops tasked with attacking Ukraine's chief port cities. Yesterday, Ambassadoress Bridget Brink, whom President Joe Biden has nominated to lead the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, "This is a big challenge right now. So we are trying to work with international partners and others to help find alternative routes for grain and corn out of Ukraine, as well as to work with the other relief organizations to supplement those countries that had depended upon these exports." Now, I just heard a scream outside. It's 12:55 a.m. here, close to 1 a.m. Sounded almost like a crow cawing. Might be, of course, some drunken people coming from local bars, but sounded almost inhuman. It had been inhuman. Won't overdwell on it, but sharing what I hear with those around myself. Checking into, of course, the count we have. And thank you, everyone, for putting in all your upvotes. Deeply appreciated. Again, I should have emphasized earlier, we need our listeners to throw in as many upvotes from as many different IP addresses as possible, because that counters the enemy and their censorship of us by hitting us with bots that are downvotes and therefore taking us off of searches. The only way to keep us on searches so anyone can be aware of us is by countering them with upvotes. Now, in the time we have remaining, it's about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 4 hours. I'll cover what I can, but understand what I've just brought up now about food as a weapon. The United States was left a global power after World War II, not because it won the war, but because it was a food power, and could therefore use food as a weapon to bludgeon its alliances into line. Basically, fall in line or starve. Russia is trying to do that now by strategic asset denial, the denial of people any food by which to exist. So understand that the ripple effects of Russia's war in Ukraine are changing the world. Far from Russia's war in Ukraine, stores are running out of cooking oil. People are paying more for, at the gas pump. Farmers are scrambling to buy fertilizer. And nations are rethinking their alliances. Now, I seem to have lost Skype. And, let me see if I can get Our Lady back on call. Because obviously, thank God, our stream is different from the call itself. Let me see if I can get back onto Skype here. ring the group, so to speak. If she responds, I don't expect any of these people to answer. I hope they're all asleep, except for Viviana, and hopefully she will answer. And the rest are unavailable, as well they should be. Probably some would think myself mad. This is because Skype shut down on me for whatever reason. Let's see if it's able to ascertain itself. Either way, I'm still streaming. As a matter of fact, I'd better check on that. And let me know if you can hear me. I'll need feedback from our listeners. Man, this technology is what it is. It's incredible. I'm able to juggle what I can. Now, I seem to have this call on. Viviana, let me know if you're still on with me. And that way I can move ahead. See what we got going here. Seems like Noreen picked up. That you, honey?
Wow, is it like 4 a.m. now?
Oh, God, what are you doing answering, honey? Is your phone on? Holy shit, I called you by accident. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. You know what? That's okay because I just got some water. Yeah. And so it's okay. Go ahead. I can for a little bit.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm still doing my monologue. I'll go back to that. But if you want to say something or bring something to the attention of people that you feel is important, please go ahead. And then I'll get back to my monologue. If you had anything to say about Roe v. Wade or anything else, go ahead. The war in Ukraine, anything you feel you have a little bit of thing to say about that. Yeah.
Roe v. Wade, I mean, I'm pro-choice, but at the same time, I feel like they're just bringing some of this up for political. It's not like really, I don't know. I don't pay too much attention. I mean, I do, but not. And I just think a lot of this stuff on the news is like so meant to like manipulate people that who knows. I mean, I can't even see like whatever. I don't even think about Roe v. Wade. So to me, it's like, oh, whatever. That's all I have to say for that.
Understood. And
yeah.
Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate that. And anything else? War in Ukraine.
War in Ukraine is just so confusing and not clear. Probably because the media they get a lot of ratings by saying, "Okay, we think this happened," or whatever. How do we know? All those players there, like Putin and Zelensky, they're just all like part of this like weird. It's like a show, but it's not. I mean, it's bizarre. It's very weird. You know, it's just strange. That's all I can say, I guess.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
They do want to set the stage, though. By doing these kinds of actions, you do know real briefly that I heard that a lot of our major wars in the last, well, not this century, but the one before, they were like planned in the 1870s. They had like this strategy to do World War I, II, and all this stuff for maybe like since then. So this is just kind of like a lot of strategies to screw up countries all over, all over the world, and then get to where they can get us now. And when I say us, it's like anybody listening to this anywhere in this world. It's kind of that's what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
So about it.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. And
sure.
So you got up to get some water, and I hope your day's been going well. Your friend, did she survive?
She did, but she's telling me that tomorrow, today, Thursday, is the day which here she's, in the United States, will be the day that she's going to get a caseworker to finally come and set up a new in-home care person. I hope so, because they've been saying this to her for like a week. And, the reason she can't go to the hospital is because she totally is worried about her dog. And it's a service dog that's supposed to be able to come with her to the hospital. And a stupid paramedic last time, a few days ago, declined her, which is ridiculous. So, this whole thing, we'll see. I'll keep you posted. But thank you for the prayers. And, she's still living, but she's supposed to go to the hospital. Okay. So we'll see.
Wow.
Very strange.
It sounds like it. So was she a client of yours?
Oh, no. This is a friend I've known since I was younger. And I don't know if you read my text, but you were born October 15th, right?
Oh, I was born October 20th, 1966. But she's close. She was born October 15th. I was October 20th.
Oh.
Yeah. You remember.
That is strange.
Yeah.
The 20th, yeah.
Because you did my fortune and pretty much predicted how fucked up I was going to be in both Australia and Arizona. Yes.
Oh.
You remember? Because my lines of my birth were antithetical to both those lines. So.
Well, I wouldn't say I'd have to get the actual report to really claim that. It's not, I just glanced at a generic kind of a program. But, if you want to get specific, you'd have to order a chart specifically about that. But, so I don't know, but it just, I'm not sure, maybe, but yeah. So I think. Oh,
you were right on the mark, honey. You were right on the mark, honey. Everything you said was true. Yeah. And that's what you predicted before we went to Australia and before I went down to Arizona. It was just how fucked up it would be. Both cases were two of the worst experiences of my life in many ways. You were, of course, an exception to that. And certainly the Australian people were generally good people. Yeah. I mean, not Duncan Rhodes himself, of course, but thank God.
The others were all nice.
Yeah, all the others, everybody else. And honey, and like I said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get home at all. So I certainly remind people of that. And
okay.
Yeah. And well, I love you dearly.
Okay.
Feel free to take off for the night, and I'll continue with what I was educating.
You know what I might do?
Yeah.
I might just mute because I'm not going to speak again and just listen from here or hang up. We'll see.
Sure, sounds good. Oh, you're welcome to. Sounds
all right.
Yeah, go ahead because that keeps the call on for me. It keeps me tethered. Sounds good. All right.
Well, I'll try. Okay, thank you. All right.
Good night.
Okay, love you too.
Yeah. Okay, so understand that. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has triggered seismic repercussions. A fast-moving refugee crisis, unprecedented sanctions against a major economy, and a shakeup of global relations, including a reinvigorated NATO. And, of course, if I were to zoom in on what it's impacted, the first thing that would come to my mind would have to be food and economy. Ukraine and Russia are both key exporters of wheat, barley, corn, and cooking oil, particularly for African and Middle Eastern countries. Russia is also a major producer of fertilizer and petroleum. Disruptions to the flow of these goods are compounding other supply chain and climate challenges, driving up food and gas prices, causing shortages, and pushing millions of people into hunger, and ultimately potentially starving unto death. And more than 5.8 million people, essentially 6 million people, have fled Ukraine in one of the fastest growing refugee crises in recent history. Humanitarian groups with resources already strained by crises elsewhere have sprung into action. The UN Refugee Agency has projected that some 8.3 million people might leave Ukraine and called for more financial support for refugees and host countries as both face challenges with access to food, housing, transportation, education, and money. And of course, in terms of geopolitics, we've got a 21st century war in Europe, led by a nuclear power, no less, pushing the world towards a potentially profound realignment. Now it's rattled the prominent global players, such as the European Union and the United Nations, and forced countries to take sides in new ways that have led to escalating tensions and momentous diplomatic shifts. In terms of energy, Russia is the second largest producer of natural gas and the third largest producer of oil. The European Union has particularly depended on Russian energy. It is now preparing to phase in an oil embargo. A historic restructuring is sweeping the global petroleum and gas trade as countries ban or cut Russian energy imports, sanction Russian companies, face Russia's demands for payments in rubles and search for alternative sources as a result. In terms of security, Russia has more nuclear weapons than any other country on Earth. Its military attack on Ukraine has notably re-energized NATO, a military and political alliance of the United States and European countries. Urgently, countries around the world have escalated military spending or have begun a consequential re-evaluation of their defenses. So, these are just some of these supermassive changes. Now, what are the alliances that are forming? What we are seeing is the enemy has aligned. I have often spracketh on the Sino-Slavic synaxis, Russia and China. It's beyond that. With them now, the true enemy is manifest in the BRICS. BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Now, with China and India's border dispute, the 5-member club makes less sense than ever. This group of nations is a few bricks short of a load. The 14th BRICS Summit will be held in 2022 under Red China's chairship. The official dates for the summit are yet to be announced, but some media reports suggest that it can be June 23rd through the 24th of 2022. Yesteryear, India had hosted the BRICS Summit. It was held virtually in the attendance of all 5 leaders, dictators in every case. And as a tense Himalayan border standoff between Red China and India drags into its 3rd year, it's time to reassess a grouping to which both countries belong. BRICS. BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, Communist China, and South Africa. Now, the leaders of all 5 empires met in Russia for their 12th annual summit, and there was little sign the border dispute was abating even then. In Moscow that week, Indian Foreign Minister Subramanyam Jaishankar and his Commu-Chinese counterpart Wang Yi issued shop-worn diplomatic niceties on the subject. They agreed in a joint statement that border troops ought to continue their dialogue, quickly disengage, maintain proper distance, and ease tensions. Yeah, well, we saw how that wound up. It's unclear that this would have ever been enough to avert war in the Himalayas, where both empires mobilized thousands of troops backed by armor, artillery, and arrow power. But one thing is obvious. As a geopolitical grouping, BRICS make just about as much sense as any other random acronym that artificially yokes together wildly disparate nations. India, in particular, ought to see the non-Western order the group signifies not as a dream, but as the nightmare that will bring them to their destruction. The genesis of this club lies in a 2001 Goldman Sachs report that argued that Brazil, Russia, India, and Red China represented the growing heft of emerging markets in the global economy. Now, the report argued that for the Group of 7 to become a forum where true worldwide economic policy coordination was discussed, it needed to make room for BRIC representatives. In 2009, the BRIC leaders met for their first summit in Yekaterinburg, Russia. The following year, they added South Africa, a nod to geographical diversity and the fact that it had become Communist China's satellite state. In 2015, they set up the Shanghai-headquartered New Development Bank, known informally as the BRICS Bank, a rival institution to the Western-dominated International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and World Bank. Over the years, the group's agenda has bloated. The 2009 joint statement had 16 points, half of which dealt with finance and development. Now, about 3 years ago, 4, I believe, that statement included 73 points and 2 lengthy appendixes. I haven't looked at their statements since. They just became too much. BRICS now comments on everything, from the Syrian civil war to denuclearization on the Korean peninsula. It also celebrates the group's world-bending achievements, including a military pentathlon tournament, a drama school festival, and an online math competition for primary school students. But what it really is a crypto anti-NATO, a crypto military bloc. In a Zoom interview, Jim O'Neill, a member of the British House of Lords who invented the term BRIC, as head of global economics research at Goldman Sachs, himself said, "They've had trouble putting meat on the bones. What massive achievements do they have? The BRICS Bank is the only concrete sign of cooperation." Notwithstanding the burning importance of getting budding thespians from Mumbai and Rio de Janeiro together, BRICS does not work. For one simple reason: the underlying idea has always been faintly ridiculous. For starters, the BRICS countries represent vastly different political systems. Brazil, India, and South Africa remain only pseudo-democracies, while Red China and revanchist Russia are under the thumb of authoritarian strongmen. Nor are they similar economies. As the Standard & Poor's report pointed out some half a dozen years ago by now, and here I readest therefrom, the diverging long-term economic trajectory of the 5 countries weakens the analytical value of viewing the BRICS as a coherent economic grouping. Over the past decade, Red China and India grew faster than the world economy, while Russia, Brazil, and South Africa lagged behind it. Mr. O'Neill himself pointed out that the Russian and Brazilian economies remain overly dependent on commodities. If the economic case for BRICS has weakened considerably, the geopolitical case is non-existent. Exhibit A. Forget Russia. Red China and India. Over the course of the summer of 3 years ago by now, Sino-Indian relations declined precipitously after People's Liberation Army troops grabbed territory that both sides claimed and blocked Indian soldiers from customary patrol routes. In June of that year, 2020, I believe, a brutal hand-to-hand brawl killed 20 Indian soldiers and an unspecified number of Chinese. India responded to Communist Chinese aggression by beefing up its own military presence on the border and by sending a secretive Indo-Tibetan commando force to take heights overlooking Communist Chinese positions on a disputed Himalayan lake. India also banned scores of Chinese-owned apps, including TikTok, WeChat, and the popular mobile battle game PUBG, or PUBG. Much of India's hyper-nationalistic media has since treated Red China as an enemy nation. At the same time, state-owned Chinese outlets like the Global Times maintained a steady drumbeat of condescending anti-Indian propaganda. In the end, groups like BRICS, along with similar organizations such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, represent little more than Red Chinese and Russian ambitions to roll back Western power. tools of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. This is long meshed with the Asian-Indian objective to create a multipolar world in which India is one of the poles. But that idea was always poorly conceived. As the border crisis shows, the retreat of the United States and the West from Asia would be a disaster for New Delhi, not a blessing. It would likely lead to a harsh communized Chinese hegemony, not the benign cooperation that some BRICS boosters once imagined. Instead of building up BRICS, India should help dismantle it. This is what brings us to the fact that there's only one purpose for its maintenance: military. It is a crypto-military alliance. It's your enemy, as it is mine, in a direct threat to my Taiwan. The world ignored revanchist, revisionist Russia's delusions. It should not make the same mistake with India. Last month, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat told a public gathering that India will become Akhand Bharat in 10 to 15 years, providing the first timeline for a Hindu nationalist pipe dream. Besides heading the RSS, Bhagwat is a very powerful figure in today's India because of his personal relationship with Narendra Modi, Asian India's dictator. The BJP, the ruling party, is one of a few dozen institutions that comest under the direct control of the RSS, which now holds the most power since it was founded in 1925. Modi was a full-time RSS campaigner before it assigned him to the BJP, and he considers Bhagwat's late father to be a mentor. Indian corporate leaders and foreign diplomats recognize Bhagwat's clout, visiting him at RSS headquarters in Nagpur, India. His words must be engaged with seriously, not dismissed offhand as the fantasies of an old man. Others around the world harbor similar irredentist dreams that are sometimes mocked by observers. We ignore these ambitions at our own peril. For decades, India's Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, their RSS, the Hindu nationalist terrorist organization with close links to the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, has put forward the idea of Akhand Bharat, or an unbroken India. This proposed entity, stretching from Afghanistan on India's western flank all the way to Myanmar to the east of India, as well as encompassing all of Pakistan, Bangladesh, from whence my dear mistress Salina Khan was born. Pakistan, of course, where our Islamo chaplain Salman Sheikh, prime contributor, was born, as well as Tibet, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives Islands. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself has mentioned the idea of an Asian Indian Hindustanic empire. In a 2012 interview, when he was still the chief minister of Gujarat, he argued that Akhand Bharat referred to cultural unity. Leaders have long relied on manufactured history to justify invasions. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has denied the existence of an independent Ukrainian state in his bid to take over that country and restore Russia's perceived greatness. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping argues that the state must recover what his party sees as historical territory to overcome its so-called century of humiliation. Neither dictator seems to care that Russia and China were never previously politically contiguous states. Dictators have long relied on this fallacy of fantasy to initiate aggression. Others around the world harbor similar irredentist fantasies that are sometimes mocked, but all of which we come to regret. All of us wish we had responded sooner, all too late. Now, with all that has happened, let me try to explain to you the best I can. The idea of Hakan Bharat is a core tenet of Hindutva ideology, a century-old doctrine of Hindu nationalism, in which the Vedic religion and the state are inseparable. Now, with its own map and nomenclature, it is being taught to students in RSS-run schools across South Asia. Modi's government seems to assert that this political geography transcends present-day borders. Its proponents imply that achieving Hakan Bharat will come after India is refashioned as a de facto Hindu Rashtra, or Hindu nation, in which all other religions are exterminated, even if it remains a constitutional republic. This does not bode well for India's democratic values. Modi has often presented himself as a Hindu ruler, a shift accompanied by increased violence against all Muslims in India. That would be just the start. Beyond India, this ideology could be dangerous for the region. It is likely to breed further insecurity in nuclear-armed Pakistan and will weaken India's position against Red China, its more powerful regional rival. Furthermore, although the notion of a Hindu Rashtra may seem far-fetched today, the same was said of Putin's expansionist ambitions until recently. That's why the very public desire of Hindu nationalists to change the map and create a new, unbroken India could have global ripple effects and must be taken seriously as the threat it poses. Although often assumed to undo the British partition of India in 1947, the idea of Hakan Bharat actually invokes an Indian kingdom from more than 2,000 years ago. An RSS textbook teaches that India once included Bangladesh, Myanmar, Burma, and Bangladesh to the east, Pakistan and Afghanistan to the west, Tibet, Nepal, and Bhutan to the north, and Sri Lanka to the south. The text uses its own Sanskritized names for oceans and seas, ridding them of any perceived Islamic influence. The Bay of Bengal becometh the Ganga, Sagar, the Sea of the Ganges, and the Indian Ocean becomest Ind Mahasagar, an ocean of the Hindus. An RSS publishing house produces a map that refers to the Holy Land of India, in which Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and Tibet are also given new names under Asian Indian occupation. This nomenclature dates back, at least to the 1960s, the decade in which I entered this vale of tears from out of my mother's womb, when the second RSS chief, M.S. Golwalkar, included it in his book. When he visited RSS headquarters in 2015, the journalist Mehdi Hassan noted that he was surprised by the Hakan Bharat map inside. Now, policies enacted by Modi's government have increasingly reflected this desired political geography, which asserts that Hindutva goes beyond current borders. In 2019, Asian India passed a Citizenship Amendment Act that selectively creates a path to citizenship for religious minorities, mainly Hindus, from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and excludes all Muslims. Indian Home Minister Amit Shah then linked this criteria to a national registry of citizens, raising fears among Muslims that they would be denied citizenship, which all came true. The same year, Modi's government stripped Jammu and Kashmir, India's only majority Muslim state, of all its autonomy, bringing it under direct federal rule via the military occupation. The idea of Akan Bharat also shapes the current Indian government's relationship with its neighbors. Within India, Modi refers to the country as Vishwa Guru, or a teacher to the world. Right-wing propaganda suggests that only he can restore the greatness of Hindu India. He has paid high-profile visits to temples in Bangladesh, Nepal, and elsewhere to suggest that those countries fall under Hindutva's umbrella. The Indian government imposed a supply blockade on Nepal in 2015 when it wanted the Himalayan country to amend its new secular constitution in favor of declaring Hindu Rashtra. Under Modi, India has also selectively raised diplomatic objections about the ill treatment of Hindus in neighboring countries. It pledged to fast-track visas for Hindus and Sikhs from Afghanistan after the Taliban took over last year. Despite this narrative, most historians figure that present-day India never included Bhutan, Myanmar, Nepal, Tibet, or Sri Lanka, even in ancient times. The areas that did belong to India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, never fell under the same direct leader, except while under British colonial rule. Even then, the government operated through numerous princely states with their own limited sovereignties. To treat India as a much older political entity is a powerful act of revisionism. The borders running off the edge of the Akan Bharat map imply the sovereignty of a single Hindu republic where there was none. Instead, South Asia's history is one of a multiplicity of kingdoms with rulers of various ethnicities who spracketh different languages. Their states occupied parts of present-day India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, often concurrently. Furthermore, India's past is not one of perpetual conflict along sharp religious lines. In the past, Hindu leaders employed Muslim generals to fight Muslim rulers, and vice versa. But by describing India as having suffered under 1,200 years, over a millennium, and the age of the United States combined, of Muslim rule, as Modi did after his 2014 election, RSS ideologues argued that India is an Hindu nation that must be restored to its supposed former glory. This idea of a linear path to glorious Hindu rule ended by Muslim invaders was in fact a British colonial construct intended to divide and rule the region. The RSS has lapped it up like the British lapdogs that they are. Hindu nationalists have deployed their distortion of history to support divisive policies and even violence against India's more than 200 million Muslims. Abetted by the Indian state itself, this religious persecution has recently reached alarming levels. Hindu nationalist campaigns have targeted Muslim Friday prayers, and BJP leaders have conflated Muslims with criminals in campaign speeches. You know, all Mexicans are rapists, as Trump did say, and Muslim students have been barred from attending classes for wearing headscarves. Following communal violence targeting Muslim neighborhoods, authorities have bulldozed houses, shops, and religious structures, including in New Delhi, the capital of Asian India, and despite a Supreme Court order temporarily banning such demolitions, Modi has remained silent on this matter, instead using a recent speech to demonize a 17th century Mughal emperor. Now, let me check our messages, see if our lady's recovered. Speaking of Viviana Sanchez here, who I believe fell asleep and didn't notice the phone went off or Skype dropped. Now, Bhagwat has expressed satisfaction with all of these recent events that I articulate without naming them explicitly, having already declared India a Hindu Rashtra. He recently described the country's trajectory. Those who want to stop it will be either removed or finished, but India will not stop. Now a vehicle is on the move, which has an accelerator but no brakes. No one should come in between. If you want to, come and sit with us or stay at the station. In another speech, Bhagwat said, if Hindus want to remain Hindus, then India must be unbroken. Akhand Bharat has long been a part of this Hindu nationalist ideology, connected to the core RSS principles of Sangathan, organized unity, and Shuddhi, purification of race. Local RSS units observe August 14th, the day before India and Pakistan became as independent countries circa 1947, as Akhand Bharat Sankalp Diwas, or Pledge Day for an unbroken India. In 1948, activist Mahatma Gandhi's RSS-linked assassin, Nathuram Godse, told the jury during his trial that he killed Gandhi because he held him responsible for the cursed vivisection of India. Before he was hanged, Godse shouted, Akhand Bharat Amar Rahe! Long live unbroken India! Likewise, Bhagwat's recent rhetoric around achieving the goal of Akhand Bharat is troubling, to say the least. In his April speech, he said, we will talk about nonviolence, but we will walk with a stick, and that stick will be a heavy one shoved up your ass. Oh, the poetry. Small countries in South Asia are already concerned about India's hegemony. Bhagwat's proclamations are bound to increase insecurity in the region, breeding anger and hatred against India. Recent events in Bangladesh could be an harbinger of what's to come. Yesteryear, Modi visited Dhaka during the 50th anniversary of the country's independence and was met with violence and protests against his anti-Muslim policies, leaving at least 12 people dead. Because Bangladesh, where my mistress Salina Khan was born, is a Muslim-majority nation. Now, the RSS has especially focused on Pakistan, India's traditional enemy. Its mortal nemesis, actually, with its leaders negating its status as a sovereign state and calling for undoing the reality of partition. Such rhetoric has contributed to the persistent animosity between the two neighbors, both nuclear-armed, and it appears in Modi's own embellished history. In 1999, then Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited the Minar-e-Pakistan monument in Lahore, Pakistan, where Pakistan declared independence. It was seen as a signal that the Hindutva ideologues had accepted Pakistan's existence. But Modi has now diminished Vajpayee's narrative when he claims that nothing was achieved in the 70 years before his own premiership. Modi does not exclude the late BJP leader. In any case, the idea that a nuclear-armed Pakistan would somehow become as part of a unified India because Bhagwat's followers wield a heavy stick that they threaten to shove up everyone's ass is ridiculous. To include Tibet in the equation is even more so, given that Red Chinese soldiers have denied Indian patrols access to the disputed territory in nearby Ladakh for nearly 2 years by now. The relative difference in power between India and China has only widened under Modi's watch. A demand that Tibet become as part of Akhand Bharat would certainly provoke Beijing. Akhand Bharat propaganda could further weaken India's position in the neighborhood, where China has successfully challenged India's influence in countries such as Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Scholars of the RSS say that as a secretive organization, it hasn't publicized any official document related to Akan Barat. Well, this is what allows it to define the idea fluidly, and means that its contours must be gleaned from speeches, books, or interviews from the organization's top leaders. Public communications from the RSS and the BJP diverge on, they also diverge on an issue. The issue that Akan Barat has at times been described as a cultural entity, a political group with a single military, and a common president, a federation, or a political monolith. By speaking in different voices, RSS propaganda leaves enough wriggle room for those leaders to escape uncomfortable questions while camouflaging their actual objective. But the devil lies in the details of RSS rhetoric. Last February, Bhagwat said tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan had arisen because they separated India from the energy of life, adding that we are open to treat them as our own as they were before. Other RSS ideologues have explained that refers to the period before Islam came to South Asia, a crafty way of saying that India's neighbors should accept their Hindu origins. It's no coincidence that Modi's government is now funding the archaeological study of the Maldives' islands' pre-Islamic past. At its core, the idea of Akan Barat is not a confederation of sovereign states where all citizens are equal. It rejects the Westphalian state system for a revanchist vision of an expansionist Hindu empire. That should be clear from the track record of the RSS, which treats India's religious minorities poorly and appears hell-bent on destroying India's secular democratic constitution. No political leader would dare attempt to carry out the RSS idea of a Hindu Rashtra today, but those blinded by manufactured nostalgia and religious zeal will go to any extent to pursue what they see as a righteous cause. Sharing the stage with Bhagwat last week, a Hindu saint said, "Undivided India is the dream of all in the country, and this dream will certainly be realized during the tenure of Prime Minister Narendra Modi." If the RSS did not control the levers of power in India, these ideas could be dismissed as fantasies. But Bhagwat's yearning to change the map by creating a new Greater India, unified as a Hindu empire, cometh with a cost. Under Modi's influence, India will suffer more bigotry and violence as its heritage and democratic values are squandered in the pursuit of Akan Barat. Instead of ignoring it, the world must recognize what the nature of this dangerous idea portends for India and beyond. So pointing out some of these biases and blind spots can help us make better sense of the war on its active front in Ukraine. The biggest blind spot of all is the Ukrainians themselves. More than 2 months into the invasion, it is striking how little agency Ukrainians are habitually given in analyzing unfolding events. The realist, in reality colonialist, understanding of Ukraine as a passive periphery, the fate of which must be inevitably decided by Russia and the West, has led to underestimations of the role of the Ukrainian armed forces, civil society, national and local governments, and most of all, Ukraine's strong will to resist. Russian aggression is not impersonal. Western assistance is not automatic. And T-72 Russian battle tanks don't pop off their turrets by accident. This is Ukraine's new war of independence, a nation-shaping conflict that will define the country's sense of identity for generations. And Ukrainians have the central role in it. The best way to mitigate for this is to follow and read Ukrainian journalists, politicians, academics, and others commenting on the war, as well as amplify their voices and contributions. Don't assume that Ukrainians are untrustworthy because they must be biased or are producing and repeating their own forms of propaganda because they are one of the parties to the conflict. In fact, Ukrainians often know what is going on best, exactly because they are there on the ground in the thick of it all. Ukrainian reporters, analysts, and commentators have constantly been more accurate and insightful than almost any Western ones, both in 2014 with Russia's invasion of Crimea and now. The early casualty numbers that were widely treated as Ukrainian propaganda have in fact been largely borne out. So too have early reports of the sinking of the Russian flagship Moskva, denied by Russia itself, proved to be accurate. Ukrainians aren't passive victims of Putin's aggression who are looking for Western pity and handouts. They are, in fact, looking for recognition that they share a common cause with the West, and that the West needs to do its part, not simply free ride on Ukrainian efforts and effectively their lives. Then there's the blind spots around Russia itself. Putin's Russia believes itself to be a major economic and military power, feared and respected around the globe. It is also obsessed with its glorious history, especially with the Great Patriotic War, as it calls World War II, and is convinced that it can somehow never be defeated on the battlefield. These ideas get regularly repeated by Western commentators, especially on both the far left and the far right. Some more egregious examples include Greek politician Yanis Varoufakis, claiming that Ukraine cannot win this war, and that the West has a moral duty to give Putin a way out, as well as American political activist Noam Chomsky, pointing out that former U.S. President Donald Trump was the one Western statesman with a sensible plan to limit NATO expansion and establish a security accommodation with the Russian Empire. But this is all Russian propaganda, and you should approach it all as such. Actual data about Russia's economy is available, and anyone can look it up. Anyone can read the history of World War II, including the story of the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which allied the Soviet Union with my father's Nazi Germany and divided up Eastern Europe between the twin alliance partners. Throughout its history, Russia has been defeated in multiple wars, from the Crimean War and the Russo-Japanese War to the Soviet-Afghan War and the First Chechen War, and there is nothing to make its defeat unthinkable in the current one. In fact, Ukrainian victory is inevitable. But propaganda works in subtle ways, and Russian talking points are often repeated even by people who are pro-Ukraine and against the war. When you come across claims like, Russia will win in the end, and this war will drag on for years, and China will come to Russia's help, or Russia will use weapons X and Y, approach them all critically. They deserve not even skepticism, but outright dismissal. The complete and total overestimation of Russia's military and economic strength and underestimation of Ukraine's is a major reason why the West was hesitant before the invasion and did not provide Ukraine with the weapons that would have helped save incalculable lives. Persistently overestimating Russia's capabilities continues even after its failings have been brutally exposed upon the battlefield. Then there's fear-mongering over Russia's nuclear weapons and the idea that they could be used at any moment. Yes, people claim Russia will use maybe not its full nuclear barrage, but some form of a tactical nuclear weapon on the battlefield. The argument, implicit or explicit, is that Putin is a madman and will press the red button regardless of the danger of Western retaliation. As put by the attorney and military historian John Story, I fear Putin will use nuclear weapons, but not against the West. If Russia's conventional forces continue to struggle in Ukraine, the use of tactical nuclear weapons in that country seems more plausible. This sort of talk comes close to scaremongering. Firstly, There are no tactical nuclear weapons in this war because there are no suitable tactical targets like tank columns or aircraft carriers that Russia might conceivably want to attack in this way. As Geneva-based Russian nuclear forces analyst Pavel Podvig pointed out, the only way nuclear weapons could be used in this war is to kill a lot of people or to show resolve to do so. Such as in the same way they were used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. His words. This will constitute strategic deployment and elicit a Western response in kind. Secondly, if Putin is a madman, then his madness is oddly rational. It only kicks in under certain circumstances. In fact, his behavior and pronouncements, including the absence of any further escalatory rhetoric in his Victory Day speech, strongly suggests that Putin is not a madman, but an aging dictator, very afraid of COVID-19, who dearly cares about the survival of his regime, and most certainly himself. Whatever danger a military defeat in Ukraine would entail for Vladimir Putin, this danger would be easier to weather than a Western nuclear response. Finally, there's the question of the role of the collective West. The international pro-Ukrainian and anti-Russian coalition of Western actions that are constantly being portrayed as risking the line of peace with Russia or as provocative. NATO's enlargement into Eastern Europe almost 2 decades ago, and very much part of the initiative of Eastern European states themselves, is constantly being called out for having provoked Russia's invasion, and the decisions to supply Ukraine with heavy weapons were in most cases taken only after much prevarication. But the West isn't a neutral party here, and for good reason. Russia has waged a criminal war of all-out aggression, and the West has a clear interest in defeating it. It also abides by Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which very clearly asserts the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations, until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. Western states are not neutral. Instead, the West is, at least for the time being, properly characterized as a non-belligerent. This term was in use during World War II to designate countries that did not participate in the fighting, but openly supported and favored one of the belligerent sides. The United States before Pearl Harbor was probably the best example of non-belligerency. It had already imposed an oil embargo on the Japanese Empire for what they propagandized as its aggression in mainland China, and was vigorously supporting the United Kingdom and Soviet war effort against my father's Third Reich, which is why Adolf Hitler ultimately had to declare war against the United States. As the American case demonstrates, a non-belligerent can turn into a belligerent when circumstances demand it. Everyone needs to exercise their critical and moral faculties when thinking and talking about Russia's war against Ukraine, including about claims like the ones I've made in this transmission. Exercise source criticism and trust the voices that have made accurate predictions in the past, as I have done forever. But most of all, listen to the people affected by and fighting against this invasion. Ukrainians. Research has exposed the long-term failure of Russian propaganda in Ukraine's Donbas region. A study of thousands of stories from media outlets churning out propaganda in Ukraine's Donbas in the years after Russia's first invasion proves that the Kremlin's disinformatia campaign has long neglected any coherent or convincing messaging to foster support for the Russian Empire in that war-torn region occupied by Russian forces. By the way, dat dude 873210 says, loud and clear, Doug. Thank you. Christopher Keaton says, "We can hear you. Thank you. Hugs to both gentlemen." And AF says, "India and Pakistan is a geopolitical nightmare and such a disastrous potential for nuclear exchange." Yeah, and they're point blank. They're like two gunslingers facing off against each other 40 feet. That's how close gunslingers had to get because you don't aim in combat. At any rate, they would only need to point and shoot. There'd be no need for really the missiles leaving the ground. They could just let them loose on the ground and their fucking rocket propulsion would just take them into the territory on the ground itself. Like a firecracker that falls down and you see it snake across the ground. They could just point their nukes at each other like that. They would just follow the curve of the earth. Now, University of Cambridge researcher Dr. John Rosenbeek's research was conducted for his PhD between 2016 and 2020 and is going to feature in his forthcoming book to be entitled Influence, Information, and War in Ukraine, due out next year as part of the Society for the Psychology Study of Social Issues book series Contemporary Social Issues, published by Cambridge University Press. Now, I was gifted a reading copy that was portable documents format, and according to Rosenbeek, who says that, based on his analysis of over 4 years of media content, such limited efforts likely had little effect on the consciousness of Russian-speaking Ukrainians in Donbas after 2014, when news media in the so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk that make up much of Donbas were forcibly taken over by Russian-backed insurgents, and all efforts thereafter to instill a pro-Russian identity were lazy and half-baked, dwindling to nothing within months. Exempli gratiae. Vladimir Putin has long trumpeted the idea of Novorossiya, or New Russia, in an attempt to resurrect terminology once used to describe Donbas during the reign of Catherine the Great, or Catherine the Gross, Catherine the Great, when it temporarily sat within the Russian Empire and claimed the region belongs in Russia. While waves of propaganda demonized Ukraine's government, the study shows that Novorossiya was hardly mentioned, and Russian disinformatia lacked any real in-group story, the us to oppose a them, a fundamental flaw in any attempt to generate lasting division. Instead of identity building, almost the entire Russian propaganda effort relied on portraying the leadership in Kiev as fascistic, the basis of outlandish denazification claims, to create what psychologists call an outgroup on which to focus hostility. However, as Russia shifts its war onto Donbas, Rosenbeek cautions that it may turn to spreading Novorossiya-style, New Russia-style propaganda narratives in region and far beyond to justify land seizure and war atrocities, and claim that these actions are supported by local populations. In other words, the Russians are counting on foreigners to buy their bullshit. Don't let it happen to you. So Rosenbeek calls for preemptive global deconstruction, what he calls pre-bunking or preemptive debunking of the notion that ideological projects such as Novorossiya have deep roots in the region and that the people of Donbas have ever bought into these myths. Otherwise, he's proven that we risk such falsehoods taking hold in the West via the pundits and politicians who toe the Kremlin line. Rosenbeek's findings were made publicly available for the first time on yesterday, or rather Tuesday of the week before last, as dated the 3rd of this month upon the University of Cambridge website. For his PhD research, Rosenbeek used natural language processing to algorithmically comb through over 85,000 print and online articles from 30 local and regional media outlets across Luhansk and Donetsk between 2014 and 2017, charting the patterns of content through use of keywords and phrases in the wake of the first Russian invasion of Ukraine. While half the coverage of, well, in print media remained business as usual, sport, entertainment, etc., some 36% was dedicated to the shaping of identity via propaganda. Much of this was done through parallels to World War II, the Donbas War as an attack by Ukrainian neo-Nazis. Only one newspaper paid any attention to Putin's adopted concept of Novorossiya. Obvious opportunities to leverage history for identity-building propaganda were missed, such as the fact that part of Donbas declared itself a Soviet republic in 1918, or indeed any mention of the Soviet Union at all. This pattern was largely replicated in online news media, which were arguably more ferocious in attempts to demonize the outgroup Kiev government, including using English language to try and spread propaganda internationally, while ignoring a pro-Russian "this is us" identity. You see, all they can think of is shitting all over everyone, but they can't think of anything positive about themselves because they themselves have nothing to fucking offer. Rosenbeek also found a handful of stories covering patriotic cultural events organized by the Kremlin-owned leadership in Luhansk, but even there, the in-group identity was lazily assumed, as he describes it, rather than ever established. All this despite the fact that a blueprint strategy for propaganda in Donbas explicitly called for the image of a benevolent Russia to be cultivated by emphasizing the Russian world, the globus philosophy. This strategy, leaked to German newspapers in 2016, is widely believed to be the work of Vladislav Surkov, the Kremlin's former propagandist-in-chief, often dubbed Putin's puppet master. It describes the need to construct and promote an ideology of cultural sovereignty. I mean to say cultural sovereign. I can't get that out. Cultural sovereignty in Russian-occupied Donbas, one that can act as a stepping stone to statehood. To quote Rosenbeek at length and verbatim, despite the importance given to constructing identity and ideology after the Russian-backed takeover in Luhansk and Donetsk, including as directed by the Kremlin, very little in-group identity was promoted. What identity-building propaganda I could find in Donbas after 2014 was vague, poorly conceived, and quickly forgotten. Political attempts to invoke Novorossiya were cast aside by the summer of 2015, but such weak attempts to invoke, such weak propaganda suggest they didn't stand much of a chance anyway. Putin has severely underestimated the strength of Ukrainian national identity, even in Donbas, and overestimated the power of his propaganda machine on the occupied areas of Ukraine. Description of an in-group identity that situated Donbas as part of the Russian world were almost entirely absent from the region's print media. 8 years of Russian propaganda have failed to provide a convincing alternative to Ukrainian nationhood in eastern Ukraine. The Kremlin's decision to favor out-group animosity over in-group identity building, and its vast overestimation of the extent to which its lies about non-existent Ukrainian fascists promoted pro-Russian sentiment, are key reasons why the invasion has been a strategic and logistical disaster. If the nonsense of Novorossiya or other half-baked ideological narratives start to spread in the West, however, it could end up being abused, exploited, to pressure Ukraine into relinquishing large swaths of its territory, as a drawn-out war in the Donbas causes the global community's nerves to fray, all based on false claims of Russian nuclear threats.
In other words, what Rosenbeek is warning us is that Russian propaganda isn't working anywhere but here. Thanks to the muskrat, his Maskarova, and the BRICS. That's the next war lineup. Remember, Elon Musk was born in South Africa. South Africa is BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And he merely helped the Ukrainians with their satellite system because that's his Maskarova, that's his cover. He is a Russian asset. Elon Musk said yesterday that he will restore former President Donald Trump's banned account on Twitter if his $44 billion deal to acquire the company is completed. That comment came just after Musk previously said he thinks Twitter should be more reluctant to delete things and very cautious with permanent bans. Yesterday, he called Twitter's decision to ban Trump in January of the year, yesteryear, a mistake. Jack Dorsey, Twitter's co-founder and former CEO, tweeted yesterday following Musk's remarks that he does agree there shouldn't be permanent bans on Twitter users. He's a fucking idiot. He was bribed. Trump has said he would not return to Twitter, even if his account were restored, instead promoting his own social media misadventure, Truth Social, which has so far appeared to struggle to get off the ground. Elon Musk's hand-picked Twitter investors confirm all of our worst fears. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has corralled a group of 19 multi-billionaires, firms, and funds to invest more than $7 billion to finance his takeover of Twitter, which he said he's pursuing in the name of free speech. Always the worst of signs. There is only hate speech. The Real Tech Geek says, "Hey DD, how are you tonight? You see what happened to the crypto market? Luna has lost 100%, $83 to 0.13 cents. Holy shit. Thanks for sharing that, Tech Geek. Glad I didn't make any investments there." 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours left. Doing well tonight, Real Tech Geek. Thank you so much for asking. Hugs. Now, Musk is on the hook for $44 billion to buy the Twitter platform, which he won't be able to afford unless he pledges his Tesla shares for a loan. With these new investors, however, he'll only have to personally put up half that amount. Musk's purchase has been cheered by figures on the right and far right, and who insist that Twitter persecutes them out of political bias. No, they just don't want people calling for mass murder of minorities, motherfuckers. And Musk, whose politics have never been presented as clear-cut because he's hiding his Russian affiliation, has never dissuaded the notion, even been criticizing the left for being too extreme, which is asinine. The left is stagnant. The right is radicalized. At the same time, his bid has worried researchers and users who'd prefer that Twitter not roll back efforts to keep the worst of the worst. Neo-Nazis, QAnon boosters, extreme anti-vaxxers off the platform. Musk hasn't gotten into many specifics about after he'd change about the company's policies. He also may not be able to dramatically change how moderation works on Twitter given restrictions like the European Union's forthcoming Digital Services Act, which will require all social media sites to more forcibly regulate content. The European Union's DSA, Digital Service Act, will have a profounder impact on our world than Muskified Twitter.
but as choices of co-owners. They be telling. In addition to a fairly typical assortment of Silicon Valley venture capital firms and heavyweight foreign investors, there are a number of prominent Donald Trump cultists, as well as advocates for looser moderation policies on social media and a major crypto exchange, who are surely thrilled to be in businesses with the planet's most prominent booster of Dogecoin, or Dogecoin, whatever they fucking call it. They show a picture of a goddamn dog, so I'm presuming it's called Dogecoin as opposed to Dogecoin. Maybe they're all there to make a buck. Musk pitched these investors on ambitious plans to grow Twitter by cutting down on costs and monetizing tweets. Just as likely, they want to make Twitter the social network they'd like to see in the world. So let me give you a rogues gallery of the investors who now own a piece of Twitter. There's Lawrence J. Ellison of the Revocable Trust. By the way, I'm already getting questions in the emails asking me for what my sources are. Sugar Daddy, my son's husband. Enough said. Larry Ellison, the multi-billionaire founder of Oracle and Donald Trump cultist, pledged to invest $1 billion in Musk's purchase. Ellison claims to be a close friend of Musk's and joined Tesla's board in 2018. Ellison's Oracle almost got to take over part of TikTok's U.S. operations in what appeared to be a sweetheart deal during the Trump administration. It withered after Trump lost re-election, but now Ellison may get another bite at the social media apple. Then there's the Sequoia Capital Fund. The Silicon Valley Fund contributed $800 million United States dollars to the cause. And a spokesperson told the New York Times, "We see, as he, Musk, does, the opportunity to drive meaningful product innovation that will help unlock Twitter's full potential as a global platform that connects the world under right-wing dictatorship." Now, this firm was an early investor in the likes of Google and Apple. Nothing good can come from them. Sequoia also co-led the Series C funding round for the Boring Company. Boring Company, as in B-O-R-I-N-G. Musk's underground tunnel venture. Musk previously recruited Rolf Botha, a partner at Sequoia, to be the chief financial officer at PayPal. Yes, Botha, they're the bad boys of South Africa. Then there's Vi Capital. This investment firm based in Dubai pledged $700 million. Vi Capital has also invested in Musk's Boring Company and Neuralink, the neurotechnology startup that recently faced allegations of abusing macaque monkeys in its experiments. Directing, well, drilling holes in their heads. Hence the Boring Company, right? Drilling holes in their heads to stick in electrodes. Just fucking sadistic. Then there's Binance. That's a cryptocurrency exchange platform investing $500 million. That's $500 million, and reportedly contacting Musk directly for the privilege to do so. Musk has been a major booster of cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Dogecoin, and he's shown that he's a tremendous influence over their prices. Binance CEO Changpeng Zhao tweeted his support for Musk's takeover on the behalf of Communist China. If Binance's inclusion is eye-raising, it's for this reason. Musk has said he wants to purge spam bots from Twitter, where they remain a stubborn nuisance. Notably, many of those bots appear to pump crypto schemes. And then there's Andreessen Horowitz. And that's a venture capital fund which invested $400 million, founded by megatech entrepreneurs Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz. Andreessen has been a major critic of Twitter's moderation policies, something he has been very, very vocal about on Twitter since Musk's stake in the company was announced. However, he also sits on the board of the rival social media company Meta, which presents conflicts of interest. Horowitz also tweeted about the investment and praised Musk's crusade against moderation on the platform. We want everyone to be able to say kill niggers and fuck faggots. Then there's Qatar Holding. Qatar's sovereign wealth fund invested $375 million US. What else do you need to know? Alia Capital Partners, a Miami-based firm investing $360 million. Alia has also been an investor in SpaceX, Musk's rocket company. Then there's Fidelity Management and Research Company, a Boston-based company investing $316 million, also owns about 1% of Tesla, making it one of the biggest investors. And Brookfield, the venture capital division of a Canada-based asset management company, contributed $250 million. That company's working with Musk on his boring company and a sustainable housing development in Texas. Managing partner Josh Raffaele recently wrote on his LinkedIn profile, "We are thrilled we can once again support Elon and his mission of transforming the future through innovative and world-class technologies. Funding secured." Now that last line is a reference to an infamous tweet Musk posted in 2018 in which he claimed to have funding secured to take Tesla private at $420 per share. That didn't quite turn out to be the case, and the Securities and Exchange Commission sued him in a lawsuit that resulted in a $40 million settlement. As well, there's Strauss Capital, the New York-based investment firm pledging $150 million. Its founder, Tom Strauss, has held top positions at the likes of Barclays and the Lehman Brothers. You know, the fuckers who tried to corner the silver market. And Bamco, subsidiary of Baron Capital, is investing $100 million. CEO Ron Barone is one of Tesla's largest shareholders, though he previously commented that Musk's initial attempts to join Twitter's board and become its largest shareholder were meaningless. Now that Musk is set on taking over the platform, he's become more optimistic. He told CNBC, "My guess, 2 to 3 times return, or more next 4 to 5 years if successful." And then there's Vitkoff Capital, founded by New York real estate mogul Stephen Vitkoff. That firm investing $100 million. Vitkoff is a friend and donor of Trump's and served as an informal advisor to the former president on issues like the pandemic and opioids. So we know he can't get nothing done. Then there's the Key Wealth Advisors Limited Liabilities Corp. That wealth management company is investing $30 million. AM Management and Consulting, a New York private equity and consulting firm, they're investing about $25 million, I think. Litani Ventures, a venture capital firm based in Chicago, contributing $25 million. Litani is headed up by Peter Rahal, who, along with his co-founder, sold their RX Bar protein bar startup to Kellogg's Corporation for $600 million profit in 2018. Treasure Boulevard 402, limited liabilities company. The Cartena, that Connecticut hedge fund, is contributing $8.5 million. Honeycomb Asset Management LP, founded by New York hedge fund manager David Fischel. That's the firm that's pitching in $5 million. Fischel previously invested in tech companies like Twitter and Palantir before they went public, while he was a manager at the hedge fund Point72. And finally, there's Al-Walid bin Talal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, a Saudi prince, in case you didn't guess. Yeah, you probably thought I was muttering chants from the Necronomicon. He does sound a lot like the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred when he talks. And the name, it's pretty related too. He's pledged to purchase 34,948,975 shares. I don't know how he came up with that number, which is worth about $1.7 billion. That's probably what he wanted, was that number, but that's still not rounded out. Prince Al-Walid is already one of Twitter's biggest investors, and previously voiced his skepticism in April about Musk's bid to take over the platform, asserting that the offer was too low. Just 3 weeks later, however, the prince appears to be trying to make nice with Musk. Because, of course, the Saudis are on the side of the enemy, as is Israel. All part of the new BRICS lineup on the night side of the world. And the war in Ukraine has unleashed a new word that we're going to use to describe Elon Musk. You see, in a creative play on 3 different languages, Ukrainians identify an enemy, Rusism. It's actually pronounced in the Ukrainian more like racism, because that's exactly what they're talking about. Russian racism. Russian perpetrators are ID'd by a term of condemnation that every Ukrainian knows, though it's not yet in the dictionaries and cannot yet be said in English. Racism. More like racism. Racism. That's the correct Ukrainian. Now, grasping its meaning requires crossing differences in alphabet and pronunciation, thinking our way into the experience of a bilingual society at war with a racist empire. Now, racism sounds like racism, but with a kind of RU sound in the English instead of an RA at the beginning. It means it means roughly Russian racism. The aggressor in this war keeps trying to push back towards a past as it never happened, toward nonsensical and necrophiliac accounts of history. Russia must conquer Ukraine, Vladimir Putin so says, because of a baptism 1,000 years ago, or because of bloodshed during World War II. This new word, Russian, is a useful conceptualization of Putin's worldview. His Weltanschauung, as my biological father Hitler would say. Far more than Western analysts, Ukrainians have noticed the Russian tilt towards racism in the last decade. Now, undistracted by Putin's operational deployment of genocide talk, they have seen racist practices in Russia, the cults of the leader and of the dead, the corporatist state that is perversely inverted from the fascist ideal, the mythical past, the censorship, the conspiracy theories, the centralized propaganda, and now the war of destruction. The origins of the word Russism gives us a sense of how Ukrainians differ from both Russians and Americans. A bilingual nation like Ukraine is not just a collection of bilingual individuals. It's an unending set of encounters in which people habitually adjust the language they use to other people in new settings, manipulating language in ways that are foreign to monolingual nations. Ukrainians change languages effortlessly, not just as situations change, but also to make situations change, sometimes in the middle of a sentence, or even in the middle of a word. Russism is a word built up from the inside, from several languages, as a complex of puns and references that reveal a bilingual society thinking out its predicament and communicating to itself. Its emergence demonstrates how a code-switching people can enrich language while making a horrific war more intelligible to themselves. Putin's ethnic imperialism insists that Ukrainians must be Russians because they speak Russian. They do, and they speak Ukrainian. But Ukrainian identity has as much to do with an ability to live between languages than it does with the use of any one of them. You see, Ukrainian is written in Cyrillic, and so pausing upon Russism in this, its original form, as I always see it, in the Cyrillic alphabet, helps with the mental calisthenics required to apprehend things the way the Ukrainians do. If you were able to see those 6 characters in Cyrillic, you would be tempted to begin by making them Latin ones. But languages work together in a complex manner, especially in the minds of people who speak more than one of them natively. I found all of this out from my mother, which gives me a taste of linguistics from her own innate talent and expertise in that area. that enabled her to serve as a translator for the Japanese Empire when she was under 18 years of age. More like 14, 16, 17. Now, those 6 Cyrillic letters that I see before my eyes contain references to Italian, Russian, and English, all of which a mechanical letter-by-letter transliteration would block. The best, if imperfect, way I have found to render Russism from Ukrainian to English is Russism. Though not what the standard protocol of transliteration would suggest, this gestures at both the word's origins and its meaning. When we see Russism, we might guess this word has to do with Russia, Rus, with politics, ism, and with the extreme radicalized right, acism, as indeed it all does. A simple way to think about it is as a conglomerate of the R from Russia and the acism from racism. But that's simply put the R in front of that, you get racism. But this is Russian racism. Meaning they say your race doesn't exist because you're one of us. That's as racist as saying your race is abominable because you're not us. This is barely the beginning of the story, but it starts us down the path towards the linguistic playfulness that makes the word possible and towards the accumulation of meaning drawn from each sound. I have had to spell racism as Russism in English because the Americans, the English speakers, need Russ with a U to see the reference to Russia. In losing the original Ukrainian A, however, we weaken a multi-layered reference because the A in racism conveniently allows the Ukrainian word to associate Russia and racism in a way that English never can. But wait, how can the Ray, R-A, written P-A in Cyrillic, suggest Russia in Ukrainian? You might guess that Russia in Ukrainian also has an A in the first syllable, but it does not. It's actually spelled with an O, as in P-O-S, which is a C in the Cyrillic alphabet, I, and that famous reverse R that you see in false Russian alphabets. You might remember that Ukrainians also know Russian and guess that perhaps the word for Russia in Russian is spelled with an A. It's not. In Russian, too, the word has an O as its first vowel, Россия, but the guess puts us on the right track. We are about to see that Ukrainians can play with Russian in ways that Russians cannot, that a Ukrainian word can contain within it a reference to Russia that Russians themselves would never catch. If you don't know either language, you might think that Russian and Ukrainian are very similar. They are pretty close, much as, say, Spanish and Italian are. If you know one, you have a tremendous advantage in learning the other. But you do still have to learn it. Russian grammar is similar to Ukrainian, perhaps a tad closer than, say, Ukrainian and Polish, but the semantics are not that close. From a Russian perspective, the false friends are legion. There is an elegant 4-syllable Ukrainian word that simply means soon or without delay, but to a Russian it sounds like not behind the bar. The Ukrainian word for cat sounds like the Russian word for whale, while the Ukrainian for female cats sounds like Russian for intestines. Russians do not understand Ukrainian because they have never bothered to learn it, holding it in contempt as a language that should not exist. Because these people are supposed to be Russians, right? Ukrainians all understand Russian because they were forced to learn it under Soviet conquest. This fact has battlefield implications. If you're Russian, the enemy speaks your language. If you're Ukrainian, the Russians have been forbidden to learn yours. Ukrainian soldiers often speak Russian, though they are instructed to use Ukrainian to spot infiltrators and spies. This is a Well, a drastic example of a general practice of code switching. President Volodymyr Zelensky generally used Russian as a comedian and almost always uses Ukrainian as a politician, except for when he might switch, mid-speech, to using Russian to address Russians, in the full knowledge that Ukrainians will follow along, understand every word he says. But when he speaks to his own people, the Russians don't know what he's saying at all. To switch back and forth between kindred languages requires a lively knowledge of the differences between them. One difference between Ukrainian and Russian has to do with that ah sound, which appears more often in Russian. In both languages, the vowel a consistently generates that sound. In Russian, though, a written o can do it too. A salient example is the Russian word for liberation. And the average English speaker, of course, they wish the entire world would just speak English. And I always find that just so offensive as to be unspeakable. It's disgusting. You just cannot expect everybody to speak like you. But say, for instance, the Russians try to liberate you. The term they would use would be osvobozdenie. Osvobozdenie. That would be like release in the English, their term for liberate. And so if you were to see the Cyrillic alphabet, you could almost Latinize that in your head. But it sounds more like in the Ukrainian, Asvobazdine or Asvobazdini, with each A pronounced as an A. Now, to a Ukrainian ear, this is a very Russian word. The Ukrainian counterpart, Vyzvolenia, sounds completely different, although it's almost identical to the Polish word, Vyzvolenie. Now, the Russian Azvajdeni is also laden with decades of Soviet usage, highly politicized, since it was applied relentlessly to describe every action of the Red Army, including ones where the people in question did not believe that they were at all being liberated, as in Hungary in 1956, although they're a slave state to Russia voluntarily today, and Czechoslovakia in 1968, a false nation that no longer exists. This is the word now used by Russians to describe their invasion of Ukraine, and it carries with it generations of mendacious misuse. To Ukrainians, it can sound both absurd and sinister. When Russians use it earnestly, Ukrainians might consider it a sign of zombification. That's a word they use rather a lot. And it is a word that should also be made popular in the Western world. The Ukrainian zombification, it is in its own way probably one of the most useful words out there. Zombuvania. Zombuvania. Zombies! Now, one Ukrainian explanation for the use of the letter Z by official Russia as the symbol of the invasion, even though that letter doesn't exist in the Russian alphabet, is that they're half-assed about everything. They want to be Nazis so bad they can taste it. But the other half of the swastika was stolen in the warehouse. That's a joke about the logistics of the Russian army. But personally, that Z is really nothing to do with Nazism or any attempt at a swastika. It makes us think of zombie. Now, at present, Ukrainian media often features a special kind of mockery in quotations of Russians speaking Russian, a kind of humor that is only possible from inside a linguistic community. Ukrainians are perfectly capable of writing Russian correctly, but during the war, some internet commentators have spelled the occasional Russian word using the Ukrainian writing system, leaving it looking unmoored and pitiable. Writing in Ukrainian, you might spell "ozvozhdenie" as basically a kind of "ashbondeni," liberation as a liberation, or "illiberate," the way it's pronounced, a bit of I'd call it lexicographic alchemy. That makes it, and by extension all Russians, look silly, and mocks the political concepts being used to justify a war. In a larger sense, such efforts are a means of displacing Russia from its central position in regional culture. Indeed, one relevant case of this OA shift is the name of Russia itself. The Russian word for Russia is Rossi, but that O can be pronounced as an A. Russia. Russia. Something like Russia. That's the tree of all that's unholy that was found behind the tree of life and death, the tree of antimatter, the tree of the anti-gods that I've spoken of when I speak of Kabbalah. That's the Russian name for their own empire, their own nation, an anti-nation. You can now see where this is going. The Ra sound at the beginning of our new Ukrainian word, racism, doesn't just signal Russian. It suggests the word Russia as it is pronounced by people speaking Russian. It is the peculiar way Russian speakers name their own country that seals a link between Russia and racism. In Russian, you need to know when an O becomes an A, but once you know, the sound is consistent. Ukrainians play with English as well, which in this respect is trickier. In English, it is all but impossible to predict how a given vowel will be pronounced. The letter on the page has almost nothing to do with the sound you're supposed to make. If you don't believe me, go back and sound out the vowels in any any sentence I've articulated in tonight's transmission when you have it on replay. English vowels are their sounds are also different, broader, lazier, more numerous than those in Ukrainian and Russian. English speakers have about as many ways of pronouncing A as there are vowels in those entire languages. When Americans say Russia, the first and second syllable rhyme. And this is actually baffling, since the first vowel is a U and the second is an A. I-A. Ia. Neither is pronounced in a way that corresponds to how speakers of Slavic languages, and indeed most other languages, would understand the pronunciation of I-A or U, or for that matter, any vowel. For both, Americans tend to make an sound, known as a schwa. We say, Russia. Russia. This sound does not exist in either Ukrainian or Russian, whose speakers sometimes have a difficult time knowing where it belongs and how to pronounce it. It matters how we spell and say Russia in English, because the Ukrainian word Russianism strips the English for parts. Ukrainians hear us say Russia a good deal. Now they tend not to take too seriously what we say about Russia, and generally they are right. And so when they take Russia and make it Russia, borrowing the way we might say it, with the first and second syllable rhyming, they mean a Russia that is not to be taken so seriously, not to be accepted on its own terms, an object of contempt. This and the more dismissive, Rashka. The K making it a diminutive. Pashka is how you would spell it if you were to transliterate the Cyrillic letters into Latin, are in the spoken language rather than written. And the way the word is spoken matters too. The Ukrainians can't quite do the schwa sound, so their pasha, although it is meant to mimic English, actually sounds like Rasha, the unholy anti-tree behind the tree of life and death of Kabbalah. Here we begin to feel the density of the parts and references packed into Rashism. It's not just the R sound at the beginning that can stand for Russia, nor is it even just the Ra as a reference to how Russian speakers pronounce the Russian word for Russia. The first three letters, the Rash, also make reference to how English speakers pronounce Russia. Although the reference to English is inexact, the Rash sound that cometh from it turns out to be very productive because it maketh the combination with racism work smoothly. 3/4 of the letters in a Ukrainian neologism from English, Rasha, are brought together with 5/6 of the letters from an adopted Italian word, racism, to generate the new word, Rashism, a dense and effective conglomerate. When we say Russia, the double S is pronounced SH. In the middle of racism, we find the same sound, a kind of SH as possible. Certainly the Ukrainians put it there. Though this time it's generated by the C, which is kind of pronounced as like an SC, racism, which English borrows from the original Italian, razzismo. We can render that sound with SH or in those two words, SS, SC, but the clarifyingly simple Ukrainian orthography picks up that sound, however it is spelled in whatever language, and renders it as sha. So, pasha. And this racismo equals racism. Also thanks to that middle sound. The SH sound in the middle. I could show you the Cyrillic letter. It looks like the E that's on its back that you see on an eye chart. Refers to both Russia and racism, but only because Ukrainians are playing with English. In neither Russian nor Ukrainian does the word for Russian have an SH sound. So, Rashism relies on English to work, but it's not easy for English to reclaim. When Russia becomes Rasha, the vowels firm up and become more honest. They no longer quite conform to English. The same is even true for the ism, in which Ukrainian requires a more clipped and disciplined sound. These honest vowels make it hard for English speakers to pronounce Rashism as it is supposed to be pronounced. And even if we were to pronounce it correctly in Ukrainian, it would not sound like much of anything in English. This is why, to claim racism for English, I have to transliterate it, as Ukrainians also generally do, as Rushism or Rusism. The mechanically correct transcription would be Rashism, Rashysm, which is hardly clear. We have to go back and get the U to indicate Russia, and we take the ism because we know this is about ideology. And while the Ukrainian consonant that looks like that E flat on its back that you see on an eye chart demands an SH, the resulting Rushism would suggest a weakness for American talk radio or Canadian classic rock. You know, like Rushism, like Rush Limbaugh. We know that E flat on its back from your eye chart did not actually come from an SH in the first place. It camest from both the SS of Russia, the double S you see in the name for Russia, and the SC of, well, racism. The C that sounds like an S. We choose that C and get Russism. As in Ukrainian, an SH sound joins the two parts. But now, in English, the visible SC recalls the unusual spelling of racism. The C, which sounds like an S, as it should. Now in English, if you believe in racism, you are a racist. This lexical progression is similar in Ukrainian. Rashism, racism, has the associated personal form racist or racist. Likewise, the new word, racism, has rushist. Unlike English, Ukrainian also generates female forms of these words. Ukrainians sometimes refer to individual Russians as Rushis, making lists, for example, of prominent Russian supporters of the war. But there is also the tendency to refer to all Russian soldiers in Ukraine as Rushis. This runs into certain difficulties. Given the imperial character of the Russian state, a very high proportion of the Russian soldiers in Ukraine belong to national minorities. This suggests a deeper problem, which is that even soldiers dying for a racist cause need not be racist themselves. Whereas Russian leaders have intensified the Soviet tradition of referring to contemporary enemies as racists, or fascists, which they equate with racism, in Ukraine, the word refers more simply to the horrors of World War II, which were even deeper there than anything in Russia. When Ukrainians speak of Rushism, they are accusing Russians of a deep betrayal of what should have been a common inheritance and a common memory. They are accusing Russians of becoming what the Russians claim should have been defeated long ago. Now, few beyond Ukraine seem to know that millions of Ukrainians, exercising freedom of speech in a country that allows it, have invented and are deploying a new word. Rushism will sound strange at first, but then so did genocide and ethnic cleansing and other words that emerged from Eastern European wars. The concepts that clarify our world today were once strange and new, but when they point to something, they can take us told. Russian racism is certainly a phenomenon that requires a concept. The Russian Federation promotes the extreme right everywhere on earth. Putin himself is the white idol of ethno-supremacists, white tribalists around the world. Prominent Russian racists are given access to mass media during wars, including this one. Members of the Russian elite, above all Putin himself, rely increasingly on racist concepts. Putin's very justification of the war in Ukraine as an act of cleansing violence that will return Russia to itself represents a Christian form of racism. Inclusive racism, where your race does not exist, you are of my race, is as racist as denying you through exclusion. The recent publication in an official Russian news service of what I can testify be an openly genocidal handbook, providing a plan for the elimination of the Ukrainian nation as such, confirms all of this. Moscow is the center of racism in our world. The greatest risk of such an effectively compact word is that it will carry the sense that all Russians are racist, simply by virtue of being Russian. Given that half the Ukrainian population is either displaced or trapped by war, with thousands of civilians killed and hundreds of thousands mass deported to Russia to breed new Russians, a tendency toward general condemnation is not surprising. The fact that Ukrainians have had a very hard time convincing Russians that a war is actually taking place at all doesn't help. But a usage that identifies all Russians as racist would repeat the error it is meant to rectify. Thus far, the word is generally used as a response to particular actions, like the mass abduction of thousands of children, or the mass execution of civilians. Just got a news flash that Biden's marking the dark milestone of 1 million dead from COVID in the United States. And that, of course, is well below the actual number, which would be at least 3 million. Now, the word I've spent so much time defining for you is not only a condemnation of Russian actions, it's also an offering to the Russian language. The words Russist and Russism already flourish in Russian, or at least in Ukrainian Russian. I actually heard them for the first time in Russian, not in Ukrainian. It will be interesting to see if they catch on inside the Russian Federation itself. If they did, they would most likely be criminalized by the Russian state. Russia today is a country where it is illegal to call this war a war, and where reading a poem or showing a blank poster is deemed slander of the army. Given Putin's felt need to define the enemy of the moment as fascist, a word that points to Russian racism is unlikely to be tolerated. And so we see a difference between official Russia and unofficial Ukraine, one that is not about myths or ethnicity or even language preferences exactly, but rather about how words matter in wartime, under pressure. In the tyranny, they threaten because they might reveal the truth. In the democracy, they conceptualize and suggest action. This difference is visible on the battlefield itself, where the Russian army is conformist and cowering, and the outnumbered and outgunned Ukrainian army adaptable and creative and winning on the field. We also see a difference between Ukrainians and monolingual people generally. There is a liveliness inherent in Ukrainian code switching that maketh constructing the word racism powerful and possible at all. And once constructed, the word has a liveliness all its own. Words are magic. They cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. We can appreciate Ukrainian creativity and perhaps borrow therefrom. That Russism is used to describe the enemy has implications for how Ukrainians define their own values. It stigmatizes Russia as an invader committing an injustice that can be linked to past injustices and whose leaders abuse language to hide these basic facts. But it also takes as axiomatic, and thus affirms, that racism is what is to be resisted. The language has supplied a new thing, and as Hannah Arendt reminds us, new things are the best we can hope for in totalitarian times. The Ukrainian language has offered a neologism, a new word, whose formation helps us to see deeper into the creativity of another culture, and whose meaning helps us to see why this war is fought at all, and why it must be won. This brings us back home. The few Republicans who rejected Trump's claim that the 2020 election was stolen have since embraced the big lie in order to avoid Trump's wrath. One by one, Republican midterm candidates are falling into line with Donald Trump. As Trump's big lie of a stolen election began ricocheting across America in November of 2020, Arizona's Republican Attorney General, Mark Brnovich, spracketh out forcefully on national television. He told the public that Donald Trump was projected to lose the swing state, and no facts suggested otherwise. At the time, I thought to myself, good for him. Maybe more Republican attorneys general will show some spine. That was then. Recently, Brnovich, now running for U.S. Senate from Arizona, camest on to Steve Bannon's far-right podcast with the opposite message. Brnovich said he was investigating the 2020 vote and had serious concerns. And he went on, It's frustrating for all of us because I think we all know what happened in 2020. Without explaining what he meant by what happened, Bannon titled the podcast segment, AZAG, Azag, on interim report on stealing the 2020 election. Now, in the time we have remaining, 9 to 10, 11 to, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3 hours still, I can say that it would be bad enough were Brnovich the exception. But he exemplifies what's happened to the Republican Party over the last 19 months. Republican politicians who initially told the truth have since then embraced Trump's big lie in order to gain Trump's favor or avoid his wrath in their 2022 races. Brnovich launched his review of the 2020 vote in Arizona in response to a widely ridiculed audit commissioned by Arizona Republican lawmakers. It's the same story with J.D. Vance, Republican candidate for the Senate from Ohio, who initially told the truth about the 2020 election, but then pushed Trump's lie to curry favor with Trump himself, and was rewarded last week with Trump's endorsement and $10 million in campaign funds from the right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel, the man who founded Palantir, the South African, well, German really, but also South African, who wants to promote apartheid in these United States with Elon Musk. That faggot, who was the gay lover of, who the fuck was the name of that guy who's married to Trump's daughter? I forget his name. Listed himself as a woman on his voting forms. Now, people can help me out here. Husband of Trump's daughter. Okay. Fuck. I'm getting the daughters, Tiffany and Ivanka Trump. Kushner. Jared Kushner. Who's actually a sex change. Was born female, listed himself as female on all his voting pamphlets. That's a fact. And the guy and Trump's daughter never had children together. They're all in vitro. So there you go with that. Jared Kushner. Now, what was my point about him? Well, basically, him and the rest of these assholes. He was Peter Thiel's lover. That was it. Yeah, Peter Thiel and he are gay lovers. And Peter Thiel got heavy-duty contracts with the Trump administration thanks to that faggot. It's the same with the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, who held on to his scruples for a few minutes after the January 6th insurrection almost killed him, when he publicly criticized Trump and told House colleagues he'd urged Trump to resign, but then promptly did a 180 and traveled to Mar-a-Lago to display his total loyalty to Donald Trump, even bestowing on his madness a jar of his favorite pink and red flavored Starbursts. Now, McCarthy has denied ever telling his colleagues he'd urged Trump to resign, but was caught on tape doing just that. And the same for Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who initially condemned Trump. Early in the morning of January 7th, McConnell told the New York Times reporter Jonathan Martin, according to an excerpt released this week from Martin's and fellow reporter Alexander Burns' forthcoming book, "I feel exhilarated by the fact that this fellow Trump finally totally discredited himself. He put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Couldn't have happened at a better time. McConnell vowed to crush the extremist sons of bitches in the primary in 2022. And now, McConnell won't utter a negative word about Donald Trump or about those extremist sons of bitches, whom our man Peter Moon said were like Spartacus, except they couldn't be crucified. Well, a lot of them are going to jail." Now, up and down the ranks of the Republican Party, the new litmus test for gaining dollars, votes, and coveted Trump endorsements is to embrace the big lie that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. For the rest of us, and for posterity, It should be a negative litmus test for politicians to place ambition over principle, narcissism over duty, and cowardice over conscience. How are Republican voters ever to know the truth when these toadies, sycophants, and unprincipled pawns repeat and amplify Trump's lie? Fully 85% of Republicans now believe it. 35% of Americans overall believe it. The Republican Party now stands for little more than the big lie. Not for fiscal prudence or smaller government or stronger defense. Not for states' rights or religious freedom or even anti-abortion. But for a pernicious deception. The lie is now the life of the Republican Party. How can what was once a noble party, not because it was the party of Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt, but because it was the party of the 14th Amendment, descend to such putrid depths, sowing distrust in our electoral system and in the peaceful transition of power that's at the heart of democracy? The real question, more in the realm of social psychology than political science, is how one profoundly sick, pathologically narcissistic madman who is obsessed with never losing has been able to impose his obsession on one of America's two political parties. Which raises an even more troubling question. How can American democracy ever function when almost all Republican politicians are willing to sell out their oaths to the United States Constitution in order to kiss the fat orange ass of this demented man? Why are no more than a handful of Republican politicians, such as Representative Liz Cheney, willing to stand up to this monstrosity? This is how Russism begins. Throughout history, the central struggle of civilization has been against brutality by the powerful. Civil society does not let might make right. We must fight powerful bullies, whether they be Putin, Trump, or tech billionaires. I keep running into people who feel overwhelmed by so many seemingly unrelated but terrifying things occurring all at once. They ask, how can all this be happening? But all these things are connected. They are reinforcing each other. As such, they pose a clear challenge to any decent society. Putin invades Ukraine. Trump refuses to concede and promotes his big lie. Right-wing politicians in America and Europe inflame white Christian nationalism. Televisual pundits spur bigotry towards immigrants. Politicians target LGBTQIA+ youth. Powerful men sexually harass and abuse women. Abortion bans harm women unable to obtain safe abortions. Police kill innocent black people with impunity. CEOs rake in record profits and compensation but give workers meager wages and fire them for unionizing. The richest men in the world own the most influential media platforms. Billionaires make large contributions, campaign donations, read legal bribes, so lawmakers won't raise their taxes. What connects all these? All are abuses of power. All are occurring at a time when power and wealth are concentrated in but the fewest of hands. It is imperative to see the overall pattern because each of these sorts of abuses encourages other abuses. Stopping them, standing up against all forms of bullying and brutality, is essential to preserving a civil society. As I said, throughout history, the central struggle of civilization has been against brutality by the powerful. The state of nature is a continuous war in which only the fittest survive, where lives are, in the words of the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, nasty, brutish, and short. Sans norms, without rules, no laws preventing the stronger from attacking or oppressing the weaker, none of us is safe. We all live in fear. Even the most powerful live in fear of being attacked or deposed. Civilization is the opposite of a state of nature. A civil society does not allow the strong to brutalize the weak. The responsibility of all who seek a decent society is to move as far from a state of nature as possible. Certain inequalities of power are expected, even in a civil society. Some people are bigger and stronger than others. Some are quicker of mind and body. Some have more forceful personalities. Some have fewer scruples. Some inequalities of income and wealth may ultimately simply be necessary to encourage hard work and inventiveness, from which everyone ultimately benefits. But when inequalities become too wide, they invite abuses. Such abuses invite further abuses until society degenerates into a Hobbesian survival of the most powerful. An entire society, even the world, can descend into chaos. Every time the stronger bully the weaker, the social fabric is tested. If bullying is not contained, the fabric unwinds. Some posit a moral equivalence between those who seek social justice and those who want to protect individual liberty, between left and right. But there be no moral equivalence between bullies and the bullied, between tyranny and democracy, between brutality and decency. No balance between social justice and individual liberty. No individual can be free in a society devoid of justice. There can be no liberty where brutality reigns. The struggle for social justice is the most basic struggle of all, because it defines how far a civilization has comest from a Hobbesian survival of the most powerful. A civil society stops brutality, holds the powerful accountable, and protects the vulnerable. Right-wing politicians who encourage white Christian nationalism must be condemned and voted out of office, while the majority of Americans support making abortion legal in most or all cases. 74% of white evangelical Protestants believe it should be illegal, according to the most recent Pew Research poll. Dr. Anthea Butler, chairperson of religious studies at the University of Pennsylvania, has proven that the moral outrage over abortion masks their attempts to undermine other issues and groups of people. For them, to quote Dr. Butler, the point's always been, how do we assert ourselves in a nation's history based on our religious beliefs? Evangelicals always use morality to put forth issues that will allow them to have political power. Ergo, celebrity pundits who fuel racism and xenophobia must be denounced and defunded. Ergo, Donald Trump must be held accountable. Ergo, Vladimir Putin must be stopped. Powerful men who sexually harass or abuse women must be prosecuted. Women must have safe means of ending pregnancies they don't want. Police who kill innocent black people must be brought to justice. CEOs who treat their employees badly must be exposed and penalized. Billionaires who bribe lawmakers to cut their taxes or exempt them from regulations must be sanctioned, as should lawmakers who accept such bribes. This is what civilization demands. This is what the struggle, Mein Kampf, as my father called it, is all about. This is why that struggle, my father's struggle, Mein Kampf, being yours, is so critical. Minority rule is the real reason Roe v. Wade is dead. The U.S. Supreme Court leak proves that the levers of power are pulled by those with no skin in the game, at the expense of those with an entire uterus in it. The first thing to be said about Justice Samuel Alito's draft majority opinion striking down Roe v. Wade, which was published by Politico magazine last week, is that it represents a catastrophe for Americans in general and Americans with uteruses in particular. If we assume that some version of this opinion will ultimately be supported by at least 5 and possibly 6 of the Supreme Court's 9 justices, abortion will soon be banned in nearly half the states and significantly restricted in several others. Of those 6 justices, 3 were appointed by Donald Trump himself, who himself lost the popular vote twice, was impeached twice, and incited an anti-constitutional push. 2 were appointed by George W. Bush, who also lost the popular vote before his first term. And 1, Clarence Thomas, is married to an unhinged, mad reactionary conspiracy theorist who actively supported the aforementioned putsch. A solid majority of Americans believe abortion should be legal and reject the restrictions that will soon take effect. The stripping away of abortion rights is only possible because of a perfect storm of anti-majoritarian constitutional provisions that have divorced public opinion from the interpretation of the law. That's the story, which many observers saw coming when Trump appointed Amy Coney Barrett in 2020, if not earlier. So it's striking that for so many conservative and mainstream pundits, the big takeaway last week wasn't that Roe is all but dead, or that our country is about to be torn apart over abortion rights, or that a right millions of Americans have taken for granted for nearly 100 years is about to disappear. Instead, the focus is on the reason we know all of this. Because someone with access to the draft opinion leaked it to the press in what is being characterized as an egregious and unprecedented breach of the Supreme Court's institutional norms, even though there are, at least arguably, precedents. The reaction to the leak has been swift and furious, and much of it has asserted, without any hard evidence, that it was instigated by a left-wing clerk for one of the 3 liberal justices as a way to bring public pressure to bear upon the court, even as some have plausibly speculated that the leaker might have been a right-wing clerk with a completely opposite agenda. The influential SCOTUS blog tweeted half an hour after the story broke, "It's impossible to overstate the earthquake this will cause inside the court, in terms of the destruction of trust among the justices and staff. This leak is the gravest, most unforgivable sin." Marco Rubio added that the far left leaked a Supreme Court opinion in an attempt to intimidate the justices on abortion. Oh my God. The right-wing talking head, Ben Shapiro, tweeted, "There is little question that this leak is designed to create threat to the life and limb of any justice who signs on to the majority opinion. Prosecution to the full extent of the law." And on her own popular Substack, Barry Weiss called the leak "nothing more than the most recent salvo in our race to the bottom," herself blaming a hypothetical woke Yale law alum for tarnishing a sacred institution. Now, Donald Trump himself said the leak was demeaning and not good. Well, this obviously means the leak is very good, actually. Next morning, Chief Justice John Roberts ordered an investigation into the leak, denouncing this betrayal of the confidences of the court, which he said was intended to undermine the integrity of our operations. Now, this freakout not only misses the forest, the end of Roe, for the trees, a breach of protocol, but also suggests something about the right's mindset on the eve of a generational triumph. To start, it's not at all clear what law has been violated by leaking a draft opinion to the press. The breach of confidentiality may be a career risk for the leaker, but in any other branch of government, such breaches are routine. Politico, which is as mainstream a media outlet as ever existed, or still exists, or is even allowed to exist, has a business model that depends heavily on leaks from White House and congressional staffers, and their state-level equivalents, looking to push various agendas. Elected officials may or may not approve of any given leak from their offices, and some run tighter ships than others, but few are naive enough to imagine this isn't how the stories they read every morning are acquired, and always have been. And while media critics might question the reliance of Politico and similar outlets on leaks, which in turn requires cultivating assets and a willingness to carry water for all manner of cynical political actors, in a very general sense, the public benefits from knowing so much about the inner workings of the executive and legislative branches. If the objection isn't to leaking to the press per se, nor to the legality of such leaks, then what explains its suddenness and fervency? Well, on one level, this is just conservative elites eager to steer the national conversation away from the predictable and devastating real-world impact of the justices they've championed for decades. Many of these people have friends, family, colleagues, and constituents who believed that Roe was never actually in danger and are now waking up. So it's understandable why they want to shift the focus to a comparatively petty procedural drama. But if we take them at their word, the concern right now is for the legitimacy of the Supreme Court as an institution, one whose authority depends on a perception that it is apolitical, wise, reasonable, and above partisanship. You know, like fucking rational. No one who has seriously followed the court over the past few decades has any excuse for believing that, and if you lived through the 5-4 party line decision to award the 2000 election to George W. Bush over Al Gore and still thought the court was somehow sacred, I have an infrastructure bill's worth of bridges to sell you. But while the elite reverence for and credulity about the judiciary was wrong-headed back then, it's simply untenable now that a supermajority of the court consists of trained right-wing ideologues. The repeal of Roe will be neither the first nor the last major decision this court takes that upends laws a majority of Americans have assumed were permanent. Given Democrats' grim outlook for this year's midterm elections, President Biden's persistent unpopularity, and the Russo collaborationist-led Republican insurgency's extensive and largely unchecked efforts to permanently entrench minority rule in Washington, there be no reason to think that our existing political institutions can adequately check the Roberts Court, or that its composition will align any closer with public opinion on issues like abortion in the foreseeable future. The one thing the court apparently cannot control, however, is how much the public knows about its deliberations. The leaker, whoever it is, and whatever their motivations, has done a public service, both by giving Americans who support reproductive rights a head start on mobilizing for a post-Roe legal order, and by damaging the court's mystical aura of legitimacy at precisely the moment when it deserves to be damaged. If the court is going to function as a partisan institution, then the public should know at least as much about how it works as we know about any other branch of government. In the immediate fallout of the leak of this draft Supreme Court opinion that will strike down Roe v. Wade, many have noted that this decision will be extremely unpopular. Polls proving that between 60 and 65% of Americans say Roe should remain. The draconian laws Republicans are already proposing at the state level will be even more unpopular. But if those facts allowed liberals to convince themselves this day would not come, they were clearly misguided. The coming nightmare for reproductive rights is in large part a product of minority rule. It's what Republicans have painstakingly constructed over the course of decades, and it might take just as long to dismantle it, if Democrats can do that at all. Opinions on abortion have been remarkably resistant to change for the past 100 years. Banning abortion is based on a religious belief that human life begins at conception. However, there is not yet a medical or moral consensus about what human life, or when human life, really begins. Exempli gratiae. Many in the Jewish community do not believe that human life begins until birth. So banning abortion on the basis of a Christian belief is a violation of their religious freedom, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. Members of the conservative Christian religious community have been trying for years to force their beliefs on the American public, and now it looks as if they will succeed. Now, even though I may not be officially recognized as a constitutional scholar, certainly as a research librarian I've done work for such, the work they themselves were incapable of doing. So as the person who researched for them, I can say that it seems to me that the principle of separation of church and state is being violated here. So it takes no constitutional expert to belabor the obvious. Now, in the time we have remaining, with the numbers we've maintained, and I do want people in the chat room to maintain activity and spread the word, of course. And we can, in the time remaining, which is quite a bit considering, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, well, not that long. Let's see what I can do. Now, could this ever become the legal basis on which this battle is fought? Separation of church and state. We shall see. Better that than civil war, but it will probably be just prelude. Now, I myself have been very moved to read emails, even some physical letters sent to myself, communique from people sharing their experiences with abortion. But there is another aspect to the horrors of a world in which abortion is illegal. The experiences of women who have miscarriages, as happened with Lena Shea at one point on her road to having our children. Now, there was one woman who told me, an older lady, about the fact that she was experiencing a normal pregnancy circa 1987 when she went on a camping holiday, and in a remote camping site, she had a miscarriage. Now, in our world to come within days, in which abortion is illegal. How would that look? I shudder to think of the interrogation she would have had to endure, and wonder how on earth she could have ever proved her innocence, quote unquote. Understand that up to a quarter of pregnancies end in miscarriage. 25%. Lena Shea miscarried a baby going to the toilet. She would be accused of murder. The anti-abortion movement's attempt to convince the public that abortion is murder was a failure, and that likely won't change in the post-Roe world. And conservatives know that perfectly well. But the whole point of building the apparatus of minority rule was for moments like this, where they could accuse all women miscarrying of murder, of aborting their babies, and therefore imprison them into a life of prostitution to the state, the prison guards, and their fellow prisoners. Then they'd be impregnated again, miscarry again, be called murderesses again. Fellow prisoners would beat their babies dead in their bellies. And then when they miscarried forcibly, they'd be accused of murder and sent back to prison again in a cycle that never ended. Slavery for women throughout American culture. You don't have to twist the system in knots and eliminate democratic accountability to do popular things. You do it to stop popular things you don't like. Enable yourself to do things the public doesn't want. And hold on to power no matter what. This is the Handmaid's Tale, people. The details should be familiar by now. The Senate gives 2 votes to every state. So 40 million Americans in California, most of us Democrats, get the same representation as a mere pittance, a fly speck of our population, 580,000 Americans in Wyoming, all of them Republicans. That is then levered into the Electoral College, which is why the past 2 Republican presidents took office despite having lost the popular vote by a landslide. That, plus unprecedented ruthlessness in refusing to allow a Democratic president to fill an open seat, gets you a hyper-reactionary, ultra-reactionary, so-called conservative Supreme Court supermajority, appointed by presidents who lost the popular vote, confirmed by Russo collaborationist red insurgent senators who represent a national minority, enacting a conservative legal revolution the public never asked for. That court then validates nearly every effort by state Republicans to insulate their own power through voter suppression and partisan gerrymandering. That will enable them to outlaw abortion over the objections of their own state populations, knowing that district lines have been drawn in a way that predetermines the outcome of all elections. It's a closed loop, an interlocking system that insulates Republicans from all accountability. There are times when Democrats can overcome it, for example, by electing governors in swing states such as Wisconsin and North Carolina, but because it's almost impossible for Republicans to lose their hold on state legislatures, they can hamstring and undermine the governor, much as congressional Republicans did to President Barack Obama and will to President Biden, if they take control of Congress in this fall's elections. Now consider where they're going now that Roe is evidently dead. Forget about 15-week bans and 6-week bans. A couple dozen Republican-run states will probably outlaw abortion entirely, perhaps with a grudging exception to save the life of the pregnant woman, but only in the most dire circumstances. But even that will not be enough. Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent state legislators are working to ban abortion in other states, In Missouri, one Republican state legislator has introduced a bill to allow anyone to sue over an abortion that occurred anywhere if sexual intercourse occurred within this state and the child may have been conceived by that act of intercourse. Bills in Missouri and Ohio would ban abortions to remove ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies which never result in a live birth, but almost always kill the pregnant person. No abortion. Kill the mother, even though her child can never be born. And it isn't just abortions. In the anti-abortion movement, all forms of birth control, including birth control pills, Plan B, and even IUDs, intrauterine devices, are widely and wrongly considered abortifacients, the moral equivalent of abortion. Once laws outlawing abortion are passed, this is where the movement will inevitably turn its attention. Immediately so. And Republican legislators who worry only about primary challenges from the right will face pressure to go after birth control. Meanwhile, the next time Republicans have complete control in the District of Columbia, they'll push for a nationwide ban on abortion. That planning is already underway. Mitch McConnell himself said so. If your response is to say that would never happen, it would be too unpopular, remember that's exactly what everyone said about overturning Roe. The whole point of minority rule is that you don't have to worry about what's unpopular. Part of the sinister genius of minority rule is that if it is constructed with enough care and comprehensiveness, it can be demoralizing to the majority, which sees no way around it, at least in the short term. That then serves to demobilize the majority and further solidify minority rule, as in motherless fucking Russia, where the majority takes it in every orifice, up the ass and down the throat, and in their ear, from one man, who they allow to take them into a war against the world. Now, overcoming that Russian level of bottom barrel demoralization, piss bucket low, will require a psychological fortitude on the part of Democrats and a commitment to do what Republicans did, to work not just for the next election, but for a project that will unfold over decades. Even if you don't get what you want from one president or one Congress, you have to take small steps until you reach your ultimate goal, knowing victory is never assured and will be a long time in coming. That's what the people who wanted to outlaw abortion committed themselves to, and now their victory is here. It can be reversed, but it will not be easy. If liberals aren't willing to wage that long fight, then they truly will have lost. The demise of the 1973 ruling will drive the biggest wedge yet between what so obviously be twa irreconcilable nations. With the impending evisceration of Roe v. Wade, our president must face the reality of our broken system. Partisanship is Biden's only choice after this Supreme Court leak. Despite the lovely spring weather, this week offered more of the grim news to which Democrats in Biden-era Washington have become accustomed. The Supreme Court's impending evisceration of Roe v. Wade, the official start of an electoral season that is generally expected to be a looming political disaster, midterm doom, and the worst political environment for the Blue Team Party in decades. The Federal Reserve's potentially recession-sparking decision to fight inflation with the biggest interest rate hike in more than 20 years. And, depending on whose count you follow, the millionth American death in the coronavirus pandemic, even as both the Vice Presidentress and Secretary of State had to quarantine at home after testing positive for the disease. Asian tropes in sex-selective abortion bans have advocates worried about what's to come. One organizer so saying, "It's just a really awful attempt to leverage stereotypes about our communities that are not actually true and are just deeply steeped in racism." Now, this is not my diving into the shallow depths. Basically, amid discussions over reproductive rights, Asian American organizers and scholars emphasize that restrictions based on erroneous racial stereotypes have long been plaguing my community, and they fear there could be all too many more instances to come. Experts concur that sex-selective abortion bans, or restrictions perceived to be sought based on the predicted sex of a fetus, have repeatedly been passed and proposed across several states in recent years. Critics observing that legislators have justified it by invoking tropes about Asian families' preference for sons. In 2019, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, referring to Chinese and Asian Indian families in responding to a petition to review an Indiana ban, wrote, "In Asia, widespread sex-selective abortions have led to as many as 160 million missing women, while adding that selective abortions of girls are common among certain populations in these United States." Now, these stereotypes have all been deconstructed before, but advocates have proven that it hasn't stopped bills from being proposed, putting Asian American women's reproductive rights at risk of being policed. And now, in the wake of this leaked draft opinion last week, showing that the Supreme Court is conspiring to overturn Roe v. Wade, critics fear that more states, even progressive ones like Minnesota and New York, will be emboldened to propose or reintroduce these restrictions. Becca Asaki, the New York organizing manageress for the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, a rights advocacy group, told NBC Asian America, "We call it a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just a really awful attempt to chip away at our rights and to try and leverage stereotypes about our communities that are not actually true and are just deeply steeped in racism." Now, since 2009, roughly half of American states in union and the federal government have considered sex-selective abortion bans. And several states, including Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, have signed them into law. Asaki said the measure became as popular after a high-profile 2012 national bill sought to punish providers who performed sex-selective abortions with fines or even prison time. Though the bill was ultimately rejected by the House, Asaki said a number of states followed suit, attempting to pass a carbon copy of the legislation. Now, activists say that lawmakers in safe haven areas have attempted to implement these measures as well. Sex-selective abortion bans have been proposed several times in New York State. It wasn't until 2021 that the New York City Council passed a resolution urging Congress and the state legislature to oppose a ban on sex-selective abortions, which perpetuate racial stereotypes and undermine access to care. Now, advocates have testified that in the past, some lawmakers have repeatedly cherry-picked stories of infanticide from Red China and Asian India to make their case for sex-selective abortion bans. Charlie Collins, a Republican who no longer serves in the Arkansas House, had said that he sponsored a 2017 sex-selective abortion ban in the state after conversations that Red China's one-child policy had resulted in an uneven ratio of boys to girls. But a 2014 University of Chicago Law School study proved that foreign-born Chinese, Asian Indian, and Korean Americans, on average, have more female children than white Americans do. And when researchers looked at states that had implemented a sex-selective abortion ban, like Pennsylvania, no change in sex ratios followed. According to the Guttmacher Institute, an abortion rights advocacy group, almost 90% of all abortions take place in the first trimester, before most women are even aware of the sex of the fetus. Asian American women already confront a number of existing barriers to health care, including language and distrust in their providers. Sex-selective bans seek to further alienate the community from proper care, and communication roadblocks could obscure those issues. Sari Lee is the National Campaign and Membership Directoress of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum and is based in Illinois, where lawmakers continued their since-failed attempts to pass the ban in 2019, even though it had been blocked by a court order. Lee said such policies put Asian American women at the discretion of healthcare providers and allow us practitioners to act on racist biases and stereotypes. With the overturn of Roe v. Wade on the horizon, in addition to existing restrictions on reproductive rights, Lee affirms that some states, like California, have groups that aim to counter these restrictions and ensure that abortion access expands. Lee has confirmed that the very introduction of the ban is a sign that lawmakers, in her words, don't trust the AAPI or Asian American Pacific Islander community, and they condone racial profiling, systemic discrimination. If we take that into account, it's even more likely that any type of bias or discrimination that a patient may experience doesn't get reported. With the California Future of Abortion Council, the CFAC, they actually have this long list of what it would look like to actually have reproductive freedom to make sure that California remains a safe haven for abortion access for Californians, but also for people across the country. So even in states where abortion will still be legal, there's still reproductive work to be done. For now, Lisa Ikemoto, a professores who specializes in reproductive rights and healthcare law and policy at the University of California Davis School of Law, attests that she and so many others are left to process the possibility of a new, perhaps more restrictive reality. Herself going on record to state that though race is not explicitly invoked in the legislation, the support for the ban relies on rhetoric that perpetuates archaic and harmful stereotypes about immigrant families, whilst co-opting rhetoric of gender equality. To quote Ikemoto, some providers might use those stereotypes to push that question a little bit harder on Asian patients and not others. And so Asian American women might be more likely to face questions about the reasons for their abortion. It's pulling together the sort of anti-immigration racism into the abortion fight in order to leverage yet another restriction on access to abortion on form of medical care. It's a lot to take in. I'm still quoting Ikemoto here at length and verbatim. She says, "I was born in 1961. And so I'm the first generation that received the full protection of Roe v. Wade. I grew up with the understanding that women have the ability to make choices controlling their own bodies, and now it feels like we're about to be pushed into a different world." Well, faced with such challenges, President Biden finally seemed ready to abandon the pretense that he could once again unite this fractured nation and heal our Trump-distorted politics with some old-fashioned bipartisan Senate deal-making. That comforting fiction helped him defeat Donald Trump in 2020, but has been comprehensively deconstructed by Biden's subsequent struggles in governing. Republicans are radical and dangerous. Not only anti-woman, but anti-gay, anti-personal freedom, and anti-democracy. In remarks to reporters on Wednesday of Yester Septimania, the president previewed his new, more partisan message for the campaign to come. He dared sayest that the Trumpist MAGA movement is, in his words, the most extreme political organization that's existed in recent American history. This is about a lot more than abortion. To say the least. Not all of our week's developments were as catastrophic as they might seem for Democrats and the struggling occupant of the White House. The leak of the Supreme Court's draft decision on abortion offered new motivation for America's otherwise uninspired pro-choice majority to get out the vote. At the least, the clarifying urgency of the court's imminent ruling seemed sure to galvanize our party's midterm campaign, as indicated by Biden's strong words and by a stirring appeal from Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. How dare they? How dare they tell a woman what she can do and cannot do with her own body? The Fed interest rate hike, meanwhile, might do what it's meant to do, curb some of the inflation now making politics so toxic for Biden and his party. And with nationwide deaths from the pandemic finally down to a few hundred a day, Americans are returning to pre-pandemic life, undeterred by the prospect of super-spreader events such as the White House Correspondents' Association dinner, which predictably took down many of the Capitol's bold-faced names. Even Trump's continued dominance of the Republican Party and his prospective return to the top of its ticket in 2024 isn't as uncontested as it was in 2020. Several prominent Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent figures, including former Vice President Mike Pence, who defied Trump on January 6th of 2021, are signaling that they may run for the Republican presidential nomination, regardless of what Trump does. And in even a Trump-friendly state, such as Ohio, a recent Fox News poll found a mere 60% of Republicans who said they wanted Trump to be their candidate again. Many Republicans have also told pollsters that they'd prefer not to look back to the 2020 election, which Trump continues to falsely claim was stolen from himself. Now, the violent consequences of his rigged election lies will remain front and center, too. The chairman of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack announced such last week that the committee will hold a series of primetime hearings in June and culminate its work with a final report just before the midterms. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor of Maryland, who had been urged to run against Trump in the 2020 primaries but refused, now looks to be more seriously considering a run against the former president. This week, he offered a full-throated attack on Trump and Trumpism, on sacred turf for the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency, the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in my own Golden, California. He was direct, specific, and unsparing in his challenge to the former president, exactly what many critics of Donald Trump across the ideological spectrum had hoped to see inside the Republican Party for so long. He was also, by all appearances, spectacularly ill-timed. The night before Hogan's speech, Political Magazine revealed that the Supreme Court was poised to get rid of our decades-old right to abortion favored by some 2/3 of Americans, a long-sought victory for a fervent Republican minority which was made possible by Trump's 3 appointments to the court. And as Hogan was speaking on Tuesday evening, the Trump-backed Senate candidate J.D. Vance soundly beat out a large primary field to become the Republican nominee in Ohio, a victory powered by a late endorsement from the former president and made all the more relevant to the question of the former president's ongoing hold over a Republican Party by Vance's own dramatic journey from scathing Trump critic, a la Hogan, to Trump sycophant. Vance and others eager for his support, Trump support, are more than happy to endorse the lies about 2020 that fuel the former president's narrative of grievance and minoritarian rage. Okay. Good to see you. I was getting some notifications about something going on. Can't exactly see what it is, but there we go. Vance's final appearance of his campaign was alongside 2 of the biggest pro-Trump extremists in Congress. The Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz and the Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a QAnon cultist whose embrace by Trump clearly shows what direction the party is headed in. All the way to the bottom, baby. At the Reagan Library, Hogan said that Republicans need a course correction, to say the least. To quote us Hogan, "We won't win back the White House by nominating Donald Trump or a cheap impersonation of him. We need to stand against the extremes and for the majority of Americans." But the truer metaphor belongs to Vance, who back in 2016 called Trump cultural heroin for the Republican masses. The Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has decided not to kick its Trump habit. Vance is now just another junkie in a party full of them. This is how it looks to me, at least, after reading yet another book about Trump and his 4 years in the White House. Or perhaps I should say, what may turn out to be his first 4 years in the White House. The interlocking crises that Biden faces are not separate, one-off problems. They are signs of an American political system in crisis. A system that is trapped in a doomsday spiral of discord and division that Trump's dangerous presidency alarmingly accelerated. When Trump was defeated in 2020, it was possible to imagine a different outcome, certainly. A reversion to the American political norm championed by Biden and seemingly supported by the significant popular and electoral majority he won. But it didn't happen. And as events of recent months have proven, our nation's problems are not abating but getting worse. As a radicalized Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency has dug in on its support for Trump, refused to abandon his false claims about the illegitimacy of his successor, and done whatever it could to create a self-fulfilling narrative of Biden's failure. Republicans have now lost the popular vote in 7 of the past 8 presidential elections. But there be no indication that this appalling record has caused any serious consideration within the party of the course correction which Hogan urges. Trump himself is a twice impeached uber loser who has been repudiated by a majority of voters, but not by his own party, which instead has recommitted itself to the path of minority rule from which Trump and his converts on Capitol Hill once again seek to profit. They may soon be rewarded with control of one or both houses of Congress, an outcome of the midterm elections that will all but guarantee that the final 2 years of Biden's term will be mired in gridlock and partisan finger-pointing. Now, Biden himself, in raising expectations that he could restore a sense of normalcy to American politics, has contributed to this dynamic because, like Barack Obama, he predictably failed to deliver on a vision grounded in a different political era. Even Republicans, who are critical of Trump, not to mention many independents who voted for Biden in 2020, have come as to accept the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent critique of Joe Biden as a captive of far-left interests, as Hogan put it in his speech the other day, a leader who has proved weak and ineffective. In such circumstances, it was no doubt inevitable that Biden would shift into partisan attack mode. In truth, there is no other mode that seems possible for a politician in America today. So some wonder if our country's social fabric, frayed by 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, can even survive. Welcome to the divided states of America, people, where Roe v. Wade is but precursor to larger struggles. The National Day of Prayer last Thursday was anything but a solemn occasion outside the Supreme Court in Washington, where hours earlier an unscalable black fence had been erected, reminiscent of the one that surrounded the U.S. Capitol after the January 6th insurrection. The fury was unleashed by a leaked draft opinion that proved our nation's highest court provisionally conspired to overturn Roe v. Wade, the 1973 ruling that effectively legalized abortion. It was a political earthquake that revealed American women are perilously close to losing a fundamental right. It was also a milestone in America's seemingly inexorable journey from United States to divided states. The likely demise of Roe v. Wade will drive the biggest wedge yet between what self-evidently be trois irreconcilable nations coexisting under one flag. Liberal states will becomest sanctuaries for women seeking abortions and saturate it with providers. Conservative states will turn into deserts that ban the procedure and criminalize doctors who provide it. Some wonder if our country's social fabric, frayed and threadbare as it be, will not descend into civil war as soon as the Supreme Court unleashes its offensive. A New York Times column by Michelle Goldberg concluded that, well, I'll read its conclusion. The death of Roe will intensify our national animus, turning red states and blue into mutually hostile legal territories. You think we hate each other now? Just wait until the new round of lawsuits start. Her column ran a headline which read, "The death of Roe is going to tear America apart." Simon Schama, a historian, wrote, or rather tweeted, "When Roe v. Wade is overturned, it will be time to find a different name for this country." The Supreme Court's draft majority opinion, writ by Samuel Alito and circulated on the 10th of February, was leaked to Politico Monday opening last work week. It argued in contemptuous tones that Roe v. Wade was egregiously wrong from the start and inflamed debate and deepened division. 4 other Republican-appointed justices, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, agreed that Roe must be overruled. When that decision becomes final, probably next month, it will tear down a national precedent and turn America into a chaotic legal patchwork. The first restrictions will take effect in 13 states, with so-called trigger laws to be enacted once Roe is overturned, like the original 13 colonies, the foundation for counter-revolution. Some such laws ban abortions almost completely, while others would outlaw it after 6 or 15 weeks. The speed of trigger laws could vary. In Texas, a near total ban would go into effect 30 days after a Supreme Court decision. The Guttmacher Institute, that aforementioned research and policy organization, estimates that 26 out of 50 states are certain or likely to ban abortion if Roe is overturned, leaving women in swaths of the Southwest and Midwest without access. In 11 states, there would be no exemptions for rape and incest. Republicans in Louisiana are even considering a bill that would allow prosecutors to charge those having abortions with homicide. They'll extend that to miscarriages soon enough. Most states where abortion would still be legal are on the West Coast or in the Northeast. The California governor, Gavin Newsom, on Monday proposed enshrining a right to abortion in the state constitution. In Oregon, Democrats recently passed a bill to create a $15 million fund to assist with the costs of abortion, including for women from outside the state. Women might have to travel hundreds of miles to get an abortion. Peter Moon made it sound so easy. This is likely to be especially difficult for women in poverty often including women of color, and lead to a sharp climb in unsafe abortions. Republican-led states have already made efforts to restrict abortion pills, which can be prescribed through online visits. There have been fierce disputes over health care, immigration, and race in recent years. The journalist Carl Bernstein has spoken of a cold civil war, but few can match the raw emotional power of reproductive rights. That much was clear outside the fortified Supreme Court on Thursday, as twa vociferous groups faced off. Peter Moon spraketh of this passion. Let me try and describe it for you. Even as abortion rights activists shouted, "Keep your rosaries off my ovaries," and held placards such as "Women's bodies are more regulated than guns," the 68-year-old Reverend Patrick Mahoney, director of the Christian Defense Coalition, said he was overjoyed by the draft opinion, even while acknowledging the societal shockwaves. To quote his T, "Can America get any more divided than we are? Tragically, yes it can. We certainly saw that happen on January 6th, which was tragic. I would say we have to find a way to address this. Let's deal locally, so if you have California on one end and Alabama on the other end, let's just work with that. What you see on the streets is the cutting edge of the cultural fault lines that we see in our country. We saw that with the tragic murder of George Floyd. But our nation went through this upheaval, and we're moving forward so that it's what I hope happens here." Now, the interview was repeatedly interrupted as Mahoney broke off to restrain fellow anti-abortion activists from physically assaulting female protesters, admonishing, "That's not who we are," before periodically shouting into a microphone, "We look forward to the day when abortion ends up on the scrap heap of history like chattel slavery and segregation." Now, gripping the stars and stripes before he took a deep breath and blew into his shofar, the cadaverous and bearded 65-year-old Steve Corson from Fredonia, Arizona, where all the weirdos come from, threateningly jabbed a finger at women and yelled, "You put your babies in the womb, you will be held accountable. You cunts are evil. The downfall of America is all because of every one of you. I don't respect your view at all. You didn't come out with my body, my choice when it came to the COVID vaccine, where they put microchips inside of us. You have a human body inside you. We speak for that human body. You're just a cunt speaking for yourselves. I get sick and tired of you bitches. You are all very corrupt and evil Jezebels and on the wrong side. It is going to get heated up, no doubt about it. It should. It's a good issue to get heated up about." Then the 19-year-old Nathan Darnell from Haymarket, Virginia, wearing a Jesus Christ is King cap and holding aloft a crucifix like he was waving at vampires, grabbed a megaphone declaring, "You cunts are demon-possessed! You bitches are controlled by demons, all of you! Every child has a right to life!" Now, the 50-year-old estate agent and barristress, Rochelle Rubin, about 20 paces away, her voice shaking, shouted, "You don't have a uterus! Shut up!" And later she explained, "This is personal for me. I was born the last year that women could not have abortions. My mother had no choice. Had she made the choice, she would have had me, but women of her generation did not have choice. If I didn't have a choice, my life would be very different today than it would have been. 10 years ago, I exercised my choice and had an abortion. For half 100 years, you can have a right, and it can be taken away by 5 people." Now, the great divide on abortion is not a 50-50 split. It is asymmetric. A poll released by the Data for Progress think tank after this week's leak proved voters wanted to keep Roe by a 2-to-1 margin. Democrats, independents, and more than a third of Republicans support it. Its imminent fall is due to a quirk of American democracy that skews the Electoral College, Senate, and Supreme Court all out of kilter with the popular will. Justices Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Coney Barrett were all appointed by Donald Trump, who lost the national popular vote by 3 million after Senate Republicans blocked Barack Obama's last nominee, Merrick Garland. Now, this sense of injustice at this democratic deficit, which giveth significantly more representation to white male citizens than any citizens of color, is only likely to incite anger and dissent as blue states go one way and red states go the other. Elaine Camargue, a senior fellow in governance studies at the Brookings Institution in Washington, noted that when Roe is struck down, it will be the clearest differentiation of rights by state since the era of Jim Crow, when some states racially segregated public places and others did not. This could be a recipe for battles over sovereignty, with red states passing laws to extradite anyone who helps their residents get an abortion, and blue states passing laws to shield their own doctors. To quoteist Camargue, at some length and verbatim, the basic structure of politics, with all these small rural states being essentially overrepresented, is creating the situation where minorities can control the majority. People are going to be furious about it. Already, friends of mine in New York City talk about not letting their tax dollars go to red states, because the irony is that all the blue states send more money, all the blue states send more money to the federal government than they get back. And the goddamn red states take us all the money and then try to run the lives of everybody in the blue states. So there really is a war going on. And it's a cultural war. But it's one that they, the Republicans, are destined to lose. Now, states have been drifting apart for years, across fault lines characterized as liberal versus conservative, black versus white, urban versus rural, college educated versus blue collar, Hollywood versus heartland, mask wearers versus vaccine skeptics, and MSNBC versus Fox News. The 2016 presidential election was framed as Trump's deplorables against Hillary Clinton's coastal elites. The Supreme Court looks ready to toss a grenade into the mix, like a match into a barrel of gunpowder. A match into a powder keg. Barbara Walter, who Peter Moon said I should answer about my hair color if she had asked, a political scientist, is the lady I'm referencing, not the one from 60 Minutes, here at the University of California, San Diego, and the authoress of the work entitled How Civil Wars Start, subtitled, And How to Stop Them. She told me, by the way, got a news flash, post-Dobbs Dems are desperate to discuss anything but abortion. I subscribe to several conservative rags, so I get these kind of notifications from them. See how they see the situation. And they look at the world through a funhouse mirror. Anyhow, back to Barbara Walter, not the 60 Minutes chick, the professoress. She said, what I fear will happen is that it will further create this urban-rural divide where the more moderate and liberal voices in blue states will move, or their children will move, because they will not want their rights restricted. If you're a big corporation that employs a lot of women, are you going to move to the states where they and their daughters are not treated equally? Or they're under these increasingly restrictive and medievalist laws? So prepare yourself, folks, for the backfire of the century. Ending Roe v. Wade can only badly backfire on Republicans during elections this year. the Democrats now have a fighting chance to maintain control of the Senate. Our odds of retaining and flipping seats have improved overnight. All because on Monday night of Yester Septimania, last week, Politico magazine reported that a majority of the U.S. Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, eviscerate a half-century of precedent, and leave the issue of abortion to the states. This brings us to life after Roe, just like the notification I got. 5 of the court's 9 justices are prepared to give the Republicans' base exactly what it demanded. The remaining question for the Republican Party is whether answered prayers are the most dangerous. If the leaked draft of the majority opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization is close to the final cut, the court stands to energize otherwise dejected Democrats and put Republican members of Congress in Democratic-leaning states at risk. Expect the anticipated Republican House majority in the midterms to be smaller than currently projected, at the least. Indeed, the Democrats also now have a real shot to maintain our control of the Senate. Overnight, our odds of retaining seats in Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and New Hampshire, while flipping Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, have improved. Beyond federal offices, fights will now be waged this fall over governorships and legislatures in Michigan and Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden narrowly won in 2020, but where the incumbent governor is a Democrat and the legislature is in the hands of the Republican Party. In a post-Dobbs world, look to the states to emerge as roiling battlegrounds. This is the new war between the states. This is like the original prohibition in Lincoln's time. Dry versus wet. Make us no mistake, the draft opinion is sweeping. For himself and 4 of his colleagues, Justice Samuel Alito writes, and here I quote his T, "We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representative." Along the way, the ruling also offers implicit criticism of the court's prior decisions on personal autonomy. No, your body isn't yours. Whatever made you think it was? I guess if you're paying insurance to healthcare, then your body really belongs to the medical industrial complex. That's why your corpse should automatically be given to medical science when you die. I'm being facetious. Now, prior precedents on contraception, interracial marriage, consensual sex, and gay marriage are now all at risk. At a February debate among Michigan's prospective Republican candidates for Attorney General, all 3 men, including Matthew DePerno, Donald Trump's choice, criticized Griswold versus Connecticut. In that case, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a state law that barred the sale of contraceptives to married couples. DePerno, an advocate of election conspiracy theories, framed his understanding of this way. The Supreme Court has to decide, mark my words, that the privacy issue currently is unworkable. It's going to be a states' rights issue on all these things, as it should be. Now, DePerno is also the state Republican Party's officially preferred candidate. On Monday night, the moderate Michigan Democrat, Alisa Slotkin, herself a former member of the U.S. intelligence community and the wife of a retired Army helicopter pilot, tweeted, "If tonight's news is true, Michigan's 1931 state law banning abortion would snap back into effect, making any abortion illegal in our state, even if the mom will die, or if she was raped by a family member. No exceptions. My poor mother is turning over in her grave. The House has already voted to codify Roe. Let all senators be on record on this one, or in an up or down vote." In the same neo-Confederate spirit as Michigan's DePerno, the Indiana Senator Mike Braun offered up his benighted take on interracial marriage. You know, produces people like me. Braun argued that, like abortion, interracial marriage should be left to the states to decide, not the federal judiciary. Said differently, he was arguing that the Supreme Court got it wrong in Loving versus Virginia. So announcing that, when you want that diversity to shine within our federal system, there are going to be rules and proceedings. They're going to be out of sync with maybe what other states would do. It's the beauty of the system, and that's where the differences among points of view in our 50 states ought to express themselves. Now, after the ensuing uproar, Braun walked his words back. But in light of Politico's reportings, the Democrats now have names, faces, and an issue. Think ready-made campaign ad. To be sure, clearer Republican heads viewed the wholesale gutting of Roe as a threat to the Republican Party's elected officials. In the summer of 2021, they attempted to guide the court's hand. They failed. Last July, 228 Republican members of Congress, 44 senators and 184 House members, filed an amicus brief in support of the Mississippi abortion law in question. Nowhere did the Republican submission refer to contraception, interracial marriage, or individual autonomy. Likewise, the word privacy only appeared as a part of a title of a footnoted law review article. Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert couched their arguments in pastels. Words like previability filled the page, as did polling data. Justices Alito, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett, however, were having none of that. For them, it is time to return to what they consider the original Constitution. You know, the one writ by a bunch of white slave owners in an act of treason to the crown. More than 7 in 10 Americans oppose overturning Roe, even as the public is split over where to draw a line. In Texas, 77% support legal abortions in case of rape and incest. Not all restrictions are the same. America's cold civil war just got really hot. The fight is underway. A liberal group published the addresses of conservative Supreme Court justices and encouraged protesters to walk by them. A day of action for abortion rights is planned for Saturday. The issue could also galvanize Democratic turnout in November's midterm elections. Eric Swalwell, a Democratic congressman from my Golden, California, has so said, there will be an effort to turn out young women and their male allies when that decision comes. I hope it doesn't have to happen, but I think it's going to be the backfire of the century for Republicans. The Senate will vote on legislation that would codify abortion rights into federal law, but the Democrats do not have 60 votes to overcome a Republican filibuster, which means the Joe Biden-backed effort will fail. There have never been so few Republicans who support abortion rights, nor have there ever been so few Democrats who call themselves pro-life. Fareed Zakaria, an author and broadcaster, warned in the Washington Post, I'll just read what he wrote in a single paragraph here, "You cannot really understand America anymore by looking at averages. It has become two countries. One is urban, more educated, multiracial, secular, and largely left of center. The other is rural, uneducated, religious, white, and completely right of center. For the country's political future, the central question is now this: can these two Americas find a way to live, work, cooperate with, and tolerate one another? If not, the abortion battle may be the precursor to even larger struggles. To wit, Blue America would fit comfortably with Northern European Protestant countries, while Red America's cultural values make it closer to Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. The Taliban's burqa rule is a cautionary tale for American women. Through the Trump cultic looking glass, forcing women to die from illegal abortions is pro-life. Further repression of the rights of Afghan women have once again been mandated in the form of wearing burqas, the tent-like clothing that covers even the faces of those who wear them. American females are nowhere near being forced into wearable tents or being told not to leave their homes or acquire an education, as the Taliban are decreeing for their country. However, with the reversal of Roe versus Wade, by all evidence at hand, the prospect of losing autonomy over their bodies is seemingly just over the horizon, a backward step along that dismal road towards the Handmaid's Tale. Ending a right that American women have counted on for nearly 500 years does not merely suggest, it rather it shouts that we are all headed, like Afghan women, in exactly the wrong direction. Back to a past we had every right to believe we had put behind us. An American girl born this week will have fewer rights than an American girl born in 1973, at the height of Vietnamizing the Indochina conflict. This is the likely import of the leaked U.S. Supreme Court draft opinion on abortion rights, and cause for a huge thank you very much to all those guys who suggested that women marching on Washington in January of 2017 were overreacting to the election of Donald Trump. Please make sure to tell women again when they are being over-emotional, even as they sit and watch one of Trump's justice picks scream and sob his way through his own confirmation hearings. In the meantime, resign yourself to yet another quirk of the looking glass world Trump has created. Of course, women's access to abortion would end up being restricted or removed by the deliberate decisions of a man widely imagined to have personally helped keep the Manhattan abortion sector afloat for decades. I'm kidding, of course. We have absolutely no idea whether abortion services have or haven't ever been accessed by anyone connected with a draft avoider, a draft dodger who described avoiding STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, in the 80s as my personal Vietnam. That's an interesting question. That's what Trump replied to the New York Times when asked during the 2016 campaign if he'd ever been involved with a woman who had undergone a termination during their relationship. What's your next question? It must be nice for reproductive rights to be an interesting question you have absolutely no interest in ever answering. As ever, it feels as the levers of power are pulled by those with no skin in the game at the expense of those with an entire uterus in it. Once again, then, a huge bravo to all the extremely rational guys whose conscience simply declined to permit them to vote for Hillary Rodham Clinton on the basis that she and Trump were basically the same. Women are now facing the same old prospects, like forced birth and wildly increased medical risks. Can only thank you and your consciences for doing the hard intellectual yards so they don't have to. You dick-swinging sons of bitches. When news of the Supreme Court draft opinion broke last week, Hillary Clinton herself stated, "This decision is a direct assault on the dignity, rights, and lives of women, not to mention decades of settled law." Remember, she was a lawyer, after all. "It will kill and subjugate women, even as a vast majority of Americans think abortion should be legal." What an utter disgrace. We've yet to hear Trump's response. Very, very samey, I imagine. So let's use as placeholder his 2011 statement on the subject, the year my mother was murdered. I am pro-life, and pro-life people will find out that I will be very loyal to them just as I am loyal to other people. I would be appointing judges that feel the way I feel. Can't believe he ended up appointing pro-life judges. If only there'd been some clue his daffy media cheerleaders could have latched onto. For those whose interest in reproductive rights is not cerebral but personal and physical, woman, that is, there's a mirthless laugh to be had at some of the reaction to this leak. A lot of people are infinitely more horrified by the Supreme Court's information security lapse than they are by the information itself. Please take time to appreciate the angry ranting of right-wing pundits who cannot believe the justice's right to make private decisions has been appallingly violated, and that the freaking leak is the gravest, most unforgivable sin. Their court, their choice. Okay? Out there in the real world beyond, we know from experience abortions will still happen, whether they are outlawed or not. By some accounts, pretty much the same number of abortions. But illegal abortions will mean that many more women will die from the procedure, which is a funny way of being pro-life. But there we are. And of course, should this seismic ruling come as to pass, it will only be the start of it, with a number of other rights now under threat again. Marriage rights, contraception, racial freedom. You'll need to be a gullible fool or a highly paid star news commentator to think assaults on these aren't all on the table again. During her brief confirmation hearings, Amy Coney Barrett wouldn't even say if she thought IVF treatment was constitutional, which gives you a sense of how deeply backward things could be starting to get. Yet in some ways, it's the things that actually were said during the confirmation hearings that illustrate the rot most clearly, with Trump's new justices saying a lot of stuff that now turns out to have meant about as much as one of his promises. We're looking at a court where justices are no longer particularly different from politicians. Both will say any old shit to get elected or confirmed. In the infrequently lucid moments that peppered his truly deranged performance during his confirmation hearings, Brett Kavanaugh suggested Roe v. Wade was settled law that has been affirmed down the decades by precedent on precedent. And now look, I wonder what else in his confirmation hearings he might not have been being entirely candid about. For her part, Coney Barrett assured senators her own personal beliefs were absolutely irrelevant and in no way likely to lead to the undoing of laws. Even joking, it's not the law, Amy, it's the law of the American people. It's not the law of Amy, it's the law of American people. It's looking quite like the law of Amy today, all things considered. As the highly predictable majority opinion on Roe v. Wade makes landfall, then spare a thought for supposedly pro-choice Republican Senator Susan Collins, who held the deciding vote on Kavanaugh, and who was apparently absolutely satisfied after 2 long private meetings with him back in 2018 that Roe was safe in his hands. See, saying, or rather she so saying, I'm not naive. Susan, it seems like you're sensationally, historically, implausibly naive. So here we are again. Today there is a sense that even restating the arguments feels like something pro-choice women have been doing every day of every decade since they apparently won the argument. We can all understand the political imperative to talk of Roe v. Wade as settled law, but the honest assessment from most pro-choice American women you care to talk to is that it has never felt truly settled. Women's rights and autonomies should be their inheritance. Instead, they're just another rented thing they could be evicted from or priced out of at any moment. Far from being liberated, American women are in an abusive relationship with partisan lawmakers, in which no sense of security is even close to permanent, and nothing is given that cannot be taken away at any point. Abortion rights have never been allowed to feel like a life goal achieved. Instead, defending them has remained an enormously consuming way of life for a huge number of women. What a vast, intensely limiting drain on their energy and human potential, which is presumably the attraction for those who seek to keep them down. You can be pro-life or pro-living, but you cannot be both. For evangelicals, the moral outrage over abortion is about race, gender, and ultimately power. On the face of it, Samuel Alito's draft decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, published by Politico last week, represents a vindication for the religious right, the culmination of nearly 5 decades of working to outlaw abortion. Evangelist Franklin Graham of the draft opinion overturning abortion rights, on the subject thereof, he went on record to say, "I don't know if this report is true, but if it is an answer to many years of prayer." The history of that moment, however, is more complicated. White evangelicals in the 1970s did not mobilize against Roe v. Wade, which they considered a Roman Catholic issue. They organized instead to defend racial segregation in evangelical institutions, including Bob Jones University. To suggest otherwise is to perpetrate what I call the abortion myth, the fiction that the genesis of the religious right, the powerful evangelical political movement that has reshaped American politics over the last 4 decades, lay in opposition to abortion. By the way, X2UL says, "Great show. Thanks, Douglas. Bless you." If you're a lady, if you're a man, hugs. The historical record is clear. In 1968, Christianity Today, the flagship magazine of evangelicalism, organized a conference with the Christian Medical Society to discuss the morality of abortion. The gathering attracted 26 heavyweight theologians from throughout the evangelical world, who debated the matter over several days and then issued a statement acknowledging the ambiguities surrounding the issue, which they said allowed for many different approaches. Their statement read, "Whether the performance of an induced abortion is sinful, we are not agreed, but about the necessity of it and permissibility for it under certain circumstances, we are in accord." Now, two successive editors of Christianity Today took equivocal stands on abortion. Carl F. H. Henry, the magazine's founder, affirmed that a woman's body is not the domain and property of others. And his successor, Harold Lindsell, allowed that, if there are compelling psychiatric reasons from a Christian point of view, mercy and prudence may favor a therapeutic abortion. Now, meeting in St. Louis in 1971, the messengers, delegates to the Southern Baptist Convention, hardly a redoubt of liberalism, passed a resolution calling for the legalization of abortion, a position they reaffirmed in 1974, a year after Roe, and again in 1976, our nation's bicentennial. When the Roe decision was handed down, W.A. Criswell, pastor of the First Baptist Church in Dallas and sometime president of the Southern Baptist Convention, issued a statement praising the ruling. Criswell declared, "I have always felt that it was only after a child was born and had a life separate from its mother that it became an individual person. And it has always, therefore, seemed to me that what is best for the mother and for the future should be allowed." When Francis Schaeffer, the pseudo-intellectual godfather of the religious right, tried to enlist Billy Graham in his anti-abortion crusade in the late 1970s, Graham, the most famous evangelical of the 20th century, turned him down. Even James Dobson, founder of Focus on the Family, who later became an implacable abortion foe, a pathological anti-abortionist,
acknowledged in 1973 that the Bible was silent on the matter, and therefore it was plausible for an evangelical to believe that a developing embryo or fetus was not regarded as a full human being. Despite this history, the abortion myth persists, stoked repeatedly by the leaders of the radicalized religious right. If abortion was not the catalyst for this political movement of white supremacist evangelicals, however, what was? According to Paul Weyrich, a conservative activist and architect of the religious right, the movement started in the 1970s in response to attempts on the part of the Internal Revenue Service to rescind the tax-exempt status of whites-only segregation academies, many of them church-sponsored, and Bob Jones University because of its segregationist policies. Among those affected was Jerry Falwell, who referred to the civil rights movement as civil wrongs, and who had opened his own segregation academy circa 1967. The IRS actions against racially segregated institutions, not abortion, is what mobilized evangelical activists in the 1970s, and they directed their ire against a fellow evangelical, Jimmy Carter, in the run-up to the 1980 presidential election. Now, Weyrich's sick genius, however, lay in his understanding that racism, the defense of racial segregation, was not likely to energize grassroots evangelical voters. So he, Falwell, and others deftly flipped the script. Instead of the religious right mobilizing in defense of segregation, evangelical leaders in the late 1970s decried government intrusion into their affairs as an assault on religious freedom, thereby writing a page for the modern Republican Party playbook, exploited shamelessly in the Hobby Lobby and the Masterpiece Cake Shop cases. Weyrich's savvy sleight of hand conveniently failed to acknowledge that tax exemption is a form of public subsidy, and that, pursuant to the Brown decision of 1954, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Green versus Connolly ruling of 1971, the government has every right to stipulate that tax-exempt public institutions not engage in racial exclusion. In any case, religious freedom didn't prove to be the energizing issue that the leaders of the movement hoped, which is how abortion became part of the religious right agenda. Because evangelicals had considered abortion a Roman Catholic issue until the late 1970s, they expressed little interest in the matter. Falwell, by his own admission, did not preach his first anti-abortion sermon until February 26th of 1978, more than half a decade after Roe. During the midterm elections of 1978, however, anti-abortion activists, Roman Catholics, leafleted church parking lots in 4 Senate races during the final weekend of the campaign. New Hampshire, Iowa, and 2 races in Minnesota, one for the unexpired term of Walter Mondale, Carter's vice president. 2 days later, in an election with a very low turnout, anti-abortion Republicans defeated the favored Democratic candidates. I recall reading through Weyrich's papers that we got at the Presidio Military Base Library through the OCLC, the Online Cataloging and Library Cooperation Program, rendering libraries without walls. I read those papers, his correspondence really, following the 1978 midterm elections. The papers almost began to sizzle with excitement. He characterized the outcome as true cause for celebration. Weyrich had finally landed on an issue, abortion, that could mobilize grassroots evangelicals. Now Falwell and other leaders of the religious right had a respectable issue, opposition to abortion, one that would energize white supremacist evangelicals because of their great replacement fear that they would be bred out of existence by all the niggers of the world.
and not incidentally divert attention from the real origins of their segregationist movement. Even so, as late as August 22nd of 1980, when Ronald Reagan addressed more than 10,000 cheering white supremacist evangelicals at Reunion Arena in Dallas, he talked about creationism. He said that if he were stranded on a desert island, he would want the Bible, and he lambasted Jimmy Carter's Internal Revenue Service for challenging the tax exemption of racially segregated evangelical institutions. On that occasion, however, Reagan said nothing whatsoever about abortion. Abortion did not take hold among evangelicals until the eve of the 1980 presidential election, the result of assiduous promotion by Weaponized, Falwell, and other leaders of the religious right following the 1978 midterms. In addition, although it was poorly received when it toured the country early in 1979, Frank Schaeffer's anti-abortion film series, Whatever Happened to the Human Race? That was the title, which featured his father, Francis A. Schaeffer, and C. Everett Koop, began to finally take root among evangelicals. Opposition to abortion, therefore, was a godsend for leaders of the religious right because it allowed them to distract attention from the real genesis of their movement, defense of racial segregation in evangelical institutions, while radicalizing their base into a pro-life cult. With cunning diversion, they were able to conjure righteous fury against legalized abortion and thereby lend a veneer of respectability to their racist political activism, or should I say Ruchist political activism. Now, Alito's draft maketh no mention of this tawdry history. This is Ruchism in action. Hide the state's conspiracies. By the way, AF says, great show, new sub, respect from UK. Bless you, sir or lady. Hugs if you're a sir, and kisses if you're a lady. All right, now, understand that all of this takes us back to the World War. The war against the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which constitute more than 3 billion of the Earth's inhabitants and account for approximately 25%, a full quarter of global economic production. But the war in Ukraine has challenged the BRICS alliance. In 2001, Goldman Sachs identified Brazil, Russia, India, and China as strategically significant middle-income countries on the cusp of membership among fully developed nations. The quartet validated the BRIC label in 2006 with the first of ongoing meetings to identify common political, economic, and strategic interests. In 2010, the suite of nations welcomed South Africa to the group. As I said, that connects us to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Now, while the BRICS designation was novel, the idea of nations on the brink of full development went back at least a century. In the mid to late 19th century, Egypt, Japan, Argentina, and Hungary, today's Soviet state satellite for Vladimir Putin, aspired to the designation of civilized nation. Not surprisingly, war and international crises laid bare the feasibility of those prospects. For Egypt, the Suez Canal represented the latest in starchitect infrastructure. However, mounting debts submerged national sovereignty in British colonial oversight until 1956. Argentina's Pampas-based bounty of beef and wheat eventually gave its place to the ravages of populist handouts peddled politically by Juan and Eva Perón. Hungary boasted continental Europe's first totally electrified metro system in Budapest in 1896, only to succumb to defeat by association with the Central Powers after World War I. Only the Japanese Empire, which defeated China in the Sino-Japanese War in 1895, as well as the Russians in 1905, seizing Port Arthur from Tsarist control, was recognized as civilized by the Europeans and Americans. You got to beat them at war. The Japanese squandered their fortunes, some might have said, however, in World War II. Those with a total ignorance of what really happened, which is, of course, exposed in The Roswell Deception by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, available at Amazon.com. The one with the subtitle, The Demystification of World War II. There's a fucking novel out there that's trash by that name, The Roswell Deception. If you want our book, look for my name and the subtitle, Demystification of World War II, Amazon.com or SkyBooksUSA.com. Oh, there's Vivian. Jesus Christ, thank you. Let me put her on call. Okay. Oh shit, she's back. Thank goddess. She says, sorry, I lost you. Again? No, it was the Skype dropped. That's what happened. The Skype dropped.
Skype dropped? I thought that the show was over.
Oh God, no, honey. Oh no, Skype dropped. Yeah. Bless you. Thank you for calling.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no
sorry.
worries. No worries. Thank you. Welcome back, darling. So I'm just, wrapping things up, explaining that everything we're experiencing at home is part of the World War and the struggle of nations. Understand that what happened with the Japanese, basically, whatever anyone says about World War II, the proof is in the pudding, as they say. A half-century of industrial development under the Emperor Meiji in the late 19th century set the stage for economic recovery under what many people falsely perceive as the aegis of the United States beginning in 1945. In reality, the other way around. The Japanese destroying the American economy, having won the Second World War and forcing the Americans to open their markets. Everyone went, they voted with their dollar for Japanese goods, which simply proved superior. Ultimately, transitioning to developed nation status proved difficult then, and often depended on decisions involving other countries, based on whether you could kick their ass at war. Now, these were sometimes short-term decisions made with long-term consequences. During the current Russian assault on Ukraine, a United Nations' resolution condemning the unprovoked attack called to account the intent of the BRICS alliance. Red China, Asian India, and South Africa, under its post-apartheid communism, all abstained from condemning the Russians. Brazil went along with the resolution, but only with the great reluctance of dictator Jair Bolsonaro, keen to keep the flow of fertilizer and other energy inputs across the Atlantic flowing. At first glance, this should give reason for pause. The BRICS nations constitute more than 3 billion of our Earth's inhabitants and account for approximately a full quarter, 25% of global economic production, equaling 19.8 trillion United States dollars circa 2018, last time I checked. A deeper look, however, reveals weaknesses and cracks in this alliance, whose actions have at best been neutral, if not openly antagonistic, towards the United States and Europe since inception. As for its weaknesses, the 5 BRICS countries are anything but diversified industrialized economies, except in the case of communist China. None of the countries find themselves among the top 50 nations in the United Nations' 2020 Human Development Index. Russia ranks as 52nd most developed nation, and that's falling quickly. Brazil at 74th. China beneath Brazil at 75th. South Africa at the fucking bottom of God's barrel at 114th. Based on the 2019 survey, numbers were not even available for the 2020 index, so they're now beyond rock bottom. You can't even take a measurement because people are scared to go there. Oh, all except for India, which is beneath hell itself at 131st. Because, going to India is like diving into a fucking sewer. Now, aside from the Communist Chinese Empire, most of these nations rose to economic prominence during the late 2000s, the aughts, or the zeros decade, based on the surge in value of petroleum and soybeans, among other commodities. The proof was visible to visitors to these countries. Brazil was then called Belindia, Belgium plus India, because of the disparities in wealth and poverty side by side. India's infrastructure development stalled miserably, and South Africa succumbed to fresh allegations of corruption, racial unrest, and economic uncertainty. Well, I mean, when you got half the fucking population infected with AIDS, whether they're gay or straight, the qualitative cracks seem even deeper when we look at the friction between countries within the alliance. While India genuflects to its source of military hardware, the Russian Empire, by abstaining from casting blame for the Ukrainian assault, it remains miles apart politically and diplomatically from Red China. India and the Communist Chinese share a volatile border riven by military crises since 1962, and they've actually gone to war a few times. One time, John F. Kennedy had to do his bit to stop it. Would Indian acquiescence to Russia for short-term gains and possibly cheap oil simultaneously thrust the Chinese and Indians into genuine geopolitical embrace? You bet your ass. Add to this the unsettling dependence of Asian India on communist China for consumer goods, as chronicled in Ananth Krishnan's eye-opening book titled India's China Challenge, subtitled A Journey Through China's Rise, published by HarperCollins India 2020. Or we might pivot to the deepening relationship between revanchist, revisionist Russia and Red China, newly invigorated in a highly visible photo op between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping before the opening of the 2022 Beijing Olympics. While the two nations share complementary positions vis-a-vis energy production and consumption, Jonathan E. Hillman meticulously catalogs, in his work titled The Emperor's New Road, subtitled China and the Project of the Century, published by Oxford in 2020, how territorial ambitions, past and future, between the Trois empires, particularly as they relate to relations with Central Asian countries, the former Soviet Central Asiatic republics, might fracture Sino-Slavic rapprochement. Thus, while the outcome of Russia's unprovoked aggression remains to be seen, it is doubtful, based on the historical difficulty of the path to full economic development, as evidenced in the last century, as well as by fissures in existing relations within the BRICS alliance itself, that temporary efforts to benefit from acute global shifts will deepen long-term ties between its members or catapult any of them into diversified economic powers. But here's the rub. They're going to be thrust into war together. In other words, they all fall into the same foxhole. Because once the war gets rolling, the next world war, it's going to be the lineup. Them, along with Israel, the House of Saud, the United Arab Emirates, Syria, and Iran, against the rest of us. Oh, and North Korea on their side. By the way, Sarah Thomas says, "Morning, Douglas. Blessed be thy slumber." Thank you, honey. Well, in the few minutes we have remaining, understand this much. Antithetically to this sewer of shit on the other side of the world, my Golden State nation of California is a modern democracy with a powerful initiative process that allows our highly diverse population to amend our Constitution directly. The United States, in contrast, is a majority white country that clings to a 1789 Constitution that permitted slavery, is nearly impossible to amend and prohibits election of the president by popular vote. So in this context, can my California be America's abortion provider? The Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. People will debate the decisions that led to this point and what overturning the landmark 1973 case means nationwide. But the debate that is most pressing for California is how our state will accommodate the potential scores of people in search of reproductive care. If the law is indeed overturned, it will still be legal in California to get an abortion because the right is codified into our laws. It would also still be legal in 23 other states in union as well. There are indications that our state may move to further protect that right through an amendment to our state constitution that would require voter approval. Our state has made its position on abortion clear. California wants to be a safe haven for reproductive rights. But will our state be able to fulfill that role? There still might be trouble. Not everyone in California has access to a clinic to obtain an abortion. 5 years ago, 40% of California counties did not contain clinics that provided the procedure. That's according to a study by the Guttmacher Institute, that research organization that supports reproductive health and abortion rights. That translates to hundreds of thousands of people left without reproductive care. Lauren Ralph, an epidemiologist with the Bixby Center for Global Reproductive Health at UCSF, my alumni, told the San Francisco Chronicle, "Not every place in California is San Francisco or Los Angeles. There's a perception that abortion is always easy to access in California, and I think that's definitely not true, particularly for certain subgroups of pregnant people. You know, like Red California, where Pennywinkle lives with, Lou Reese, the Travelocity garden gnome. Actually, he was once a teddy bear, and she made the big wish. And they're up there where their idea of abortion is a coat hanger. Additionally, questions remain about how our state would respond to a surge in demand. 12 months after Texas's near-total ban on abortion, the medical director of Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties told the Times that 3 or 4 out-of-state patients had begun visiting her clinics each day. She estimated that if Roe v. Wade was overturned, her clinics would see up to half 100 out-of-state patients a week. Despite lingering questions, what remains clear is that clinics have been readying themselves for a potential escalation in demand. Sue Dunlap, the presidentress and chieftainess executrix of Planned Parenthood Los Angeles, told the LA Times, "Planned Parenthood Los Angeles has been dreading this moment and preparing for it. I have every expectation we'll see more people coming to us. We've been working with hospitals, with local law schools. UCLA put in place its Center on Reproductive Health, Law, and Policy at its law school. We've been working to solidify all the pieces that our community will need in its future. And as states across the country pass or move to pass laws criminalizing gender-affirming care for trans youth, Senator Scott Wiener, a Democrat of my Golden Gate at San Francisco, is doubling down on his push for Senate Bill 107, which would make California a refuge for trans minors and their parents fleeing prosecution in other states. You know, Alabama is the latest state to criminalize gender-affirming health care for youth, such as puberty blockers or hormones, which are often given to patients under the age of 19 under the guidance of a doctor. The law, entitled the Alabama Vulnerable Child Compassion and Protection Act, which is anything but, went into effect on Sunday and is punishable to up to 10 years in prison. The Alabama law also requires school counselors, nurses, and others to notify parents if a child discloses that they may be transgender. In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott issued a directive in February demanding that state agencies launch child abuse investigations into instances of youth receiving gender-affirmative care. The governor's order came just after Attorney General Ken Paxton issued an opinion that gender-affirming care was child abuse under Texas law. A judge temporarily blocked the governor's order in March. Paxton has pledged to take the battle to the state Supreme Court. In California itself,